Chapter 1. The Heroic Rescue. In the realm of Shinobi, within the land of fire, lies the village of Konoha, where winter still clings to the air, blanketing the ground with a flurry of snowflakes. A young girl, adorned with violet hair and white eyes, finds herself tormented by a group of unruly children. This girl is Hinata Hyuga, and it is at this moment that a boy's voice calls out to them. "You wretched little brats, cease this at once." Before the violet-haired girl stand a young boy clad in a black coat over a black sweater, denim trousers, and a red scarf wrapped around his neck. With his golden hair and azure eyes, he is none other than our protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. However, this Naruto is not the creation of Masashi Kishimoto. He is a traveler from a distant world, known as Earth, whose true name is Gong Zijian. I am a martial artist from Earth, and I am also a descendant of the water deity Gong. Having met with an untimely demise in an accident, his soul traversed into the world of Naruto, transforming him into Naruto Uzumaki. Contemplating his fate, I thought that old rascal Kishimoto has done a disservice, depriving Naruto of his parents. The absence of parental guidance is a tragic plight for any child, which could easily lead one down a dark path. Thankfully, in the original narrative, Naruto is surrounded by those who care for him: Hinata, Sasuke, the ramen chef Tuchi, along with his teachers Irika and Kakashi, and Ninetales Kurama, sealed within him by Naruto's parents. As I reflect on Naruto's circumstances, a fervent desire ignites within me. Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, and Tenzin Koharuai vow to eradicate their entire lineage. Mark my words, I shall avenge you, and my quest to alter this world shall commence with Naruto and Hinata. I end this lifetime. I aim for Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke to ascend to the status of Otsutsuki. Yet, unbeknownst to me, Naruto has an older sister. Returning from my reverie, I assert in anger, "You ignorant little brats. Do you even comprehend what it means to have Byakugan? You shamelessly bully a girl without remorse." The children who had tormented Hinata retorted, "And who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs?" With a derisive smirk, I replied, "As of now, I may be but an inconspicuous figure. However, the girl with the Byakugan behind me is destined to be my future wife. Pray tell, what is your name, young lady?" Hinata, blushing, responded, "Hello, big brother. I am Hinata Hyuga." I bestowed upon her a radiant smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Hinata. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance." Just then, a tall boy stepped forward, challenging me. I assumed a stance of Jeet Kune Do and struck him with a decisive punch. The towering child crumpled under the force, suffering several broken ribs from a kick. Fuming, I warned, "I advise you not to bully this girl. Heed my words, or face dire consequences. Now be gone, you trash. Hinatakin, are you unharmed?" I spoke gently to Hinata. "Did I frighten you?" Hinatakin, with her head bowed in shyness, she murmured, "I'm all right." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "I'm glad to hear that. By the way, Hinata, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home." Hinata, with tears streaming down her cheeks, said, "I ran away from home." I comforted her, saying, "Oh, really? Do you know what is most important for a ninja?" Hinata looked at me in confusion and replied, "I don't know." I reassured her, "It's happiness." A charming smile blossomed on Hinata's face as she responded, "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "Naruto-kun, what technique did you just use?" I replied, "This technique is called Jeet Kune Do, which I created. It's even more powerful than your family's gentle fist." I thought to myself, I apologize, Mr. Bruce Lee, for borrowing your Jeet Kune Do. Hinata, puzzled, asked, "Is this your creation?" I awkwardly scratched my head and smiled, "Yes, it is." Hinata blushed and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." I beamed at her with a radiant smile and replied, "No need to mention I in my heart. I thought I should be the one apologizing. Am late, Hinata." I gently asked her, "Oh, by the way, where is your home?" Hinata, sobbing, replied, "I was abandoned by my family. Woe is me." I exclaimed angrily, "Nanny, is that true? That's outrageous. How about this, Hinatakin? I will accompany you home. I need to have a word with your father." Hinata looked worried and said, "Naruto-kun, please don't hurt my father. I don't want you to get hurt either." I offered her a gentle smile and assured her, "Hinatakin, rest assured, I won't harm your uncle. Besides, I can help you awaken the Tensegan." Hinata, confused, asked, "Tensegan?" "Yes, the Tensegan, which evolves from your Hyuga clan's Byakugan," I explained. I looked up at the sky and asked Hinata, "Hinatakin, do you believe there are aliens in this world?" Hinata, puzzled, asked, "Aliens?" She then inquired, "Naruto-kun, may I ask you a question?" With an innocent gaze, I encouraged her, "Of course. Ask away." Hinata asked, "If I were to be abducted by aliens, what would you do?" I responded with a cold expression, "If in the future, aliens were to take you away." I gaze at the moon and told Hinata, if one day you're captured by aliens on the moon, I would incapacitate that alien and extract its chakra for you. Hinata blushed and replied, Naruto-kun, what are you saying? I reassured her it's nothing. Let's go. I'll take you home. By the way, Hinata-kun, where do you live? At that moment, on the moon, Otsutsuki Shurin was meditating when he suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent directed at him. Otsutsuki Shurin exclaimed in shock, was that just an illusion? That scared me. Why do I feel a killing intent behind me? This aura of menace originated from Earth, specifically from me, Uzumaki Naruto. Smiling at Hinata, I said, let's go, we'll take you home. Hinata expressed her gratitude. Okay. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Chapter 2. Enrollment. I asked Hinata-kun, where is your home? She pointed to a grand house ahead and replied, Naruto-kun, that large house in front is my home. As I gazed at the impressive structure, I thought to myself, wow, the Hyuga clan is indeed affluent. Thankfully, in this life, I have become Naruto. I inquired, Hinata-kun, may I take a look inside? Hinata nodded and said, of course. At that moment, a tall man with white eyes approached. Indeed, it was Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga. I thought, thank goodness I practiced Jikin-do in my previous life. Hayashi asked, is this a friend of Hinata's? I nodded and replied, good day, uncle. I'm a friend of Hinata. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. May I spar with your genius, Hyuga Niji? I would like to test the gentle fist technique of your Hyuga clan. Hayashi, using his Byakugan, exerted a pressure upon me, to which I smiled and said, Uncle, your Byakugan's pressure is ineffective against me. Hayashi thought, is this little brat some kind of freak? He then said, very well, let's see. I thought to myself, fantastic. I continued, we shall meet at your dojo tomorrow morning at 9, provided the weather is clear. Dressed in a black hanfu adorned with the yin-yang symbol, I arrived at the Hyuga residence, smiling at Hinata beside Hayashi. Uncle, I have arrived. Hinata responded, Naruto-kun, you look so handsome. Niji said, let's begin. I replied, wait a moment, I need to warm up. Please give me a minute. After a brief interval, I declared, all right, let's go. Niji struck at me with a palm, and I responded, I'm fine, bring it on. Subsequently, I executed a Jikin-do kick to Niji's calf, knocking him out. I asked Niji, are you all right? Hayashi exclaimed, Naruto, what is the name of your martial art? I replied, I call it Jikin-do. Hayashi queried, Jikin-do? I nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is the way of intercepting fists. Hayashi remarked, I do not comprehend the essence of your martial art. I explained, Uncle, intercept signifies defense, fist denotes offense, and way implies method. Direct attacks lack form, yet offense can also be defensive. I added, I can teach Hinata-kun as well. Uncle, my martial art differs from your gentle fist. Hinata-kun, observe closely. This is the footwork of Jikin-do. Forward slide step, backward slide step, left slide step, right slide step, quick step, side step, butterfly step, stepping forward and backward and so forth, along with techniques such as thrust punches, straight punches, hooks, swings, uppercuts, spinning hooks, jab punches, back fist punches, side kicks, low hooks, middle hooks, high hooks, intercept kicks, swinging kicks, thrust kicks, whirlwind kicks, and various joint techniques, including counter joint techniques. Days later, I returned to the Hyuga household. Hayashi said, Naruto, you may move in with us and live with Hinata. I thought, no way. I have become the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan. I replied, thank you, father-in-law. I will cherish Hinata dearly. Hayashi's lips twitched slightly. A few days later, I said, Hinata-kun, use your Byakugan and observe closely. Bang, bang. Hinata thought. Naruto kicked through the wood without using chakra. How much strength did that take? How is this possible? How does my ninjutsu fare? Hinata, I wish to learn. Me, very well. I can teach you in 3 months. Me, dear father-in-law, when will Hinata attend the ninja academy? Hyuga Hisashi, perhaps tomorrow. Mio, splendid. May I accompany Hinata to class at the academy tomorrow? Hyuga Hisashi, of course. Naruto, I entrust Hinata to you. Me, rest assured that I said to Hinata, Hinata, I believe you look more beautiful with long hair, giggling softly. Hinata murmured, oh, I see. So Naruto-kun prefers me with long hair? Very well, I shall grow it long. I spoke to Hisashi. Uncle, I believe Hinata's Byakugan can awaken the Rinnegan. Hyuga Hisashi thought to himself, how does this little brat know about the Rinnegan? I sincerely addressed Hisashi. Indeed, I hope my future father-in-law will entrust Hinata to me. I can help her become as strong as I am. Hinata, hearing my words, blushed deeply. Hinata thought to herself, tomorrow, I will attend school with Naruto? How wonderful, especially since Naruto will be picking me up. The next day marked our official entry into the Ninja Academy. Hello, classmates. I am your teacher, Iriki Yumino. Let us begin with self-introductions. I displayed a stoic expression and greeted Iruka. Good day, teacher. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata mirrored my demeanor. Good day, teacher. I am Hinata Hyuga. I am Shikamaru Nara. I am Choji Akimichi. I am Ino Yamanaka. I am Sakura Haruno. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I am Shino Aburame. I am Kiba Inazuka. And so it continued with minor characters. Hinata and I seated ourselves in the last row by the window. A year passed, marking my second year in the world of Naruto. Iruka, class, what would you do if one day the moon fell from the sky? I cast a gentle gaze towards the Byakugan girl beside me and said, if that day ever comes, I would take Hinatakin away from this world. Would you agree? Hinata nodded, affirmatively responding, I would. Iruka, children these days are quite precocious. It was also this year that I discovered Naruto had an older sister. On the streets of Konoha, a fiery-haired girl with azure eyes seemed to be embroiled in an argument. The red-haired girl exclaimed, You wretched Jiraiya, be careful, or I shall reveal everything to Aunt Tsunade. This fiery-haired girl was none other than Naruto's sister, Uzumaki Aiko. Jiraiya, puzzled, wondered, what has happened to my little brother? Kagura, with keen intuition, approached Naruto. Hello, you must be Naruto, right? I am your sister. Have you grown so much? Me, who are you? Aiko, I am your sister. I thought to myself, no way. I remember Naruto Uzumaki having no sister. My confusion surfaced as I asked, are you truly my sister? What is your name? Aiko. I am Uzumaki Aiko. I replied, please wait, I must consult my father-in-law. Aiko, father-in-law? Naruto, are you married? Me, not yet, merely engaged. I'm still quite young. Aiko, which family does the girl belong to? I am the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Aiko, oh, is that so? The eldest daughter of Hyuga.B. By the way, Naruto, there is a fox spirit within you. I have long been aware that the fox spirit inside me is the Nine Tails. Aiko, you knew about it already, Naruto? Of course I did. Moreover, I know its name Kurama. Kurama and I are good friends. Look at my eyes, sister. Aiko, Naruto, your eyes. You possess the Rinnegan. I made a gesture for silence. Sister, please do not disclose this matter to the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo. Aiko, oh, all right. Chapter 3. My name is Uzumaki Aiko. Aiko's sudden appearance startled me. I questioned, who are you? Aiko, I am your sister. For these past years, I have been training in sage arts with Jiraiya at Mount Maiboku, and I just returned from my seclusion this year. Are you truly my sister? I skeptically asked. But why is your hair red, while mine is golden? Oh, I see. Aiko, I am uncertain, perhaps my bloodline carries the authentic Uzumaki clan heritage. Nevertheless, I chose to believe Aiko's words and accepted her as my sister. Aiko inquired, by the way, Naruto, do you know your father's jutsu, the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan? What about your mother's sealing techniques? I feigned confusion, asking, Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, sealing techniques? Aiko, what? You don't know them? I pretended to feel awkward, saying, I don't know any of them. Aiko, Naruto, what jutsu do you know then? I sheepishly scratched my head and replied, I only know taijutsu. Aiko, what? You say you only know taijutsu? Very well, then your sister shall teach you. I excitedly said, all right, thank you, sister. The next day, Aiko went to the Hokage office. After announcing her presence, Uzumaki Aiko pushed the door open and saw the now-aged third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hello, third Hokage, he said with a cheerful smile. You must be Uzumaki Aiko. Uzumaki Aiko. I am Uzumaki Aiko, third Hokage. Hiruzen thought to himself, this child bears a striking resemblance to Kushina. He said, greetings, Aiko. Please take a seat. By the way, young Aiko, do not call me third Hokage anymore when we are alone. Simply refer to me as Grandpa. Uzumaki Aiko joyfully replied, all right, Grandpa, third Hokage. Uzumaki Aiko continued, by the way, Grandpa, I returned with Jiraiya, hasn't he come to see you? Hiruzen, no, he hasn't. What happened? Uzumaki Aiko silently cursed. That wretched Jiraiya, abandoning me on the streets to chase after women. The third Hokage inquired with concern, Aiko, have you been well these years? I am fine, Grandpa. Aiko replied with a smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, by the way, Grandpa, third Hokage, I asked for your assistance in finding a Jonin position. Hiruzen, certainly, I will ensure you achieve the rank of Jonin. Do not worry, my dear. Now, you may head home. Very well. I shall return. A second later, Uzumaki Aiko was back home. Naruto, I am back. Huh? Where's Naruto? Aiko used her Kagaya's eyes to sense Naruto's location. Aiko, is Naruto really living here? With a swift motion of the Flying Thunder God technique, I found myself in my residence, my heart overwhelmed with emotion as tears welled up in my eyes. How could my dear brother be living in such a place? From a dilapidated building emerged a small child, and he asked, "Sister Naruto, is that you?" Upon seeing her brother, Naruto's heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "This is merely a shadow clone to deceive others. My true self resides in the Hyuga household." "Aiko, woo, I'm so sorry, it is all my fault. I promise I will never leave you again. Come, let's return home." "Return home?" I questioned with confusion. "Sister, do you really think we still have a home?" "Aiko, sister, let me carry you home. Close your eyes." "All right, you may open your eyes now, Naruto." "Me? Sister, is this the home where father and mother lived?" "Aiko, yes, indeed, this is the home where father and mother resided." "Me, tomorrow, I shall graduate." "Kiko, indeed, our Naruto is truly remarkable. By the way, I have a surprise for you tomorrow." "Me, sister, I'm feeling hungry. Shall we go to Ichiraku Ramen?" "Good evening, Uncle Ichiraku." "Ichiraku, oh, it's Naruto. What brings you here?" "It's been such a long time. And who might this be?" "Oh, me. This is my sister, Kushina Uzumaki." "Oh, I see." Ichiraku thought, no wonder this girl resembles the Fourth Hokage's wife. An hour later, we were thoroughly satisfied. "Me, thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. I feel a bit embarrassed. I rushed out today and forgot my wallet." "Kiko, let me take care of it. How much do I owe you, dear sir?" Ichiraku cheerfully replied, "No charge today. We are having a special promotion." I inquired, "Oh, is that so? Then let us depart." "Sister, do you have a boyfriend?" As we walked, Aiko awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not have one yet." I exclaimed, "What on earth? I already have a girlfriend." Kiko responded loudly, "What? You have a girlfriend now? Who is she?" Of course, she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga." Aiko, "Oh, so she is the young lady of the Hyuga family. My dear Adatsu has not only failed to inherit my father's ninjutsu, but has instead inherited his charming genes. How exasperating." Sister, I merely acted as a hero in distress. Indeed, I've heard from our parents that they met in a similar manner." Chapter 4. The little butterfly appears during graduation class division. Aiko said, "Yes, this is our parents' home." During dinner, I joyfully exclaimed, "By the way, sister, I am graduating tomorrow." Aiko responded with delight, "Congratulations, Odo. By the way, I have a surprise for you tomorrow, so I must retire early tonight as I have matters to attend to. Good night, Naruto." I addressed Aiko, "Good night, sister." The following day, Irika from the Ninja Academy announced the class divisions. In the first class were Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. In the second class through to the seventh were Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata blushed, her heart racing as she thought, "What should I do? I cannot believe I am in the same group as Naruto." I pondered, did I hear correctly? Hinata-chan is in my group? Am I dreaming? "Sasuke, please hit me so I can confirm if this is real." Sasuke delivered a punch to my head, and I winced in pain, thinking, is this the butterfly effect? Regardless, all I needed to know was that Hinata was my wife. The eighth class consisted of Haruno Sakura, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino. Sakura mused, "Why is this happening? Why am I so unlucky?" At that moment, a girl called from the classroom door, "Hinata Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, come here." It turned out to be Naruto's sister. Uzumaki Aiko. "Hello, Naruto. How's my surprise?" "Not bad, right?" Aiko inquired. Is it acceptable?" "Aoi, classmates, let us engage in a self-introduction." I feigned confusion and inquired, "What is a self-introduction?" "Aoi, for instance, you could share your likes and dislikes." "Allow me to go first. My name is Aoi Uzumaki, and I am Naruto's elder sister. I have a penchant for reading medical texts, and I harbor disdain for those who do not cherish their friends. As for my dream, I prefer to keep that to myself. Now it is your turn." Hinata then spoke. "My name is Hinata Hyuga. Is it permissible to say that I enjoy solitude? The person I hold dear is Naruto, and I detest those who bully him. My aspiration is to marry Naruto." Suddenly, Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment. "That is all." I secretly thought to myself, I have long been aware of her affection for Naruto Uzumaki. Aiko remarked, "Oh, is that so?" Internally, she cursed. This insufferable brat has the audacity to hide from me while seeking a girlfriend, and here I am without a boyfriend. Meanwhile, I mused, at last, it is my turn. With an air of aloofness, I addressed Aoi. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. The one I hold dear is Hinata, while I harbor disdain for Haruno Sakura. My aspiration is to be with Hinata." Upon hearing my words, Hinata blushed. Uchiha Sasuke interjected. "I am Uchiha Sasuke, devoid of particular affections. Yet I possess a plethora of dislikes. My ambition is to locate that man and beyond that, to become Hokage. I encouraged him, come on, Sasuke, you must persevere. Uzumaki always remarked, that dream is indeed commendable. I wholeheartedly support you, Naruto and Sasuke, and wish for your aspirations to materialize. Hinata, Naruto, Sasuke, tomorrow we have a mission. Thus, we shall convene at training ground number 3 at 5 a.m. sharp. Remember, do not partake in breakfast. In my heart, I mused, at last, the time has come to seize the bell. After Aoi departed, I reminded Hinata, my dearest princess, you must partake in breakfast tomorrow morning. Hinata inquired with a hint of confusion. Why? I replied, if you forego breakfast, it would cause me distress. Hinata remained unaware. The following morning at 8 o'clock, I greeted her, good morning, Hinata. She responded, good morning, Naruto. A voice emerged from behind us, belonging to Sasuke, who chimed in, hello, everyone. Yet another voice echoed from behind the three of us. Aoi had arrived. Today's mission is to seize the bells, I mused, already anticipating the task at hand. Aoi declared, let me test the prowess of the three of you. First, Uchiha Sasuke, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke launched the great fireball toward Aoi, who countered with water release, water dragon bullet technique, extinguishing Sasuke's flames. Finally, Aoi executed earth release, heart decapitation technique, pulling Sasuke down. As he revealed his head, I suddenly intervened, proclaiming, behold my ultimate technique. Would release, would clone jutsu. Sasuke exclaimed, Nani? Is this the first Hokage's would release? Aye, indeed. My chakra possesses 7 distinct attributes. Hinata, Naruto-kun, how impressive. I reassured Hinata. Do not worry, Hinata. I shall protect only you from now on. Aye, sister, I have arrived. Aye, would release, 1,000 punctures. With this technique, I unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Uzumaki Aiko. However, it turned out to be Aiko's shadow clone. Aye, shadow grave, netherworld. My shadow transformed into my likeness. I sincerely apologize, sister, but you have lost. Chapter 5. Team Leader, Uzumaki Aiko. Me. Are you free tomorrow, Hinata? Hinata. Yes, I am free tomorrow. What is on your mind? Me. I have developed a new taijutsu technique that is perfectly suited for you. Hinata. A new taijutsu technique? Sounds good. The following day, I, Hinata-chan, have devised a new martial art known as Tai Chi Fist Technique. I proclaim that Tai Chi can be practiced without the need for chakra. While secretly pondering that it is indeed the national art of our esteemed clan, life appears to be devoid of such wonders, I chuckled heartily. My laughter echoing into the ears of Koyuki and Hinata. They exchanged glances, pondering, what is Naruto up to? With concern, they simultaneously expressed, is everything all right, Naruto-kun? I replied, worry not, all is well. Just watch closely, dear sister, Hinata-chan. My Tai Chi is distinctly different from the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Hinata inquired, different? How so? I said, Hinata, pay close attention. Tai Chi is characterized by its slow movements that effectively counter swift attacks. It encompasses techniques of grappling, striking, kicking, and even the art of pressure point manipulation, all without depleting chakra. I thought to myself, our nation possesses an abundance of martial arts. I shall demonstrate them to you in due time. With excitement, I declared to Hinata, Hinata, I shall also develop new physical techniques in the future. Hinata replied, all right. I shall henceforth call you Teacher Naruto. Meanwhile, Aoi internally remarked, hey, wait a minute. I am still your teacher, both of you. By the way, Hinata-chan and sister, please do not disclose my self-created martial arts to Sasuke, as I fear he may not be able to accept it. I intend to reveal it to him later. Aiko, mom and dad, rest assured, my brother is a genius in martial arts. You may find peace. Aiko, Hinata, and Naruto, could you please come here for a moment? Hinata and I cheerfully said, what brings you here, teacher, sister, Aoi? By the way, Naruto, have you gained any practical experience with your guardian Tai Chi? I replied, well, not really. Why? How can you manage without experience? Naruto, why don't you practice your guardian Tai Chi with Hinata's gentle fist from the Hyuga clan? 2 months later. Hinata, are you alright? Hinata, Naruto-kun, I'm fine. With a subtle yet powerful maneuver, I effortlessly neutralized Hinata's offensive move. Subsequently, I pressed Hinata down to the ground with the weight of Mount Tai. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Uchiha Sasuke, who happened to be passing by. I was left utterly bewildered upon seeing Sasuke there. I pondered, alas, I have been discovered by Sasuke, just as I was contemplating how to clarify the situation to him. Hinata rushed to Sasuke's side and uttered, I am sorry, Sasuke-kun. I was practicing martial arts with Naruto-kun. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, I can learn as well. I scratched my head and added, that is permissible, but I believe you should consider learning the Iron Fist of martial arts, Sasuke. Hinata and Aoi looked utterly bewildered and inquired, Iron what fist? Iron Wire Fist. Sasuke, what is the Iron Wire Fist? Well, the Iron Wire Fist requires a harmonious blend of strength and flexibility emanating from the arms. Allow me to demonstrate. You may activate your Sharingan and observe closely, Sasuke. Sasuke. All right, I will adopt a stable stance. This posture is known as the stable stance, and the Iron Wire Fist relies on the power of the bridge. Sasuke, pay attention. This technique is called the one-point strike to the center. By the way, to practice the Iron Wire Fist, you must wield iron rings weighing over 300 pounds in each arm. Sasuke, you may begin your training now, and after 5 months, I shall teach you the techniques of the Praying Mantis Fist. Over there, I called out, Sister, are you free tomorrow? Aiko, tomorrow? It depends on the circumstances. The sister indicated, I wish to learn Father S. Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the Spiral Sphere, and Mother S. Sealing technique. Aiko, I can teach you. Let us discuss it further tomorrow. Oh, very well. I appreciate your assistance. In the evening. Isn't that the traitor Mizuki? What is he up to? I see. Their SA graduation exam tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to remind the Third Hokage. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, I inquired, is the Hokage in? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who is it? Come in. It's me, Naruto Uzumaki. I've come to see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little Naruto. What brings you here? I have something important to tell you. Someone is attempting to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who is it? It's Mizuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, it's him. Do you need my assistance, Third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen. No? You are still too young. While I may not excel in ninjutsu, my taijutsu is formidable, and I wish to learn the techniques contained within the Forbidden Scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, Naruto, but once you learn, you must never betray the Hidden Leaf Village. Rest assured, Third Hokage, you are indeed my beloved grandfather, and I have a girlfriend in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am already aware, young Naruto. You may now peruse the Book of Seals. Follow me. Very well, Third Hokage. By the way, do you have a place to conceal the Book of Seals? I wish to set a trap to deceive that Mizuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Certainly, you may proceed. By the way, Third Hokage. Shall I take on the task of stealing it this time? Can I eliminate Mizuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why do you ask? Waterwood seeks to tarnish my reputation by undermining my standing with my esteemed father-in-law. Sarutobi Hizashi, your father-in-law? Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed in astonishment. What? Naruto, have you truly wed the heiress of the Hyuga family? I awkwardly scratched my head and replied, I am not yet married. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, I knew it all along. I have a deep affection for Hinata, and thus, Lord Hayashi Hyuga has consented to my courtship with her. Therefore, once I have eliminated Mizuki, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in facilitating our union. Would that be possible? I inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded affirmatively, of course. I expressed my gratitude, saying, Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. The Third Hokage replied, Naruto, proceed with your task. I affirmed, understood. The following day, I felt quite remorseful for Mizuki-sensei. With my hands forming the necessary seals, I shouted loudly, Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A surge of flames erupted from my mouth, igniting Mizuki's form. The Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, Naruto, did you not claim that you could not perform ninjutsu? I feigned ignorance and explained to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I learned this technique from the Sealing Scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired further, what else have you mastered, Naruto? I have also mastered the Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Great Fireball, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, and a technique of space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Slash. I asked, what is the matter? To which the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, replied, to learn so effortlessly by merely glancing. Naruto, you are truly a remarkable genius. In Chapter 6, the confrontation between Gong and Otsutsuki Shurin unfolds. 12 years later, my soul has truly merged with that of Uzumaki Naruto. One day, while on a date with Hinata, I confessed, Hinata, I'm sorry for deceiving you. I'm not actually Uzumaki Naruto. I am a traveler from another world, and my name is Gong Zijian. Hinata smiled at me and said, "It's all right. No matter who you are, I love you." I returned her smile, replying, "Thank you, Hinata. It's wonderful to have you." Hinata responded, "Zijin-kun, I feel the same way." I then said, "Hinata, you can still call me Naruto." Hinata blushed and replied, "Okay." At that moment, she took out a package. Curiously, I asked, "Hinata, what is this?" "It's a gift for you," she said. I exclaimed to Hinata with great excitement, "Oh, is that so? I will cherish it dearly. This is a scarf." "Thank you, Hinata." She replied, "Do you remember the events from 6 years ago?" I reminisced. "Indeed, I recall how you were bullied by a group of ruffians. I swiftly dispatched them with a single kick using my Jeet Kune-do." Hinata blushed and confessed, "It was that very year that I began to have feelings for you." It makes me blush. I thought to myself, how remarkable that Hinata had developed feelings for me from that moment. With gentle affection, I said to her, "Hinata, I have a gift for you as well." Hinata, curious, inquired, "What kind of gift is Naruto-kun giving me?" With great joy, I said to Hinata, "The engagement ring. Do you know? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I began to cherish you." I continued, "Hinata, marry me, and I shall forever protect you." My heartfelt words moved Hinata to tears. She then replied, "I am willing to marry you." I responded, "Allow me to place the ring on your finger." With a smile, Hinata said, "Very well." I gently slid the ring onto her ring finger, to which Hinata expressed, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." I smiled at Hinata and said, "Hinata, do you recall that I once mentioned my desire to visit the moon?" Hinata, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "I remember, so what?" I cast a fearsome glance at the moon and declared, "I wish to take you to the moon. I intend to eliminate a man named Otsutsuki sh10. Hinata, still bewildered, asked, "Otsutsuki sh10? I nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, indeed. He is an Otsutsuki, and more importantly, he is blind." Hinata responded, "He is blind?" I presented a cold and ruthless demeanor and replied, "Yes, he is blind and harbors intentions toward your Byakugan, as well as that of your sister Hanabi." My words startled Hinata. I reassured her, saying, "I will protect her. Anyone who dares to threaten my wife or my family will face utter annihilation." I assured Hinata, stating that I would make them aware of the consequences of offending me. Upon hearing my words, Hinata appeared considerably more at ease. I embraced her gently, whispering in her ear, "Once I have dealt with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, let us become engaged." Hinata blushed deeply, resting her head against my chest as she softly replied, "All right, Naruto-kun." Gazing at the Hinata in my arms, my heart brimmed with happiness and a profound sense of responsibility. I vowed to protect her, ensuring that no one would bring her harm. I am not the foolish Naruto of the past, with such an adoring Hinata by my side. Yet I found myself inexplicably drawn to the tempestuous pink-haired Sakura Haruno. I confided in Hinata regarding all matters pertaining to Tsutsuki Tonari, and she wholeheartedly embraced my thoughts. I even considered relocating Tonari's grand abode, and she was genuinely supportive of the idea. I then inquired, "By the way, Hinata, does your family possess any vacant land?" Hinata curiously asked what I needed the space for. With a gentle tone, I replied, "It's a secret." Subsequently, I utilized a water clone to venture to the Hyuga clan's territory. Following my instructions, my clone planted the Flying Thunder God seal next to Hinata's home. Together, we soared towards the moon using the sky dance technique. In less than an hour, we arrived at our lunar destination. I tenderly exclaimed to Hinata, "At last, we have reached the moon. Let us seek out Tsutsuki Tonari." Hinata responded affirmatively, "All right, Naruto-kun. Kagura's hard eye. Haha, I have found you. Otsutsuki Kinshiki." Otsutsuki Kinshiki, this is the murderous intent from 6 years ago. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who are you? I let out a cold snort and declared, "I am Gong Zijian, the husband of Hyuga Hinata, and I have come to kill you." Otsutsuki Kinshiki arrogantly retorted, "Such audacity." The golden wheel of reincarnation roared as a colossal golden sword came crashing down towards me. Otsutsuki Kinshiki laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, are you dead?" In an instant, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside Hinata. I gazed at Otsutsuki Shuren with a look of unyielding intensity and spoke, "Hey, Otsutsuki Shuren, I am here. Do you wish to dance as well?" Otsutsuki Shuren replied, "What?" I used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata into the heavens. I remarked to Otsutsuki Shuren, "Indeed, this dance is quite splendid. Now, it is my turn." A peculiar smile graced my lips as I declared, "Today, I shall reveal to you the essence of a duet dance for couples." I swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, "To confront someone as shameless as you, I shall employ this technique. Brace yourself." The heavens trembled as a colossal asteroid plummeted towards Otsutsuki Shin, startling him profoundly. Otsutsuki Shin gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth?" "This move." I called out towards Hinata. "My dear, it's your turn." Hinata responded with a delicate exclamation, "Golden will rebirth explosion." In an instant, a sphere of golden chakra coalesced into a resplendent sword in her hand, which she directed fiercely towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, accompanied by a thunderous roar. I swiftly transported myself to Hinata's side using the Flying Thunder God technique, pondering with a smirk. "Ah, Otsutsuki Shin, it seems you have met your match today." Otsutsuki Shin exclaimed, "Nanny? This is the chakra mode of the Rinnegan. You are the princess of the Byakugan." In a fit of rage, I bellowed, "Otsutsuki Shin, you dared to covet my wife and seek to control Hinata, did you?" With a powerful kick, I sent Otsutsuki Shin flying. Thus, he was rendered unconscious by my blow. After a considerable time, he finally regained consciousness. I then unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, binding him securely. With a decisive strike to his abdomen, I proclaimed, "Sealing technique. 5-element seal, completed." I declared, "The dance is over. Otsutsuki Shin, your chakra has been sealed." In disbelief, Otsutsuki Shin stammered, "My chakra has been sealed." Reluctantly, he conceded, "I admit defeat," before once again succumbing to unconsciousness. I cheerfully said to Hinata, "Let us go, my dear." Hinata replied, All right." Suddenly, I recalled something and remarked to Hinata, "Ah, I forgot. Hold on." Hinata, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "My dear, what is the matter?" I awkwardly scratched my head and said to Hinata, "We still have a mission." Hinata, perplexed, inquired, "What kind of mission?" I smiled at her and replied, "It's like this. Hinata, you are to refine that gigantic Rinnegan." Hinata, still puzzled, asked, "What is the situation?" She turned to look at me. I beamed a radiant smile at Hinata and said, "Hinata, please absorb it." Hinata replied, All right, Kazuki-kun." She then absorbed the colossal Rinnegan. I proceeded to set up the Flying Thunder God technique. In a gentle tone, I addressed Hinata, saying, "Let us return home, my princess of the rebirth eye." Hinata, in turn, replied softly, "Very well, my sage of the 6 paths." With Hinata by my side, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport us back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon our safe arrival, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We also brought down Otsutsuki Kinshiki, entrusting him to Orochimaru for further study. We have successfully relocated the legacy of Tsutsuki Kinshiki, leaving Hinata Hayashi utterly astonished. I turned to Hinata Hayashi and declared, "Esteemed father-in-law, this is the new home for Hinata and me. What do you think? Is it spacious enough?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Hayashi found himself at a loss for words. He stepped forward and embraced Hinata tightly, his eyes brimming with joy and gratitude. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted towards me, as if silently conveying his appreciation. "Thank you, Naruto." As I gazed upon them, my heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. At that moment, Shikamaru approached, gently patting my shoulder. And with a smile, he remarked, "Naruto, we truly owe this to you." A bashful smile graced my lips as I replied, "We are all family. It is only natural to lend one another a helping hand." Subsequently, Hinata and I stepped into our new home. The interior was spacious and bright, adorned with warm and elegant decorations. Hinata looked at me with gratitude in her eyes and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for providing me with such a warm home." Yet in her heart, she whispered, "Thank you, Azukin-kun." I gently caressed her hair and said, "Hinata, you are the one I cherish most dearly. I shall forever protect you and bestow upon you happiness." Upon finishing my words, I planted a tender kiss upon her forehead. From that moment forth, we embarked on a life filled with joy and bliss. Hinata harnessed the power of the rebirth eye, seamlessly integrating it into her Byakugan, resulting in a significant enhancement of her prowess. Likewise, due to this battle, my comprehension of the rebirth eye deepened considerably. We have resolved to keep the secret of the rebirth eye safeguarded, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. Simultaneously, we have commenced preparations for our next endeavor, aimed at preserving the tranquility of the ninja world. Chapter 7. Teaching Hinata the art of Jeet-Kune-Do. Hinata, do you have any equipment for practicing Jeet-Kune-Do at home? Hinata, what kind of equipment do you need? For instance, the wooden dummy, ropes, and Iron Man dummy. Hinata, oh, I see. If we don't have those items, I suppose there's not much we can do. Hinata, as for the ropes, we have those. And we also have a wooden dummy at our place. I said, Hinata, please strike me. I wish to experience your gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata replied, Very well, Naruto-kun. I urged, come on, as Hinata let out a delicate shout, executing the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms with precision. Ji-kyun do. Lisanjia bang. Hinata, are you alright, Hinata? Hinata, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Hinata, what is your chakra nature? Hinata, I'm not sure. Nanny? Hinata, I have chakra paper here. Hinata, chakra paper? Yes, with this chakra paper, we can determine your chakra type. Hold it. If your chakra nature is lightning, the paper will darken. If it is fire, the paper will ignite. If it is wind, the paper will slice. If it is earth, the paper will turn yellow. And if it is water, the paper will become damp. Hinata, would you like to give it a try? Hinata, sure, Naruto-kun, let's do it. Hinata, you possess lightning chakra, while I happen to have chakra of all attributes. Hinata, what? Naruto-kun has chakra of all attributes? Yes, indeed. And I have a secret to share with you. I will soon become as powerful as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. But let's not dwell on that. Hinata, let us hasten our training. Hinata, wait a moment, Naruto-kun. What is the matter? Hinata inquired with curiosity. Hinata, Naruto-kun, you possess 5 chakra natures. Why do you still practice taijutsu? Well, permit me to share something with you, Hinata. Do you recall what I said previously? Hinata, yes, I remember. You mentioned that extraterrestrial beings might invade in the future. Indeed, and these extraterrestrials are connected to your Hyuga clan, our Uzumaki clan, as well as Sasuke's family and the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water. My words left Hinata utterly astonished. Enough of that. Let us hasten our training. Hinata, yes, thank you, Naruto-kun. 3 months later, Hinata, how are you feeling now? Are you managing well? Hinata, I'm doing well. Just be careful, alright? Hinata, understood, Naruto-kun. Bang! I executed a side kick towards Hinata. My strength was excessive, and I inadvertently sent Hinata flying. A sense of foreboding crept into my mind. I hurried to Hinata's side and, with a gentle tone, inquired, Hinata, are you alright? She responded with a smile, I'm fine. I replied, that's a relief. Let us engage in 200 dragon flags together. Just then, an eagle descended from the heavens. I noticed a note tied to its leg, and with a chuckle, I remarked, the CH-NEN exams are next month. Hinata exclaimed, what? Could it be that the CH-NEN exams are indeed next month? Indeed. Let us embark on a journey to find my sister and Sasuke. With a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, we arrive. Hello, sister, Sasuke. It has been quite some time since we last met. Hinata, greetings, Aiko. Aiko, where have you two been? We have remained in the village. Aiko, I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you both. For the past 2 months, I have been assisting Hinata with her training. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Grandfather Hokage. After a while, we arrive at the Hokage's office. Grandfather Hokage. 2 months ago, I asked you to inform my sister that I wish to train in Jeet-Kune-Do with Hinata. Did I not? Sarutobi Hiruzen. I apologize. I had forgotten. Is that so? By the way, the Chunin exams are next month. Please assign me a task. I desire a C-rank mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You truly are something else. Fine, protect a bridge builder named Daizuna. In my heart, I thought, finally, it has arrived. Very well. We accept this mission. Please come in, Mr. Daizuna. An elderly man, reeking of alcohol, entered. Hello, Hokage. I am the esteemed bridge builder, Daizuna. I silently scoffed. Daizuna, you only know moral coercion. How dare you call yourself an expert? Aiko. I am Uzumaki Aiko, and these 3 are my students, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata. Daizuna, what is this? Among you, there is a little brat. Daizuna pointed at Sasuke and said, I thought to myself, I knew you would say that. Thank goodness I made such a wise choice. Hinata, had it been like in the original story, Daizuna would surely mock me for being a little brat. My current height is 1.78 meters, Hinata stands at 1.60 meters, and Sasuke measures 1.50 meters. Upon seeing Sasuke, Daizuna mockingly exclaimed, Hey, little brat, it's you. Ahem, my apologies, Grandpa Daizuna. Sasuke has become this way due to malnutrition. He, like myself, is an orphan. Daizuna, oh, is that so? My apologies. It's quite all right, right? Sasuke, humph. Chapter 8, Daizuna on the following morning. The 4 of us, Hinata, Sasuke, Vortex Aiko, and Daizuna, set forth on our journey. As we sang the song of the bluebird, I suddenly noticed a pond outside the village. In my heart, I mused, These two fools. Believing I had not noticed them, with my hands forming a seal, I shouted with fervor, lightning release, 1,000 birds, with a resounding crack. I plunged one hand into the water's depths, rendering those two imbeciles unconscious. Sasuke, what? When did this guy? Alas! How could the village of Mist appoint these two imbeciles as Jinin? Well, let us be on our way. Hinata, who are those two? They are the brothers of the demon. Hinata, the brothers of the demon? Aiko, Naruto, do you know them? Indeed, I have heard my brother Kakashi mention it. The ghost of the mist, Zabuza Momochi's subordinate. Aoi, Zabuza Momochi. Isn't he a rogue ninja from the hidden mist village? I nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, indeed, it is he. Aiko interjected, Mr. Dezina, I implore you to provide us with a reasonable explanation. Hinata urged, come on, Uncle Dezina, speak up. Dezina sighed, very well. Let me divulge the truth to the four of you. I have incurred the wrath of a bully named Kato. Aiko responded, oh, is that so? I raised my hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked, it's not that we wish to refrain from assisting you. Rather, your story seems far too implausible. Dezina retorted, then let them take my life. Regardless, upon my demise, my daughter shall harbor resentment towards you all in the Leaf Village for eternity, haha. I inwardly cursed, thinking, so this old man dares to engage in moral coercion with me, does he? Very well, I shall indulge him in this game. Nonchalantly, I replied, Uncle, you should return on your own. Hinata, Sasuke, let us head back. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let him await his demise. Upon hearing my words, Dezina was taken aback. I mused to myself, Dezina, do you still wish to contend with me? Alas, I possess no sense of morality. I wondered how he could possibly challenge me. Hinata interjected, but I shook my head and reassured her, Hinata-chan, you mustn't. By the way, sister, you and Sasuke should return. Secretly, Hinata and I followed Dezina. Let us depart, Hinata, I said. Kagura, the heart's eye. Hinata, quickly, take cover. At that moment, a colossal beheading sword hurtled towards us, embedding itself into a nearby tree. Hinata, are you all right? I inquired. I am unscathed, Hinata replied. But a man of my height stands atop that great sword. I chuckled softly and remarked, isn't that Zabuza Momochi? Upon hearing my call of his name, Zabuza appeared taken aback. You actually know who I am. With a tone of irreverence, I addressed the enigmatic Zabuza Momochi, saying, indeed. You are none other than the silent assassin of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. I am well aware of your identity. And I also know of your penchant for the silent killing technique. Upon hearing my words, Zabuza was rendered utterly astonished. He exclaimed in surprise, who exactly are you? Little brat? My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and the girl beside me is Hinata Hyuga, who will be my future wife. Zabuza? Oh, is it true? Are you the prodigious young man from Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto? I nodded and said, it is indeed me. I called out towards the other side at this hour. You should also reveal yourself. A figure wearing a mask of the mist's Umbu appeared before us. I inquired, you belong to the Mizuno Kuni clan, don't you? The individual, taken aback, responded, how did you know? Hinata interjected, Naruto-kun, how do you possess such knowledge? I replied, I read about it in books. I then said to Hinata, let us discuss this further once we return to the village. She agreed, all right, Naruto-kun. I continued, Hinata, I have something to convey to them. Please wait here for a moment. I turned to Zabuza and asked, hello, Zabuza-san, do you still remember me? Zabuza replied, you are that young lad from earlier. Come, let us engage in battle. I wish to test your prowess, O genius of the hidden Leaf Village. Very well, I shall oblige you. Let us begin. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing sphere erupts from my lips, hurtling towards Zabuza. Zabuza counters with water release, water shield, forming a protective barrier. With a deft hand sign, I unleash lightning release, Chidori. The crackling energy pierces the air, and I press the Chidori against Zabuza's throat. You have lost. Peachland no more. What? This cannot be the strength of a lower ninja? Uzumaki Naruto? Are you jesting? I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my hand. I now possess strength equivalent to that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Peachland no more. What are you saying? You claim to have the power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is the god of shinobi, and Uchiha Madara is the demon of the shinobi world. I must surpass them and ascend to the level of the sage of six paths T-Dai. I have lost. Haha. I cannot believe I have been defeated by a mere child. T-Dai, are you foolish or simply dim-witted? At that moment, I noticed another presence. And it was Mizuki-bai. I directed my gaze towards the tree and unleashed fire release. Great fireball, forcing Mizuki-bai to reveal himself. He emerged from behind the tree. A glimmer of astonishment reflected in his eyes. He regarded me, seemingly taken aback by my ability to uncover his hiding place. With a smile, I remarked, "So, you are here, Mizuki-bai. It appears that your endeavors this time have not gone as smoothly as anticipated." Mizuki-bai paused in silence for a moment before responding. "Naruto Uzumaki, your strength indeed surpasses my expectations. However, this will not alter our respective stances." I gently shook my head, expressing that I am not here to be your adversary. I merely wish to discover a way to resolve our issues peacefully. Mizuki-bai furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the notion of peace. For us, the ninjas, war and slaughter are the norm. I regarded him with an aloof gaze. Yet this was not the sole option available to us. We could reach a consensus through dialogue and negotiation, rather than resorting to violence and conflict. Mizuki pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "Perhaps you possess a point of wisdom. However, our superiors may not readily acquiesce to the notion of peace." I smiled gently. "And let us strive together to persuade them. After all, peace is our shared objective." With that, Hinata and I turned to head towards the village, harboring quiet hopes for the future's unfolding. Chapter 9. Return to the village. Upon my return to the village with Hinata, I said, "Hinata, I must seek out the Hokage." Hinata replied, "Very well, Naruto-kun." Upon my arrival, I greeted the Hokage, who responded, "Naruto, you have finally returned." Does the Hokage have any missions in the land of soup?" Tsuruhi Hiruzen, "Naruto, the Chunin exams are approaching." "Oh, is that so? Just in time. By the way, where are my sister and Sasuke?" Tsuruhi Hiruzen, "Your sister has gone to complete a task. She informed me herself." "Great-grandfather, I am going to practice." "Hinata, I have returned. By the way, the Chunin exams are approaching. Let us prepare ourselves." "Hinata, shall we practice for a while?" "Hinata, sure, Naruto-kun. The Chunin exams are just 3 months away." "Hinata, all right, to the training ground." With a powerful kick, mighty Giga-leg. With a resounding crash, "Hinata, Naruto-kun, please teach me that technique." I can teach you, my dear wife, the mighty Giga-leg." "Hinata, what did you just call me?" I called you my wife." Hinata's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Hinata, how embarrassing." "Hinata, I have already called you my wife. Why haven't you called me husband yet?" "Hinata, all right, my husband." "Me, tomorrow, you must intensify your practice." "Hinata, oh no, could it be?" The following day, "Hinata, what is wrong with my eyes?" "Hinata, are you all right?" "Hinata, my eyes are in excruciating pain." "Hinata, are you okay?" I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata to our new abode. "Hinata, we have arrived home. Please take a good rest." On the morning of the 3rd day, Hinata suddenly called out to me, "Naruto-kun, come quickly. I can't see." Upon hearing the news that Hinata had lost her sight, a wave of disbelief washed over me. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words to offer her solace. With a gentle smile, Hinata suggested that we go to the hospital. I reassured her, saying, "You will be all right. Do not worry, everything will be fine." Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Perhaps this ordeal would grant Hinata the opportunity to awaken the Byakugan. I intend to experiment this evening with infusing Hinata with the chakra of the Sutsuki. By the 4th day, Hinata's eyes have undergone a subtle transformation. They are no longer the hue of white pupils, but rather a striking shade of blue. Congratulations, my dear princess, on awakening the rebirth eye. Hinata, is this the rebirth eye you previously mentioned, which is renowned alongside the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Me, yes indeed. By the way, let us keep it a secret from your father, as well as from Ningji and Hanabi. I will wait until after the Nin exams to inform them. Let us proceed. Me, let us venture into another realm. With the activation of the Rinnegan, Hinata. Yes, certainly. Me, Hinata, do strike me, please. Hinata. Oh, very well. With the technique of universal pull, Hinata summoned me to her side with a swift motion and bestowed a gentle kiss upon me. Me, Hinata, you are quite perceptive. But I must admit, I do adore this side of you. Me, come on, give your rebirth eye a try. Your technique is called the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, and in addition to that, there is another technique known as the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. At that moment, Hinata's stomach let out a growl. Me, are you hungry? Shall we go to Ichiraku Ramen? Hinata, sure, Uncle Ichiraku, I would like 65 bowls of your special marrow ramen. And give Hinata 80 bowls of miso ramen. Ichiraku, Naruto, what brings Hinata to you today? I silently scoffed to myself, attributing our arrival to the power of the rebirth eye. You must be Naruto Uzumaki, I thought. Just then, a voice called out from beside me, prompting me to turn and behold 3 children, each around 1 4 meters tall. Among them was a girl. The voice belonged to one of the boys. I nodded in acknowledgement and replied, yes, that's right. The boy then suggested, how about we engage in a duel? I very well. However, the boy named Konoha Saratobi. How do you know my name? Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you are the grandson of the third Hokage. Hinata. Hello, Konohamaru. You are no match for Naruto-kun. Konohamaru? Are you Hinata Hyuga, elder sister? Hinata. Yes, that's right. Konohamaru. Come on, Naruto Uzumaki. I shall defeat you. Without uttering any superfluous words, I executed a swift technique, appearing behind you in an instant. With my hands forming the tiger seal, I exclaimed, Konoha fluid technique, secret, 1,000 years of pain, and struck with force, sending Konohamaru soaring into the air, leaving Hinata utterly bewildered. Hinata inquired, what was that move? I replied, this technique was taught to me by brother Kakashi. Meanwhile, at home, Kakashi sneezed and wondered, am I coming down with a cold? Chapter 10, An Encounter with Gaara. 2 days after our acquaintance with Konohamaru, Hinata inquired, oh, what is happening over there? Naruto-kun. I replied, it seems to be the voice of Konohamaru, Hinata-chan. Let us go take a look. Hinata responded affirmatively, all right. That is Konohamaru along with the participants from Sunagakure, Kankuro, and Temari in the Jinchuriki of One Tail, Gaara. I pondered, how curious. I recall this scene where Konohamaru provoked Sakura, prompting her to confront him. In fear, Konohamaru fled and encountered Kankuro. This time, Haruno Sakura did not pursue him. Konohamaru would indeed cross paths with them. I picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Kankuro's hand, which was grasping Konohamaru's collar, injuring Kankuro's hand in the process. With my hands casually tucked into my pockets, I addressed Gaara of Sunagakure, exuding an air of nonchalance. Oh, everything all right? My apologies to the friends of Sunagakure. I merely passed through. Konohamaru exclaimed, Naruto and I and Hinata-ne. What took you so long to arrive? Wah. Gaara responded, Kankuro, Temari, let us depart. I cast a glance at Kankuro, filled with incredulity. Wait a moment, the 3 of you should apologize to Konohamaru. Kankuro chuckled, I shall not apologize. However, as he uttered the final word, I swiftly delivered a punch to his face. The unexpected blow caused Kankuro to lose a few teeth, prompting me to mockingly say, my apologies. It seems my hand inadvertently struck your face. Both Gaara and Temari were left in stunned silence. Me, do you both apologize? My voice resonates like the harbinger of death from the depths of hell, dreadfully terrifying. I gaze at Gaara, who is hanging there, and say, oh, by the way, that fellow hanging from the tree, are you going to inquire of the entity within you whether it wishes to take my life? Gaara, how does this person know my innermost thoughts? Who is this individual? Greetings, I am Uzumaki Naruto. It is a pleasure to meet you. From the land of wind, I am the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Gaara, along with Shikaku. Gaara, I am known as the Sandstorm Gaara. That pale-eyed girl. What is her relation to you? She is my fiancée. What of it? Hee. Are you harboring intentions against her? Tread carefully, for I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. I revealed a smile brimming with murderous intent towards Gaara, who was visibly startled by my terrifying grin. Gaara, trembling, uttered, I dare not. I responded to him with an aloof expression. By the way, Gaara, I am here to assist you in reinforcing the seal. Gaara, very well, thank you, Naruto. I formed a hand seal with one hand and pressed my palm against Gaara's abdomen, exclaiming, 8 trigrams seal. It's done. You may leave now. I turned to the Byakugan girl beside me and said, Hinata, shall we go get something to eat? Hinata, yes, Naruto. What technique did you just use? Me, the technique I just employed is called the 8 trigram seal, a rather commonplace technique among our Uzumaki clan. Why? Do you wish to learn it? I could teach you, but let us discuss it after we are married. Hinata, Naruto, that's so mean. I'm ignoring you now. Me, haha. Hinata, I was merely jesting. We are not of the age for marriage yet. Hinata, Naruto, you're so annoying. I'm not talking to you. Me, I apologize. My dear, I was in the wrong. Hinata. Oh, isn't that Sasuke and Sakura? I spoke to Hinata with a gentle smile, suggesting, shall we go greet them? Hinata, sure. I greeted Sasuke with an aloof expression, saying, hey, Sasuke, what have you been up to these past few months? Sakura, hello, Hinata. Who might you be? Sasuke, this is Naruto. Don't you remember? I replied to Sakura with a nonchalant tone. Sakura Haruno, have you truly forgotten me? Sakura, you are Naruto? I nodded in affirmation. Sakura, my apologies. Naruto, how could I not recognize you? Sakura, I remember you used to have a beard. Me? Oh, is that so? I haven't had that beard for quite some time. I thought to myself, perhaps I am the perfect Jinchuriki, after all. I addressed Hinata, saying, Hinata, Sasuke, shall we proceed to the examination? Suddenly, I noticed something peculiar. Where is your team leader, Sakura? Sakura, with a hint of confusion, replied, our team leader is Kurinai. Don't you already know? I responded, oh, is that so? Hinata then interjected, I sincerely apologize, Sakura, but could you please take a glance into my eyes? Sakura, perplexed, asked what is going on. Hinata, weren't your eyes white? How did they change to blue? Hinata, her cheeks flushed, explained, this is a betrothal gift from Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, what did you say? Are you engaged to Naruto? Hinata nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed. I added, this is my expression of affection for you, my dear. Sakura felt quite full from the romantic display shared between Hinata and me. I shall refrain from discussing this further. This year's Chunin exam promises to be quite an event. I find myself increasingly intrigued by the words spoken to me by Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke. I added, the secrets of fate must not be revealed. Hinata thought to herself, alas, Naruto-kun, always like this. Meanwhile, Sakura remarked that annoying Naruto should just go away. Sasuke just encountered an intriguing individual. Sasuke, oh, is that so? He calls me Ero, and he is just like me. Sasuke, what are you saying? This fellow from the land of wind, Gaara, is quite a troublesome character. Sasuke, Naruto, there is something I wish to convey to you. I have ended my relationship with Sakura Haruno. I was taken aback and exclaimed, what did you just say? Sasuke replied, I have no feelings for Sakura Haruno. I thought to myself, well, this time, Sakura is not to blame. Chapter 11, The Chunin Exam. As Hinata and I were on a date, we suddenly heard a cry of pervert. I said, Hinata, shall we go take a look? Hinata replied, all right, Naruto-kun. Please step aside. I exclaimed, what on earth is this? Jiraiya? Hinata inquired, Naruto-kun, what is troubling you? I replied, I am fine. But what about that elderly gentleman just now? Hinata responded, he has left. I questioned, left? Hinata, could you utilize your Byakugan to help me locate that elderly man? Hinata agreed, certainly. I then invoked Kagura's mind eye. I have found you. Hinata, what are you saying, Naruto? It's nothing. I have located that old man. Hiki. Let us depart. Flying Thunder God, hello, how are you? The lecherous sage, Jiraiya, looked utterly bewildered and exclaimed, are you Minato? I thought you had perished. I was left speechless. I am not Minato, but rather his son, Naruto. Jiraiya, Nani? You are truly Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, indeed. Hinata, Naruto-kun. Who is this elderly gentleman? He is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, my father's teacher, and my grandmaster as well. Hinata, Nani. Jiraiya pondered, chuckling to himself. Is this young lady Naruto's girlfriend? Jiraiya, by the way, Naruto, where is your sister? My sister has taken on the role of our Team 7's leader. Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Hinata and inquired, greetings, young lady. How are you related to Naruto? Hinata, I am Hinata Hyuga, and I am Naruto-kun's. She is my childhood friend, and also my fiancée. Jiraiya, what did you just say? We are engaged. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the third-generation grandfather. Jiraiya, the elder, responded, very well. While contemplating that this lad resembles Minato from years past, I have a poem dedicated to Grandpa Jiraiya. The wandering dragon returns to the sea. Yet the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Fallen leaves return to their roots, yet the roots do not welcome me, the three immortals. Clouds and cranes return to the heavens, yet the heavens do not welcome me, the mysterious mount. Fierce tigers return to the mountains, yet the mountains do not welcome me. The great hero. How is Grandpa Jiraiya? Is my poem acceptable? Jiraiya, Naruto, you are a genius. I awkwardly scratch my head. Grandpa Jiraiya, I am not a genius. What do you think, Hinata? Hinata, I am just like Grandpa Jiraiya. By the way, Grandpa Jiraiya, I wish to learn sage technique. Jiraiya, certainly, no problem at all. May I bring Hinata along? Jiraiya, yes, that is permissible, but it seems you are running out of time. The Chunin exam is upon us. I exclaimed in surprise. realizing I had forgotten. When I turned to inquire with Hinata about the date, she replied, "Today marks the first day of the Chunin exams." I bid farewell to my master Jiraiya and took Hinata's hand, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya remarked, "This Flying Thunder God technique is just like you, Minato." Upon returning to the venue of the Chunin exams, we encountered a peculiar figure with a watermelon-shaped head, clad in a snug green outfit, none other than Rock Lee. To my astonishment, he challenged me to a duel. "Very well, I accept your challenge, Lee." I assumed a stance of Jeet Kune Do, and with a swift side kick, I sent Lee flying. That single kick resulted in a decisive victory for me. Lee exclaimed, "What kind of martial art is this? Who are you?" I replied, "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and this martial art is called Jeet Kune Do, a technique I devised myself. Now, let us proceed, Hinata, Sasuke." Unlike in the original narrative, I diligently completed the exam questions with utmost sincerity. At that moment, a stunning beauty, with a curvaceous figure, unexpectedly burst through the window. Indeed, this enchanting lady was Anko Mitarashi. I couldn't help but think to myself, this Anko will eventually transform into something akin to a sweet potato. Suddenly, I recalled something and turned to Hinata, saying, "Hinata, you should refrain from consuming so many sweets in the future, as it may lead to weight gain." Upon hearing my words, Hinata appeared startled. I erupted into laughter, teasingly asking, "What's wrong? Are you frightened, Hinata?" Hinata retorted, "Naruto-kun, how mean. I shall ignore you from now on, Hinata, I apologize. I was merely joking earlier. Now, let us take our leave. Sasuke, Hinata. Kakashi, my esteemed brother. Greetings to you. Kakashi. Oh, it is you, Naruto. Who might these two be? These two are my companions, Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. I must also express my gratitude to Kakashi for his care during those years. By the way, Kakashi, I encountered Jiraiya-sensei today. Kakashi, well? Let us not dwell on that. The three of you are about to commence the exam. Oh, very well then. Farewell, Kakashi. Chapter 12. The Chunin exam too in my heart. I thought, he has finally arrived. And Snake, I remarked, has he truly come? Hinata and Sasuke were left with a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. Sasuke inquired, "Who is he?" I replied, "He is an extraordinary scientist and an S-rank rogue ninja." Sasuke pressed on, "Who is he?" I continued, "His name is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. And he is also a disciple of our third Hokage." I urged Hinata and Sasuke, "Bring your ears closer. I have something to say about dealing with Orochimaru." "This elder, it's you." "Sasuke, it's your turn." Sasuke responded, "Me?" I affirmed, "Hinata, and I will provide support." Sasuke conceded, "All right, I'll do it." I called out, "Step forth, Orochimaru." Orochimaru inquired, "Who are you?" I declared, "I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha Village, and you shall duel Sasuke." For hours later, Sasuke's chakra was depleted. The technique of the Flying Thunder God is complete. Hinata, please assist Sasuke and move him aside. With my hands forming the necessary seals, I bellowed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive fireball erupted from my mouth, hurtling towards Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground, exclaiming, "Earth release, earth flow rampart." Simultaneously, I joined forces with Uchiha Obito, rapidly performing the hand seals and shouting, "Wind release, great breakthrough." I taunted Orochimaru, saying, "Uncle Snake, you are no match for the two of us." Orochimaru's mind was filled with confusion. I called out to Hinata, "Hinata, use that technique." Hinata responded affirmatively, activating her Tensigen. Enveloped in a golden radiance, Hinata shouted, "Silver will rebirth explosion." The energy surrounding her transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling towards Orochimaru. With a resounding boom. The sheer force of this overwhelming power was truly formidable. I exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Hinata, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing my compliment, Hinata's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I inquired, "What has become of Orochimaru? Is he still alive?" Orochimaru coughed heavily. I then declared, "Shinra Tensei." With a resounding impact, Orochimaru was left utterly astonished. Upon gazing into my eyes, he gasped, "Is that the Rinnegan?" He glanced from me to Hinata, questioning, "And who might this young lady from the Hyuga clan be?" Hinata shyly responded, "These eyes were a gift from Naruto-kun." In a nonchalant tone, I remarked, "Indeed, these eyes are the engagement gift I have bestowed upon you." Hinata looked at me with joy and replied, "Yes, thank you, Naruto-kun." Sasuke appeared bewildered, questioning, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" I turned to Orochimaru with a cold expression and proposed, "Uncle Snake, Let us strike a deal. Intrigued, Orochimaru inquired, a deal? What kind of deal? I revealed a menacing countenance and stated, I require your assistance in eliminating Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Orochimaru's interest piqued as he asked, Naruto-kun, you have my curiosity. If I assist you in eliminating those two, what shall I receive in return? I responded, Orochimaru, should you help me rid myself of your former master, I shall reward you handsomely. Orochimaru pressed. What shall that reward be? Let us converse once you have vanquished Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. By the way, I have established an organization named Light. And I sincerely hope you will consider joining us. Orochimaru, seeing my earnestness, graciously agreed to my request. I am willing to join. Orochimaru, we must flee. The Umbu are approaching. Orochimaru, thank you, Naruto. I have something for you, Orochimaru. I require your assistance with cloning technology. I need you to create 2 bodies for me. Orochimaru, Naruto, what manner of bodies do you require? We can discuss it further once you have dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazuhana, and Tsunemori Koharu, along with their families. Oh, and regarding that matter, you are aware, aren't you? Orochimaru, I understand. Is it the Sharingan? The Sharingan. Allow me to take on the task of eliminating Uchiha Danzo. Possessing the Sharingan. Orochimaru, very well. By the way, Uncle Snake, I must caution you to be wary of the corpse demon technique. Hinata. Please come here and safeguard your rebirth abilities. Hinata nodded in agreement. Naruto-kun, after the Chunin exams, Sasuke. I suggest you have Kakashi teach you the lightning release technique. Sasuke. All right, thank you. Chapter 13, The Chunin Exams 3. I exclaimed, hooray, we've finally arrived. Hinata then produced the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. All right, Naruto-kun, she said. As I placed the 2 books upon the ground, within less than a second, a figure emerged from the volumes. It was none other than our esteemed ninja school instructor, Irika Umino. Irika remarked, I never expected that you 3, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke, would be the first to arrive here. To which I replied, of course. Hee. Irika continued, once the Chunin exams are completed, I shall treat you all to ramen. Very well, thank you. Irika-sensei. Hinata, thank you, Irika-sensei. Sasuke remarked, I shall not attend. I responded with an aloof expression, you solitary oddity. Sasuke, what did Naruto say? I addressed Uchiha Sasuke with a cool demeanor, you solitary oddity. Sasuke assumed a fighting stance and declared, I will slay you, Naruto Uzumaki. I mirrored his stance and replied, very well, I have long harbored discontent towards you, you solitary oddity. Irika, hey, you two, cease your quarrel. Hinata, Naruto-kun, please do not argue. Hinata. Let us ignore him and depart. Sasuke huffed disdainfully. Hinata, Naruto-kun, are you all right? Rest assured, I am fine. After a moment, I spoke gently to Hinata. Let us return, Hinata. Hinata, all right, Naruto-kun. Oh, is that not my sister over there? Aiko, what has transpired among the 3 of you? I had a fierce argument with Sasuke, and I must apologize to him. I am sorry, you stubborn one. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? I mean to say you are a genius. Sasuke, I always feel as though you are insulting me. Hinata. It has been quite some time since we last practiced together. Hinata. Yes, indeed, it has been a while. Aiko, time is of the essence. All right, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha, let us hasten to the examination hall. Very well. At that moment, I sensed a murderous intent behind me. Me. Oh, is that you, Sakura Haruno? Me. You 3 go ahead. I need to meet someone. Aoi, all right. But do hurry over. Me, come out, Sakura-chan. Sakura Haruno. Like you, Naruto. I tease Sakura Haruno, but don't you have your Sasuke-kun? Sakura Haruno. Sasuke doesn't like me, boo-hoo. With an aloof expression, I replied to Sakura. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. But I am already with Hinata. Sakura Haruno. Oh, is that so? What if I were to eliminate her? I let out a cold laugh and said to Sakura, With your abilities, you think you can kill Hinata? Beware, my Hinata will retaliate against you, Sakura-chan. I called out Sakura's name slowly, 1 syllable at a time. At that moment, Hinata called for me. Hinata, Naruto-kun, come quickly. Apologies for my absence. My dear Sakura, our little one is calling for me. Farewell. Sakura, Naruto Uzumaki. If I cannot have you, then neither shall anyone else. Hinata, what would you do if someone sought to harm me? Hinata, I would eliminate them. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within me. What if that person were one of our classmates? Hinata, do not worry, Naruto-kun. I shall take care of it. Hinata, I am grateful to have you. I vow to protect you no matter what. Hinata, I feel the same. Let us proceed, Hinata. It is your time to showcase your prowess. Hinata, very well, I shall. Examiner, Moonlight Gale, Hinata Hyuga versus Sakura Haruno. Hinata, Sakura, you are not my match. You should concede. Sakura, I have come this far. Hinata, oh, is that so? Then come forth. Byakugan, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata, Sakura, surrender. Sakura, I shall vanquish you, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata smirked. No wonder Naruto-kun said that earlier. Hinata shouted, activate, Tensegan. I called out to the arena, my beloved. Do your best. Hinata, I will, Naruto-kun. Hinata, Sakura, prepare yourself. 8 trigrams air palm, and with a thunderous impact, Sakura was knocked unconscious. At that moment, the chief examiner, Moonlight Gale, was taken aback. Niji, witnessing Hinata's transformation, was also astonished. Niji, Hinata, how have you become so formidable? I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Hyuga Niji and said, Niji, would you desire this power? If so, seek me out. I reside next door to you. Niji, who are you? I am your brother-in-law. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 14, Chunin Exams for Moonlight Gale, Ahem. The victor is Hinata Hyuga. Congratulations, my beloved. I shall treat you to a meal of my cooking tonight. Moonlight Gale, Ahem. Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga. At last, it is my turn. Niji, regardless of who you are, I shall defeat you, Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, is that so? Moonlight Gale, are you both prepared? Let the battle commence. Come on, let us engage in a contest, Hyuga Niji. Niji, very well, I shall commence with the Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji assumes the initial stance of the Gentle Fist technique. I found it intriguing. With agile footwork, I evaded Hinata Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Then, with a powerful rising dragon kick, I propelled Niji into the sky. Following that, I employed the sky dance technique to ascend into the heavens. I caught my brother-in-law, who was plummeting from the sky in a princess carry. It was rather disheartening for me, as I had originally intended to reserve that embrace for Hinata. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. I am in such a predicament. I apologize to Niji for having kicked him away. It was far too forceful. Niji, I'm fine. It's merely a fractured rib. Niji, Naruto, I anticipate what you are about to say. However, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Perhaps it would be better if you come to my home once you have recovered. Hinata, very well, Naruto. Proctor. Moonlight Gale, ahem, the victor is Uzumaki Naruto. ITSK, how utterly tedious. Hinata, yay, Naruto-kun has triumphed. Hinata, thank you, Naruto-kun, for assisting Niji and I. No need for thanks. We are all family. Moonlight Gale, ahem. Next up is Uchiha Sasuke versus CHK. Has it finally arrived? Do you have confidence, Naruto? Sasuke, I'm confident. Sasuke, come forth, CHK. CHK, you are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Sasuke nodded affirmatively. Sasuke, Sharingan, ignite. Fire style, great fireball technique. My eyes narrowed as an unsettling thought crossed my mind. Oh no. Hinata, quickly use your Byakugan to take a look. Hinata, what is it, Naruto-kun? This entity known as the Crimson Armor possesses the ability to absorb chakra. Hinata, what? Currently, Sasuke is no match for the Crimson Armor. Hinata, oh, understood. Byakugan activated. Oh no. Sasuke's chakra has been absorbed by that Crimson Armor. We must seek out Teacher Shippuden. Whoosh. Teacher Shippuden, please instruct Sasuke to cease combat. His chakra is being absorbed by that Crimson Armor. Moonlight Shippuden, what are you saying? Oh, very well. Halt. The victor is the Crimson Armor. Hey. Is the second pillar all right? Hinata, Naruto-kun, let us go to the medical room to check on Sasuke. Hinata, you may go first. All right. Off you go. Hinata, understood. Shortly thereafter, Hinata returned with the news that Sasuke was fine. Moonlight Shippuden, ahem. Next up is Rock Lee versus Gaara. I trust the author need not elaborate further. The victor being Gaara. Following that is Shino Aburame against Kiba Inuzuka. Shino skillfully played with his insects. Shino, you are no match for me. Concede at once. Kiba, I admit defeat. Moonlight Shippuden. Next is TS against CHG Akimichi. Here, diverging from the original narrative, TS is revealed to be a living dead. CHG swiftly defeated TS. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha has commenced. Hinata. Please inform your father-in-law to take Hanabi back and instruct your family not to venture out. It is the captain's order. I come forth, Senior Kabuto. Kabuto, Naruto. How did you know it was me? Haha. Have you forgotten? I am of the Uzumaki clan. Kabuto, come on, Naruto. Hey, Pharmacist-Do. You have misunderstood. We are not adversaries. We are still friends. Pharmacist-Do. Oh, is that so? Very well, Naruto-kun. Do you possess the token of Lord Orochimaru? I possess it. I retrieved the golden serpent ring, a token bestowed upon me by Orochimaru, from my garments. When Kabuto caught sight of the golden serpent ring given to me by Orochimaru, he was utterly astonished. Kabuto exclaimed, "You are the would-release Naruto." To which I replied, "Indeed, I am the would-release Naruto. This is not good. Orochimaru is in trouble." Kabuto, what? No more of this. I shall go fetch Orochimaru now. Farewell. Me, Snake Uncle, are you all right? Orochimaru, I'm fine. I merely exhausted my chakra. Me, oh, is that so? Snake Uncle, has Sarutobi Hiruzen passed away? Orochimaru must have perished as well, and now it is Shimura Danzo's turn. You need not intervene this time. Orochimaru, very well, Naruto-kun. Shall we be on our way? Me, farewell, Snake Uncle. Chapter 15. A cozy dinner in the evening, Hinata and I returned home. Me, hooray, we're finally home. Hinata, I'll prepare dinner. Me, wait, Hinata. Let me cook tonight. Hinata, Naruto-kun, can you really cook? Me, indeed. My parents passed away when I was young. Have you forgotten that I grew up as an orphan? I chuckled to myself, thinking about how I learned to cook. It was all due to the pressure from the Third Hokage. Tonight, I shall prepare a delightful feast for you, Hinata, and thereafter you shall savor the pleasures of exquisite cuisine. Behold, the succulent braised pork has arrived. The beer duck is here. The mapo tofu is served. And the stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers is ready. Please indulge, my dear. Hinata, is it to your liking? Hinata, it is delicious. Me, if you find it delightful, do indulge further. Hinata, I hope that Naruto-kun will prepare such delicious meals every day. Me, certainly, my dear. Take your time, there is no one vying for your portion. Hinata, thank you, Naruto-kun, for the meal. Me, after all, I am destined to be your husband. Upon hearing my words, Hinata's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Me, Hinata, tomorrow I must venture beyond the village to seek someone. Would you accompany me? Hinata, seek someone? Who are we looking for? Me, it is the princess of the Senju clan. Her name is Tsunade. The Senju clan is related to our Uzumaki clan. By lineage. I refer to her as aunt, as does my mother. She is also to become the fifth Hokage. Hinata. Oh, is that so? The following day, Hinata and I departed the village. After a few days, we arrived at Short Book Street, where we utilized transformation jutsu to assume adult forms. Me, Hinata, this is for you. Hinata, is this a mask? Me, yes, wear it, and others shall not recognize you. And do activate your Byakugan. Hinata, oh, very well, Naruto-kun. Hinata, where are we headed? Me, we are off to the casino. Hinata, what purpose do we have at the casino? Me, we are to find Lady Tsunade and request her to teach you about superhuman strength. Hinata, superhuman strength? Me, indeed. Hinata, I sense the presence of danger. Hinata, understood, Naruto-kun. Inside a tavern, a beautiful woman with golden hair and a curvaceous figure was enjoying her drink when suddenly, a voice called out to her. Me, and Tsunade. Tsunade, who is it? As Tsunade turned to see the couple, I exclaimed, it is I. Have you forgotten? My father is Minato Namikaze. And my mother is Kushina Uzumaki. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade, it is you. The son of Minato. The girl beside me is my girlfriend. My name is Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, greetings, Lady Tsunade. I am Hinata Hyuga, and I wish to request your guidance in medical ninjutsu and immense strength. Tsunade, you are the young lady from the Hyuga clan. I am fond of you. I have decided to take you under my wing as my apprentice. Hinata, thank you. Master Tsunade. Tsunade, Hinata, do not call me master. Like Naruto, you should address me as auntie. Hinata, very well, auntie. Tsunade, What is the matter with this girl's eyes? Tsunade inquired curiously. Child, you cannot be from the Hyuga clan, can you? Haha. Auntie, you are mistaken. She is indeed from the Hyuga clan. Her eyes are a result of the evolution from Byakugan to Rinnegan, while my own eyes have attained the level of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This is because we are descendants of Kagaya Tsutsuki. Not only our Uzumaki and Hyuga clans, but also the Senju and Uchiha clans, including the Tsutsuki clan. Upon hearing my words, both Hinata and Tsunade were taken aback. Hinata, who are you? I am Naruto. What is the matter? It seems Hinata does not recognize me. Hinata, once we grow up, I shall reveal my true identity to you. Hinata, all right. Oh. By the way, and Tsunade, are you returning as well? You are the fifth Hokage. The third Hokage has been missing you. I recall you suffer from hemophobia, and I can assist in your treatment. Andy, look into my eyes. I widened my gaze, transforming it into the Mangeki Sharingan, and activated Kodo Amatsukami. Tsunade, how do you possess the Sharingan? This phenomenon is known as atavism. Tsunade, what? What are you saying? You are also of the Uchiha clan? I am not one of those Uchiha lunatics. I am from the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 16. Hinata's talent. Ever since Hinata began to learn immense strength under Tsunade, she combined Gentle Fist with her newfound power to create the dual Lion Fist. Hinata's Rinnegan also unlocked a novel resurrection technique called the Outer Path, H-Ton Rebirth Technique. This technique, like the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life of the Rinnegan, can only be used once. However, the distinction lies in that the Outer Path, H-Ton Rebirth Technique does not require the sacrifice of the user's life. Months later, Tsunade promoted both me and Hinata to Jonin, while Sasuke remained a Genin, effectively rendering him a slacker. And Tsunade, Hinata, and I wish to join the Umbu. Is that possible? Tsunade, certainly. However, joining the Umbu comes with a code name. My code name is Thunder. Hinata, my code name is Transfiguration. Hinata, from now on, you must refrain from calling my name, and I shall do the same for you. I informed Hinata that the Umbu operatives are required to wear masks, and both of us chose dragon-shaped masks. Hinata said, Naruto-kun, how shall we explain our joining the Umbu to my father? I reassured her, do not worry. I will handle everything. By the way, Hinata, from now on in the Umbu, you can no longer use your Byakugan. You will have to rely on the reincarnation eye instead. Years later, Hinata and I gained renown within the Umbu. When we encountered Raikage and Teru from the Hidden Leaf Village, we chose to abandon our mission. I also taught Hinata the Flying Thunder God technique and Chidori, as her chakra affinities are lightning and yang, while mine encompass lightning, wind, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang. Teru called out, lightning, come here. I responded, what is it? Teru, he said, Raikage-sama is looking for you. I replied, understood. A minute later, Hinata and I arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you summoned me. What is the matter? Tsunade said, Naruto, from now on, you and Hinata shall no longer serve in the Umbu. Instead, you will both take on the role of lead instructors. Upon hearing these words, Hinata and I were both taken aback. Me, very well. Hinata, all right. Me, by the way. I want to be available tomorrow as I need to take Hinata out of the village, and Tsunade. Tsunade, when will you return? Me, we might take a full day. Tsunade, very well, off you go. Me, let us depart. Transition. We arrived at Orochimaru's secret base in the land of rice. Me, hello, Uncle Snake. It has been quite a while. Orochimaru, Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan, how delightful to see you. Me, it has indeed been a long time. Haha, how have you been? I am here for something. Orochimaru, oh, I have prepared it long ago. Me, Hinata, shall we take a look? Hinata, yes. Hinata, filled with curiosity, gazed upon her clone. Me, my dear, this is the wedding gown I had Orochimaru create for you. With this body, we shall attain immortality. Me, Uncle Snake, could you kindly teach Hinata and me your technique of impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru, certainly. Hinata, are you ready? Me, ready. Hinata, yes. Together, secret technique, impure world reincarnation. With a swift motion, my soul merged with a new body in less than 3 seconds. I opened my eyes. Me, Uncle Snake. Could you please fetch some clothing for us? Please, could you hand me a mirror for my clothes? Orochimaru, here you go. I wish to see your reflection as well. Splendid. This physique is truly remarkable. Thank you, Uncle Snake. Hinata, am I dead? Hey, dear. You are not dead. This is your new body. Take a look. Hinata retrieves a mirror from her previous attire and presents it to herself. She gazes at her new form and finds it acceptable. Thank you, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru. No need for thanks, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru, what shall you do with these two bodies? If you desire them, they are yours. Additionally, could you kindly assist me in releasing the Nine Tails from my original body? Orochimaru, are you certain you wish to free the Nine Tails, Naruto-kun? Yes, I am sure. Release it, please. Orochimaru. Very well. 8 trigrams seal, release. Nine Tails, haha. At last. I am free. Kurama, do you remember me? A voice calls out. Nine Tails, who are you? It is I. Orochimaru, could you please escort Hinata outside? I have matters to discuss with the Nine Tails. Orochimaru, certainly. Hinata, let us go. Hinata nods in agreement. Once Hinata leaves, I speak to the Nine Tails. I am the one you were searching for. Your name is Kurama, correct? Nine Tails, you are Ashura. I shake my head. I am not Ashura. I am Uzumaki Naruto. You may call me Naruto. By the way, that girl you just met is Hyuga Hinata, my future wife. Nine Tails, Hyuga? Is she a descendant of the Waihai clan? I nod affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Kurama, would you be willing to become my summoning beast? Kurama, I would be honored. Hinata, please come in. This is my summoning beast. This creature was responsible for my parents' demise. Hinata, I am sorry, Naruto-kun. It is all right. This matter does not fall on Kurama. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with my father, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who chose the wrong disciple, Uchiha Obito. I intend to eliminate him. Hinata, will you assist me? Hinata, yes, I will help you. All right, Kurama, you may return now. Uncle Snake. I am ready to leave. Hinata, let us return home. Flying Thunder God, whoosh. Hooray, we are finally home. It feels wonderful to be back. What do you think? Hinata, indeed. Naruto-kun. I'm going to take a bath. I have finished bathing. Dear, do you wish to wash as well? Hinata, I would like to take a bath. My dear wife, would you like to eat today? Hinata, anything is fine. Very well. Tomorrow morning I must go to the Hokage's office. The next morning, at the Hokage's office, Hinata and I found ourselves in the Hokage's office, awaiting Tsunade. A few moments passed, and I exclaimed, Hinata and I have finally returned. Tsunade replied, Who are you? I responded, I am Naruto. To which she inquired, Naruto? I continued, Tsunade, how do you find this body of mine? Tsunade then recalled, Oh, right. By the way, Naruto, where is the Nine Tails within you? My words left Tsunade utterly perplexed. Shall we step outside for a moment? Allow me to summon forth my spirit for you. And Tsunade, let us remain here. Tsunade, very well. I shall form the hand seals. Summoning technique, rumble. Kurama, Naruto, what have you summoned me for? Tsunade, Naruto, you can do it. It was Lady Tsunade who requested your presence. Tsunade, greetings, Nine Tails. And Tsunade, this is Kurama. Kurama, you are a child of the Senju clan. Tsunade, indeed, greetings. Kurama, Kurama, you may return now. Kurama, very well, bang. Kurama vanishes. How is that? And Tsunade, quite impressive. You rascal. And Tsunade. I wish to eradicate the clans of the Shimura, the Mito, and the Shinjing. Tsunade, that is feasible. Can we bring Orochimaru back? Tsunade, certainly. It has been quite a while since I last saw Orochimaru. Shortly thereafter, I took Kurama to the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the TK clan. Go forth. Kurama, annihilate the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the TK clan. Boom, boom, boom. The Mito clan's flame gate, TK's Koharu has perished. Chapter 17, the leader of the team, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata and I visited the Ninja Academy, where we fortuitously encountered Irika Umino. I greeted him with a cheerful, Hi. Long time no see, Teacher Irika. He responded, Who are you? I replied, It's me, Naruto. Have you forgotten me after all these years? Irika exclaimed, You are Naruto? Is it really you? I laughed. Of course, I am Naruto. Irika said, Naruto, it's been ages. You've changed so much that I hardly recognized you. He then inquired, What happened to your hair? I replied, What do you think of my hair color? Irika was taken aback upon seeing my newly dyed black hair. I explained, Sorry. Teacher Irika, this is actually my true hair color. Oh, is that so? Irika mused. By the way, do you recognize her? At that moment, a stunning woman stood beside me, her eyes a striking white, hair matching, and her skin equally pale. The girl greeted Irika, saying, Hello, Teacher Irika. Long time no see. Do you remember me? Arika asked, "Who are you?" The girl replied, "I am Hinata Hyuga." Arika responded, "You are Hinata?" Indeed, she is Hinata Hyuga. At that moment, Hinata was no longer the shy and timid character from the original story. Hinata nodded, affirming, "It's me." Arika continued, "Hinata, wasn't your hair blue? And what else with your eyes?" Hinata replied, "Teacher Arika, you should ask Naruto-kun about that." I interjected, "You might as well ask me, Teacher Arika." Arika prompted, "Go on." Naruto. I explained, "Well, the situation is that Hinata's eyes have evolved. Her genes are reverting to an ancestral state." Arika looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hinata chimed in. "Teacher Arika, look at my eyes." Arika gazed at her. "Hinata, your eyes?" Hinata proudly declared, "This is the engagement gift that Naruto-kun gave me." Arika sighed, "Oh no. I've been hit with another dose of love." Just then, Arika noticed something amiss with Naruto's eyes and asked, "Naruto, what is going on with your eyes?" This is the Rinnegan." Arika, "Naruto, you are incredibly powerful." Yet I am not the strongest." "The strongest is Hinata." "Well, let us not dwell on that. Hinata and I have come to serve as team leaders." Arika, "Oh, is that so?" I shall lead the 7th class." Hinata, "I shall lead the 8th class." Arika, "Oh, is that so?" Yes, indeed. By the way, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Saratobi Konohamaru, Shinja Moegi, and I see you Dawn. It has been quite some time since we last met. Do you still remember me?" "Konohamaru, who are you?" "I am Naruto." "Konohamaru, Udon." And Moegi were all taken aback upon seeing us. "What are you three up to?" "Konohamaru, are you truly the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki?" Indeed." "Let us ascend to the rooftop." "Konohamaru, very well, brother Naruto." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi have all arrived at the rooftop. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. As for my likes and dislikes, I prefer to keep those to myself. However, I am thrilled to share that I have achieved my dream. Now, it's your turn. My name is Saratobi Konohamaru. The person I hold dear is Hinata Hanabi, while I harbor disdain for the members of the Shimura clan. My aspiration for the future is to surpass my grandfather and ascend to the position of Hokage, Hiki. Then you must put in more effort. I have faith in you. Konohamaru, it's you, Naruto and I. Konohamaru, please refrain from calling me Naruto and I from now on. Konohamaru, why can't I call you brother? You should refer to me as Naruto-sensei. All right. We have reached Moegi. Moegi. My name is Shinja Moegi. I have a fondness for sweet treats and a disdain for a certain cool guy. My aspiration is to become a ninja like Hinata-sensei. Oh, is that so? Haha. Then you must strive for it. Udon. My name is Udon. I am unsure of what I like or dislike, and my future aspirations remain unclear. Among the three of you, only Udon lacks a dream. With a stern gaze, I address the trio. Oh, by the way. Meet at training ground number 4 at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Me. Oh, by the way. You three, especially you, Udon, should refrain from having breakfast tomorrow morning, or you might throw up. Konohamaru, what did you say, brother Naruto? From this day forth, please refrain from calling me brother, for I am your team leader. Naruto Uzumaki. Konohamaru, Teacher Naruto is so cool. Am I handsome? I pondered how it seems that Konohamaru is flattering me. That's right, Konohamaru. As long as you don't cause me any trouble, everything will be fine. Chapter 18, The Bell Snatching. Very well. Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. You three shall be my subordinates, Naruto Uzumaki. Tomorrow, we have a mission. Konohamaru, a mission? What kind of mission? I cannot disclose the details. Konohamaru, can you at least share it with us, Naruto-sensei? All right, it involves a bell-snatching exercise. Remember, you three must refrain from having breakfast in the morning, otherwise, you may feel nauseous. I uttered a rather mischievous remark I once heard Kakashi say on television, which left Konohamaru and the others utterly bewildered. Next. I shall go to visit your sister Hinata's teammates. Farewell, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. After bidding them goodbye, I returned home, and Hinata did as well. I said to Hinata, Hinata, I still cherish the days we spent in the Umbu. Hinata replied, I feel the same, Naruto-kun. I continued, would you like me to speak with Lady Tsunade and see if we could return to the Umbu? Hinata responded, that might not be a good idea. Hinata, do you recall the missions we undertook in the past? Hinata, yes, I remember. Hinata, I distinctly recall our first mission with Naruto and Sasuke, where we were tasked with seizing the bells. You transformed into a nude man using the harem technique, leaving our teacher Naruto utterly bewildered. Ha. That was merely a tactic. In my heart, I thought, even the formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki would struggle against this move. By the way, enough of that. Are you hungry? What shall I prepare for dinner, my dear? Hinata, I crave spicy stir-fry. Very well, let us return home. Me, the spicy hot pot has arrived. The chili stir-fried meat is here. The cabbage soup is ready. Me, is it delicious? Hinata, it's absolutely delightful. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Me, if it's delicious, then please indulge a bit more. The next morning, Hinata, Naruto-kun, wake up, don't sleep any longer. The sun is up. Me, oh, is it? Me, I'll go prepare breakfast. Hinata, no need, I've already made it. Thank you, my dear Naruto-kun. Me, thank you, my beloved wife. Before long, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at training ground number 5. Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, me. Today's task is to seize the bells. If the three of you fail to obtain the bells, you'll have to return to the Ninja Academy for further training. Have you all hidden well? If so, I shall commence. Is that Konohamaru? Hee, your stealth technique leaves much to be desired, Konohamaru. Come forth, you lack the qualifications. Menghuang, you too. And Udon as well. Konohamaru, hello, Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Konohamaru, I wish to join the Umbu as well. I replied, oh, you said it. So do not regret your words. The following morning, you all arrived. Good morning, Konohamaru. Me, welcome to our clandestine group. Shall we engage in training today? Konohamaru, I am ready to train, let us do it. Me, I will serve as your sparring partner. Me, fire style, great fire annihilation. Konohamaru, oh no. Is that really necessary? Wait, Naruto-sensei, your eyes possess the Sharingan. Me, yes, indeed, Konohamaru. I am just as perplexed. It seems I have inexplicably awakened the Sharingan. Tomorrow, I must depart for the land of water on a mission. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Konohamaru. Me, Flying Thunder God technique, and Tsunade, I have arrived. Aunt, I must take leave tomorrow. I am bound for the land of water. Tsunade, what is your purpose? I seek a man of azure hue. One who possesses the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As the future son-in-law of the Hyuga family, how could I allow their Byakugan to fall into the hands of another? Tsunade, very well. This mission shall include Tenten. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, esteemed one. Chapter 19. The Land of Water, Destruction. I have returned. Hinata. Welcome home, she replied. My dear, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal. After dining, Hinata settled onto the sofa. And I took a seat beside her. Gently stroking her hair, I spoke. My beloved, we have a mission in 2 days. It is classified as an S-rank task. Hinata. What did you say? I nodded to confirm, producing a piece of paper from my pocket, upon which was inscribed a list of assassination targets. His name is Ao, and he hails from the land of water. Allow me to share something with you. This individual named Ching astonishingly possesses the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, my dear, what are you saying? Well, this mission involves you, me, and Niji. The three of us will set out to find Niji after we finish our meal. Hinata and I arrived at the Hyuga estate, where we encountered Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi, Naruto. Hinata, have you come in search of Niji? Yes, indeed. How could I forget? Niji Hyuga, Lord Naruto. Niji, please refrain from addressing me as Lord. I apologize for that. Niji, I neglected our agreement that day. From now on, simply call me Naruto. Niji Hyuga, very well, Naruto. Me, Niji. Why not join our Umbu? Hyuga Niji, that may not be appropriate. Me, I understand you. You are from the branch family, are you not? I can assist you in liberating yourself from the cage bird seal, granting you freedom. Let us remove it now. With my hands forming the seal, I shouted. It is done. Niji responded, thank you, Naruto. I replied, there is no need for thanks. From now on, we are family. I added, oh, by the way, to safeguard your eyes, I have also placed an additional seal. Niji Hyuga remarked, I understand that you are acting out of concern for my well-being. And I bear you no ill will. By the way, Naruto, the reason you and Hinata have come to see me is related to this matter. I have something to discuss with you. Hinata and I need to journey to the land of water. Niji continued, so you, Hinata, and I will be traveling to the land of water. I confirmed, indeed. Yesterday, our Umbu received an S-rank mission, instructing us to assassinate a man named Ao. Hinata interjected. Understood, Naruto-kun. I added, and we shall simultaneously eliminate the land of water and the land of lightning. Niji inquired, Hinata, what have you experienced over the years? Hinata responded. Niji and I am fine. I wish to grow stronger. This way, I can protect you, Hanabi, our father, and, of course, my Naruto-kun. I encouraged her. Yes, keep it up. Hinata. I advised. Hinata, once we arrive in the land of water, utilize that technique. Hinata replied. All right, we have arrived. She shouted, Tensigen, activate. As she opened her Tensigen, a brilliant azure chakra enveloped her body. Then Hinata exclaimed, Jinrin Tensei Bakahatsu, as she unleashed her power toward the land of water. Niji remarked, Hinata. I clarified. This technique is one she has comprehended on her own. You too can master it, as long as I possess the Tensigen. Next, we shall proceed to the land of lightning. By the way, I took out a bottle from my pocket. Inside the bottle was a liquid, and within that liquid lay a white eye. I said, this is for you. It's from the man named Ching that I excavated. Niji. Remember to hand it over to your father-in-law. Niji, understood, Lord Naruto. Niji, I have already told you not to call us Lord. Niji, all right, Naruto. By the way, Niji, Hinata and I are planning to extinguish a nation. What do you think? Would you like to join us? Hyuga Niji, certainly. I shall go. Thank you, Naruto. This time, Hinata and I are journeying to the land of lightning with the intent to obliterate the land of lightning and its hidden village, Kumogakure. Hinata, I wholeheartedly support you, Naruto-kun. Niji, upon hearing Hinata's words, swallowed hard, pondering to himself, is this truly the frail little sister I once bullied? Chapter 20. The annihilation of Kumogakure in a realm beyond our own. Our tale unfolds as Hinata and I traverse the path to the land of lightning. Hinata, do you recall the year 53 of the Leaf Village? Hinata, that was the year I was abducted by a messenger from Kumogakure. My uncle perished at the hands of the land of lightning while attempting to rescue me. I am deeply sorry, Hinata. Back then, I lacked the strength to protect you and your uncle. Hinata, do not blame yourself, Naruto-kun. The fault lies solely with that messenger from the land of lightning and Kumogakure. Hinata, Naruto-kun, you will assist me, won't you? Gently, I poked her forehead with my finger and tenderly reassured her. Silly girl, what are you saying? Of course. I will help you, for you are my beloved wife. This time, once we vanquish the land of lightning, there shall be no turning back. I yearn to journey to the land of waves. Upon hearing my words, Hinata appeared momentarily bewildered. She inquired as to why I did not return, to which I replied, I have no desire to become Hokage. Had it not been for your presence in the village, I would have succumbed to darkness long ago. Thank you. Hinata responded, I, too, wish to express my gratitude, Naruto-kun. I then asked, what do you wish to thank me for? Hinata replied, Naruto-kun, you have transformed my introverted nature. I chuckled. No need for formalities. After we vanquish the land of lightning, we should seek out Orochimaru. Hinata questioned, why must we find Orochimaru? I explained, we need to visit the Dragon Cave to learn the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. I added, Hinata, wait a moment. When we reach the land of lightning, you should employ that technique. Hinata hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? I conceded. Very well. I shall handle it. By the way, Hinata, please refrain from calling me Naruto. You must refer to me as Uzumaki Menma. Hinata agreed. Understood, Menma-kun. I suggested, Hinata, perhaps you should change your name as well. She responded, must I really change my name? I affirmed, you should. Hinata then said, all right, you shall be called Hyuga Aoi. At that moment, Hyuga Aoi conjured a sphere of darkness from my hand, and Hinata exclaimed, what is this? This is my newly developed ninjutsu, which I shall refer to as the Great Spiral Wheel. As we arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village, I soared into the sky and shouted loudly, hey, you rodents of the Hidden Cloud Village, hasten to summon your Lord Raikage, or else I shall annihilate your village. Moments later, two formidable figures appeared. You two are Raikage A and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer B. Hey, who are you two? We are your nemesis. I am Uzumaki Menma. And this is Hinata. Hey, Uzumaki and Hyuga. Hinata, prepare yourselves, for we shall unleash the Gentle Fist Double Lion's Brawl. With a fierce roar, an attack erupted from Hinata's hand, striking Killer B before he could even react, leading to his demise. I summoned the lightning release technique, unleashing a colossal dragon that descended from the heavens, striking Raikage AI. With the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, a sword bestowed upon me by Orochimaru, I cleaved through the air, severing the head of Raikage AI. Uncle Snake. Thank you for bestowing upon me such a remarkable sword. Aki, it is settled. Let us bring ruin to this place. Hinata. Yes, very well. The village hidden in the clouds. This is a farewell gift. We soared into the heavens. I exclaimed, the great spiral wheel. With a thunderous crash, a mushroom cloud suddenly erupted from the ground of the Land of Thunder. The hidden cloud village of the Land of Thunder is annihilated. I continued, all right, Hinata. It is time for us to venture to the Dragon Cave. Hinata responded, are we heading to the Dragon Cave? I affirmed, yes, indeed, the Dragon Cave. Hinata inquired, where is the Dragon Cave located? I replied, it should be to the west of the Land of Thunder. Upon reaching the western Dragon Cave of the Land of Thunder, I announced, Hinata, see, we have finally arrived at the Dragon Cave. Hinata replied, yes, let us proceed, Naruto-kun. I greeted Sister Nishiyama, Sister Dakawa, Sister Jikawa, greetings. We have arrived. Naruto-kun, you have finally come, they exclaimed. I responded, indeed. And who is this young lady? Her name is Hinata Hyuga. And she is my fiancé, Nishiyama Haim. Oh, I see. Sister Nishiyama, Hinata and I have come to study the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Hinata, greetings. Esteemed sisters, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I am the fiancé of Naruto-kun. Chapter 21, Amano Tachibana. No, stop, don't, Hinata, hurry and run. Hinata, Naruto-kun. What is the matter with you? I just had a dreadful nightmare. Hinata, what did you dream about? I dreamt that someone had killed you. Hinata, haha. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. You are right, Hinata. Hinata, tomorrow I shall visit Orochimaru. Would you care to join me? Hinata, as for me, I think I shall pass. The next day, in Orochimaru's laboratory. Greetings, Uncle Snake. Have you ever contemplated the research of a time-traveling machine? Orochimaru, Naruto-kun. What purpose would you have for me to delve into time travel? I wish to eliminate an individual named Susan. Orochimaru inquired about this Susan character. Susan is none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, a rather troublesome fellow. Upon hearing my words, Orochimaru chuckled. Orochimaru, how intriguing. Very well, I shall assist you this once. Thank you, Uncle Snake. I owe you far too much. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality, Naruto-kun. Oh, by the way, Uncle Snake, I am grateful for the Totsuka no Tsurugi you gifted me last time. Orochimaru, as long as Naruto-kun is pleased, that is sufficient. Do you still possess that sword? Uncle Snake? Orochimaru, the Totsuka, I have but two. Very well. Could you kindly retrieve one for me? Orochimaru, you truly have no shame, do you? I am thinking to myself, how shameless of me. I say, thank you, Uncle Snake. I shall be relying on you from now on. Haha. Orochimaru responds, very well. I then add, by the way, Uncle Snake, please expedite your research on the time machine. Orochimaru replies, understood, Naruto-kun. I shall return home now. Upon my arrival, Hinata inquired, Naruto-kun, why have you returned so early today? I replied, I have something I wish to present to you. As I produced a storage voucher, I continued, Hinata, within this lies a sword I intend to gift you. I hope you will cherish it. Hinata responded, thank you very much, Naruto-kun. I smiled and encouraged her. Do not mention it. Please open it and see if you like it. Hinata exclaimed, I will open it now. With a resounding thud, a sword identical to the Totsuka no Tsurugi sheathed at my waist appeared before her. I inquired, what do you think? Do you like it? Hinata replied, thank you, Naruto-kun. I adore it. She then asked, why does this sword resemble the one hanging by your side so closely? Of course. After all, you are my wife. And the finest things are certainly reserved for one's beloved. Hinata was blushing from my teasing. Hinata, that is so annoying, Naruto-kun. Hiki. I won't tease you anymore. Let us practice swordsmanship together. Hinata, pay close attention. This technique is called 10,000 swords return to the origin. Fishing for the moon at the bottom of the sea, and a sword piercing the heart, among others. In 3 months, Hinata will master the art of swordsmanship. Niji, Lord Naruto, Lady Hinata, are you practicing sword techniques? Indeed? What is it? The esteemed clan leader has summoned you. Oh, is that so? Hinata is no longer training. Your father requires our presence. With the Flying Thunder God technique, we shall arrive at the Hyuga estate in less than a second. Hinata, what is it? Naruto-kun. It's nothing. I was merely reminiscing about the first time I met your father. In my heart, I felt an urge to curse that Naruto Uzumaki. With someone as devoted as Hinata by his side, he still harbors feelings for that eyesore, Sakura Haruno. Hinata. I cherish you. Hinata, Naruto-kun. My affection for you is genuine. Hinata. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Greetings, Uncle Hisashi. What troubles you? Hisashi, Naruto. Could you possibly teach Neji the art of swordsmanship? I can teach him, but I will embark on a journey through the ninja world with Hinata tomorrow. We shall return after 3 years. Let us discuss it then. Hyuga Hayashi. Oh, is that so? I appreciate your assistance. Per child. By the way, Uncle. Could you kindly show me the cage bird seal? Hyuga Hayashi. How did you know about it? Of course, I know. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Naruto Uzumaki, of the Uzumaki clan. I possess the sealing techniques of my lineage. If you would be so kind, Uncle, please summon Neji. Hayashi, very well. Someone fetch young Master Neji. Neji, Uncle and Naruto. Greetings, dear cousin. I have come to lift the caged bird seal for you. Neji, Naruto. Is that truly the case? I nodded affirmatively, indicating, indeed, fulfilling promises is my ninja way. Neji, thank you, Naruto. No need for thanks. Could you please remove your forehead protector? Neji, certainly, I shall do so. I pressed one hand against the caged bird seal on Neji's forehead while forming hand seals with the other. In less than a second, I completed 40 seals. The green the 10th curse mark on Neji's forehead has vanished. All right. From today onwards, Neji, you shall accompany me and Hinata. Neji, very well, brother-in-law. Haha. Hinata, haha. The next day, the 3 of us departed the village. Chapter 22, Boruto arrives. In the land of fire, outside Konoha Village. A child and an adult descended from the sky. The adult, with dark hair, had his bangs obscuring his left eye, while the child bore a striking resemblance to me. Differing only in that he lacked the Rinnegan. Indeed, he is my son, Naruto Uzumaki. However, he is not from this parallel universe. The man beside him is none other than the grown-up Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, Uncle Sasuke, is this the former Konoha Village? Sasuke, yes, that's correct, an adult suddenly inquired. Hello. Who are you? At that moment, a boy, standing at 186 meters tall, with black hair and fair skin, appeared. His eyes bore a purple ripple pattern, with 9 tomo within his pupils. This boy is me. Beside me stood a girl, approximately 170 meters tall, with white hair and skin. Her eyes displayed a sky blue hue. She is Hinata Hyuga. Boruto, you two are from the Otsutsuki clan. Boruto exclaimed loudly, quick, everyone. The Otsutsuki have arrived. I exchanged a glance with Hinata, and she immediately understood what to do. Hinata concentrated her energy into a glowing orb and directed it into Boruto, thus controlling him. Boruto, who are you? I ignored him and called out to a nearby tree. Come out. Do not hide. Sasuke, who are you? I am Naruto. Sasuke, then who is she? Sasuke pointed at the white-haired girl in front of him. She is Hinata. Hinata, please step forward and introduce yourself. Sasuke, hello. Are you Hinata? Hinata, yes, I am. What is the matter? Sasuke, have you two swapped bodies? You both now inhabit the forms of the Otsutsuki. Yes, that's correct. Sasuke, but let us not dwell on that. Why have you both appeared here? Sasuke, that child and I have crossed over to rescue you in the Ninetales. Seeing you in this state brings me relief. Kurama, I have released Orochimaru. Kurama is now my summoning beast. Sasuke, wait a moment. Naruto, what did you just say? I have already stated it. I had Orochimaru release Kurama. My intention was to travel the ninja world with Hinata. Boruto thought to himself, hey. Have you 3 adults forgotten something? Sasuke, you may leave now. Sasuke. Oh, alright. But wait a moment. Who are you if not Naruto? Hinata, release that child. Hinata nodded. Boruto, I am your father, and she is your mother. I explained to Boruto that this is a parallel universe. My name is Uzumaki Menma, and she is Hyuga Aoi. The next day, Otsutsuki Kenshiki arrived. You must be Tsutsuki Kenshiki, right? Upon witnessing my transformation into one of their kind. Tsutsuki Kenshiki must have pondered, where am I? My name is Uzumaki Menma. If you desire my friends, you might as well abandon that dream. Prepare yourself for a confrontation, for I have assumed the stance of Jeet Kune Do. With a fierce shout, I launched a powerful straight punch, striking Tsutsuki Kenshiki squarely in the face, distorting his visage. Following that, I executed a sweeping kick that sent Tsutsuki Kenshiki flying. Golden Dragon Fist, first form. Little dragon asks for directions, big dragon swings its tail. Otsutsuki Poo style. What kind of martial art is this? I chuckled and decided to keep my secrets to myself. With a powerful hook, I struck the formidable Otsutsuki Kenshiki, leaving him in tears. witnessing his transformation. I couldn't help but ponder. Is this truly the Otsutsuki Kinshiki I once knew? Doubt crept in, making me question whether the information provided by that Uchiha was genuine. With a decisive swing, I landed a heavy blow to Kinshiki's temple, nearly bringing him to the brink of defeat. Otsutsuki pouch, do you yield? If not, shall we engage once more? I shall perform a throat-slitting gesture towards you, declaring that you are no match for me. Prepare to receive my dragon tail strike. From the very outset, I overwhelmed Otsutsuki pouch with a flurry of punches, jabs, straights, hooks, swings, backfists, and crosses, each one landing with precision. Soon, we transitioned to a fierce exchange of kicks, side kicks, hook kicks, high roundhouse kicks, axe kicks, spinning kicks, and whip kicks, all executed with agility. In no time at all, I proclaimed, Otsutsuki pouch, you have lost. Behold my flame-flying kick. This technique, inspired by my previous life from Leo Ultraman, culminated in a fiery strike that obliterated Otsutsuki pouch. Boom. Otsutsuki pouch exploded from my flying kick. I come forth, Hinata. Hinata, Naruto-kun, are you all right? I smiled at Hinata, saying, I'm sorry, I'm injured. Hinata, Nanny? Naruto-kun, where are you hurt? Is it serious? My mouth is hurt. A kiss from you would suffice. Hinata, Naruto-kun. That's so annoying. I won't speak to you anymore. I was merely jesting. Haha. Me, by the way, where is Boruto? Hinata, Boruto has gone back. Me. Oh, really? That little rascal. Me. Hinata, please don't have any more boys. I prefer daughters. I have already thought of a name for our daughter, Uzumaki Himawari. Hinata, Naruto-kun, if you dislike me, then I shall ignore you, HM. I was merely jesting, haha. Alas, I had originally intended to teach you Tai Chi. Do you not wish to learn? Hinata, Naruto-kun, I do wish to learn Tai Chi. I can teach you. But we shall embark on our journey through the ninja world starting tomorrow. We are destined to explore for 3 years. Hinata, very well, Naruto-kun. Chapter 23, Kakashi endures the 1,000 years of pain. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Hinata and I are now 15. Upon our return to the Hidden Leaf Village, we called out in unison, Hidden Leaf Village, we are back. Hinata, let us proceed. Hinata, certainly, Naruto-kun. We made our way to the Ichiraka ramen shop. Hello, Master Handmaid. It has been a while since we last met. The owner of Yao Ramen, Master Handmaid. Noticed Hinata and me. Master Handmaid, who are you two? Hinata and I replied in unison, I am Naruto Uzumaki. What is it? Hinata, I am Hinata Hyuga. What is it? Master Handmaid, is it truly you, Naruto and Hinata? I nodded in acknowledgement, saying, indeed, what has happened to us? I typed, what have you two been up to these past 3 years? Hinata and I have embarked on the journey of mastering sage techniques. Handwritten, oh, is that so? At that very moment, a familiar voice called out to me. Could it be Naruto and Hinata? As Hinata and I turned around, we were utterly taken aback. It was Sasuke. Me, are you the second pillar? What is this situation? I recall that Uchiha Sasuke used to be aloof, arrogant, and prideful. Yet now he has transformed into a character akin to Naruto from the manga, a complete goofball. Sasuke enthusiastically approached me, enveloping me in a warm embrace, and, much like Naruto, chattered incessantly in my ear. I pushed him away with a look of disdain, while Hinata stifled a laugh beside me. Sasuke, how have you transformed into such a jokester, much like Lord Hashirama? I inquired with a hint of exasperation. Sasuke scratched his head and replied with a smile. Over the years, I've experienced quite a few things and changed significantly. However, it brings me immense joy to see that you are all safe and sound. At that moment, Uncle Irika interrupted our conversation by bringing over several bowls of ramen. Come and sample my new flavor of ramen, he announced enthusiastically. Sasuke and I promptly took our seats, indulging in our meal with great enthusiasm. Hinata, on the other hand, sat quietly beside us, her smile illuminating her face as she observed our enjoyment. After savoring the ramen, we resolved to visit the Hokage building together. Throughout our journey, Sasuke remained exuberantly animated, recounting his experiences with fervor. Meanwhile, I engaged in conversation with Hinata about the transformations our village had undergone over the past few years. Sasuke declared, all right, I'm off. Before we knew it, we found ourselves standing before the majestic edifice of the Hokage building. Gazing upon its solemn architecture, a wave of responsibility surged within me. In the days to come, I vowed to protect this village, feeling as though I were caught in a dream. I said to Hinata, my dear, Strike me once to see if I have fallen under an illusion. Hinata replied, that doesn't seem quite right, does it, Naruto-kun? It matters not. For I am but a celestial being in human form. Smack ouch. Hinata, are you attempting to murder your dear husband? Hinata, Naruto-kun, what are you saying? It was you who requested that I strike you. I had forgotten that you were also a celestial being. Laughs, I was merely jesting, my beloved. Hinata, Naruto-kun. How vexing. Indeed, I relish in being vexatious. Laughs come, my dear. Hinata, very well, Naruto-kun. As we frolicked and bantered, we unknowingly arrived at the Hokage's office. And Tsunade, we have returned. Tsunade, welcome back, my dear children. By the way, and Tsunade, I wish to seek a challenge. Tsunade, that is certainly permissible. I seek to challenge you, Kakashi-san. Tsunade, very well. Someone, please summon Kakashi, it is the Hokage. Within mere seconds, Kakashi arrived. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found us both, our minds filled with questions. Kakashi, who are you? It has been a long time, Kakashi-san. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi, Naruto, is it truly you? Upon recognizing me, Kakashi was taken aback. Kakashi, Naruto, who is this young lady beside you? My apologies, but I must keep that a secret. In my heart, I mused, haha, she is Hinata, Kakashi, you would never guess. I said, Kakashi, why don't you take a guess? Kakashi replied, all right. In his mind, Kakashi envisioned her with a head of white hair, styled in a princess cut, and her eyes bore a white pupil. He noted her close relationship with Naruto. Kakashi said, haha Naruto, I know who she is. She is Hinata Hyuga, isn't she? I responded, congratulations, you got it right. Kakashi, you are halfway there. She is indeed Hinata Hyuga, but she is also Tsutsuki Hinata. Moreover, I am also in Tsutsuki. I said to Kakashi, Hinata and I are going to challenge you. What? You are also a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Kakashi looked at me in astonishment. I nodded slightly, my gaze resolutely fixed upon him. Indeed, Kakashi. I have now acquired an entirely new power. Hinata stepped forward as well, her eyes radiating confidence. I too will give it my all, Kakashi-sensei. A smile crept upon Kakashi's lips. Very well, allow me to witness your prowess. The following day, at Training Ground 5, the clarion call of battle resounded. Hinata and I launched ourselves in unison, engaging Kakashi in a fierce contest. Amidst the exchange of techniques, we demonstrated remarkable synergy and coordination. Ultimately, I executed 1,000 years of death, striking Kakashi most unexpectedly. A chuckle escaped my thoughts. Kakashi, did you ever foresee this? Such is the ebb and flow of fortune. Today, it has turned. Kakashi appeared momentarily dazed by my audacious maneuver, clutching his rear in disbelief as he gazed at me. I could not help but bask in my triumph, and Hinata too stifled a laugh. However, Kakashi quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth as he remarked, impressive, Naruto. That move truly caught me off guard. But do you believe this will be sufficient to defeat me? With that, he activated the power of his Sharingan, preparing to counterattack. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Hinata and I immediately intensified our offensive. We coordinated seamlessly, unleashing a myriad of ninjutsu, creating a dazzling spectacle of light and shadow on the battlefield, with sparks flying in every direction. At that moment, I seized upon Kakashi's momentary lapse and executed the 1,000 years of pain once more, this time striking directly at his posterior. Kakashi, unable to withstand the blow, collapsed onto the ground. I remarked to him, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of your own physical technique, Kakashi? Embarrassed, Kakashi rose, covering his injured rear, uttering not a word before departing. As I exchanged a smile with Hinata, the victory felt hard-won. Yet, we understood that the road ahead was still long, with numerous challenges awaiting us. Chapter 24. Meeting the Parents. Kakashi. Naruto, how many members are there in your Inyang pavilion? Me. Aside from myself, the leader of the pavilion, there are only Hinata, you, and Master Might Guy, along with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, my parents, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and your father, Kakashi. All right. Farewell, Kakashi. Once Kakashi departs, I shall employ the Flying Thunder God technique to journey to the land of whirlpools. I too shall resurrect my parents. With my hands forming seals, I then exclaimed, Outer Path, Samsara technique. At that moment, I have resurrected my parents in this world. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. In unison, they exclaimed, Huh, how strange. Where are we? Guess who I am? A young man, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with ebony hair and violet eyes, in which 9 tomo of the Sharingan swirl, address them. Minato asked, "Who are you?" I replied, "This is the ruins of the land of whirlpools. I am your son, Naruto." Kushina exclaimed, "Nanny? You are Naruto. Are you truly my son?" I affirmed, "Yes. I am your son, Uzumaki Naruto. Mom and Dad, I have a wife now." In unison, Minato and Kushina responded, "Naruto, what did you just say?" I called out to Hinata, and upon hearing her name, Kushina inquired, "Who is Hinata?" This is my parents. Hinata, hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Hinata Hyuga, and I am Naruto-kun's childhood friend and girlfriend. Father, mother, Hinata used to be quite introverted. Uzumaki Kushina, hello, you must be Hinata Hyuga. Am I correct? I am the mother of Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato, greetings, I am the father of Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you, Hinata, for caring for our son. Hinata, uncle. Aunt, it is my duty. Kushina, you rascal, make sure to look after Hinata well in the future. Yes, mother. All right. Father, mother. Shall we head home? Father, mother, and Hinata, are you ready? Flying Thunder God, dear father and mother, we welcome you back home. As Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki opened their eyes, their minds were filled with questions. Minato inquired, "Where exactly are we? Naruto?" Here is my new home with Hinata. How do you find it, Mom and Dad? Is it spacious? Uzumaki Kushina, indeed, it is quite large. My son. I cannot help but exclaim with delight. I acquired this house from the hands of Otsutsuki Shurin. As we entered, Hinata guided Uzumaki Kushina through the rooms. Upon reaching the kitchen, Kushina's eyes sparkled with joy. Hinata is truly a wonderful girl. She will undoubtedly become a splendid wife in the future. Kushina praised her wholeheartedly, her face radiant with happiness. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze surveyed the surroundings, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Approaching the window, he gazed at the scenery outside and remarked, "The environment here is truly beautiful. Naruto, you have chosen an excellent location." I smiled and nodded, my heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He aspires to provide his parents with a warm haven through this home, allowing them to feel his growth. The following day, when Minato learned that Hinata was the daughter of Hayashi Hyuga, he was utterly taken aback. Minato exclaimed, "Nanny, is Hinata the daughter of Hayashi?" I replied, "Yes, indeed. What's the matter?" Minato responded, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just inquiring, haha." Kushina then asked, "When did you two meet?" I replied, "We have known each other since we were 3. One could say we are childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. I recall that winter. The winter of the 51st year of Konoha, when snow fell abundantly. A few uncouth individuals were tormenting Hinata, and I took it upon myself to teach those despicable ruffians a lesson. I thought to myself, who dares to bully my wife? I would annihilate them. I said to my parents, your son and daughter-in-law have already obliterated the hidden cloud village of the land of lightning. I also eliminated Raikage, Suki, and both Minato and Kushina exclaimed in unison, "What? Naruto, what are you saying?" I replied, "Mom, Dad, please do not regard me with the gaze reserved for monsters. I have awakened the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, the Sage SI, and the Rinnegan. Additionally, I have unlocked the Sage Body and Hinata's Tensegan. Furthermore, both Hinata and I have joined the Umbu, and now I serve as the captain of the Umbu. So, what do you think, Mom and Dad? Am I impressive?" Minato and Kushina were taken aback, and I added, Hey, Dad, Mom, please do not react so dramatically." Minato then asked, "Naruto, how did you come to possess the Rinnegan?" In truth, I am the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Kagaya. While Hinata is a descendant of Tsutsuki Himura, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths Kagaya has 2 sons, the elder, Indra Tsutsuki, and the younger, Ashura Tsutsuki. I am indeed the reincarnation of Ashura. Minato, what did Naruto just say? I said I am the reincarnation of Ashura. Kushina, what? My son is the reincarnation of Ashura? Our Uzumaki clan, along with the Senja clan, are descendants of Ashura. Minato, what? Naruto, how do you know all this? Dad, I read it in a book. Minato, what about Hinata's eyes? Dad, would you like to see? All right, just a moment. Dad, Hinata, come here. Our father is calling you. Hinata, sure, I'm coming, Naruto-kun. Dad wants to see your reincarnated eyes. Hinata, all right. I'll use Flying Thunder God to bring Hinata home. Dad, we're back. Hinata, Dad, why did you call me here? Minato, it's nothing. I just wanted to see your eyes. Hinata, all right then, reincarnation eye, activate. Minato, what? Is this the power of the reincarnation eye? Hinata, Yes. I was quite surprised as well, Dad. Minato. Hinata. What did you just call me? Hinata, Dad. Minato. Haha. Kushina. What about me? Hinata, Mom. Kushina. Haha. Chapter 25. The Snow Princess Ninja Scroll. Time flies, and 2 years have passed unnoticed. Hinata and I are now 15. On this day, Hinata and I are on a date. Hinata now stands at 1.6 meters tall. Her figure is curvaceous, undoubtedly a beauty, while I stand at 1.8 meters. With well-developed muscles. At this point, my face is free of the 6 paths whiskers, rendering me quite the handsome young man. Hinata. How have you been practicing the lightning release? 1,000 birds technique I taught you. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Well, it's going quite well. Hinata. Shall we go to the cinema this afternoon? Hinata. Certainly. I find this world rather tedious. Aside from films and gambling, there seems to be scant entertainment. I shall change this world. Hinata. What film are we going to watch today? Hinata. I would like to see Princess Fingyun's Great Adventure. Oh. Is that so? Very well. I shall follow your lead. After 2 hours of watching the film, Hinata. How was it? Was the film enjoyable? Hinata. It was passable. I suppose. I believe you could easily become an actress. Hinata. Do you really think so? Naruto-kun. I nodded in affirmation, thinking to myself, my dear wife. You are, after all, a princess. Hinata. You shall forever be my princess. Upon hearing my words, Hinata blushed. Suddenly, we were startled by a cry for help. Hinata. Oh, how peculiar. Is that not Miss Fuji Fuyuki, the actress from the Wind and Cloud drama? Oh, is it? It does seem so. Let us go and investigate. Hinata. Certainly, let us proceed. Greetings, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Asama-san Taiyu. I am Asama-san Taiyu, the manager of Miss Fuji Haruki. Oh. I see. I neglected to introduce you, Mr. Asama. This girl beside me is my childhood friend, Hyuga Hinata. I sense you must have a matter to discuss with us. Correct? Asama-san Taiyu, indeed. Mr. Uzumaki, there are individuals plotting to harm Miss Fuji Haruki. Me. Oh, is that so? So you wish for us to protect her, correct? Asama-san Taiyu. Yes, indeed. Me. Certainly. Hinata. May I ask, Mr. Asama-san Taiyu, can I also protect her? Asama-san Taiyu. Miss Hyuga, you too may protect her. I pondered within. It seems that the mission to the land of snow is finally approaching. I asked, Hinata, do you fear the cold? Hinata replied, cold? I continued. Our task this time is to protect the princess of the land of snow. Hinata exclaimed, what did you say? I clarified, the actress we just encountered was, in fact, Her Highness, Princess Koyuki of the land of snow. Hinata gasped, Nanny? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? I nodded to affirm the truth of my words. How about this? Hinata? I will take her to find Aunt Tsunade, and you can use the transformation jutsu to become her. What do you think? Hinata. Sounds good. Transformation jutsu. Here I go, Naruto-kun. How does it look? Very well. I shall take them to meet Aunt Tsunade. Hinata. Oh. Now, close your eyes, everyone. With a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, I transported them to the Hokage's office, eliciting a sense of curiosity from Kazuhana Koyuki and Asama-san Taiyu. Aunt Tsunade has 2 clients. Kazuhana Koyuki. Indeed, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki is correct. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Asama-san Taiyu. And this is the actress Miss Fujihara Kaze no Yuki. However, she holds another title as the daughter of the feudal lord of the land of snow, Princess Koyuki Kazuhana. Am I right, Mr. Asama-san Taiyu? Mr. Asama-san Taiyu. How did you come to know this, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki? Me. It is your gaze that betrays you. Asama-san Taiyu. Our gaze? Me. Oh, indeed. Mr. Asama, my aunt has mentioned your technology. Asama-san Taiyu. Very well, I can provide that. Chapter 26. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Wolf Fong Avalanche. The next day, me. Greetings, Mr. Asama. These 3 are my students, Saratobi Kinomaru, Senjimo Egi, and Tga Udon. Asama-san Taiyu. And who are those over there? Me. Oh, those are my fiancée's students, Hyuga Hanabi, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. I inquired, Xiaolon. Where is your teacher? Xiaolon replied, Teacher Hinata is waiting for Teacher Naruto. I responded, Oh, is that so? Could Mr. Morning wait a little longer? A minute later. Hinata said, I apologize, I was preparing lunch at home. I expressed my gratitude, saying, Thank you, my dear wife. Hinata replied, Naruto-kun. Please do not let so many people call me wife. I acknowledged, All right, Hinata. Then, I greeted Miss Fujikawa Haruki, saying, I apologize for making you wait. Let us board the train, I suggested. The sound of the train horn echoed, and the young ones lamented, This is such a drag. Me, Hinata, please put on this garment. It is rather chilly in the land of snow. This outfit resembles the form-fitting attire of the esteemed Kaiser, albeit not identical to it. It is red and possesses properties to keep one warm. I had Orochimaru tailor it to fit your figure. Hinata, how do I look in this attire? Does it suit me, Naruto-kun? Me, Hinata, have you finally arrived? Hinata, who is here? Me, the ninjas from the land of snow. Let us proceed, Hinata. Hinata, all right. Naruto-kun, me, have the ninjas from the land of snow finally come? The man is the wolf, Fong Avalanche. Hinata called out to Konohamaru and the others, safeguard Miss Fujiharayuki. Konohamaru and the others replied, Understood. And what about you, Hinata-sensei? Hinata, I am going to assist you. Naruto-sensei. Hinata used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive by my side. Hinata, Naruto-kun, I have come. Me, Hinata, how did you get here? Hinata, I came to help you. Me, thank you, Hinata. Wolf Fong Avalanche, who are you? Me, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Come forth, Wolf Fong Avalanche. Hinata, I am Hyuga Hinata, and I am his fiancée. Me, I am a member of the Umbu of Konoha. Hinata, I am from the village of Konoha. Wolf Fong Avalanche, what did you say? You are the thunder and the transmute from the tales of the ninja world? I nodded to affirm. Indeed. We are the thunder and the transmute you speak of. Behold, lightning release, thousand birds blade. Wolf Fong Avalanche, ice release, one horned white whale, rumbling forth. Celestial obstruction, starfall. A meteor descends from the heavens, crashing down upon Wolf Fong Avalanche. Wolf Fong Avalanche, what is this ninjutsu? Me, this is my Rinnegan ability. Wolf Fong Avalanche, what? Uzumaki Naruto, your eyes. Me, what is the matter? Are you frightened? This is my Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. The technique known as Fire Release, Stormy Dance is originally a composite ninjutsu, but I have modified it so that it no longer requires wind release. Wolf Fong Avalanche, Ice Release, Blizzard. Your technique, Wolf Fong Avalanche, is ineffective against me. Behold my Fire Release, True Fire of Samadhi, let it ignite. My Fire Release, True Fire of Samadhi, are you dead? The Wolf Fong Avalanche has lost its breath, hasn't it? Wolf Fong Avalanche, I'm not dead yet. Me, oh. Is that so? I suppose it's time to employ that technique. A dark sphere coalesced in my hand, then compressed into a smaller orb. Me, behold my great spiral sphere. The thunderous roar obliterated the Wolf Fong Avalanche. I let out a cold snort and remarked, with your capabilities, it would take you another 20 millennia to contend with me. I said, have you finally arrived? The current lord of the land of snow, Fubuki Nanto. Fubuki Nanto replied, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki, what are your intentions? Someone has ordered me to take your life, esteemed Windflower Fury. Windflower Fury, impossible, absolutely impossible. She cannot be alive. Windflower Fury barks like a mad dog. Hinata, Naruto-kun. Wait a moment. Allow me to confront him. Windflower Fury. No, we must retreat swiftly. Hinata, what brings you here? Hinata, I was worried about Naruto-kun. I'm here to assist you. I embraced Hinata warmly. Thank you. Your presence is truly a blessing. Hinata, I feel the same way. Naruto-kun. We have arrived in the first-class cabin of the train. Mr. Asama, Miss Fujiharu, and the tempestuous Kaze are all gone. Asama Santaya, what do you mean, Mr. Yuzu? Have we driven them away? Indeed, Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, this is a gift I bestow upon you. Konohamaru, thank you, Naruto and I. No need for gratitude. Konohamaru, oh. Is this a kunai? There is an inscription on it that reads the Sword of Endurance. Could it be the Flying Thunder God kunai? Indeed. Chapter 27. Hinata Hyuga vs. FK&T. I have arrived. Upon seeing me, Hinata felt a significant alleviation of her psychological burden. I inquired, what is the matter? My beloved wife. Hinata responded, Naruto-kun, are you injured? I replied, well, there is this one place, my mouth. Hinata retorted, oh dear, Naruto-kun, here you go again. I chuckled. Merely jesting. Silly girl, I thought, for Hinata's heart was undoubtedly eased upon seeing that I was unharmed. Naruto-kun, are you all right? She inquired as I playfully poked her forehead. Reassuring her, little fool, I am perfectly fine. Come forth, lord of the land of snow, Fukunudo, I declared. Naruto-kun, you must be weary as well. Allow me to take over, Hinata offered. Very well, I entrust it to you. I replied. Leave it to me. You are indeed the esteemed Lord Fukanudo of the Land of Snow, are you not? She continued. And who might you two be? Inquired Fukanudo. We are the ninjas of the Fire Country, from the Hidden Leaf Village. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata. I am Hinata Hyuga. Kazahana Nato Uzumaki. Hyuga. What? Are you two the legendary members of the Leaf Sumbu, Thunder and Shift? Hinata and I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we are. Hinata. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Kazahana Nato. What did you say? Hinata's words pierced through Kazahana Nato's ears like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Hinata. Come forth. Secret technique. Soft and hard. Dual lion fist. With a thunderous roar, a golden lion erupted from Hinata's hand, hurtling towards Kazahana Nato's direction. Kazahana Nato, what? Hinata, what is the matter? Is that all you've got? Truly useless. Me, has Hinata perished? Hinata, I am uncertain. Let me check the breath of Windflower Fury. Me, fortunately, there is still a pulse. I have bound Windflower Fury with the diamond lock, wrapping him like a rice dumpling. Me, Hinata, shall we return? Hinata, certainly, Naruto-kun. Come forth, Masteress Amisantai, and Princess Fenghua Xiaoxua, Fenghua Nuteo. No, I am still the Lord of the Snow Country. Fenghua Xiaoxua, Fenghua Nuteo, your demise is imminent. Very well. Then meet your end, Fenghua Nuteo. Lightning release, Thousand Birds Blade. I have vanquished Fenghua Nuteo. Following that encounter, we returned to the side of Fenghua Xiaoxua 3 days later. Noble Lord Fenghua Xiaoxua, I have a proposal to share with you. Fenghua Xiaoxua, speak, Lord Naruto. What do you wish to suggest? Shall we forge an alliance with our Fire Nation? Fenghua Xiaoxua, I shall ponder this matter. My sincerest apologies, Your Excellency. But you have but a day to deliberate. Fenghua Xiaoxua, very well, I accept your proposition. Hinata, have you seen this? This is the modern ninja world. I must hasten to transform it. Hinata, yes, indeed, it is time to bring about change in the ninja world. Once we unify it, we shall wander freely everywhere. Hinata, would you be willing to assist me? Hinata, I am more than willing to help you, Naruto-kun. Would you care to join the Inyang Pavilion that I am establishing? Hinata, I would be delighted to join the Inyang Pavilion. I thank you. And after the unification of the ninja world, let us wed. Hinata, yes, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, Naruto-kun. There is no need for thanks. Hinata. Once we return, I shall tell you a story. Hinata, yes, I look forward to it. 2 days later, our group returned to Konoha. Konoha, we have returned. Hinata. You may go ahead. Hinata, very well, I shall visit the Hokage's office. Hello, Tsunade-sama. I have returned. Tsunade, Naruto. How did it go? The mission was quite satisfactory. Tsunade, please have a seat. By the way, the daimyo of the Land of Snow wishes to forge an alliance with us. Tsunade, Naruto, you truly are remarkable. You possess quite the talent for diplomacy. Oh, come now, Tsunade-sama, do not jest with me. Haha. Chapter 28. Maruhoshi Cookie Hinata and I returned to the village. While we were there, we encountered an eccentric old man. He carried a pot upon his back, and the present generation does not recognize him. However, I am familiar with him. His name is Marishin Cookie. Hinata, observing my gaze fixed on the peculiar elderly gentleman, inquired. Naruto-kun, what is it? Who is that grandfather? Hinata, I am perfectly fine. That elderly gentleman is one of the disciples of the Second Hokage, Tobirama, and he is also the strongest genin in Konoha, Grandpa Marishin. Hinata, how about we test his skills? Hinata, that might not be appropriate. No worries. I will bear the consequences. Hinata was taken aback by my mischievous inclination. Hinata, however, seeing this side of you, Naruto-kun, I find it rather endearing. Hinata, remember, Naruto-kun, we must not be too harsh on the elderly. We are no longer mere mortals. We have become gods. Certainly, Hinata-chan. Hinata, hello, Grandpa. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Naruto. A dark-haired youth and a white-haired, white-eyed girl greeted the elder. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this is Hyuga Hinata. Marishin, greetings, children. Grandpa, where are you headed? Shall we accompany you? Marishin, I am on my way to the Heroes' Cemetery. Oh, is that so? How coincidental. We are headed there as well. May I call you Grandpa Marishin? Marishin, but I have no grandchildren. I would be honored to be your grandson, Grandpa Marishin. Hinata, I too would like to be your granddaughter. Marishin, you two are truly wonderful children. Grandpa, we would like to test your skills. Marishin, very well. But only with taijutsu, no ninjutsu allowed. Very well, I promise you. Grandfather, observe my sun-style punch, inch punch, sealing hand, and solid hand. Marishin Kogi, Naruto. I concede. Oh, is that so? Marishin Kogi, what did you just call that technique? That was Wing Chun. A martial art that relies on the power of the waist. Hinata, Naruto-kun, may I learn that? This technique can be practiced without the need for chakra. My dear. Not only can you learn Hanabi, but you can also learn this. Hinata. Oh really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Naruto-kun. No need to be polite. Hanabi is my sister-in-law. And as her brother-in-law, it is only natural for me to assist her. Hinata. Thank you, Naruto-kun. After all, we are all family now. After bidding farewell to Mr. Marishin, we returned home. Dear father-in-law, we have returned. Where is Hanabi? Hinata. Naruto, are you searching for Hanabi? I nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. A charming girl with Byakugan. Approaching me, she is Hinata Hanabi. Hanabi, brother Naruto, you have come to find me, haven't you? Yes. Did I not mention that you ought to address me as brother-in-law? Hinata, my apologies, Naruto-kun. I forgot to inform Hanabi that we are in a relationship. It's nothing. Hinata, Hanabi, when did you start dating Naruto, sister? I gently poke Hanabi's forehead with my finger. We were together since childhood. By the way, I have a set of martial arts to teach you. Hanabi, what style is it? Wing Chun. Hanabi, come, let me teach you Wing Chun. Hanabi, all right, brother-in-law. Watch closely as I demonstrate Wing Chun, the small idea, the sun character punch, the sinking bridge, the short bridge, and the pointed fingers. Do you remember, Hanabi? Hanabi, yes, brother-in-law, I remember. Fireworks, remember that in Wing Chun, the waist and horse stance must be unified. I firmly established a two-character stance and delivered a powerful inch punch, striking the wooden dummy with a resounding thud to its abdomen, creating a hole with my fist. How are you? Fireworks, fireworks. Hello, brother-in-law. You are truly remarkable. I wish to learn as well. I have come today to teach you. Chapter 29. The Hinata family's soft fist Bagua Palm versus the Huaxia Wing Chun. A year after we vanquished Shimura Danzo, I awakened my sage body. My sage mode is characterized by two dragon horns adorning my head. I proclaimed, behold, this is my sage body. Hinata then addressed me, congratulations, Naruto-kun, on acquiring the sage body. She continued, however, Naruto-kun, I have yet to awaken my own sage body. I reassured Hinata, no worries, we can take our time with this. Keep it up, my beloved. Yet, a thought lingered in my mind. This shouldn't be the case. Hinata's current strength is formidable. It is improbable that she could cultivate a sage body. Just as I contemplated this perplexity, a sudden realization struck me, the dragon vein of Lulan. In a gentle tone, I addressed Hinata. There is another way to assist you, Hinata. What is it? She inquired. Have you ever heard of the dragon vein chakra of the ancient Lulan kingdom? Hinata shook her head, replying, I have not. I wish to take you to the land of wind, I suggested. Very well. I would like to seal the dragon vein chakra within your body, she responded. All right. Hinata expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, thank you, my dear. I playfully poked her forehead with my finger and tenderly remarked, silly girl, I have already told you that we will eventually become husband and wife. Upon hearing my words, Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment. Just then, a ringing sound interrupted us. Who is it? I asked. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and a voice called out, Naruto. It's me, Niji. I turned to Hinata softly and said, darling, I will go answer the door. Is it my dear brother-in-law? Are you here to see me? Or are you in search of Hinata? Niji, of course, I am here for you. Niji, please wait for a moment. Hinata, I shall be stepping out with your cousin. Hinata, very well. Dear husband, do not practice too late. All right, let us depart. Niji, Naruto, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you. What is it? Please, go ahead. Niji, it concerns the incident regarding Lady Hinata's Byakugan 3 years ago. Me. Oh, is that what it is? Niji, my apologies. That is something that should inherently exist within Hinata's bloodline. Rest assured, you will possess it as well. Niji, will I truly have it too? Indeed. I wanted to inform you that Hinata and I have already acquired the formidable Otsutsuki constitution. Niji Otsutsuki? Yes, exactly. I activated the Rinnegan, and with a mere gesture, unleashed the almighty push. A thunderous sound reverberated as Niji was sent flying. Niji exclaimed, "What is this overwhelming power?" I said to Niji, "Behold the power of my eyes. This is my eternal Mangeki Sharingan." Niji replied in astonishment, "What? Is this the Rinnegan and Sage Mode of Naruto?" I responded, "Hinata will possess it too." I then called out, "Hinata, come forth." Hinata appeared and said, "Naruto-kun, I apologize, Niji and I originally intended to invite both of you to dinner." I inquired, "Oh really? Then let Niji Hyuga witness." Hinata replied, "All right, Sage Mode, activate." A dark curse seal emerged from her forehead, and currently, Hinata radiated a golden light all around her. Me, Hinata, your Sage Mode seems off. Hinata, what's wrong? Naruto-kun? This is indeed my Sage Body Mode. Me, Hinata, this isn't the Sage Mode. I can't help but think that I should grant you a special advantage. Me, Hinata, shall I bestow upon you this enhancement? Niji, Naruto, might you impart your wisdom to me? Niji, my apologies. Hinata's Sage Mode is something she comprehended on her own. I cannot teach you. You should seek out Hinata instead. Niji, oh, is that so? Perhaps I should refrain. Lady Hinata would never teach me. I struck Niji on the head with a resounding thud. Niji, ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto, why did you hit my head? Your presence irks me. I caution you against referring to Hinata as lady. Hinata, I entrust Niji to you. Hinata, all right, let us go. Niji, dear brother. Niji, I humbly request your guidance. Lady Hinata. The sound of Niji calling her lady unsettled me. Take it slow, Hinata. Hinata, Naruto-kun, what is the matter? Allow me to handle this. Niji, Nanny? With a sly grin, I thought to myself, Hyuga Niji, your fate is sealed. Niji, no, please. I assumed the stance of Wing Chun and proclaimed, come forth. Hyuga Niji, Niji, Naruto, what kind of martial arts is this? This is Wing Chun. The embodiment of Wing Chun, stand before you, Niji Hyuga, the master of the gentle fist. In order to demonstrate to Niji that I am capable of guiding Hinata, I close my eyes. Niji, with his 8 trigrams empty palm directed towards me, prepares for action. I call out, hey, I'm right here, Niji. Niji, bewildered, responds, what? What is happening? Me, be cautious of what lies behind you. Niji, Naruto, where are you? Me, hey Niji, I am in the sky. Niji, 8 trigrams air palm, thundering sound. The sunlit fist strikes with thunderous power. Niji, Hyuga Niji's 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. Is this your ultimate defense? Behold my spiral kick. The pinnacle of my techniques. With a swift descent, my foot struck down from the heavens, shattering Niji's rebirth technique. I declared, Niji, you have been defeated. This is my purpose. Hyuga Niji responded, what manner of technique is this? I replied, this is a newly devised move, crafted to protect Hinata. Chapter 30, The Ancient Kingdom of Lulan. Hinata, Sasuke, we have a mission. Hinata, yes, Naruto-kun. Sasuke, with a hint of pride, snorted dismissively. What is it? This time, our task is to seal the dragon vein. Hinata, Nanny? The dragon vein? I nodded in affirmation. Hinata, does this world truly harbor dragons? I'm not entirely certain. Hinata, I wish to seal the power of the dragon vein within you. Is that acceptable? Hinata, why would you want to do that? To enhance your strength. Hinata, my strength? I aspire to transform you into the dragon Jinchuriki. Hinata, very well. I shall give it a try. Hinata, please wait a moment. I will inquire with my father about the location of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. I then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Mother, where is father? Kushina, what is the matter? Naruto? Why are you looking for your dad? Mother, I have accepted a mission. I must seek the dragon vein of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. 10 minutes later, Minato finally returns. Father. You're back at last. Minato, what is it, Naruto? Father, do you remember a place called the Kingdom of Lulan? Minato, I recall it being near the Land of Wind. Oh, is that so? Well, I should also go find Gaara. Mother, father. I'm off to find Hinata and Sasuke. Minato, this child is always so impulsive. Hinata is lost in thought when I use the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside her, startling her. Hinata, are you all right? Hinata, Naruto-kun, I am fine. Hinata, shall we go find Sasuke? Hinata, yes, that sounds good. Naruto-kun, we arrived at Sasuke's residence. I knocked on the door. Sasuke, are you there? Who is it? It is I, Sasuke. As Sasuke's mother opened the door and saw Hinata and me, she inquired, "Who might you two be?" "I. Auntie, are you Makoto?" "Greetings. Aunt Makoto. We are companions of Sasuke." With a smile, Hinata and I addressed Uchiha Makoto. At that moment, a man of an age contrary to Minato Namikaze appeared. He was none other than Uchiha Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku. Hinata and I greeted him, saying, "Hello, Uncle Fugaku. Hinata and I have come to find Sasuke." "Fugaku-wa? Naruto and Hinata? Greetings. Are you two in search of Sasuke?" "I, indeed. We have a mission that will last 6 days. We depart tomorrow and the day after, Hinata. Sasuke and I will set off together." Among the three of us, apart from Sasuke, who possesses the Sharingan, Hinata and I wield the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, respectively. Hinata is endowed with the Rebirth Eye, while I possess the Rinnegan. The ability of Hinata's Rebirth Eye is spatial manipulation, and my Rinnegan grants me powers akin to hers. Together, Hinata and I grasped Sasuke's hand, and I activated the dimensional gateway with my Rinnegan's prowess. We, along with Sasuke, stepped into the portal. Sasuke, taken aback, suddenly inquired, "Naruto, is this the power of your Rinnegan?" I nodded in affirmation, saying, "It is the power of my Rinnegan. It is not solely mine." For even Hinata possesses the same ocular ability. Hinata's Rinnegan grants us the ability to traverse time, and thus the three of us journeyed to Gaara's residence. I greeted, "Hello, Gaara." Hinata chimed in, "Hello, Gaara." Sasuke remained silent. "Gaara, Naruto, what brings the three of you here?" "Me, I have come to retrieve something." "Gaara, retrieve something? What is it?" "Me, the dragon vein of the ancient Lulan kingdom." "Gaara, what?" I nodded in affirmation. "Gaara, Naruto, how may I assist you?" I require a map of the ancient kingdom of Lulan." "Gaara, someone, please bring a map for Lord Naruto." The individual departed and returned in less than an hour, bearing the map of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Thank you, Gaara. Let us be on our way. Farewell. Chapter 31, The Dragon Vein. We gazed towards the map, noting that the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan should lie to the northeast of the Land of Wind. I gently turned to Hinata and said, "Hinata, it's up to you now." Hinata replied, "All right, Naruto-kun." As she activated the Rebirth Eye, a vision of an ancient palace reminiscent of traditional Chinese architecture materialized before us. Sasuke exclaimed, "What? Is this Hinata's ability?" I chuckled. "Indeed, this is the power of Hinata's Rebirth Eye." Sasuke remarked, "No wonder she is your girlfriend, Naruto." I replied, "Absolutely. Just look at who she is." Hinata interjected, "What about me?" We are speaking." "Hinata, you are truly impressive." Sasuke, "Indeed, Hinata, you are remarkable." Hinata, "Well, I am not as extraordinary as you and Naruto-kun say." "Me, indeed. Let us proceed inside." Hinata, "Certainly." Sasuke, "I have long wished to enter." Me, "Oh, by the way." Sasuke, "Please ensure Hinata does not take anything indiscriminately." Hinata, "Understood, Naruto-kun." Me, "Hinata, could you kindly use your Byakugan to take a look?" Hinata, "Of course, Naruto-kun." Hinata, How peculiar." Naruto-kun, "Sasuke-kun, come quickly." Me, "What is it, Hinata?" "We shall be there momentarily." Me, "I am here. What seems to be the matter?" Hinata, "Naruto-kun, please take a look." Oh, how curious. How did a painting end up here?" Oh, how peculiar. Isn't that painting of Hinata you?" Hinata, "Oh, how strange. Is that painting not of Naruto-kun?" Sasuke, "Oh, how odd. Isn't that painting a depiction of me?" Oh, really? Why do the three of our portraits appear here?" Hinata, "Sasuke, you two must flee quickly. There are traps ahead, hurry." "Oh no, it seems we are trapped." Hinata, "Sasuke, are you both unharmed?" Hinata, "I am fine, but Sasuke." Hinata, "Naruto-kun, Sasuke is injured." Oh no." Hinata, "Sasuke, are you all right?" What has happened to Sasuke?" Hinata, "He is unconscious." Allow me to assist. I shall use the power of light to heal him." Hinata, "Very well. It won't take but a moment for Sasuke to recover." Sasuke slowly opens his eyes. "Where am I?" Naruto and Hinata, "How did you both end up here?" Sasuke, "Have you forgotten that you are injured?" At that moment, a resounding roar of a dragon erupted from the depths of the earth. Hinata, "What is that roar?" Listen, this is the voice of a dragon." Hinata, "Quickly activate your Byakugan chakra mode." Hinata, "All right, Byakugan mode engaged." At last it has emerged. The dragon vein. Hinata, are you prepared?" Hinata, "Naruto-kun, I am ready." So you wish to flee, do you?" Behold my Vidra seal. Hurry over, Hinata. With swift hand seals, I proclaimed loudly, 8 trigram seal. And then I pressed my hands against Hinata's abdomen. I uttered a phrase that sealed the power of the dragon vein within Hinata's body. In an instant, her Byakugan and physique began to evolve. Within less than a second, 2 dragon horns sprouted from Hinata's head, only to vanish just as swiftly. I asked Hinata, "Are you all right?" She replied, "Naruto-kun, I'm fine. I feel a surge of dragon vein chakra within me." I suggested, "Hinata, let us share a kiss." She hesitated, saying, "Is that appropriate? Sasuke is still here." I dismissed her concern, exclaiming, "Ignore him, mwahihi." Sasuke interjected, "You two are being quite affectionate." I reminded them, "Today is December 27th. Hinata, it's your birthday." I continued, "Happy birthday, Hinata." She smiled and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Sasuke added, "Happy birthday, Hinata." "Thank you, Sasuke." Hinata then proposed, "Shall we head back?" I agreed, and she activated her Byakugan. We returned to the Hokage office, where we took Sasuke to the hospital before heading home. I called out, "Mom, Dad, we're back." Hinata chimed in, "Mom and Dad, we're home." Minato and Kushina greeted us joyfully, asking, "Welcome home, son. How is it? What about the dragon vein?" I have sealed the dragon vein within Hinata's body. Now, she has become a Jinchuriki, and a perfect one at that. What did you say, Naruto? Hinata, "Father, Mother, this is all my doing if I persuaded Naruto-kun." Minato, "Why would Naruto take such an action?" I merely wished for Hinata to grow stronger. Hinata, "Father, Mother, do not blame Naruto-kun for this. It was my idea. I desire to become stronger. I yearn to protect Naruto-kun." Thank you, Hinata. I almost forgot. Oh, by the way, Dad and Mom, today is Hinata's birthday. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Happy birthday, Hinata. Hinata, thank you, Mom and Dad. Chapter 32. I teach Hinata Chidori. Hinata, today is yet another beautiful day. Indeed. Hinata, Naruto-kun, are you free tonight? Yes, I am. What's up? Hinata, shall we go watch a movie? Very well. Shall we meet in the evening? Allow me to escort you home. With the flying thunder god. Hinata has arrived home. Hinata, thank you, Naruto-kun. See you in the evening. Farewell, Hinata. Hinata, farewell, Naruto-kun. Hinata, I apologize for my tardiness. Hinata, it's all right. You are not late. Hinata, what film would you like to watch today? Hinata, let us watch a horror movie, Naruto-kun. I pondered in my heart. This girl has certainly grown bolder. It seems my encouragement has borne fruit. I returned from my thoughts to reality as we arrived at the cinema. Ticket clerk, good day. Mr. Uzumaki, Dr. Hyuga, what film do you two wish to see? Are there any horror films available? Ticket clerk, yes, indeed. My girlfriend wishes to see a horror film. Ticket clerk, wow, really? Dr. Hyuga is quite fearless. In my heart, I chuckled to myself, thinking that Hinata's courage was as great as mine. I told her that there were no ghosts in this world, and besides, Hinata, you possess the Byakugan. Even ghosts would tremble at your sight, for you are a specter that instills fear. After a moment of reminiscence, I returned to reality and said, Hinata, shall we go? She replied, of course, Naruto. Thus, we entered the cinema together, and after watching the film, I escorted Hinata back to her home. Then I returned to my parents' house. In 3 years, we shall be wed. By the way, according to the original timeline, the Ninja World War is currently ongoing. Is this a butterfly effect? Thankfully, the Fourth Great Ninja War has not yet erupted. As I mentioned, after I eliminated Danzo Shimura, peace returned to the Naruto world. This is my heartfelt sentiment. The following morning, Hinata said, Naruto-kun, wake up. I replied, what is it? She responded, Naruto-kun, you fell asleep. I said, oh, is that so? Wait a moment. I then questioned, Hinata, wasn't I at my parents' house? Hinata retorted, how can you say that? I asked, what do you mean? She explained, you were drinking with your father's teacher last night. I was taken aback. Are you serious, Hinata? She affirmed, yes, indeed. I pondered, wait, that doesn't make sense. After the movie, I took you home. Hinata clarified, it was my father who brought you home last night. Hinata, did I engage in that last night? Hinata, no. Naruto-kun, you are a paragon of virtue. Oh, is that so? I secretly thought to myself, how splendid. Indeed, I am a paragon of virtue. Hinata, how about I present you with a ninjutsu today? Observe closely. I have formed the signs of the dragon, horse, and rat. Thunder release, Chidori. This is a new technique I have devised specifically for you. Hinata. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Take your time, for Hinata's chakra affinities are lightning and fire. She has yet to awaken the other attributes. Meanwhile, I have already mastered 7 chakra affinities. Me. Hinata, let us venture to the moon. Hinata, how shall we get there? Me. Oh, I apologize. I forgot that your Rinnegan can only enable flight on Earth. How about we visit the rock village in the land of Earth instead? Hinata, sounds good. With the spatial abilities of her Rinnegan, Hinata transported us to the rock village. I then used a transformation technique to assume the exact likeness of Uchiha Madara, appearing above the village. I spoke with the words of pain, declaring, "Let the world be annihilated. Let it experience anguish." The colossal-tailed beast bomb erupted, and a mushroom cloud ascended once more from the rock village. Hinata and I erupted into laughter, reveling in the destruction I had wrought upon the village. Chapter 33. Naruto and Hinata traversed to the era when Uchiha Madara was alive. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Me. It is time to reveal my Rinnegan abilities to Hinata. Me. Hinata. There is something I must tell you. Hinata. Naruto-kun, what is it that you wish to share? My Rinnegan grants me the extraordinary ability to traverse through time and space. Hinata, really? Are you speaking the truth? Indeed. I have named it time travel. Hinata. I see. We could embark on an impromptu journey through time. Hinata. Naruto-kun. I wish to travel back to the era of the Hyuga clan's celestial ninja. Oh, is that so? Hinata, you must be a descendant of that lineage. Hinata, I have heard my father speak of it. Oh, truly? Together, Hinata and I ventured into a time wormhole, arriving in Konoha 12 years into the past. When the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had held the title for less than 2 months. Hinata, during this period, refrained from calling me Naruto. Instead, refer to me as Menma. Hinata. Very well, Menma-kun. You should also change your name. Let it be Hyuga-ran. Hinata. All right. Thank you, Menma-kun. Xiaolan. During this period, it would be best for you to utilize your rebirth eye. Hinata. All right, Menma-kun. Who? I silently cursed, feeling a sense of unease. I summoned forth a creature from the depths of the earth, resembling the infamous duo of black and white. I exclaimed, Xiaolan, it's your turn. Hinata affirmed, indeed, Menma-kun. Silver orbs, the reincarnation of the lunar wheel, spun in Xiaolan's hands before being unleashed with a resounding roar. Now, it is my turn. With the lightning release, lightning big spiraling sphere, I infused my lightning chakra into the colossal spiraling sphere, unleashing a devastating force that obliterated Kurizetsu. Hinata and I swallowed hard as my grand spiraling sphere descended from the heavens. A tremendous explosion ensued, and this technique surpassed even the might of contemporary nuclear weaponry. Xiaolan, did you see that? Hinata, yes, Menma-kun. I witnessed it. Your lightning release, lightning great spiral shuriken is truly terrifying. Xiaolan. Have you ever heard of nuclear weapons? Hinata, I'm not sure. Let us discuss it when we return to Konoha in 68 years. Hinata, sure, sounds good to me. Hinata, oh how peculiar. Isn't that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama? Where? Xiaolan indeed. And there's Uchiha Madara as well. Hinata, should we approach them? Xiaolan. We shall not go. I have an enduring apprehension that altering history may not bode well. We are here to assist your family. To reform the system of both your main and branch families. Hinata, thank you, Nichi-kun. Let us visit the Hyuga household. No need for formality. By the way, please remove your bodysuit and don this garment. This is Hanfu. Hinata, is this Hanfu? Yes indeed. Last night, I had a dream. Hinata, what kind of dream? I dreamt of you clad in Hanfu, and you looked utterly magnificent. I was nearly entranced by your beauty. Hinata, really? Was it unappealing? Not at all, Hinata. You are the most exquisite princess of the Byakugan in this world. Hinata, thank you. Let us chat as we stroll. Before long, we arrived at the familiar gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed there were no guards stationed during this era. The First Shinobi World War was underway, and I reminded Hinata that we were in the Warring States period. We must take care to protect ourselves. Hinata, I will. Hinata. Allow me to teach you the Eagle Claw technique. Hinata, what is the Eagle Claw technique? Also known as China or Dragon Claw. The Eagle Claw technique primarily involves seizing, lifting, striking, throwing, and capturing. Hinata, I'll remember that. It is essential to harness the power of yin and yang when executing it. Hinata, I'll remember. Practice at your own pace, and Do remember not to grasp your companions by the throat. Also, refrain from practicing with family. Hinata, I understand, Naruto-kun. 10 months later. Hinata, let us seek someone to practice with. How about we look for Uchiha Madara? Hinata, alright. Chapter 34. Encountering the God of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Hinata and I arrived in the bygone era of the ninja world, standing at the entrance of Konoha Village. I inquired, we hail from the land of whirlpools. Is anyone present? Greetings, who might you be? At that moment, a towering figure, approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, appeared before us, resembling Hashirama Senju. I greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Lord Hashirama Senju. My name is Namikaze Menma. Hinata added, hello, Lord Hashirama Senju. I am Huaxia.An. I expressed my desire to attempt the wood release technique of Hashirama Senju. Upon hearing my words, Hashirama erupted into hearty laughter, responding, very well, let us proceed. With a swift motion, he formed a hand seal and proclaimed, would release, would dragon technique. In turn, I executed a single-handed seal and shouted, would release, would dragon technique. To my astonishment, my wood dragon surpassed that of Hashirama's in size. Hashirama, taken aback, exclaimed, what? How is it that you possess my ninjutsu? In my mind, I mused. Well, you see, I comprehend the transformation of chakra properties. Hashirama, bewildered, inquired, what did you say? The transformation of chakra properties? I believe, Lord Hashirama, that your wood release stems from the transformation of the chakra nature of water and earth. Hashirama Senju, is that truly the case? I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lord Hashirama. My chakra affinities encompass lightning, wind, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Hashirama Senju, haha, enough of this. You have one. Now it is your turn, Lord Tobarama. Hinata, wait a moment, let me take my turn. I said to Hinata, very well, and by the way, Lanchan, do your best. Hinata, thank you, Nyanmakuin, I shall. Lanchan, remember to use the lightning release I taught you against him. Hinata, yes, Nyanmakuin. Hinata, Tensigan, activate. I introduce myself as Huaxia.An. Please guide me, Lord Tobarama. Lightning release, thunderous lion's roar. 1,000 golden lions erupted from Hinata's hands, surging towards Tobarama with a resounding roar. Tobarama, water release, water shield. Tobarama, Hinata, Lord Tobarama, are you foolish? Lightning and water conduct electricity. Tobarama, I concede defeat to you. Hashirama Senju, truly, my foolish Udu, how can you still dare to speak? Tobarama's chakra affinity is water, while Hinata's is lightning. I pondered to myself, how intriguing. No wonder Shimura Danzo wielded kunai to pierce Susanoo, it was taught to him. As I returned from my meditation to reality, I noticed Hinata calling out to me, Minmakuin, what is the matter? It's all right, Lanchan. We should return now. All right, everyone, it's time for us to head back. Hinata and I have traversed back to the present day in Konoha. Hinata, at last we are back. Naruto-kun. Me indeed. Hinata, after we return home. Hinata, all right. At this moment, within the Hugo residence, the servants were astonished by the disappearance of the caged bird seal. What could have caused this? Hyuga Niji, my caged bird has vanished. Thank you, Naruto, my brother-in-law, and Hinata, my sister. How should I express my gratitude at this moment? Hinata and I approached Niji Hyuga from behind, and I gently patted his shoulder. What is the matter? Niji replied, Naruto, I'm fine. I'll treat you both to a meal. I responded, allow me to take care of it. Niji then asked, Naruto, do you actually know how to cook? Indeed. Since childhood, I have been an orphan, a child without parents. Niji, but now, things are different. I have Hinata. Naturally, I must strive to become stronger to protect her. In my heart, I think of Tsutsuki Kenshiki, should you dare to seek death in the future. I will extract your chakra and deliver a mighty F-ton, raisin shuriken to you. Niji glanced at me and then at Hinata, his emotions a tapestry of complexity. Chapter 35, The Wet Bone Forest. Hinata, your eyes are truly exquisite. Hinata, Naruto-kun. My beautiful princess, may I ask if you are free tomorrow morning? Hinata, what is it? Hinata, would you be willing to become Hokage? Hinata, can I really? Naruto-kun. Indeed, you can. Starting tomorrow, I will subject you to rigorous training. Hinata, oh no, really? The next day, Hinata and I went for a run together. Clad in a pink bodysuit, Hinata panted. Oh dear, Naruto-kun. I feel utterly exhausted. I encouraged Hinata, keep going. All right, Hinata, tomorrow we shall visit Aunt Tsunade. On the third day, Hinata and I arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Tsunade, come in. Ah, Naruto and Hinata. What brings you here? I, Aunt Tsunade. You must have visited the Whetbone Forest, haven't you? Tsunade, the Whetbone Forest? Tsunade pondered how this young man knew about it. With my hands tucked into my pockets, I addressed Tsunade. Aunt Tsunade, I wish for Hinata to learn the sage arts of the Whetbone Forest. Tsunade, Naruto, didn't you all study the sage arts of the Dragon Cave? I don't mention it. The White Snake Sage refuses to allow Hinata to learn the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. In my heart, I pondered that I did not wish for Hinata to learn the sage art of the Dragon Cave. Tsunade remarked, very well, please wait for me a moment. With a flourish, she performed the summoning technique, and with a resounding pop, a creature resembling a giant slug materialized before us, the Sage of Slugs. Greetings, Sage of Slugs. I said. Hello, replied the sage. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this young lady beside me is my fiancée, Hyuga Hinata. Greetings, Hinata, the sage said. Hello, sage. I wish to learn the sage art of the Whetbone Forest, Hinata expressed earnestly. Very well, may I have your signature? The sage requested. Of course, I shall oblige. Hinata replied, grateful. Excellent. Now, let us depart, the Sage of Slugs announced. With a reverse summoning technique, we were whisked away to the Whetbone Forest, where a towering slug, standing at 58 meters, appeared before us. She was the Great Sage of Slugs. Greetings, I am the Great Sage of Slugs, she introduced herself. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this is my fiancée, I stated. Hinata, greetings, Great Sage. I am Hyuga Hinata, here to learn the sage art of the Whetbone Forest. At that moment, I inquired, Sage of Slugs, may I accompany Hinata? Of course, you may join. The sage replied warmly. Thank you, Sage of Slugs. While I do not seek to learn the sage art, I am here to serve as Hinata's cook, I explained. Very well, the sage responded. Sage of Slugs, the meals I prepare are quite delectable, I boasted. Indeed, I adore the dishes Naruto-kun cooks, Hinata chimed in. Oh esteemed Slug Sage, do you have any ingredients for cooking? Slug Sage, alas, I do not. My apologies, Slug Sage. I shall procure some vegetables from the Hidden Leaf Village. Is the Flying Thunder God vendor offering fresh meat and large shrimp? Vendor, it is Lord Naruto. Here is the payment. The vendor does not provide change. I activate the Flying Thunder God technique and proceed to a vegetable shop. I inquired if the proprietor had any carrots. Upon recognizing me, the owner broke into a smile and said, it's Lord Naruto. What would you like to purchase? I replied, I would like to buy carrots, chili peppers, and cabbage. How much does the boss want? The boss is thinking to himself how fortunate Dr. Hinata is to have someone as devoted as Lord Naruto. Boss, do you have any Sichuan pepper? The boss replied affirmatively. After purchasing the ingredients, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the Whetbone Forest. Hinata, Naruto-kun, what ingredients did you buy? I procured an assortment of meat, seafood, and vegetables, all your favorites. I shall prepare dinner this evening. I made delectable oil-fried prawns, spicy chicken, and a delicate Chinese cabbage soup. Hinata remarked, Naruto's cooking is truly delightful. To which I responded, thank you, my dear wife. In Chapter 36, the investigation of Akatsuki and the shell unfolds. Sasuke interjected, Naruto. Hinata, you two lovebirds, spare us the display of affection. I retorted, Sasuke, I shall flaunt my affection before you. What of it? I find myself reflecting on how you once were with Sakura Haruno. Now, you and Sakura have parted ways. If Uchiha Sarada does not exist, then neither does that rascal Boruto. I returned from my reverie to the present. With my hands tucked into my pockets, I addressed Sasuke, saying, my foolish friend. To win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. That is how I endeared myself to Hinata. I encouraged him, do your best, Sasuke. Sasuke retorted, Naruto, I have grown weary of your incessant displays of affection. Hinata inquired, Naruto-kun, what is the matter with Sasuke-kun? I replied, Hinata, pay him no mind. His tsundere tendencies are flaring up. Hinata asked, tsundere tendencies? I affirmed, indeed. He is nothing but a tsundere. Let us return home. And Hinata shall share the details with you as we walk and converse. Hinata, let us proceed to purchase some books. Hinata, books? What sort does Naruto wish to acquire? The book I seek is, of course, a history book. Hinata, a history book, you say? We have arrived at a bookstore. Excuse me, proprietor, do you have any history books? Upon recognizing me, the shopkeeper inquired, "What book does Lord Naruto wish to buy today?" I seek a history book indeed. Oh, how peculiar. Is that not Kakashi? Surely, he is not here to purchase Jiraiya's book. Hinata, what is it? Hinata, do you see over there? I pointed towards Kakashi. Hinata, Naruto-kun, should we not go greet him? Perhaps it is best to refrain. Hinata, proprietor. I would like to purchase this book. Shopkeeper, certainly. This is for you, Hinata. Hinata, thank you, Naruto-kun. There's no need for thanks. You are my beloved wife. Hinata, this time we shall become rogue ninjas. Are you willing? Hinata, I am willing. Thank you, my dear wife. It is truly wonderful to have you. Hinata, I feel the same. Let us seek out Aunt Tsunade. We arrived at the Hokage's office and found Tsunade. Me, Aunt Tsunade. We are going to become rogue ninjas. Tsunade, what on earth is wrong with you two? Me, the world is so vast, we yearn to explore it. Tsunade, Naruto, why do you wish to become rogue ninjas? I intend to take Hinata with me to become rogue ninjas, while simultaneously investigating the Akatsuki and the Shell organization. Tsunade, the Akatsuki and the Shell? Yes, precisely those two factions. We must eradicate them. Tsunade, what did you say? The Akatsuki and the Shell? The leader of the Akatsuki is a disciple of my grandfather Jiraiya, and the leader of the Shell organization is a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Tsunade, Otsutsuki? I nodded in affirmation, indeed. The Otsutsuki are extraterrestrial beings hailing from the realm of Takamagara. The eyes of the Tsutsuki are akin to those of the Hyuga clan, both possessing the Byakugan, and they are determined to annihilate Akatsuki and the Shell. Their Byakugan is exceedingly potent, unlike that of the Hyuga clan, which merely serves for observation. Aunt Tsunade, have you noticed any changes in Hinata's Byakugan? Tsunade, is that so? Let me take a look. Indeed, it seems there is something unusual. What could be the situation? This is a brand new ocular technique of the Hyuga clan, the Reincarnation Eye. Tsunade, Reincarnation Eye? It is on par with the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. The most significant distinction between these two ocular techniques lies in the stringent conditions required to awaken the Reincarnation Eye. Tsunade, what makes it so stringent? There are two methods to awaken the Reincarnation Eye. The first necessitates the chakra of the Tsutsuki from the moon, and the second involves gathering and merging the Byakugan of the same lineage. Tsunade, how did Hinata acquire her Reincarnation Eye? I assisted Hinata in awakening her Tensigan, and now both she and I belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Have you forgotten, Aunt Tsunade? Aunt Tsunade, could you kindly convey a message to Sasuke? I have decided to become a rogue ninja. Hinata and I are no longer in the village. Would you kindly assist in taking care of my sister? Tsunade, certainly. Hinata, Lady Tsunade, could you please inform my father that I will be accompanying Naruto? He should take good care of himself at home. Chapter 36. The Great Sage of the Toads. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. 3 years later, Hinata, let us now seek out Jiraiya at Miyaboku Mountain. We must locate this old lecherous sage. Me, hello, Master Jiraiya. We wish to journey to Mount Miyaboku. Jiraiya, Naruto, did you not study the sage arts of the Richi Cave? Indeed. I wish for the great toad sage to assist me in locating the alternate dimension of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Jiraiya, oh, is that so? Jiraiya swiftly drew a kunai across his finger, forming intricate hand seals before pressing his palms onto the ground, invoking the reverse summoning technique with a resounding thud. Is this indeed Mount Miyaboku? Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement, saying, yes, this is the place that left Hinata and me in awe. Mount Miyaboku is truly a picturesque and serene locale. This place is truly beautiful, Hinata. Hinata, yes, indeed. Just then, Jiraiya arrived with 2 toads, Fukasaku and Shima. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and the girl beside me is Hinata Hyuga, my childhood friend. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, Shima, this is Naruto, the son of Minato. Shima, is he the son of the little Minato? Jiraiya, yes, indeed. May I ask where the great sage toad is? I have matters to discuss with him. A few moments later, we arrived at the abode of an ancient toad. He was the great sage toad. Great sage toad. Greetings, are you Uzumaki Naruto? I nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, hello, great sage toad. Great sage toad, I just had another dream. What kind of dream did I have? Great toad sage. I dreamt that in the near future, you and the princess with the disdainful eyes by your side would engage in battle against those celestial visitors. You must cherish her dearly. Furthermore, you both shall depart from this world. Oh, is that so? Rest assured, Great Toad Sage. I shall do as you say. Thank you, Great Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage, I have a matter I kindly request your assistance with. Great Toad Sage, what is it? I need you to investigate an organization known as the Clan of Shell. Great Toad Sage, that is a simple request. I appreciate your help, Great Toad Sage. With that, I took Hinata's hand, and we exited the abode of the Great Toad Sage. 3 months later. Hinata, shall we return home? Hinata, home? Yes, indeed, home. I took Hinata's hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting us back to the land of fire, Konoha. Come forth, Konami. At that moment, a charming little girl with red hair came running towards us. She is my sister in this lifetime, Uzumaki Konami. Konami, brother, hello sister-in-law. Hinata, greetings, Konami. What brings you here today, Konami? Konami, brother, today is my birthday. Oh, is it? I forgot. I exchanged a knowing glance with Hinata, and she instantly understood what needed to be done. Hinata, Konami, come here. This is a gift from Naruto and me. Konami, thank you, brother and sister-in-law. I thought you had forgotten. How could I possibly forget that today is the birthday of my adorable little sister? Happy birthday. After we returned home with Kuna, she opened the box we gave her, revealing a kunai inside. I inquired, how are you? Do you like it? Jionai nodded in affirmation. I continued. From now on, I shall teach you the art of ninjutsu, while your sister-in-law will instruct you in physical techniques. Jionai responded, all right. I will rely on both of you. I reassured her, no need for formalities. We are all family. Jionai nodded once more. I added, tomorrow marks the commencement of ninja school, does it not? Jionai, ensure you dedicate yourself to mastering ninjutsu. Hinata, I entrust Konami to you. Hinata, certainly, Naruto-kun. I can teach Konami ninjutsu. Chapter 40, Siblings and Mentors. Hello, Irika-sensei. Irika, Naruto. It's me, Irika-sensei. What is the matter? Irika, it has been a long time, Naruto. Haha, really? By the way, this is my sister, Uzumaki Kanai. A small girl with short red hair appeared from behind me. This red-haired girl is Uzumaki Kanai. Irika, what did you say? This is your sister? Yes, indeed. Irika, Naruto, congratulations on becoming an older brother. Kanai, hello, Irika-sensei. My name is Uzumaki Kanai. Irika, greetings, Kanai. Kanai, may I ask, Irika-sensei, what kind of person was my brother in school? Irika, Kanai, your brother is a genius. He saved my life once. Kanai, is what you said true, Irika-sensei? Irika, yes. But enough of that. It's time for class. After I escorted Kanai to school, I headed to the Hokage's office. Tsunade, it's Naruto. And Tsunade. Hyuga Hinata and I have been devoid of time to undertake missions these past few months. We need to nurture my younger sister, Uzumaki Kanai. Tsunade, I see. Very well. I shall grant you a 3-month respite. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Hinata, today and Tsunade mentioned that we are granted a 3-month vacation. We should hasten to train our younger sisters, shall we? Hinata, certainly. The following day. Kuniyumi, brother, what are you doing? Why call me so early? Kuniyumi. From today onwards, Hinata and I shall subject you to rigorous training. Kuniyumi, what? I must have misheard that. Is Janemi ready? Janemi, I'm ready, brother, sister-in-law. Hinata, are you prepared? Hanabi, I'm ready, sister, brother-in-law. Here we come. Junai, that is not how you execute that kick. Sister, your reaction time is not swift enough. Let us try again. Junai, all right, big brother. Be cautious, for I shall also launch an attack. 3 months later, Hinata and I instructed Junai and Hanabi in the art of martial techniques. My foolish sister, do you wish to possess power akin to mine? If so, then defeat me. Hinata, Hanabi, are you all right? Hanabi, sister, I am fine. Please, activate the Tensigen mode. As Hinata pondered whether she should indeed activate the Tensigen, her gaze fell upon me. The moment I noticed her looking at me, I understood the question she wished to pose. We exchanged glances. What is it, Hinata? Hinata, Naruto-kun, just now Hanabi expressed her desire for me to activate the Tensigen. Hinata, you can activate the Tensigen mode. My dear, rest assured, with my wood release. Hinata, very well, Tensigen mode, activate. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Hinata. Have you seen Hanabi and Kurinai? This is the power of your elder sister Hinata. Both Hanabi and Kurenai were taken aback, utterly speechless in awe. Very well, Hinata, gather your chakra. Hinata, certainly, Naruto-kun. Hanabi, sister, you are so impressive. I can also bestow the rebirth eye upon you. Additionally, Kuna, I can guide you in mastering your sage body, provided you diligently train. Kuna, thank you, Onaikin. And sister-in-law. It's nothing, haha. Hanabi, thank you, dear sister and brother-in-law. Hinata and I both burst into laughter. By the way, Hinata, are you free today? Hinata, I'm not available. I had initially intended to invite you to watch a movie. Upon hearing my invitation, Hinata instantly changed her mind and said she was free. I was left with a sweat drop on my forehead. Chapter 41. Hinata learns the eagle claw technique. Me, Hinata. What is this? Hinata, this is my original technique, the 8 trigrams 256 poem. Me, my beloved wife is truly remarkable. Me, Hinata. I would like to teach you the eagle claw fist technique. What do you think? Hinata, that sounds good. Me, as a ninja, it is essential to master lethal techniques. Isn't it? In the future, I shall teach you to master more lethal techniques. Hinata, yes, I will diligently learn, Naruto-kun. Remember, Hinata, the skills I impart regarding the art of killing are not meant for taking lives, but rather for self-preservation. Hinata, it is imperative that you understand. My eagle claw technique must harness the power of yin and yang. Hinata, our future adversaries dwell in the heavens. Hinata, in the heavens? Yes indeed. Do you recall that Tsutsuki Sh10 I spoke of during our childhood? Hinata, I remember. Could it be that he is? Let us commence right here. Hinata, all right, let us proceed. A band of marauders has surrounded us. Hinata, we shall begin our endeavor here. Hinata, very well, Naruto-kun. Let us advance. I shall launch a shuriken towards them, and then, with a single hand, I executed the shadow shuriken jutsu, eliminating them all. Hinata, Naruto-kun, let us return. Me, very well, Hinata. I escorted Hinata home. Then, using the flying thunder god technique, I swiftly arrived at Tsunade's office, proclaiming, "Report, Lady Tsunade, I have returned." Tsunade, you little brat, you startled me. Me, Aunt Tsunade, what is the matter? Tsunade Naruto, I heard from Hinata that you possess a formidable killing technique known as the eagle claw fist. Is that true? I nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed. Tsunade replied, I wish to witness your skills. I responded, and Tsunade, my lethal technique lies in taijutsu. And Tsunade, I intend to teach Hinata the eagle claw fist. Tsunade, may I have a glimpse of your techniques? And Tsunade, observe closely as I position my hands to resemble the talons of an eagle. Here I come. And Tsunade, very well, let us begin. Witness my formidable strength. I executed the eagle claw technique, locking her throat in a grip. I apologize, Aunt Tsunade. Tsunade, quite impressive. Your eagle claw technique appears quite formidable. I replied, indeed, your strength is remarkable as well, Aunt Tsunade. The eagle claw technique embodies both rigidity and grace. Tsunade, shall we engage in another round? Certainly, the mighty eagle claw technique. My apologies, Aunt, but you have been bested. Tsunade Naruto, would you teach me the eagle claw technique? Of course, I shall teach you. Tsunade, thank you, Naruto. The eagle claw fist, indeed, the eagle claw fist. Your reaction is rather sluggish. Aunt Tsunade, come on. With a single move, the twin dragons emerge from the sea. I shall achieve a knockout. Tsunade Naruto, what did you call that technique just now? The twin dragons emerge from the sea. Auntie, what is the matter? Tsunade, I believe you could teach that technique to Hinata. That is indeed my intention. A day later, I visited the Hyuga clan's estate. Hinata, Naruto-kun, what brings you here? I gently tousled Hinata's hair and said, I came to see you. Silly girl, you are my fiancée, after all. Upon hearing my words, Hinata blushed and her heart raced. Hinata, thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata, what do you wish to thank me for? Hinata, thank you for your affection towards me. I must also express my gratitude to you, Hinata. Ever since that year, I have been enamored with you. Hinata, I too fell in love with you that very year. Is that so? Let us not dwell on this any longer. Today, I shall instruct you on the lower half of the eagle claw fist. The eagle claw technique can harmoniously complement your soft fist. Allow me to teach you, Hinata. Hinata, yes, Naruto-kun, I am ready. Chapter 42, The Creation of Human Sage Arts Kakashi. Is it you, Naruto? What brings you here? I seek your guidance, Kakashi-sensei. I wish to learn the lightning release, lightning cutter. Kakashi, oh really? What is your chakra nature, Naruto? My chakra nature is akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. I possess all chakra attributes. Kakashi, is that so? I astonished Kakashi. I mastered it in a mere second. Kakashi exclaimed, what on earth? Is this Naruto? Are you a monster, Naruto? I replied, what is the matter, Kakashi-sensei? I can perform hand seals with a single hand, and even Kakashi is unaware of it. My movements left Kakashi utterly bewildered. Kakashi, is this Naruto? To your surprise, dear Kakashi, my ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and sealing techniques are remarkably potent. I have also mastered senjutsu, having devised a unique form of it that belongs to humanity. Upon hearing my declaration, Kakashi was utterly bewildered. Kakashi, what? Me, what is the matter? Kakashi, Naruto, are you a monster? I am certainly not a monster, Kakashi-san. Kakashi, my apologies, I misspoke. Naruto, you are a genius. Thank you very much, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, you're welcome. I would like to invite you to join my organization, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, Naruto, you've established an organization? Indeed. My organization is known as the Inyang Pavilion. The esteemed vice leader is my father, the illustrious Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who also happens to be your mentor. My mother is the remarkable Kushina Uzumaki. Additionally, I have a sister, Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing my words, Kakashi nearly found his jaw unhinged in astonishment. Our members include Hinata, Sasuke, Gai-sensei, Niji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Grandpa Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uncle Hizashi, and Uncle Hayashi. In the future, we will also welcome Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and our very own Uzumaki clan. I excitedly addressed Kakashi, proclaiming, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am determined to transform this world. I hope you will assist me, Kakashi-san. Kakashi replied, very well, I shall support you, Naruto. Our adversaries are a group of celestial beings from the Otsutsuki clan. Kakashi was taken aback. What? Naruto, what are you saying? Is this true? Indeed. Our true foes extend beyond the shinobi world. They descend from the heavens. I pointed upwards, indicating that our opponents are known as the Otsutsuki clan. Me. Come forth, Hinata. Hinata. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. Nani, are you Hinata Hyuga? Hinata nods in affirmation. I am Hinata Hyuga. Kakashi. Hinata, you have undergone a remarkable transformation. As I pondered, I mused that it might be related to the dragon vein chakra of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Noticing my deep contemplation, Kakashi inquired, Naruto, what are you thinking about? I waved my hand dismissively and replied, I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei. Then I asked, by the way, may I ask where my sister is? Kakashi responded, Naruto, your sister has joined the Umbu. I exclaimed, oh really? Kakashi continued, indeed, Hinata and I were also members of the Umbu in the past, weren't we, Hinata? I turned to Hinata, who simply nodded. Kakashi, astonished, remarked, Nani? How did I not realize this before? I added, we even saved you once. Kakashi was taken aback, exclaiming, what? Naruto, you saved me? Suddenly recalling something, he asked us, you two were the lightning and the turn of Konoha back then? Hinata and I affirmed his statement. We are the thunder and the shift of the Umbu of Konoha. Later, we departed from the Umbu, and Hinata and I became leading Jonin, did we not? What do you say, Hinata? Hinata, indeed, Naruto-kun, you are correct. Brother Kakashi, we shall embark on another training expedition tomorrow. I said to Hinata, Hinata, let Kakashi see your true strength. Hinata replied, all right. As she activated her Tensigen mode, a radiant azure light enveloped her, and behind her emerged a multitude of 10 orbs of chakra. Kakashi was astounded by this spectacle. With a delicate yet commanding voice, Hinata exclaimed, Silver will rebirth explosion. Utilizing the orbs of chakra in her hands, she conjured a whirlwind that sent Kakashi soaring into the sky. I gracefully employed the void dance technique to catch him as he descended. I called out to Hinata, Hinata, you may proceed. Hinata responded, all right. I complimented her, saying, well done. Truly deserving of being my wife, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 43, Kakashi vs. Naruto. Kakashi inquired about when Hinata transformed in such a manner. I replied, this is Hinata awakening the secret techniques of her clan. I shall not reveal more to you. Kakashi chuckled and retorted, you little rascal. Me, by the way, Kakashi. The future Hokage will be Hinata. Kakashi, Naruto, what did you just say? Hinata is Hokage? I nodded and replied, indeed, I shall serve as the Hokage's secretary. Kakashi, what is wrong with this kid? I shrugged my shoulders in resignation and said, I have no desire to become Hokage. Let Hinata take the position. Kakashi, you witnessed her strength just now, did you not? Me, this is Hinata's strength. Kakashi, very well, I shall grant your request. Kakashi inquired of me, Naruto, you are not from the ninja world, are you? I nonchalantly shrugged my shoulders and replied, I am indeed not a denizen of the ninja realm. My true name is Gong Zijian. Kakashi, upon hearing my words, was taken aback in astonishment. What's wrong? Kakashi, it seems as though you regard me as some sort of monster. After a considerable amount of time, Kakashi finally composed himself and, with great agitation, inquired, Gong Zijian, what have you done to Naruto? Hey, Kakashi, please calm down. Naruto is fine. Kakashi then formed hand seals and declared, lightning release, lightning cutter. With a single hand gesture, I intoned, lightning release, lion's lightning strike. A bolt of lightning, resembling the head of a lion, descended from the heavens, rendering Kakashi unconscious. I addressed the comatose Kakashi, saying, Hinata has accepted me. Kakashi replied, where am I? He then pondered, what has happened to me? At that moment, a man's voice resonated beside Kakashi. What is it, Kakashi? The owner of this voice was a child with dark hair and azure eyes. Upon turning, Kakashi felt an overwhelming discomfort at the sight of me. I smiled and said to Kakashi, how are you, Kakashi? I wasn't paying attention. Kakashi remarked, you are Gong Zijian. I nodded in affirmation, and he inquired, what about Naruto? I responded, Naruto-kun is currently in the world where I once resided. Kakashi then remarked, by the way, Gong-kun, rest assured, I have established a soundproof barrier here. Kakashi, upon hearing my words, contemplated, this child possesses a meticulous mind, indicative of a true ninja's potential. However, he does not belong to this place. Kakashi, please continue to call me Naruto, brother Kakashi. Kakashi, very well, Naruto. By the way, when did you arrive in this world? I traversed from the moment when Hinata was bullied by that wretched group. With a single punch, I shattered the limbs of those who tormented her. Now, Hinata has awakened the rebirth eye. I shall serve as her secretary in the role of Hokage. Is that permissible? Kakashi, what do you think? I believe it is acceptable. I shall seek out Hinata now. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, I made my way to the abode shared with Hinata. Is Hinata at home? I called out. Is Naruto back home? I replied, indeed. Hinata, where are you? Hinata responded, I am in the study. I said, oh, is that so? Upon arriving at the study, I gently pushed the door open and took a glance inside. I was astonished to find Hinata engrossed in a book on the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Clearing my throat, I inquired, what is it? Hinata replied, yes. I wish to learn the sealing arts. I responded, I can help you find a skilled teacher. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, I transported Hinata to the home of Minato and Kushina. Me, Dad, where's Mom? Upon hearing my voice, Minato exclaimed, it's Naruto. What is the matter? I replied. Hinata expressed a desire to learn sealing techniques, and I wish for my mother to teach her. Minato responded, oh, indeed. Is that so? I can also instruct Hinata. Both Hinata and I expressed our gratitude in unison. Thank you, Dad. Hinata then asked, Dad, may I learn the 8 trigram sealing technique? Minato replied, you may learn. And you can also master my Rasengan. Chapter 44, The Akatsuki Organization. I have arrived. Hanzo of the Salamander, a man with eyes resembling rippling shapes, has come to the land of rain, accompanied by Nagato, the leader of the 6 paths, and his Akatsuki organization. Hanzo of the Salamander, aren't you supposed to be dead? Nagato, haha, I am very much alive. How many flights of stairs must one carry a bag of rice? A single bag of rice. I have washed the bag of rice that was given to you. And with a swift motion, Nagato employed the Shinra Tensei to vanquish Hanzo of the Salamander. Ultimately, he became the leader of the Hidden Rain Village. I must inform Hinata that the current Hinata is no longer the frail girl from the original tale. Hinata has now attained the level of the 6 paths. As for me, I have transcended even that. I have ascended to the divine. You, the future deity of the Tsutsuki clan, are doomed. Observing my ambitious demeanor, Hinata pondered to herself, I must cherish my time with Naruto-kun. I inquired of Hinata, by the way, how is your practice with the Tensigen mode progressing? Hinata replied, I have yet to master it. If only I possessed Naruto-kun's level of insight. Am I truly a fool, Naruto-kun? Hinata, you are not a fool. Remember, you are uniquely yourself, and others are distinct from you. Do not compare yourself to others. As long as you diligently study and master your chakra, you will surpass me. Hinata, all right, Naruto-kun. No need for thanks. Hinata, Naruto-kun? Hinata. Let us return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Hinata, what? Are we going back? Yes indeed. I have an unsettling premonition. Hinata, all right. With a swift motion. We activated the dimensional gate, and in an instant, we found ourselves in the Hidden Leaf Village, which had been ravaged beyond recognition by Pain's 6 paths. Hinata. Please go and rescue Aunt Tsunade. Hinata. Of course, Naruto-kun. Hey, Pain of the 6 paths, or should I refer to you as Nagato? Nagato, are you the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? I am not the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Do you also wish to dance, Nagato? With a fierce glare, my eyes transformed into the 9 tails Sharingan. I declared, your unadorned Sharingan holds no power against me. With a single hand, I formed the seals for the fire release, great fire annihilation, unleashing a celestial technique, lightning release, Kirin. Thunder roared as it descended, striking down upon Pain of the 6 paths. He exclaimed in astonishment, Nanny, who exactly are you? I replied, I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you two wish to dance as well? Nagato of the Uzumaki clan and Obito Uchiha. Obito inquired, how do you know our names? I shrugged and said, I have known for quite some time. And I am also aware that you were responsible for the death of my parents. Obito asked, are you Naruto? I nodded in affirmation. He continued, weren't you supposed to be dead? I replied, my apologies, but I must keep that a secret. Very well, let us proceed. Uchiha Obito. I clasp my hands together and shout, would release, true 1,000 hands. Uchiha Obito, what? How is it possible that the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails can utilize would release? I let out a cold laugh and said, what's the matter? Uchiha Obito, are you afraid? At that moment, Hinata rushed over. How are you? Hinata, Lady Tsunade is fine. I have come to assist you. Hinata, you shall confront Pain, while I shall face Obito Uchiha. Hinata, yes, understood. Naruto-kun. Hey. Obito Uchiha, come forth. The Shinra Tensei reverberated with a thunderous roar, propelling Uchiha Obito a staggering distance away. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fire annihilation, an S-rank combination ninjutsu, a tempest of chaos. Uchiha Obito, Kamui. Uchiha Obito activated Kamui, employing the ability of my right eye to freeze space. Immobilizing his alternate dimension. Uchiha Obito, why is my Kamui unable to activate? I apologize. I just activated the ability of my Rinnegan to freeze time. My Rinnegan can counter your Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, what? Why do you possess such a repulsive ability, Naruto Uzumaki? Enough is enough. Here comes the tailed beast spiral shuriken. I activated the flying thunder god technique, transporting myself to Hinata's side, embracing her tightly before soaring into the sky, several dozen meters above the ground. From this lofty height, I cast down a massive Rasengan. What? Is that a tailed beast ball? Exclaimed Obito, filled with disbelief. That scoundrel deceived me. In the heavens, Hinata and I witnessed the extinction of the Akatsuki organization. At that moment, Obito hurled a glass orb into the sky, proclaiming, Limited Tsukuyami. He activated the Limited Tsukuyami, and Hinata and I were ensnared within its grasp. Chapter 45, Limited Tsukuyami. Hinata and I found ourselves in the realm of the infinite Tsukuyami. I thought to myself, goodness. We are indeed in the world of the infinite Tsukuyami. I called out, Hinata, please wake up. Slowly, Hinata opened her eyes and asked, is that you, Naruto-kun? I nodded in affirmation. Hinata then inquired, Naruto-kun, where are we? I replied, we have entered an illusionary world, also known as the realm of the infinite Tsukuyami. Hinata asked, the realm of the infinite Tsukuyami? Is there a way for us to return? I responded, we should be able to, I hope. Indeed. I find myself contemplating my presence in this world. However, I am fortunate to have brought Hinata along with me. I had glimpsed this realm through the lens of cinema in my past life. Here, Naruto is referred to as Namikaze Minato. Hinata inquires of me, Naruto-kun. I addressed Hinata. Inquiring, what troubles you, Hinata? She responded, how did you come to know that this is the realm of illusions? I gently touched my abdomen and replied, it was Kurama who informed me. Hinata responded, oh, I see. I then said, I apologize, but please refrain from calling me Naruto here. Hinata asked, why is that? I explained, this is a parallel world. Hinata questioned, a parallel world? With a teasing tone, I remarked to Hinata, indeed, Hinata, in this parallel world, you possess quite a temper. Hinata responded, what do you mean? I continued, in this realm, you should refrain from calling me Naruto. Instead, refer to me as Minato. Hinata replied, very well, Minato-kun. In a gentle voice, I addressed Hinata. By the way, Hinata, you must be cautious of the version of me in this world. She bowed her head and replied, all right, Mimikuen. Shall we first seek out the lecherous sage of this realm? At that moment, I heard someone calling my name. Turning around, I beheld a girl with pink hair. She was none other than Haruno Sakura from this world. I replied to her indifferently, hello, is there something you need, Haruno Sakura? With one hand in my pocket and the other holding Hinata's hand, I noticed the curiosity in Sakura's eyes as she pondered why we had come together. I turned to my beloved Hinata and said, let us be on our way. Hinata responded softly, oh, all right. In her heart, she pondered, why does Naruto seem to harbor such disdain for Sakura Haruno? Suddenly, Hinata called out to me. I replied to her with a gentle voice, what is it? Hinata, filled with curiosity, inquired, Naruto, why do you dislike Sakura Haruno so much? I, taken aback, asked Hinata, oh, do I? In my heart, there exists only you, Hinata Hyuga. The one I cherish is indeed you, haha. Hinata responded, thank you, Naruto. I tenderly assured her, all right. Hinata, we must devise a way to return. I said to Hinata, Hinata, let us visit the Hokage office of this world and see how we can reach the Hokage building by running. We have arrived at the Hokage office in this world. Indeed, Tsunade in this realm possesses a modest figure. Tsunade inquired of me, when will you and Hinata be together? I responded, Lady Tsunade, Hinata and I are childhood friends. I glanced at Hinata and asked, isn't that so? Hinata replied, yes, that's right. Tsunade continued, you are not from this place, are you? I confirmed, I am indeed not Naruto Uzumaki, to which Hinata added, nor am I from this world. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and Hinata and I have traversed from a parallel world to this one. My technique is akin to that of Niji, the great spiraling sphere. My eyes have transformed into the violet hues of the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Tsunade, Naruto, what is the matter with your eyes? I have awakened the Rinnegan. Tsunade, what did you say, Naruto? The Rinnegan? I nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. What of it? It is not just me, Hinata too. Hinata, yes, that's right. My eyes are the reincarnation eye. Thunder rumbled. Tsunade, I must say, it's hard to believe that the Hinata from that dimension lacks a princess complex and is quite charming, not to mention remarkably powerful. We have been childhood friends. And Hinata is your esteemed disciple in our world. Is that not so, Hinata? Hinata, yes, indeed. Hinata, would you allow her to see your forehead? Hinata, certainly. Tsunade, is this the Ein seal? Hinata, yes, it is the Ein seal from my original world. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounded from outside the village of Konoha. Hinata, let us embark on a mission to rescue those in need. Hinata, very well, Naruto-kun. As we soared through the sky, the people below gazed up in wonder, puzzled by our flight. Summoning technique, come forth. My friend, Kurama. Kurama, what is it? Naruto, you have summoned me. Do you see that fox, Kurama? That very one. Chapter 46, The Wind's Face in the Realm of the Limited Tsukuyami, within the Land of Fire, in the village of Konoha. There exists a cave where a man wearing a fox mask has appeared. He is known as the Wind's Face, a counterpart to this world's Naruto Uzumaki. Yet he is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Wind's Face, who am I? Kai by SP Ka. You are Wind's Face, my master. Wind's Face, you are my summoning beasts. One of the Kai by SP Ka. Nansanin, indeed, my master. The time has come. Wind's Face, let us depart. Ao, Shiro, Shu, Jin, K, Nan, Bei, Yu, San. Onward. Kai by SP Ka. Yes, master. At this moment, in Konoha, aside from Hinata and myself, the personalities of the other villagers differ significantly. In this world, Sakura Haruno possesses an introverted demeanor akin to the former Hinata, and she harbors affection for Sasuke Uchiha. Next is Ino Yamanaka, who in this reality embodies a feisty delinquent. Then we have Shikamaru Nara, who is portrayed as a fool in this realm. Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, is the Fourth Hokage, yet he perished at the hands of Kurama in the past. In this universe, Sasuke Uchiha's parents are still alive, and his brother Itachi Uchiha did not commit the heinous act of slaughtering their family or turning rogue. Instead, Sasuke has become a notorious playboy. Niji Hyuga also remains alive, having a good life, albeit a bit lecherous, leading Hinata to return alone. I find myself somewhat concerned. The parents of Win's face are also portrayed as irresponsible. Hinata, with a wry smile, remarked, "Only now do I truly comprehend Naruto-kun's suffering." I returned her with a radiant smile, saying, "It matters not, for I have grown accustomed to it. And I have you by my side, do I not?" Hinata nodded gratefully, replying, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Just then, an ominous rumble of explosions echoed from an unknown source. I suggested to Hinata, "Shall we step outside for a moment?" Hinata replied, "Certainly." Together, we utilized the sky dance technique to soar out of the window. I exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the great spiral wheel, the vortex of this world?" Hinata inquired, "Naruto-kun, will you descend to rescue them?" I suggested, "Let us go and rescue them." Hinata responded, "Yes, certainly. One of us possesses the Rinnegan, while the other wields the reincarnation eye." Suddenly, I sensed an aura of malevolence. Kurama interjected, "Naruto, this malevolence seems to stem from my darker side." I turned to Hinata and said, "Let us combine our strengths." Kurama then declared, "I acknowledge your resolve." With a commanding voice, Hinata unleashed Silver Wheel Rebirth. A colossal tornado erupted from her hands. I shouted, "Behold my sage art, Great Spiral Shuriken." A golden chakra sphere surged forth from my palm, bursting with energy. I compressed it into a golden orb and hurled it towards the doe, resoundingly defeating it. "This is my ultimate technique." In a gentle tone, I addressed Hinata, inquiring, "Hinata, is Minma still alive?" Hinata replied, "Yes, with my Byakugan, I can see that Minma still possesses a trace of chakra." I responded, "Oh, is that so? That is splendid." I rushed to the side of Minato and placed a sealing technique upon him. I infused him with a substantial amount of Ashura's chakra, ensuring he would no longer succumb to darkness. At that moment, Tsunade observed my actions and inquired with curiosity, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" I explained to Tsunade, "I am bestowing Minato with Ashura's Yang attribute chakra." Just then, the figures of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki approached. Kushina called out, "Minato, where are you, my dear Minato?" I responded, "Auntie, Minato-kun is right here." Upon seeing me carry Minato, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Hinata's side, declaring, "The situation has been resolved. We can depart from this world now." Hinata said her farewells to our companions within the confines of the infinite Tsukuyomi. "Goodbye. Thank you all. We are heading back." Minato and Kushina addressed us, "Naruto and Hinata, please take good care of yourselves." I assured them, "Of course, Uncle, Auntie. I will." Hinata added, "Uncle, Auntie, I will ensure Naruto is well taken care of." Utilizing the powers of my Rinnegan, I leaped through space. "Hinata, we have returned." I exclaimed, "Yay, we are finally back." Hinata responded joyfully. Chapter 47. The Land of Demons. Ever since we departed from the confines of the limited Tsukuyomi world, the bond between Hinata and me has grown stronger than ever. On this particular day, I ventured alone to the mission recruitment office to accept a task. Are you from the dark side?" "Dark side? Yes, indeed. What's the matter?" "Dark side. Lord Naruto, Lady Tsunade requests your presence. You are to accompany Lady Hinata to the Hokage's office." "Oh, is that so?" I tore through the void and entered Hinata's room. "Hinata, who's there?" It's me." "Hinata. Hinata. Oh, it's you, Naruto. How did you get here?" "Hinata, we have another mission. I just wanted to inform you." "Hinata. Oh, is that so?" There is something else I wish to discuss with you." "Hinata, what is it?" Suddenly, I planted a kiss on Hinata's lips. "Me? At this moment?" Hinata's face is as flushed as that of a steam princess. "Hinata, is this what love feels like? I have finally attained it." "Me? All right. Can we depart now?" Hinata, "Yes, let's go." We used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Hokage office. "Tsunade, Naruto, and Hinata, there is a task for both of you to seal the malevolent spirit, Wraith, in the Land of Demons." "Oh, is that so? Just the two of us?" "Tsunade, there are two others who will accompany you. Please, both of you, come in." It is Teacher Kakashi. It has been quite a while since we last met." "Kakashi, Naruto, and Hinata, how lovely to see you." "Hinata, Teacher Kakashi, it has indeed been a long time." "Kakashi, your relationship as a young couple is truly delightful." I chuckled softly and replied, "It is indeed." "Kakashi, now let us proceed. I am your team leader for the three of us." With my hands tucked into my pockets, I addressed Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, is there someone else?" At that moment, A girl's voice echoed from outside the Hokage's office, reporting, "Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Kunoichi, here to report." Tsunade responded, "Please come in." I inquired, "Kunoichi, what brings you here?" She replied, "It's my brother, and Hinata-san. Greetings to you both. I am the new member of your class." I responded, "Oh really?" Kakashi added, "Indeed, hello. I am Hatake Kakashi. This is our first meeting, Kunoichi." She affirmed, "Yes, that's right. Teacher Kakashi. We are about to embark on a journey to the land of ghosts, Kunoichi. Are you not afraid?" Kunoichi Uzumaki. I am not afraid at all. With my brother and sister-in-law by my side. Haha, truly my sister. At that moment, Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto-kun, Kunoichi-chan. I sense a formidable chakra emanating from 800 meters away. Kakashi, Hinata's Byakugan is indeed impressive. I secretly thought, Hiki, this is merely a glimpse of Hinata's true potential. Oh, is that so? Excellent. Hinata, Kanai, sister-in-law's eyes are truly remarkable. I pondered inwardly, surely, the visitor must be an envoy from the land of demons. I have activated the Kagura Shingon and sensed a subtle fluctuation of chakra. I exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, let us take a look back. Hinata, you stay here to protect Kanai. I will go and investigate. Kakashi, all right. Hinata, understood. Whoosh, Kakashi and I arrived. That surge of chakra, it has vanished. Kakashi, let us return. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Hinata. Kakashi, Naruto, wait a moment. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, I can't go on any longer. Let's take a break. All right. Hinata, Kakashi-sensei has requested a moment to rest. Vortex Kanai, upon witnessing Kakashi in such a state, inquired about the situation. I informed her that Kakashi had suffered from chakra depletion due to the excessive use of his Sharingan. In my heart, I reassured myself that it was of no concern. For the nine tails within me would ensure that Kakashi-sensei remained vigorous and lively. The nine tails has lent you its chakra. Nine tails, Naruto, take it. Thank you. After utilizing a portion of the nine tails chakra, I would bestow the excess upon Hinata. Chapter 48. Cheyenne. Deep within the land of demons resides a mysterious priestess named Cheyenne. Her visage strikingly resembles that of Hinata, as though they were sculpted from the same mold. Both possess flowing, silky hair and clear, luminous eyes, however. Hinata's strength surpasses that of Cheyenne. Hinata is endowed with a unique talent and an unwavering spirit. Having endured rigorous training to master an array of formidable ninjutsu and combat techniques. In contrast, while Cheyenne possesses certain shamanic abilities, she falls short in terms of raw power. When they stand side by side, onlookers are often captivated by their similar appearances. Yet, as time progresses, Hinata's formidable prowess becomes increasingly evident. Each of her movements exudes strength, and every strike is both precise and lethal. Cheyenne, on the other hand, relies on gentle sorcery, emanating an aura of grace. Despite Cheyenne's lack of raw strength compared to Hinata, she possesses her own distinctive qualities. Her shamanic magic embodies the essence of healing and protection, bringing solace and hope to the people of the land of demons. In the hearts of its citizens, Cheyenne is equally regarded as a figure worthy of respect and reliance. Their similarities extend beyond mere appearance. They are also reflected in their kind hearts and yearning for peace. Whether it be Hinata or Cheyenne, both strive in their own ways to safeguard and protect. In a shadowy forest, Cheyenne stands quietly. Beneath her stunning exterior lies a secret unknown to many, a malevolent spirit. The Waikai dwells within her. The presence of this entity often causes her body to emanate a peculiar aura. At times, a flicker of wildness and bloodlust flashes in her gaze, as if she were under the spirit's influence. When the Waikai stirs within her, her body trembles slightly, and her previously gentle expression distorts into one of ferocity. The power of the malevolent spirit surges within her, seemingly intent on breaking free from its constraints and unleashing its wicked nature. Nevertheless, Cheyenne has not been entirely consumed by the Waikai. In her struggle against the creature, she endeavors to maintain her sanity and kindness. She is acutely aware of the Waikai's terrifying capabilities and understands the necessity of controlling this force to prevent calamity from befalling others. On tranquil nights, Cheyenne ventures deep into the forest, engaging in intense dialogue with the Waikai. She employs her formidable will to resist the creature's encroachment, tirelessly seeking a means to coexist peacefully with it. Cheyenne's fate resembles a gem suspended upon a tightrope, one side shrouded in endless darkness, the other illuminated by a faint glimmer of light. She oscillates between the malevolent spirit and her true self, yearning for the day when she can achieve genuine equilibrium. In a serene valley, Hinata, Huaxia-An, and I confront the formidable malevolent spirit, the Huaxia-An. Its nefarious aura sends shivers down our spines. With unwavering gazes, Hinata and I prepared for battle. I clad in a black ninja outfit while she donned a striking purple ensemble, both of us gripping our kunai tightly. Meanwhile, Huaxia-An stood to the side, murmuring incantations as she invoked her enigmatic sealing techniques. I took a deep breath and charged toward the phantom alongside Hinata. Our assaults descended upon it like a torrential storm, yet the creature remained utterly unaffected, brandishing its colossal wings while emitting a deafening roar. Observing the dire situation, Ziyuan gathered her focus, exerting her utmost strength to unleash the full potential of her sealing technique. A beam of light shot forth from her hand, soaring directly toward the phantom. Struck by the radiance, the creature let out a mournful wail of agony. The three of us worked in close collaboration, relentlessly assaulting the malevolent spirit to deplete its strength. Ultimately, through our unwavering efforts, we succeeded in sealing the fiend. The valley returned to tranquility as we sat wearily upon the ground, gazing at the imprisoned creature, our hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This endeavor solidified our resolve to combat evil. Chapter 49. Assassination of Hyuga Kaido. After bidding farewell to Huaxia-An, I, along with Hinata, Kakashi, and Naruto Uzumaki, returned to Konoha Village. The following day, Hinata and I received a new mission: to assassinate the rogue ninja, Hyuga Kaido. As the sun began to set, clad in our Umbu attire and donning the Umbu dragon masks, we stealthily infiltrated the territory of the Hyuga clan. We navigated cautiously between courtyards and corridors, evading the watchful eyes of the guards. At last, we located Hyuga Kaido's chamber. With a resolute gaze, Hinata gently pushed open the door, and I followed closely behind. Hyuga Kaido was meditating within the room, utterly oblivious to our arrival. In an instant, Hinata activated her Byakugan, and like phantoms, we surged toward him, grasping my longsword. I prepared to deliver a fatal strike. However, just as I was about to strike, Hyuga Kaido suddenly opened his eyes, his body flickering as he evaded my attack. A hint of surprise flickered in his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. A fierce battle ensued, with Hinata employing her gentle fist technique while Hyuga Kaido countered with his Byakugan and Taijutsu. The room echoed with the sounds of clashing fists and the intensity of our breaths. In close collaboration with Hinata, our techniques were fierce, leaving no respite for Hyuga Sora. After a grueling battle, we finally discerned his flaw, and I thrust my sword towards Sora's vital point. Smoke filled the air, and chaos reigned around us. Hyuga Sora found himself in dire straits, his body severely wounded, blood staining his garments. Yet he did not surrender, with unwavering resolve and a fierce attachment to life. He clung tightly to the last vestige of hope. A steadfast light flickered in Sora's eyes as he gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to defy fate. His breathing was rapid and uneven, yet within him burned an indomitable spirit. Despite his grievous injuries, Sora stood with great difficulty, moving forward step by step, each motion fraught with agony and challenge. His figure appeared remarkably resilient amidst the flames of battle, as if to demonstrate his vitality to the world. Ultimately, Sora managed to escape peril. He survived. His existence became a miracle, inspiring those around him and instilling the belief that as long as one does not give up, it is possible to overcome any adversity. On a tranquil day, I silently observed Hyuga Sora, a surge of complex emotions swelling within me. He stood there quietly, his back turned to me, seemingly isolated from the entire world. Sunlight bathed him, outlining his tall silhouette, yet it could not penetrate the shadows lurking within his heart. I observed his subtle movements, the slight tremor of his shoulders and the tightly pressed lips, as if he were striving to conceal something. I could sense his anguish and bewilderment, as if they were a heavy burden pressing down upon him. After a moment of hesitation, I ultimately resolved to let go. I gently stepped back, allowing him to escape my sight and granting him the freedom he sought. It was a challenging decision, yet I understood that at times, relinquishment is the most judicious choice. Hinata Sora receded into the distance, his steps appearing somewhat heavy, yet imbued with a sense of determination. I watched him fade away, silently praying that he might discover his own answers and find solace. In that instant, I realized that there are certain matters beyond our control, and all we can do is choose to accept them. Letting go does not equate to surrender. Rather, it is an act of providing others the space to grow and forge their own paths. Perhaps, this too is a facet of my own evolution. Once again, we convened during a tranquil twilight, the sky ablaze with hues of orange and crimson as the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. Hinata approached Hinata, her steps measured and resolute, as he stood upon a desolate expanse, his eyes betraying a sense of despair and resignation. It seemed he had anticipated this moment, offering no resistance whatsoever. As she reached him, their gazes intertwined. His eyes, devoid of fear, exuded an air of calm detachment. He gently closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of fate. Hinata raised her hand, slowly extending it toward his neck. Her fingers brushed against his skin, sensing the ebbing of his life within her grasp. His body gradually weakened, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The sun vanished entirely, casting darkness over the world. Hinata gazed upon the lifeless form of Hinata, a surge of complex emotions swelling within her. His demise represented both a release and an irrevocable regret. Chapter 50. The Pursuit of Immortality in a Serene Valley. Hinata and I stood side by side, surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters, reminiscent of a celestial realm. We diligently practiced the art of immortality, our minds tranquil and resolute. Hinata's gaze was focused yet gentle, her movements graceful and fluid, each technique imbued with profound inner strength. We harmonized our energies, as if becoming one entity, drawing upon the forces of nature and absorbing the essence of the universe. Time appeared to stand still as we immersed ourselves in the realm of cultivation, forgetting all worries and fatigue. As our practice deepened, our bodies became light and invigorated, as if time could leave no mark upon us. We exchanged glances filled with anticipation and confidence for the future. The pursuit of immortality was not merely an aspiration for eternal life, it was a journey of inner refinement. Throughout this process, Hinata and I grew and progressed together. 10 fleeting years passed, and at long last, we had mastered our craft. Through countless trials and tribulations, we had persevered without faltering. In this moment, we stood united, our eyes shimmering with confidence and determination. I gazed at Hinata, her beauty untouched by the passage of time. Yet it was her resilience and growth that bestowed upon her a distinctive allure. At the tender age of 20, we had already attained a maturity that transcended our years. Today, we remain steadfast, knowing that the road ahead is long and that this is merely a new beginning. We face the future unafraid, united by our shared aspirations and dreams. We shall forge ahead, continually striving to better ourselves in pursuit of the ideals that dwell within our hearts. In this moment, I feel an overwhelming sense of fortune and fulfillment. The days spent growing alongside Hinata are the most cherished memories of my life. Together, we uplift one another, advancing towards a future brimming with infinite possibilities. In an eternal realm, the lives of Hinata and I know no end. Even in the face of the cruelest dismemberment, we shall not perish. Our existence transcends the confines of time and space, enduring forever. Our bodies emanate a peculiar radiance, as if intertwined with the very forces of the cosmos. Regardless of the wounds we endure, our forms possess an extraordinary ability to recover swiftly. Injuries mend as though reborn. Even in the face of dismemberment, our spirits remain unyielding. Each fragment of our being exudes vitality, reassembling to once again become a cohesive whole. Together, we confront the endless passage of time, bearing witness to the transformation of the world. Our love, too, deepens within this eternity, enduring and unwavering. In the boundless expanse of life, we shall forge countless beautiful memories, warming one another with our infinite affection. Regardless of how the world may shift, our tale will resonate throughout the ages. In this moment of tension, the ninja realm finds itself once more ensnared in turmoil. A nefarious organization known as the Shell has quietly emerged, inciting fear and concern among the populace. Hinata and I have resolved to step forward and delve into the enigma of this mysterious faction. We cautiously infiltrated the realm of the Shell organization, meticulously gathering clues and leaving no detail overlooked. Hinata's Byakugan shimmered in the darkness, perceiving all that surrounded us, while I relied on my agile prowess and keen intuition to trace the footsteps of the criminal syndicate. Every step was fraught with peril, yet we remained undaunted. We were acutely aware that the existence of this criminal organization posed a formidable threat to the peace of the ninja world, and we were resolute in our mission to unveil their true nature and bring them to justice. During our investigation, we were ambushed by members of the Shell organization. They were well-trained and merciless, yet we stood our ground, engaging in fierce combat. Hinata harnessed her Byakugan abilities to strike at the enemy's vulnerabilities with precision, while I employed my ninjutsu to fend off their assaults. After a grueling struggle, we ultimately uncovered the secret base of the Shell organization. However, the sight before us left us utterly astounded. The scale of the organization far exceeded our expectations, and their plans were rife with malevolence and destruction. Confronted with such an immense challenge, we felt the weight of pressure intensify, yet our resolve to dismantle this criminal syndicate only strengthened. We would continue to pursue leads, exposing their machinations in a quest to restore peace and tranquility to the ninja world. In this tense moment, Hinata and I clutched the report detailing the crimes committed by Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, hurriedly making our way to the office of the Sixth Hokage. Our hearts raced, propelled forward by a sense of duty. As we pushed open the office door, the Sixth Hokage looked up, his gaze revealing both authority and concern. We approached with urgency, presenting the report and elaborating on the heinous acts perpetrated by the leaders of the Shell organization. The Sixth Hokage listened intently, his brow furrowing gradually, his expression transforming into one of seriousness and determination. He recognized the gravity of these offenses and understood the necessity for decisive action. As we concluded our report, the Sixth Hokage rose, his voice steady and commanding. I will immediately convene the ninjas, devise a strategy, and eradicate the Shell organization once and for all. Their crimes will not go unpunished, and justice shall prevail. Our spirits were somewhat lifted upon learning that the Sixth Hokage would take decisive action. We held a firm belief that under his leadership, the ninjas would rise to resist and protect our village and its people. With determination and faith, we departed from the office, prepared to immerse ourselves in the battle against the Shell organization. We were acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet we remained undaunted. For the sake of justice and peace, we would exert ourselves to the fullest. Chapter 51. Another world. Naruto, myself, and Hinata embarked on a new adventure in a fresh realm, with our first stop being a bustling ancient metropolis. There, we harnessed our unique abilities, becoming legendary figures within the city, revered by its inhabitants. However, as our fame grew, it attracted the attention of a formidable malevolent force. This entity sought to exploit our powers to conquer the entire world, compelling Naruto, myself, and Hinata to engage in an intense confrontation. During the battle, we uncovered the vulnerabilities of this sinister force and ultimately triumphed, safeguarding the peace of this world. After vanquishing the evil power, Naruto, myself, and Hinata resolved to depart from the city and continue our journey. Along the way, we heard whispers of an emperor in search of the secret to immortality. Leveraging our previous renown, we successfully secured an audience with the emperor, who expressed admiration for our abilities and requested that we impart the knowledge of eternal life. However, Naruto, myself, and Hinata recognized that the pursuit of immortality was not suitable for all. It could yield unforeseen consequences. Thus, we graciously declined the emperor's request, conveying that the true essence of life lies in cherishing the present rather than chasing eternity. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor embraced our perspective and expressed his respect for our wisdom. Naruto, myself, and Hinata continued their journey, wielding their courage and intellect to protect the tranquility and harmony of this world. Upon traversing into the modern era, Naruto, myself, and Hinata found themselves in a realm that was both alien and fascinating. As we wandered the streets, we endeavored to acclimate to this entirely different world. Suddenly, a vehicle sped past, prompting Naruto, myself, to swiftly pull Hinata aside, narrowly averting an accident. The traffic here is quite exasperating, I exclaimed. Hinata smiled and replied, nevertheless, this world appears to be intriguing. We can explore it at our leisure. We entered a quaint CAF, and after taking a sip of my coffee, I remarked to Hinata that this place truly suited me. Hinata echoed my sentiment, her attention drawn to the enticing array of cakes. At that moment, a group of individuals approached us, one young man exuberantly exclaiming, "Are you truly Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga? I am your fan." Hinata and I exchanged amused glances, surprised to be recognized in this modern era. Subsequently, we engaged in delightful conversation with these enthusiastic admirers, sharing our experiences. Guided by their enthusiasm, we began to uncover the culture and lifestyle of this contemporary world. We discovered that, despite the passage of time, the inherent human longing for peace and love remained universal. After bidding farewell to our fans, Hinata and I continued our stroll. Although this world felt unfamiliar, there was an undeniable warmth in the demeanor of its inhabitants. Hinata joyfully remarked, "Perhaps we can find a new purpose here." I gazed at her with determination. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. We hurried over to find two individuals quarreling over a toy. "Please, don't fight over it. You can have this toy," I said with a smile, employing my shadow clone technique to conjure two identical toys. Upon receiving the toys, the two individuals ceased their argument and expressed their gratitude to Hinata and me. We should be like Naruto, using our strength to help others, one of them proclaimed. Hinata and I exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that no matter the time or place, it was our duty to safeguard peace and camaraderie. With unwavering resolve, I turned to Hinata and declared, "We will not return." A flicker of confusion and concern crossed her face as she gently inquired, "Why?" Taking a deep breath, I replied slowly, "I no longer wish to be Hokage, and besides, we have attained immortality. Hinata, I have harbored feelings for you for a long time. I fear that if I assume the role of Hokage, you might find yourself alone at home, raising children." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise, clearly unprepared for such a confession. She gazed at me, striving to comprehend my thoughts. "Naruto, being Hokage has always been your dream. Why do you no longer desire it?" My gaze deepened as I reminisced about past experiences. To be Hokage entails immense responsibility and pressure. I have endured countless battles and sacrifices. I yearn for a different life, one unshackled by obligation. Moreover, immortality grants me the luxury of time to explore this world and pursue my true passions. Hinata furrowed her brow slightly, sensing my internal struggle. She understood that I was a kind-hearted and responsible individual, and my decision must have been grounded in profound reasoning. "I understand your perspective, Naruto," she said gently. "However, your existence is not solely for yourself. It is also for those who depend on you and believe in you. Your decision will profoundly impact many individuals." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Hinata's words. However, my heart had already made its decision. I grasped Hinata's hand firmly and declared, "I understand my responsibilities. Yet I firmly believe that I can contribute to our village and its people in alternative ways. Together, we can embark on a journey to discover a new path that belongs to us." Hinata gazed at me, her eyes brimming with support and affection. With a gentle smile, she responded, "No matter what decision you make, I will always stand by your side." I expressed my gratitude to Hinata, saying, "Thank you, my beloved." We exchanged a smile, our gazes intertwining with a shared anticipation and hope for the future. We resolved to embark on a new journey together to explore the uncharted realms. In search of our own happiness. Chapter 52. Home. Naruto, I, and Hinata, hand in hand, stepped into the reality of our home. Upon entering, we were greeted by the warm presence of two kind elderly figures, our faces illuminated with smiles. "Grandpa, Grandma," I exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to envelop them in a hearty embrace. They looked momentarily bewildered, inquiring, "Who are you?" I patted my head and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gong Zijian. This is your granddaughter-in-law." As they processed my name, the two elders were taken aback, especially upon noticing the purple-haired, blue-eyed girl standing beside me. Hinata greeted my grandparents with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I am Hinata, Gong Zijian's girlfriend." The elderly couple gazed at Naruto, me, with eyes brimming with affection. They tenderly patted my back, saying, "Welcome home, dear child." Hinata smiled warmly at them, and they reciprocated with kindness. "It has been a long time since it has been this lively," Grandma remarked. "Zijian, you must take good care of Hinata." "I will, Grandma," I assured her promptly. Grandpa then patted my shoulder and chuckled, "Seeing you and Hinata so happy brings us peace of mind." We gathered around, sharing our stories and experiences. The two elders recounted amusing tales from their youth, while Naruto, I, and Hinata shared our adventures in the world of ninjas. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The warmth of home and the bonds of family enveloped us in profound happiness. After dinner, I led Hinata to my room, which was adorned with photographs and memories from my childhood. Hinata quietly observed, absorbing the essence of my growth. "This is where I grew up," I said, pointing to a childhood photo with a smile. "Look, I was quite the mischievous one back then." Hinata picked up a picture of me with my parents, a hint of sadness glimmering in her eyes. "Your parents must have loved you dearly," she said softly. I nodded, a flicker of nostalgia crossing my gaze. Even though I am no longer by their side, I know they are always waiting for me. Hinata clasped my hand, offering silent support. "We shall create more beautiful memories together." We exchanged smiles, filled with anticipation for the days to come. As night fell, Naruto, I, and Hinata sat side by the window, gazing up at the starry sky. "Hinata, thank you for accompanying me back to the real world. Though there are no jutsus or battles here, the warmth of family fills this space." Naruto, with a sense of nostalgia, expressed his thoughts. Hinata, smiling gently, leaned against Naruto's shoulder, declaring that wherever they are, being together brings them immense happiness. The moonlight cascaded upon them, illuminating their figures. Their hands were intertwined tightly, as if they had forgotten all their worries. "Tomorrow, let us visit my parents together," Naruto suggested, eager for them to meet his beautiful Hinata. A blush crept onto Hinata's cheeks as she replied, "Yes, I too wish to meet your parents." The two were enveloped in dreams of the future, while the stars outside twinkled, bearing witness to their love. Chapter 53. Meeting reality's parents. The following day, Naruto brought Hinata before his parents in the real world. He was filled with excitement, gripping his parents' hands tightly, his eyes sparkling with joy. Hinata stood shyly beside him, dressed modestly, greeting Naruto's parents with a warm smile. They were delighted by her presence and welcomed her with open arms. Naruto's mother, unable to contain her emotions, shed tears of joy as she tenderly caressed Naruto's hair. Reflecting on his growth, his father placed a proud hand on Naruto's shoulder, celebrating his accomplishments. Gathered together, they shared their stories and experiences. Naruto recounted their adventures and growth in the ninja world, while his parents listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions about the details. The atmosphere was suffused with warmth and familial love, and Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He understood that, regardless of the world, the love of family remained his most steadfast support. With a resolute gleam in his eyes, Naruto held his parents' hands tightly and, in a deep and powerful voice, declared, "Mom, Dad, I have something important to tell you. Hinata and I have now become immortal beings." A look of astonishment adorned my parents' faces, their eyes brimming with uncertainty and concern. "Zijian, what is happening? Why is this the case?" Their voices carried a hint of urgency. Naruto, smiled, endeavoring to assuage their worries. "This is a remarkable experience. We have acquired the ability of immortality. Rest assured, we shall wield this power wisely, bringing greater assistance to all." My parents gazed at me, their eyes gradually reflecting understanding and support. "Zijian, we have always believed in you. No matter what transpires, we shall remain by your side. However, remember that immortality does not equate to everything. Cherish each day and live with intention." Naruto, myself, nodded, feeling the warmth of my parents' love and care. "I will, Dad, Mom. Together with Hinata, we will harness our strength to forge a brighter future for everyone." We embraced tightly, the warmth of family enveloping the air around us. Naruto understood that, despite the monumental changes that awaited us, the bonds of kinship and love would forever remain our strongest support. Subsequently, Naruto, myself, introduced Hinata's identity and status within the ninja world to my parents. "Dad, Mom, Hinata is not only my beloved, but also the daughter of a wealthy family." Upon hearing this, my parents were taken aback by Hinata's background, yet felt a sense of relief knowing their son had found such an exceptional partner. "So she is the heiress of the Hyuga clan. What a surprise," my father remarked with a smile. My mother gently took Hinata's hand and said, "Hinata, from now on we are family. Do not hesitate to ask for help whenever you need it." Hinata, touched, nodded and replied, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." At that moment, the doorbell rang, and I opened the door to find my friends from the real world. When they learned of my supposed demise, they likely fell into profound sorrow, struggling to accept the reality while reminiscing about the cherished moments spent together, their hearts heavy with longing and grief. However, when they unexpectedly discovered that I was still alive, the shock and joy they experienced were beyond expression. Their faces might have revealed astonishment, relief, and delight, with tears of disbelief and excitement glistening in their eyes. They would embrace me tightly, feeling my tangible presence while expressing their gratitude and blessings for my miraculous return. In that moment, they would eagerly share their feelings and experiences with me, inquiring about the stories of my years away. Our friendship would deepen, and they would cherish every moment spent together even more. This unexpected reunion would become a treasured moment in their lives, prompting a renewed appreciation for the fragility and preciousness of existence. Upon learning that I had been reborn into the world of Naruto as Uzumaki Naruto and had become Hinata's childhood sweetheart, they would excitedly exclaim, "Gong Zijian, we heard you brought back a beautiful girlfriend. Introduce her to us." I introduced Hinata to everyone, and the crowd warmly welcomed her. In the following hours, Naruto, myself, enjoyed delightful moments with Hinata and friends, sharing amusing anecdotes and laughter that filled the air. As evening approached, Naruto, myself, and Hinata made their way home. "Today was truly wonderful. Thank you, Naruto." Hinata gazed affectionately at him. Naruto, myself, gently kissed her forehead, responding, "I am equally delighted. Many more days like this await us." Hand in hand, they ventured into the embrace of the night. Chapter 54. Return to the ninja world on the third day. Hinata and I held each other's hands tightly as the radiant light gradually faded, transporting us back to the familiar realm of ninjas. Surrounding us were dense woods, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. We stood upon a vast expanse of grass, where towering peaks and ancient structures loomed in the distance. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement and nostalgia as she tenderly caressed the grass beside her, seemingly savoring the warmth of the land. I too inhaled deeply, the air rich with the refreshing essence unique to the Hidden Leaf Village. As we commenced our journey, our steps were light yet resolute. Along the way, we encountered familiar faces. The ninjas busily executed their tasks, their figures darting through the woods. We greeted them, sensing the vibrancy and tension of the ninja world. Upon arriving at the heart of Konoha Village, a lively scene unfolded before us. People traversed the streets, and the air was thick with the essence of life. Hinata guided me into the Ichiraka ramen shop, where we settled down to savor the delectable ramen, relishing the tranquility and contentment of the moment. Returning to the ninja realm, we would face new challenges and adventures. Yet, with each other's company, I firmly believe we can surmount any obstacles in our path, striving for protection and peace. This is our mission, and indeed, our destiny. At this moment, Ichiraka Ramen was bustling with patrons. What could be the reason? Indeed, it was a special event. The jovial uncle exclaimed, "Ah, it's Naruto and Hinata. I, the master of handmade delicacies, thriving in business." Hinata, the master of handmade delicacies, thriving in business. "Master, where have you two gone?" I scratched my head and replied, "Hinata and I ventured to a distant place." "Master, oh, is that so?" We are also quite satisfied with our meal." I executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting Hinata to the Hokage's office. In a flash of light, we materialized in the center of the room. Hinata gazed around in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a curiosity for this wondrous jutsu. The Hokage's office was imbued with a solemn atmosphere, with documents and books cluttering the desk. I gestured to Hinata, and she nodded, standing quietly beside me. I approached the desk, locking eyes with the Hokage, determination evident in my gaze. The Hokage lifted his head, observing both Hinata and me, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that my bringing Hinata was of significant importance. I succinctly reported the recent progress of our missions, highlighting Hinata's remarkable contributions. The Hokage expressed his admiration and encouragement for her efforts. Hinata shyly lowered her head, having worked diligently in hopes of making a difference for the village. The Hokage then engaged me in discussions regarding some strategic plans, while Hinata listened intently, her eyes filled with anticipation for the future. As we departed the Hokage's office, I once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing Hinata back to our original location. She regarded my abilities with admiration, and I felt a sense of pride in our shared commitment to the village. Tsunade observed us with a skeptical expression, seemingly intrigued by my recent activities. Her sharp gaze suggested an ability to penetrate the depths of my thoughts. A flicker of anxiety coursed through me, causing my words to falter as I stammered, I have been training these past few days, striving to enhance my abilities." I cast my gaze downward, too apprehensive to meet her eyes, fearing she might discern my vulnerabilities. Tsunade furrowed her brow, evidently dissatisfied with my response. She pressed further, "Is that truly all you've been doing? Have you engaged in no other activities?" Her tone bore an unmistakable hint of skepticism. Hinata and I silently lamented, pondering how to respond in a manner that would earn her trust. After a moment of hesitation, we resolved to speak the truth. Indeed, I had assisted with various matters within the village, helping the villagers resolve minor issues. I spoke with great caution, keenly observing Tsunade's reaction. Her expression softened slightly, yet a hint of skepticism lingered. She then inquired, "Is that so? You haven't been sneaking off to shirk your duties, have you?" Hinata and I quickly shook our heads. "Of course not. We have always been diligent. How could we ever be lazy?" With sincerity etched upon our faces, we hoped to allay her concerns. Tsunade scrutinized us for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, continue your efforts. Remember, the enhancement of one's strength requires relentless dedication." With that, she turned and departed. I exhaled with relief alongside Hinata, thinking that we had finally passed the test. However, Tsunade's probing questions made me realize that I needed to strive harder, lest I disappoint her. Chapter 55. Hinata, will you marry me? A year later, I finally walked down the aisle with Hinata. The wedding venue was adorned exquisitely, with flowers blooming profusely and ribbons fluttering in the gentle breeze. I donned a striking red hanfu, while Hinata wore an elegant gown that radiated grandeur, her face adorned with a blissful smile, captivatingly beautiful. Friends and family gathered to extend their heartfelt congratulations, their voices filled with blessings and laughter that resonated throughout the wedding hall. Hand in hand with Hinata, we traversed the crimson carpet, arriving at the center of the stage. We gazed deeply into each other's eyes, filled with love and tenderness. Under the guidance of the host, I gently lifted Hinata's veil. Our eyes met in a shared smile, and we embraced each other in a passionate kiss. At that moment, our hearts brimmed with joy and emotion. We knew we were destined to traverse life together. After the ceremony, I took Hinata to the seaside. Hand in hand, we strolled along the sandy shore, relishing this precious time together. The soft glow of the setting sun enveloped us, casting a warm light on our joyful faces. As I gazed upon Hinata, my heart brimmed with gratitude and affection. I knew that I would forever cherish this bond, eternally by Hinata's side. She turned to me and said, "Darling, shall we return home?" I replied, "Of course, my love," as I embraced Hinata and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to transport us back home. I took a bath with Hinata, and afterward, we shared the same bed for the night. The following morning, I said to Hinata, "Hinata, I will take care of all the household chores from now on. You should aspire to become Hokage." Hinata replied, "But I do not wish to become Hokage." I suddenly said to Hinata, "Shall we leave this world together?" Hinata replied, "All right." I gently added, "Yes, indeed. By the way, Hinata, why not spend some time with your parents and sister? This journey we embark on may lead us to never return." A week later, on a sunlit afternoon, Hinata stood quietly beside me, her face radiating a tender and blissful smile. Her eyes were filled with unwavering determination and contentment, as if the entire world had transformed into something beautiful because of me. Hinata softly spoke, "As long as I am with Naruto, it doesn't matter where we are." Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, warm and soothing. Upon hearing her words, a wave of emotion and happiness surged through my heart. We find ourselves in a serene meadow, where a gentle breeze caresses us, carrying the fragrant essence of blossoms and grasses. Hinata's long hair dances in the wind, and her smile radiates even more brilliantly beneath the sun. As I gaze upon her, my heart overflows with love and gratitude. I then said to Hinata, "My beloved, I cherish you. I shall treat you with utmost care, Hinata." Upon hearing my words, we embraced passionately, our lips meeting in a fervent kiss. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything transformed into sheer beauty. We do not require a life of opulence, nor the allure of bustling cities. As long as we are together, we can experience true happiness. Hinata's smile and words reinforce my conviction. I am determined to ensure that she retains this radiant expression, bringing her even more joy and bliss. Hand in hand, we stroll through the meadow, savoring our cherished moments together. I activated my Rinnegan and opened the dimensional gate. I turned to Hinata and said, "Hinata, let us enter." "Sure, my dear," she replied. We stepped through the dimensional gate and arrived in an entirely new world. The scenery was picturesque, the air invigorating, as if we had been transported to a realm of enchantment. Hinata gazed around with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It is truly beautiful here, my love," she remarked with a gentle smile. We meander through this unfamiliar realm, unraveling its mysteries. Along our journey, we beheld a plethora of wondrous sights and encountered intriguing creatures. "My dear, let us reside here henceforth," Hinata gently remarked as she clasped my hand. I gazed at her, nodding gently, affirming that as long as she was happy, I would be content. In this new world, we would embark on a fresh journey together, crafting a future filled with our shared happiness. Chapter 56. The birth of Vortex Dragon and Sunflower Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before we knew it, a year had passed since Hinata and I departed from the world of ninjas. In this year, we welcomed a new life, a delightful little boy. He inherited Hinata's tenderness and kindness, coupled with my resilience and courage. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, reminiscent of Hinata's bright gaze, while his smile radiated warmth, dispelling any shadows within my heart. I named him Vortex Dragon, and his hair was a vibrant red. Observing him grow day by day filled me with unparalleled joy and contentment. I taught him to walk and speak, sharing tales of the ninja world, recounting our adventures and experiences. Hinata, a nurturing mother, devotedly cared for our child's every need, enveloping him in the warmest embraces and the most thoughtful attentions. Witnessing the tender moments between her and our child stirred profound emotions within me, overflowing with love. Although we had left the ninja world behind, The memories of that place would forever remain etched in our hearts. We would carry those cherished recollections as we faced the challenges and opportunities the future held. This little boy would become the most significant person in our lives, accompanying us through every stage of our journey. In less than 3 years since Vortex Dragon's birth, Hinata and I were blessed with the arrival of another life, our charming daughter. Her presence brought us immeasurable joy and happiness. She inherited Hinata's exquisite beauty and gentle disposition, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity and innocence. With fair skin and soft hair, she descended upon us like a little angel. As we watched her grow each day, our hearts brimmed with emotion. Every tiny gesture, every expression she made felt incredibly precious to us. We shared countless beautiful moments, witnessing her learn to roll over, sit up, and crawl. Each milestone filled us with pride. Throughout her growth, Vortex Dragon played a pivotal role, acting as a protective older brother, caring for and accompanying his sister. The bond they shared was profound, radiating warmth and love. Our family has become more complete and joyful with the arrival of our precious daughter. We will accompany her as she grows, witnessing each significant moment in her life and bestowing upon her boundless love and support. She is a cherished gift in our lives, and we shall forever treasure her. I have named my child Vortex Sunflower, hoping she embodies the lively and charming essence of the sunflower from the original work. The sunflower's hair, reminiscent of Hinata's, is a lovely shade of blue. Hand in hand with Hinata, accompanied by our 2 children, we return to the world of ninjas. Slowly, we stepped through the grand entrance of the Hyuga residence. Sunlight bathed the courtyard, reflecting our blissful smiles. The children gazed around in excitement, their eyes brimming with curiosity and yearning for this family. The architecture of the Hyuga house was magnificent and solemn, its traditional style resonating with a profound sense of history. With a gentle smile, Hinata guided the children inside. Family members gathered around, their faces radiating joy and warmth. The elders affectionately patted the children's heads, expressing their love and blessings. As I gazed upon this heartwarming scene, my heart swelled with emotion. We had endured countless battles and challenges in the world of ninjas. Yet at this moment, we found solace in the warmth of our home, feeling the profound power of familial bonds. The children, enveloped in the love of our family, began to explore this new environment. They frolicked with other children, their laughter resonating throughout the courtyard. Meanwhile, Hinata and I sat with our relatives, sharing our stories and experiences. We reminisced about past battles while also contemplating the hopes of the future. In this loving Hyuga household, we discovered a sense of belonging and tranquility. We understood that regardless of the hardships that may lie ahead, we would face them together, safeguarding our family and the peace of the ninja world. When Hyuga Niji beheld our children, he was momentarily taken aback. I greeted him with a friendly nod, saying, "Ah, brother-in-law, it has been ages since we last met." As our family of 4 arrived at the grand entrance of the Hyuga clan, Niji, representing the family, came forth to welcome us. The children were filled with curiosity about this enigmatic clan, while Niji, exhibiting his characteristic calmness and composure, introduced us to the family's rich history and traditions. Hinata's return infused the atmosphere with warmth, and everyone expressed their heartfelt welcome to the children. In the days that followed, our family seamlessly integrated into the life of the Hyuga clan, and the children gradually came to understand and embrace the world of ninjas. Chapter 57, The Harrowing Fate of Hinata. Hinata and I, accompanied by our children, returned to the world of ninjas as a family of 4. At this moment, the ninja realm was plagued by a notorious murderer. Upon learning of our return, Kakashi promptly summoned us. As he gazed at Hinata and me, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes, and he inquired, "Where have you 2 been this past year?" Hyuga Hinata and I exchanged a glance, accompanied by a gentle smile. I stepped forward and replied, "Kakashi-sensei, over the past year, we have visited numerous places and encountered a myriad of adventures and challenges." Hinata continued, "We have traversed various nations, experienced diverse cultures, and forged friendships with many like-minded individuals. As I reminisce about the experiences of this year, I reflect with a sense of nostalgia. Throughout our journey, we have continually grown and progressed, encountering various challenges and setbacks. Yet, we have never relinquished our resolve." Hinata nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we have supported one another, collectively overcoming obstacle after obstacle." Kakashi, upon hearing our words, displayed a look of satisfaction, remarking, "It seems that this year has been remarkably fruitful for you both." I exchanged a smile with Hinata and remarked, "This is all thanks to your guidance and nurturing, Teacher Kakashi." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and replied, Your accomplishments today are solely the result of your own hard work and perseverance. The three of us exchanged smiles, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. The experiences of this year have fortified both Hinata and me in our convictions and aspirations. We shall persist in our endeavors, striving to safeguard our village and our friends. Then Kakashi regarded me with a grave expression and inquired, Naruto, have you heard the news? There have been 5 dismemberment cases in the Land of Fire. A hint of concern and vigilance flickered in his gaze. A sudden shock coursed through my heart, an incident of dismemberment? This was no ordinary case. I immediately focused my mind, attentively listening to Kakashi's account. He continued, stating that according to reliable intelligence, the victims were 5 young female ninjas, and when their bodies were discovered, they had been severed into several pieces, their heads missing. The scene was utterly horrific. As of now, no leads have been found concerning the perpetrator. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the gravity of this case. The Land of Fire has long been a symbol of peace, and the occurrence of such a heinous crime within its borders will undoubtedly instigate panic and unease among the populace. Kakashi continued, we must swiftly identify the perpetrator, deliver justice for the victim, and restore a sense of security to the people of the Land of Fire. I have already notified the other ninjas. We shall form a task force dedicated to the thorough investigation of this matter. I nodded, fully aware of the immense responsibility that lay upon my shoulders. As a ninja, it is our sacred duty to safeguard the security of our nation and its people. I resolved to devote myself entirely to assisting Kakashi and the other ninjas in swiftly unraveling the case and bringing the perpetrator to justice. Under Kakashi's guidance, we promptly initiated our investigation. We visited the crime scene, meticulously searching for clues and questioning witnesses, leaving no detail overlooked. Simultaneously, we intensified our patrols and vigilance throughout the Land of Fire to prevent a recurrence of such heinous acts. As the investigation progressed, we gradually uncovered some intriguing leads. The assailant appeared to be an exceptionally ruthless and cunning individual, employing sophisticated methods that left little evidence behind. However, we remained undeterred, persisting in our quest for clues, believing that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. During the course of our inquiry, Hinata and I encountered several peculiar phenomena. After each incident, black feathers were mysteriously left at the scene, seemingly linked to a certain enigmatic avian species. Determined to unravel this mystery, I resolved to delve into the habits and characteristics of this bird. After considerable effort, I finally stumbled upon some crucial clues. It turned out that this avian creature only emerged at night and exhibited a peculiar sensitivity to blood. More importantly, my research revealed that a clandestine organization had recently been operating in the shadows, their activities raising significant suspicion. Could this series of murders be connected to this mysterious group? Thus, Hinata and I made the decision to embark on a deeper investigation to uncover the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface. I wielded my ninjutsu, transforming Hinata into a severed head, which I subsequently offered to this sinister cult. We discovered that they were congregating in an abandoned warehouse. As we approached the dilapidated structure, the sounds of a heated argument reached our ears. This operation has failed, all due to your blunder. A hoarse voice bellowed. I apologize, but we must persevere and fulfill our plan. Another voice trembled in response. Hinata and I exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that this enigmatic organization might indeed be the mastermind behind the series of murders. Just as we were poised to delve deeper into our investigation, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, prompting us to swiftly conceal ourselves. We then observed several figures hastily departing from the warehouse, racing towards the distance. We followed closely behind and arrived at an ancient castle, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down our spines. I held Hinata's head tightly, my hand clenched around a sphere of chakra. With utmost caution, we infiltrated the castle, seeking traces of the mysterious organization. I assisted Hinata in regaining her original form, after which she employed her Byakugan to investigate. Together, we discovered a young girl in the castle's grand hall. As we entered the grand hall of the castle, we found it eerily vacant. While searching for clues, a sudden scream pierced the silence. We hurried towards the source of the sound and discovered a woman bound to a chair, her body marred with wounds, clearly a victim of torment. I rushed to untie her restraints, while Hinata employed her healing ninjutsu to tend to her injuries. Upon regaining consciousness, the woman revealed that she was a ninja who had been abducted by a clandestine organization. She had overheard their nefarious plans, which involved using a forbidden ninjutsu to conjure a formidable monster in a bid to dominate the world. We must thwart their intentions. Hinata and I continued our search within the castle, ultimately uncovering the laboratory of the mysterious organization. It was filled with an array of experimental instruments and samples, alongside a tome detailing the forbidden ninjutsu. At that moment, a cadre of shadowy figures burst in, engaging us in a fierce battle. One of the assailants unleashed a mysterious ninjutsu upon Hinata, severing her head from her body. I was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, striving to shatter the enemy's ninjutsu, yet the formidable strength of my opponent rendered my efforts futile. In a moment of desperate peril, my gaze fell upon a vial of potion within the laboratory, and a daring notion began to take root in my mind. I swiftly grasped the vial and hurled its contents towards the group of dark-clad figures. Upon contact with their bodies, the potion unleashed a fierce corrosive effect. Seizing this opportunity, I successfully retrieved Hinata's head and obliterated all the research materials within the laboratory. However, the peril was far from over. We needed to flee this place post-haste. During our escape, I stumbled upon a concealed door, behind which lay a passage leading to the outside world. Without hesitation, we rushed into the corridor, hoping to elude our pursuers. At last, we emerged from the castle, distancing ourselves from that dreadful place. Yet, this battle was merely the beginning. We understood that the true challenges awaited us ahead. Chapter 58, Hinata's Severed Head. I returned home cradling Hinata's head, and at that moment, she awakened. "Darling, what has happened to me?" she exclaimed. I was taken aback. How could her head be alive again? Steadying my nerves, I realized this must be some form of ninjutsu or illusion. I cautiously held Hinata's head, scrutinizing her closely. "Darling, I feel so dizzy." Her voice was laced with frailty. I hurriedly inquired, "My dear, do you recall what transpired?" Hinata blinked and reminisced. "It seems I was struck by an overwhelming force, and then I lost all consciousness." A heavy sensation enveloped my heart as I realized the formidable strength of our adversary, capable of launching such a bizarre attack on Hinata. Gazing at her, I inquired, "My dear, your body is gone. What shall we do?" I resolved to first place Hinata's head in a secure position before embarking on the quest for her body. I procured a large box, lined it with a soft cushion, and gently placed Hinata's head inside. "My dear, rest here for a while. I shall seek out your body," I spoke tenderly to Hinata. She blinked, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of trust and reliance. I turned away from the room, silently vowing to locate Hinata's body and restore her to her former self. I sought every possible clue and eventually discovered the whereabouts of Hinata's body. It turned out that the enemy had cremated her remains. Overwhelmed with grief and fury, I yearned to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged her. Yet, I understood that anger would not resolve the matter at hand. Suppressing my sorrow, I began to ponder how to preserve Hinata's soul. After considerable effort, I learned of an ancient forbidden technique capable of summoning the spirits of the deceased. However, this technique was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences for the practitioner. Despite the risks, my love for Hinata compelled me to proceed. I scoured for information regarding the forbidden art, immersing myself in its mysteries. At last, I grasped the essentials of the incantation. On a night shrouded in darkness and tempest, I invoked the forbidden technique, calling out Hinata's name. A miracle unfolded before me as her spirit manifested in my presence. I am overwhelmed with emotion as I embrace Hinata's spirit tightly. "My love, thank you for saving me." Hinata's voice is ethereal, yet brimming with gratitude. However, her spirit cannot linger in this world for long. I invoked the death deity using a summoning technique and struck a bargain. As long as her soul could be preserved within her head, Hinata and I would willingly become soul ferrymen. The deity consented to my plea. I carefully guided Hinata's soul and secured it within her head. Then, I addressed the Grim Reaper, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Reaper." The Reaper waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. It is your genuine love that has moved me." The following day, when Hinata opened her eyes and saw me, tears cascaded down her cheeks. I suddenly awoke, believing her weeping had roused me. She apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't mean to wake you." I smiled gently at her and replied, "It's quite all right, my dear," as I leaned down to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. I greeted Hinata with a smile, saying, "Good morning, my dear." She responded warmly, "Good morning, husband." I then said to Hinata, "I apologize, but from now on, this is the only way we can live." Hinata comforted me, saying, "It doesn't matter. As long as I am with you, my husband, I'm content." Suddenly, it occurred to me that there was someone who could save Hinata, none other than Orochimaru. I held Hinata's head tenderly, my heart brimming with hope. Her visage remained enchanting, still infused with the breath of life. I brought her head to Orochimaru's laboratory, yearning for his assistance in cloning a body so that Hinata might once again grace this world. Orochimaru gazed at Hinata's head in my hands, a flicker of exhilaration glimmering in his eyes. As a mad scientist with profound expertise in cloning technology, he acquiesced to my request, yet stipulated a condition. He required certain rare materials and energy to accomplish this endeavor. Without hesitation, I acquiesced to his conditions and began the search for the necessary materials. After considerable effort, I finally gathered everything required and presented it to Orochimaru. He commenced his experiment, placing Hinata's head into a colossal petri dish, subsequently introducing various chemical reagents and energy. As time passed, the liquid within the dish began to transform, and a new body gradually emerged. I watched this process with bated breath, my heart brimming with anticipation and hope. At last, Orochimaru completed his experiment, and a body strikingly identical to Hinata's materialized before me. I expressed my gratitude to Orochimaru, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Snake." He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks." I took hold of a pristine, full-body, face-opening bodysuit and, once Hinata emerged from the petri dish, I handed her the garment. After she donned the attire, Hinata inquired, "How do I look?" I nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes, it fits perfectly." I embraced Hinata's form with great excitement, savoring her warmth and softness. I am aware that this is merely a clone, yet her head remains Hinata's, possessing both her memories and her spirit. I led her away from Orochimaru's laboratory and returned to her home. I said to Hinata, "My dear, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Upon seeing my hesitation, Hinata understood what I was about to say. She assured me that she would accompany me as a sole ferryman. I expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my dear." Hinata replied, "No need to thank me. After all, we are husband and wife." I nodded in agreement. From that moment on, Hinata and I were reunited, sharing many beautiful moments together. I knew that I owed all of this to Orochimaru, for he was the one who brought Hinata back into my life. Chapter 59. Changes in Hinata's body. Since Hinata acquired her new body, her appearance and demeanor experienced a remarkable transformation. Her figure became more elongated and athletic, with smooth lines that exuded an elegant sense of strength. Her skin grew smoother and more delicate, emanating a healthy glow. Hinata's gaze became brighter and more resolute, revealing an air of confidence and composure. Her smile radiated warmth, akin to the sun's embrace. In battle, Hinata's prowess saw a significant enhancement. Her movements became more agile, and her strikes more fierce, showcasing formidable combat capabilities. However, these changes did not alter the kindness and gentleness within her heart. She continued to care for those around her, willing to sacrifice everything to protect them. In summary, after transforming into her new body, Hinata not only became more beautifully captivating but also significantly stronger. Yet, she steadfastly maintained her core values, embodying the essence of an admirable woman. Hinata's physique was not only curvaceous but also imbued with exceptional strength. In a vast training ground, Sasuke and I stood side by side, facing Hinata. She stood there quietly, her eyes reflecting determination and confidence. Sasuke and I exchanged glances, and I sensed a hint of resignation in his gaze. He understood that Hinata's strength surpassed his own, as he was the underdog in our Team 7. This battle would undoubtedly prove to be exceptionally challenging. Sasuke initiated the attack, swiftly appearing behind Hinata, his kunai aimed at her back. However, Hinata seemed to have anticipated his move, gracefully sidestepping to evade Sasuke's strike. I too was unwilling to yield, unleashing my ninjutsu in an attempt to assault Hinata. However, she effortlessly evaded my attack and seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on me. I remarked to Hinata, Hey, darling, you've turned mischievous." Hinata playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "I rather like it this way. What can you possibly do about it?" I flashed a mischievous grin and said, "Yet I find this version of you quite delightful. Hee. Let the duel continue." As the battle progressed, Sasuke and I gradually discerned that our strikes had little to no effect on Hinata. Her speed and reflexes far surpassed ours, rendering us incapable of landing a hit. Meanwhile, her attacks became increasingly ferocious, leaving us with no choice but to constantly evade and defend. Gradually, we began to feel overwhelmed, our stamina depleting with each passing moment. Eventually, both Sasuke and I were left panting, unable to continue the fight, while Hinata stood there, unscathed, her eyes brimming with the joy of victory. This encounter profoundly illuminated our shortcomings and deepened our understanding of Hinata's prowess. We recognized that only through relentless effort and training could we elevate our abilities and truly become formidable warriors. With a smile gracing my lips and my eyes brimming with pride and contentment, I gazed at Hinata and said, "Hinata, congratulations, my dear wife. You have surpassed both Sasuke and me." Upon hearing my words, a faint blush appeared on Hinata's cheeks as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Thank you, Naruto. But this is all due to your unwavering support and encouragement." I stepped forward and gently took Hinata's hand, saying, "No, Hinata, this is the result of your own efforts. Your growth and progress fill me with immense pride." Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, and she replied, "Naruto, I will continue to strive, constantly improving myself for our future, to protect everything we hold dear." I nodded and said, "I trust you, Hinata. Together, we shall strive to create a brighter tomorrow." Sasuke interjected with a cough. Hey, Naruto, you two should refrain from flaunting your affection in my presence." I awkwardly scratched my head and replied to Sasuke, "Sorry." Sasuke. At that moment, sunlight bathed us, illuminating our joyful smiles. In this world brimming with hope and challenges, we shall walk hand in hand, relentlessly pursuing the dreams that belong to us. Chapter 60. The sole ferryman of the couple in a mysterious and shadowy realm, Hinata and I became sole ferrymen. We bore the solemn duty of guiding the souls of the departed across the boundaries of life and death, clad in a form-fitting white attire. Hinata's gentle yet resolute gaze conveyed her compassion for the souls. I, adorned in a black trench coat, stood alongside her. Together, we are the sole ferrymen of this devoted partnership. We stand upon an ancient bridge, beneath which flows a river illuminated by a mysterious glow. Whenever a soul arrives at this place, we extend our hands, gently guiding them towards the other shore. Hinata, with her warm voice, comforts those lost and fearful souls, bestowing upon them strength and courage. I remain silently by her side, ensuring their journey is safe and secure. Throughout this process, both Hinata and I gradually grow and gain insight. We bear witness to countless farewells and reunions, experiencing the fragility and preciousness of life. Though our endeavors are fraught with challenges, they have deepened our appreciation for one another's presence. In this enigmatic realm, Hinata and I have become each other's steadfast support, united in the guardianship of our soul's tranquility. Among these souls reside our mentors, friends, companions, family, and even adversaries. Yet, one fateful day, a singular soul emerged, an adversary with whom we once bore a profound enmity. Confronted by him, a tumult of emotions surged within me, while Hinata, without hesitation, extended her hand. "Let the past remain in the past. He is merely a soul in need of guidance now." Hinata's words were like a gentle breeze, dispelling the shadows that loomed over my heart. I gazed at her and nodded, as we jointly guided that soul towards the other shore. In that moment, I comprehended that, regardless of whether the other was an adversary or an ally, our mission remained the same, to bestow equal love and guidance upon every soul. As time flowed onward, our work persisted, and the bond between Hinata and me grew ever stronger. We faced various challenges together, evolving side by side, striving diligently to uphold the tranquility of the souls. One day, we encountered the soul of a familiar figure, our fourth master. Upon seeing him, both Hinata and I were taken aback, for he had been immensely powerful in life, and it seemed unfathomable that he would depart so soon. We stepped forward, and Hinata softly inquired, "Master Delu, how could this be?" Delu glanced at us with a smile and replied, "Naruto and Hinata, there is no need for concern. My demise is not an accident. It is a choice I have made. I have fulfilled my mission in this world, and now it is time for me to depart." Hinata and I felt a sense of relief in our hearts. Delu then spoke, "However, there is one more matter I must entrust to you. In a distant corner of this world lies a mysterious tome that contains profound secrets regarding the realm of souls. I implore you to seek it out and unravel the enigmas contained within. This endeavor will greatly assist you in fulfilling your duties as ferrymen of souls." With those final words, Delu's spirit gradually faded from our sight. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, resolving to embark on a journey in search of that enigmatic tome. This would be a novel adventure, as well as an opportunity for our personal growth. Accompanied by Hinata, I embarked on a quest as introduced by the land. We traversed a winding path, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled patterns upon the ground. Hinata walked quietly beside me, her gaze revealing steadfastness and resolve. Along our journey, we passed through dense forests and tranquil villages. Birds joyously sang from the branches, while a gentle breeze caressed our faces, bringing with it refreshing scents. Occasionally, I glanced back at Hinata, whose serene smile suggested her eagerness for this adventure. As time elapsed, we gradually distanced ourselves from the familiar, entering an uncharted realm. The undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, imparted an aura of mystery. We cautiously navigated valleys and crossed streams, pressing onward toward our destination. Throughout this expedition, Hinata and I supported one another, facing various challenges together, which deepened the bond between us. At last, after considerable effort, we arrived at the location described by the land. It was a serene valley, surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters. An ancient temple stood at the center, exuding an air of solemnity. Entering the temple, we felt enveloped in tranquility and peace. Deep within its recesses, we discovered what we had been seeking. This journey not only led us to our goal, but also enriched us with invaluable emotions and love. Hinata and I exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with joy and fulfillment. Chapter 61. Inuzuka Kiba. Inuzuka Kiba is a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, belonging to Team 8 alongside Shino Aburame and Sakura Haruno. Kiba is a spirited and passionate young man, characterized by his cheerful and straightforward personality, his fondness for dogs, and his aversion to cats. However, he eventually developed a fondness for a girl who kept cats. Kiba's physical attributes include his short, brown hair and penetrating gaze. Clad in the attire of a hidden leaf ninja, Kiba's ninja techniques primarily revolve around canines, as he can coordinate with his ninja dog, Akamaru, to unleash formidable combat prowess. In battle, Kiba is always filled with enthusiasm and fighting spirit. He adeptly utilizes Akamaru's speed and strength to launch attacks against his foes. His signature move, Fong over Fong, allows him and Akamaru to spin together, generating a powerful whirlwind that inflicts significant damage upon enemies. Beyond combat, Kiba places great importance on friendship and teamwork. He shares a close bond with Shino and Sakura, frequently undertaking missions together and assisting one another. Kiba cherishes his time with Akamaru, considering him not just a companion but a true friend, fostering a deep emotional connection. In another timeline, Kiba met his demise while executing an S-rank mission. Upon our arrival, Hinata and I encountered him. Upon seeing us, his spirit rushed forward, only to pass through our bodies. He finally realized that he had passed away. I, along with Hinata, found ourselves at a loss for words. It was truly unexpected. I had simply succumbed to death. Inuzuka Kiba managed a wry smile, yet there was a sense of peace in his heart, for he had safeguarded the village. However, he lamented that he could no longer fight alongside Akamaru. At that moment, a small puppy approached, sniffing the air before lying down and whimpering softly. Kiba's voice quivered as he called out, "I miss you so much." Witnessing the bond between Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, both Hinata and I could not help but shed tears. After our sorrowful weeping, we comforted Kiba by patting his shoulder. "All right," we assured him. I turned to Kiba and asked, "Do you remember me?" "Of course, Naruto," Kiba replied with a smile. "You have done wonderfully, Kiba," I said, gently patting his shoulder. "Thank you, Naruto," Kiba said, glancing at Hinata. "And thank you as well, Hinata. We are good companions," I exclaimed. "Everyone will remember you, Kiba." Kiba nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "I will not forget you either." Just then, a radiant light enveloped him, and his figure began to fade away. "Kiba," Hinata and I cried out involuntarily. "Do not be sad, Naruto." Hinata gently grasped my hand. "He will surely find happiness in another world." I gazed upward at the sky, silently offering my prayers. "Farewell, yeah, may your journey be smooth." With my hands tucked into my pockets, I gazed at Hinata and noticed her growing beauty. Indeed, Kiba will surely find happiness. Hinata smiled as she spoke. I turned my head to gaze at Hinata, and a warm feeling surged within me. "Hinata, you have become so much stronger," I praised. Hinata's face flushed slightly as she replied, "It's all thanks to everyone's companionship and encouragement." We exchanged a smile and then turned away together, departing from the place that had once witnessed the departure of Inuzuka Kiba. The road ahead is still long, yet we shall carry the memories of Kiba with us as we continue our journey. I turned to Hinata and asked, "Who is the next soul?" With a gentle smile, Hinata replied, "The next soul is Uchiha Obito." "Oh, is it really him? Together, we shall cast him into the abyss." A wicked smile crept upon my face, mirrored by Hinata's. I turned to her and said, "My dear, let us proceed." Hinata responded, "Certainly, my love." Chapter 62. Sakura's wish for a male rebirth. Sakura Haruno, a pivotal character in Naruto, possesses long pink hair and striking green eyes. Her character is marked by strength, imbued with passion and resolve. As an exceptional medical ninja, she wields remarkable healing skills and keen observational prowess. In the heat of battle, she is quick to assess her comrades' injuries and provide timely treatment. Her medical expertise has not only saved numerous lives but also significantly contributed to her team's victories. Beyond her healing abilities, Sakura is also a formidable ninja. Through rigorous training, she has mastered an array of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Her strength and speed are formidable, showcasing her exceptional capabilities in combat. Initially, Sakura exhibited traits of stubbornness and self-absorption. However, as she faced various challenges, she matured and became more considerate. She learned to care for others and would go to great lengths to protect her friends and village. Her journey is fraught with obstacles, yet she remains steadfast, continuously striving for self-improvement. Her courage and perseverance are admirable, serving as an inspiration to many. This is merely Kishimoto's attempt to redeem Sakura's character. Sakura is often perceived as a rather exasperating character. With her broad forehead, infatuation-driven mindset, and lack of courage, she calls upon me only when in need, while frequently seeking Sasuke's attention otherwise. I am not the Navi Naruto Uzumaki. When she calls for me, I choose to ignore her. She is hardly the medical ninja she claims to be, merely a love-struck individual. During her time in Team 8, led by Kurinai Yuhi, she struggled even with basic chakra control. Her so-called medical skills are superficial, capable only of treating minor ailments and injuries. As for her ninjutsu, it is utterly lacking. Each time she encounters a formidable foe, she hides behind others, utterly defenseless. Moreover, her obsession with Sasuke is utterly incomprehensible. Despite his indifference, she relentlessly pursues him. She is willing to forsake everything for him, even at the expense of her comrades. Such thoughtless behavior is truly contemptible. In summary, Sakura Haruno embodies a character that is both inept and selfish. Her existence serves merely to highlight the excellence of other characters, and Kishimoto's attempts to redeem her are nothing more than a forced effort. The true essence of Sakura is that of an irksome character, an immutable fact. Among the ranks of medical ninjas, only 3 stand out: Hinata Hyuga, my beloved, alongside Ino Yamanaka and Karen Uzumaki. This Sakura exists in an alternate timeline, where her fate met a cruel conclusion during a C-rank mission. At the mission's outset, all appeared tranquil, yet peril lurked unseen. An unexpected ambush by foes plunged them into peril. It was at this moment that Sakura finally displayed her bravery and resilience, fighting alongside her teammates. However, the enemy's strength exceeded their expectations. In the midst of a fierce battle, Haruno Sakura unfortunately sustained grave injuries. Her body swayed precariously, yet her gaze remained resolute and unwavering. Her comrades endeavored to shield her, but the onslaught from their adversaries intensified with each passing moment. Ultimately, Haruno Sakura succumbed upon the battlefield, her flame of life gradually flickering out. As I and Hinata guided her spirit, gazing at the vanishing figure of Sakura Haruno, a pang of sorrow welled up within me. She had once been so vibrant and full of passion, yet she has departed from this world far too soon. Hyuga Hinata and I said to Haruno Sakura, "Sakura, we hope that in your next life, you will reincarnate as a boy and escape the confines of being love-stricken." Upon hearing our heartfelt wishes, Haruno Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Guided by our intentions, her soul embarked on the path of reincarnation, destined to be reborn as a boy in her next life. As time flowed, many years later, a young lad named Haruno Hai appeared in the village hidden in the leaves. He bore a radiant smile reminiscent of cherry blossoms and possessed a resolute character. Through a combination of innate talent and diligent effort, Haruno Hai emerged as an exceptional ninja. He became a disciple of my beloved wife, Uzumaki Hinata, and displayed remarkable prowess in battle. With a heart full of justice, he dedicated himself to safeguarding the village and his comrades. In his own unique way, he embodied the ideals that Hinata and I once cherished. Meanwhile, Hinata and I silently watched over Haruno Hai's growth, witnessing him forge his own illustrious path. Yet, I remained acutely aware of the harshness and inevitability of war. In this land, countless lives wither like cherry blossoms, and all we can do is persevere, striving for peace. I turned my head, my gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Hand in hand with Hinata, we shall bear greater responsibilities and missions. Chapter 63, Uchiha Bido, Descend into Hell. Uchiha Bido, a character steeped in tragedy. He possesses a head of short black hair that perpetually obscures much of his face, revealing only one Sharingan, his eyes betraying endless sorrow and rage. Obito's personality underwent a profound transformation following a series of tumultuous events. Once, he was a kind-hearted, passionate youth with dreams. But after witnessing the death of his dear friend Rin, he succumbed to despair and madness, vowing to create a world devoid of pain and sorrow. He was merely a misguided soul. Clad in a black robe adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan, it symbolizes his identity and mission. His body has undergone numerous modifications, endowing him with formidable strength and ninja techniques, albeit at a great cost. In battle, Obito showcased unparalleled prowess and a chilling ruthlessness. His Sharingan could unleash a variety of potent genjutsu and ninjutsu, plunging his foes into an abyss of terror and despair. His body could traverse space, appearing instantaneously behind his enemies to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, deep within, a fragment of humanity and kindness remained. His memories of Rin and reflections on the past lingered in his heart, preventing him from fully succumbing to darkness. Although his actions were extreme, his initial intent was to save the world, liberating all from suffering and sorrow. Uchiha Obito is a complex and contradictory figure, his narrative replete with tragedy and inevitability. His life was a relentless pursuit of an unattainable dream, ultimately leading to his own destruction. His existence profoundly illuminates the brutality of war and the fragility of humanity, prompting deeper contemplation on peace and justice. Hinata and I stood resolutely before Obito Uchiha, our gazes unwavering. A hint of disdain flickered across Obito's face, as he appeared to regard us with condescension. "Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me?" "Such naivety," Obito mocked. "The sins you have committed are worthy of the realm of beasts," I retorted. I clutched my weapon tightly, my heart brimming with fury. "Obito, your actions have inflicted pain upon countless souls. Today marks your demise. Prepare to descend into the abyss," I proclaimed loudly. Hinata, undeterred, assumed a battle stance, poised to launch her assault at a moment's notice. "Obito, you were once our comrade, yet now you have transformed into our adversary. We shall no longer allow you to act with impunity," Hinata cried out. Obito's gaze intensified with malevolence as he suddenly launched his attack. Hinata and I reacted swiftly, engaging him in a fierce clash. Our techniques intertwined, rendering it difficult to discern a victor in that moment. Amidst the chaos of battle, I tirelessly sought a chink in Obito's armor. At last, I discerned a vulnerability and, without hesitation, unleashed a devastating strike. Obito was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata executed her own attack, landing her strike with pinpoint accuracy. Obito's body began to tremble, his eyes filled with despair. You have won," he uttered with great difficulty. As Hinata and I gazed upon the fallen Obito, not a shred of joy stirred within our hearts. We understood that the pain wrought by this battle was irreparable. Yet, we held steadfast in our belief that it is only through struggle that we can safeguard the things we hold dear. I addressed Uchiha Obito, stating, "We are but soul ferrymen. Prepare to descend into the abyss. Obito, your odyssey of transgressions has come to an end." I spoke with an air of detachment. Hinata stepped forward, her gaze betraying a hint of compassion. "I hope you find true redemption in another realm," she uttered softly. As Obito's life force gradually waned, the surrounding space began to warp. A mysterious light flickered, drawing Obito's soul into its embrace. We cast Obito into the realm of beasts, ensuring he shall never return to humanity. At that moment, the Shinigami declared, "This is the last soul you shall guide. Naruto and Hinata, do not become ferrymen of souls." Hinata and I exchanged a glance, then turned to the Shinigami and expressed our gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Shinigami." The Shinigami replied, "No need for thanks, young one." Chapter 64. Children, we have returned. After enduring a harrowing trial of life and death, Hinata and I came to realize the significance we held for each other. We embraced, tears streaming down our faces, savoring the warmth of one another. In that moment, we resolved never to part again. However, fate has a penchant for tormenting us. Just as we believed that tranquility would return, that enigmatic cult re-emerged silently. Hinata and I have awakened a newfound power. In this time, we have resolved to take down that sinister cult organization. We commenced our investigation into this nefarious cult, only to discover that their activities had grown increasingly frequent and enigmatic. Each time we drew closer to the truth, our leads would abruptly vanish. Although Hinata's Byakugan could pierce through the enemy's disguises, this cult seemed to possess unique methods to elude her scrutiny. Nevertheless, we did not relent. Fueled by our unwavering trust in one another and the newly awakened powers, we continued to pursue the traces of the cult. At long last, on a moonless night, we uncovered their clandestine stronghold. An intense battle was on the verge of erupting. This time, I was teamed up with Hinata, the Inuzuka clan, and Orochimaru. I said to Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, it's your turn to shine." Orochimaru, with a flick of his tongue, responded, "Very well." In a shadowy corner, the cult members were clandestinely convening, plotting a dreadful conspiracy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the forces of justice had silently descended upon them. Orochimaru, once regarded as a malevolent entity, now stood shoulder to shoulder with us. His cold gaze revealed a resolute determination. He intended to harness his power to safeguard the peace of this world. We stealthily infiltrated the lair of the cult, meticulously evading various traps and patrolling foes. Orochimaru, employing his ninja arts, adeptly eluded enemy surveillance, paving a secure path for us. As we finally approached the core of the cult's operations, an intense battle erupted. Orochimaru showcased his formidable prowess, his serpentine techniques weaving through the ranks of adversaries, swiftly annihilating many. We, too, were undeterred, unleashing our own signature skills in a desperate struggle against our foes. Through our collective efforts, the cult members were gradually vanquished, their sinister machinations thoroughly dismantled. Orochimaru, surveying the victory before him, revealed a subtle smile, imperceptible yet profound. He understood that this was merely the first step in safeguarding world peace, with countless challenges yet to come. After the battle concluded, we departed this place alongside Orochimaru, his solitary figure fading into the twilight, embodying his unwavering commitment to justice and his yearning for tranquility. I, along with Hinata, expressed our gratitude to Orochimaru, saying, "Uncle Snake, thank you for your assistance." Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. We share a master-disciple bond, do we not?" With a radiant smile illuminating my face, I affirmed, "You are indeed correct, Uncle Orochimaru." The gentle glow of the setting sun bathed the tranquil town, as Hinata and I strolled hand in hand along the path leading home. Having just triumphantly vanquished a nefarious cult, our spirits were particularly buoyant and joyous. Upon reaching our doorstep, Hinata and I exchanged knowing glances before exclaiming in unison, "Children, Mommy and Daddy have returned." A flurry of delighted footsteps echoed from within, as the children excitedly dashed out to envelop us in their embrace. "Mommy, Daddy, you are finally back. We have missed you so much." Happiness radiated from the beaming faces of our little ones. Hinata and I embraced the children tightly, savoring their warmth and joy. "We miss you too, dear ones," Hinata gently remarked. As we entered the room, the children gathered around us, chattering animatedly about the events that transpired in our absence. Hinata and I listened with smiles, our hearts brimming with love and remorse for the children. "Father, Mother, you are truly remarkable. You have vanquished the cult and safeguarded us." The children's eyes sparkled with admiration. I gently caressed the children's heads and said, "This is our duty. We must protect you and ensure you grow up healthy and happy." Hinata nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, little Ri and little Aoi, you are our most treasured wealth, and we shall always safeguard you." The family gathered together, relishing this heartwarming moment. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, enveloping us in a golden radiance. The following day, utilizing the power of my Rinnegan, I opened a dimensional gateway, leading Hinata and the children into the realm of reality. Chapter 65. Hinata and I return to the real world. My wife Hinata and I, accompanied by our child, traversed the tunnel of space and returned to the realm of reality. I turned to Hinata and said, "Dear, activate your rebirth eye." She replied, "Certainly, my love." As we stepped out of the tunnel, sunlight bathed us in its warm and familiar embrace. Our children gazed curiously at this strange yet wondrous world, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Hand in hand, we stroll along the bustling streets. Hinata gazes tenderly at the children, her face radiating with a blissful smile. The children joyfully dash about, their hearts brimming with curiosity for the world around them. We arrived at a park where the children frolicked joyfully upon the verdant grass. Hinata sat nearby, quietly observing them with eyes brimming with affection. I approached her, gently taking her hand, relishing the warmth it exuded. In this tangible world, though we may have lost the powers of ninjas, we possess one another, our children, and the essence of immortality that is sufficient. We shall strive together to forge a splendid future for our children, ensuring their healthy and joyous growth in this world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we led the children homeward. Along the way, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei animatedly recounted their experiences in the park, and we listened intently, our hearts filled with happiness and contentment. Upon returning home, The children nestled in their beds, swiftly drifting into slumber. Hinata gently tucked them in before coming to my side, resting her head on my shoulder. "Thank you for granting me such a blissful life," she whispered softly. "No, thank you. It is you who has made my life whole," I replied, embracing her tightly, savoring her warmth and love. In this ordinary world, while we may be unremarkable, we possess the most precious treasure of all, love. I spoke to Hinata, saying, "Darling, tomorrow we shall take our children to visit their grandparents." Hinata replied, "All right, Naruto." The following day, Hinata and I brought our children back to my parents' home in the realm of reality. Upon entering, the children joyfully dashed towards their grandparents, exclaiming, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." The elderly couple, upon seeing their grandchildren, beamed with delight and hurried to embrace them. "Dad, Mom, we are back," Hinata and I said with smiles. "It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back," my mother said, her eyes glistening with tears, while my father nodded with a smile from the side. I introduced my parents to our children. "This boy is named Gong Zijian, and the girl is Gong Koe." The family gathered around the table, enjoying a reunion dinner and engaging in casual conversation. The children were mischievous and adorable, bringing forth peals of laughter from everyone. After dinner, we accompanied our parents on a stroll through the neighborhood. Under the moonlight, I gazed at my blissful family, filled with immense contentment. Despite being in different worlds, the bonds of kinship remained tightly woven. In this realm of reality, we shall continue to forge our own path to happiness. On the third day, Hinata and I took our children to visit my grandparents' home. The children were overjoyed to see their kind grandparents, eagerly requesting stories. As my grandparents recounted various amusing tales from my childhood, they began to share the enchanting story of Chang'e flying to the moon. I informed my grandparents that it was time for us to depart. The children felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance to part from the two elderly souls, who mirrored their sentiments. I assured my grandparents that we would return in the future. Accompanied by Hinata and the children, we journeyed home, filled with laughter and conversation along the way. The following evening, Hinata and I, along with our children, gathered to admire the moon. Gong Zilong and Gong Kei innocently inquired whether Sister Chang'e resided upon the lunar surface. My hearty laughter resonated, drawing the children's attention. With a smile illuminating my face, I gazed at them, my eyes twinkling with a mysterious light. They curiously encircled me, eagerly anticipating tales of their mother. "Little Long, little Kei, did you know that your mother, Hinata, once came perilously close to becoming Chang'e?" I whispered softly. The children's eyes widened in astonishment and intrigue. It was a beautiful night, with the moon perched high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. Your mother, Hinata, stood alone in the courtyard, gazing up at that luminous orb, her eyes filled with yearning and dreams. I continued, when suddenly, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping your mother, Hinata. She felt her body becoming weightless, as if she were about to take flight. The children listened with rapt attention, as if they were immersed in that enchanting scene. At that moment, a profound sense of responsibility surged within Hinata's heart. She thought of you, reflecting on her obligations as a mother. She understood that she could not abandon you, nor could she forsake this home. As I gazed upon the children, their faces radiated with the joy of blissful smiles. Thus, their mother, Hinata, with her indomitable spirit, liberated herself from the shackles of that radiant light. She returned to the earth and to your side. The children embraced Hinata and me tightly, filled with pride and admiration for having such a remarkable mother. On a tranquil evening, our family gathered in the yard to admire the moon. The children looked up at the luminous orb and innocently inquired, "Mom and Dad, is there really a Sister Chang'e on the moon?" Hinata and I exchanged knowing smiles as we recounted the legends surrounding the moon. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. Our family basked in the atmosphere of happiness, cherishing this rare moment of serenity. I said to the children, "In truth, your mother is none other than Chang'e." I smiled at Hinata and said, "Am I not right, my dear?" Hinata beamed sweetly at me and the children, stating, "Xiaolong and Xiaokue, your father speaks the truth. I am Chang'e, and your father is Hui, correct, my love?" I replied, "Indeed, your mother is absolutely right." The children were left in awe, their jaws dropping at the exchange between Hinata and me. Both Hinata and I found the bewildered expressions on their faces utterly amusing. Chapter 66. I teach Hinata and the children how to use a mobile phone. 3 days had passed since my return to the real world with Hinata and the children. On this particular day, I took Hinata to a Xinhua bookstore, where we purchased an abundance of books. We carried home a large bag filled with these treasures. And upon seeing the vast collection, the children were filled with uncontainable excitement. sharing a knowing smile with Hinata. We both felt an immense sense of happiness at the joy we had brought to our little ones. After dinner, Hinata and I settled on the sofa, perusing the freshly acquired books. At that moment, our daughter rushed over, taking Hinata's hand and pleading, "Mommy, please tell me a story," with gentle affection. Hinata lifted our daughter into her arms and began narrating tales from the pages. I sat quietly nearby, enveloped in warmth as I watched them. Just then, our son joined the scene, clamoring for a story of his own. Thus, Hinata, cradling our daughter, began to weave a narrative for our son as well. Witnessing this tender tableau, I could not resist reaching for my newly purchased Huawei P60 to capture this beautiful moment. Upon noticing the phone in my hand, both Hinata and the children displayed a hint of curiosity. Hinata, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Darling, what is that in your hand?" I smiled and responded, "This is a mobile phone." "A mobile phone? What is it used for?" she asked, her face reflecting a mix of intrigue and bewilderment. With a smile, I opened my phone, showcasing the photos and videos contained within. "Look, these are the pictures we just took, along with the videos from our earlier outing." The children gazed at the images and clips on the screen, their voices erupting in awe. "Wow, how amazing! Daddy, we want to take pictures too," my son exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Let us go to the park together tomorrow for a photo session," I replied, gently ruffling his hair. "That sounds wonderful." The children cheered joyfully. Hinata, observing their delight, turned to me with a smile and said, "Thank you, my love, for bringing us so much happiness." I gently embraced Hinata's shoulders. "As long as you are happy, I find contentment." Our family huddled closely together, relishing this heartwarming moment. I also purchased a mobile phone for each of Hinata and the children, and I taught them how to use these devices. In the days that followed, our family frequently captured the minutiae of our lives through our phones. The children learned to take photographs and record videos, and during family gatherings or outings, we would share the images and clips stored within our devices, laughter resonating in every corner. Furthermore, Hinata expanded her knowledge through her phone and engaged in delightful mobile games with the children. Witnessing their joy brought me immense satisfaction. The advancement of technology has rendered our lives more convenient and enriched, while simultaneously bridging the gap between family members. This atmosphere of happiness has accompanied us, becoming the most cherished memories of our lives. One day, Hinata was astonished to discover the animated series Naruto on her phone, just as I returned home. Hinata, lost in thought while holding her phone, looked at me with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Darling, the characters in this animation resemble us." I nodded with a smile, affirming that this animated series is indeed inspired by our experiences. "Really?" Hinata exclaimed, eagerly grasping my arm. "I must see it." Thus, we settled down together to watch Naruto. The children were drawn to us, gathering around. The unfolding scenes evoked memories of our past, the exhilarating battles, the profound friendships, and the love that binds us. Hinata's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I gently held her hand, for this is our story. In any realm, our feelings are undeniably real. The children were thoroughly engrossed, cheering for the characters as if they were part of the action. After finishing an episode, they clamored for more, and once again, our family was enveloped in the world of Naruto, collectively experiencing that unique bond and emotion. "This Naruto is truly captivating," Hinata remarked. "Indeed, the characters possess such distinct traits," I replied as I took a seat beside her. "Especially my character in the anime, his perseverance and determination are quite admirable." I secretly mused that while Naruto is commendable, he can be somewhat of a sycophant. "I think Uncle Sasuke is really cool," our son interjected. "I love Aunt Sakura. She is so adorable," our daughter added. Not to be outdone, when Hinata asked me whom I liked in Naruto, I softly responded, "The one I adore is my Byakugan princess." Upon hearing my words, Hinata's cheeks flushed. The children awkwardly remarked, "Mom is just like the mom in the anime." I shrugged, saying, "What can I do?" Our family engaged in a fervent discussion. Nevertheless, I still hold a special fondness for our Naruto master. Hinata gazed at me with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon I found myself smiling. "I am not a Hokage, I am merely your husband and father. Yet, in my heart, you are the greatest Hokage," Hinata resolutely declared. I embraced her with deep emotion, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, my princess with the white eyes." At that moment, the children beside us chimed in, "Kiss, Daddy and Mommy. Kiss, Daddy and Mommy." I exchanged a glance with Hinata, a blush of shyness gracing our cheeks. Amidst the joyous laughter of the children, we shared a tender kiss. Chapter 67. The singing competition. It has been a month since Hinata, our children, and I returned to the realm of reality. Hinata seems to have developed an interest in singing, so I encouraged her to give it a try, saying, "Go for it, my princess." My encouragement led Hinata to participate in a singing competition. The result was first place. Hinata Hyuga, once a shy girl, has now blossomed into an exceptional singer. Her voice resounds with clarity and strength. Hinata's success is no mere coincidence. She has devoted countless hours of effort behind the scenes. Each day, in addition to tending to her family, she carves out time to refine her vocal techniques. As her fame grew, she received an increasing number of performance invitations. Her melodious voice echoed throughout the city and even reached distant lands. Meanwhile, I stood silently by her side, supporting each of her decisions. Witnessing her shine on stage fills me with immense pride. Our lives are filled with joyous laughter, and the children take pride in having such an exceptional mother. In the days to come, we shall walk hand in hand, together creating an abundance of beautiful memories. Hinata has blossomed into a more confident and vibrant individual. Her melodies not only resonate with the hearts of her audience, but have also enabled her to discover her own worth and joy. However, the rise to fame has brought about certain tribulations. Hinata has begun to attract the attention of the media and her fans, and her personal privacy has gradually diminished. Yet, she steadfastly clings to her original aspirations, conveying love and warmth through her songs. No matter the magnitude of the pressures she faces, she remains true to her innocence and kindness. I shall always stand by her side, shielding her from the storms of life. We believe that as long as love resides in our hearts, we can overcome any adversity. One day, Hinata received a mysterious invitation. The letter mentioned that a renowned music producer wished to collaborate with her on a brand new album. Hinata felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Unsure whether this opportunity heralded greater challenges and pressures, I encouraged her to bravely embark on her journey, assuring her that we would confront any challenges together. Hinata accepted the invitation and commenced her collaboration with the music producer. Throughout the album production process, Hinata encountered a myriad of difficulties, yet through her perseverance and diligence, she overcame each obstacle one by one. Ultimately, the new album was released to tremendous success. Hinata's musical career ascended to a new pinnacle, and our family, too, grew increasingly joyful and harmonious because of her efforts. I became Hinata's manager. In the past, Hinata was a gentle and introverted girl, silently safeguarding her beloved, namely me. Gong Zijian, Naruto Uzumaki. However, when she opened her mouth to sing, she unveiled a breathtakingly beautiful voice. Hinata's singing is crisp and melodious, akin to the morning bird song, which brings a sense of tranquility to the heart. Her voice is pure and sweet, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul and stirring profound emotions. When Hinata sings, her expression becomes intensely focused and engaged. She slightly closes her eyes, immersing herself in the realm of music, infusing her emotions into her melodies. Her voice is infused with tenderness and affection, allowing listeners to feel her inherent kindness and beauty. Hinata's singing possesses a unique allure that captures the attention of all. Not only is her voice enchanting, but it also conveys profound emotions and meanings. Whether joyful or sorrowful, Hinata masterfully expresses the sentiments embedded within the songs through her voice. In summary, Hinata's singing is exquisite and filled with warmth and love. Her melodies allow one to sense her inner beauty and kindness, inviting listeners to lose themselves in the world of music and enjoy a delightful musical journey. Chapter 68. Hinata and I sing at Wuxia Slope. It has been a year since Hinata, our child, and I traversed into the real world. At this moment, Hinata has become both a singer and an actress. One day, I took our child to Hinata's concert. On stage, Hinata radiated brilliance, her voice crystal clear and captivating, enthralling the audience below. After the performance, Hinata came backstage and, upon seeing me and our child, her face lit up with a smile of happiness. We walked out of the venue together, cherishing this precious family time. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, congratulating Hinata on her achievements and inviting her to a global music gala. Hinata hesitated, but encouraged by my support, she decided to accept the invitation and step onto a broader stage. This enigmatic individual was none other than my former idol, Teacher Lu Huan. Accepting his invitation, Hinata began her preparations for the global music gala. She practiced singing and performing with even greater dedication, hoping to showcase her best self on this grand stage. Meanwhile, I quietly supported her from behind the scenes, discussing performance details and selecting costumes and props together. Our child became our most loyal audience, bringing us endless joy. At last, the day of the global music gala arrived. Hinata stood on the dazzling stage, singing her heart out. Her performance garnered thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. In that moment, our family felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This interdimensional love story continues to shine brightly in the real world. That evening, the four of us returned home. I gently said to Hinata, "My dear, do you know who we met today?" With a look of innocent curiosity, Hinata replied, "I don't know." I sighed and said, "I can't believe I've been outsmarted by my own wife. He is none other than the esteemed teacher Lu Huan." Hinata, with a bewildered expression, exclaimed, "What are you saying? Darling, is this truly the case?" I nodded affirmatively and proceeded to introduce Lu Huan to Hinata. Lu Huan is a male vocalist, musician, and music educator from mainland China. His musical style is distinctive, blending elements of pop, rock, and folk, which endears him to a vast audience. Lu Huan's voice is rich and magnetic, effortlessly navigating various genres of songs. His singing style is natural and authentic, allowing him to convey the emotions embedded in his music with striking clarity. Among his representative works are the Hero's Song, The Curved Moon, and A Young Man's Ambition, all of which are not only widely circulated in China but have also garnered international acclaim. In addition to his musical prowess, Lu Huan is actively involved in charitable endeavors. He has participated in numerous charity performances and public welfare activities, contributing his efforts to assist those in need. His philanthropic actions have been met with widespread recognition and praise across various sectors of society. In summary, Lu Huan is a remarkably talented and virtuous musician. His musical contributions and charitable initiatives have had a positive impact on the development of music in China and society at large. Upon hearing my introduction of teacher Lu Huan, Hinata thought to herself that she too wished to learn from him. I gently approached Hinata, gazing upon her delicate visage, my heart brimming with affection. Softly, I uttered, "My dear." Upon hearing my call, Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with the light of happiness. She smiled at me, her expression as warm as the sun in spring. I extended my hand, gently caressing her hair, savoring the softness of its texture. Hinata closed her eyes, relishing my touch, her face radiating a blissful smile. I bowed my head and gently kissed her forehead. Hinata opened her eyes and gazed at me, her eyes brimming with affection. She raised her hand and tenderly caressed my face, saying, "Darling, I love you too." I embraced Hinata tightly, savoring her warmth as we gathered beneath the moonlight at a concert, together harmonizing to the melodies of Huaxia.An 2021. Dear sister, all the blame rests solely upon me. Please forgive me. My beloved wife, Huaxia.An. How pitiable it is that you have waited alone in the cold chamber for 18 long years. Hinata, I recall the days when tears would not dry. Adorned in the colorful pavilion, the embroidered ball symbolizing a perfect union. Prince Pingue descended with his red-maned steed, and the Tang Emperor rewarded me with a governor's title. While the Xiliang kingdom rebelled, your esteemed father has compelled me to don my armor and take my place upon the battlefield. My connection with Hinata, a pair of lovebirds torn apart, each drifting to distant shores. The sands swirl, and the smoke of war envelopes the land. In the end, I find myself seated in a foreign realm, amidst the tranquility of silver peace. On that day, the noble swan carried a silk garment. Only then did I comprehend the trials endured by my third sister. My beloved wife, Hinata. My dear husband. Together we sing the ballad of Wang's precious bracelet. Lamenting for you, who waits in the cold chamber, forlorn and solitary, patiently enduring for me, Shui Nanping, for a full 18 years. My wife, Huaxia.An. Shueling Pingui. Chorus. I should not harbor any doubts. I should not utter thoughtless words and be deemed ungrateful, as if I have wronged the heavens. Allow me to recount these 18 years from the beginning, so that one may understand that I, Shui Pingnan, have tirelessly returned home day and night solely for the reunion with my beloved spouse. On the night of the 15th day of the 8th month, when the moon is full, I am reminded of the couples who have endured the bitter hardships in the cold chamber, abandoning the desolate lands of Xiliang. I ride forth on my spirited steed through the three passes. Audience, my wife, Huaxia.An. How pitiable it is for you to remain in the cold chamber. How sorrowful for you to be all alone, waiting in anguish for me, Shui Nanpingui, for a full 18 years. Huaxia.An. I should not harbor any doubts. I should not speak lightly, lest I be deemed ungrateful, as if I have deceived the heavens. If I were to recount these 18 years from the beginning, one would come to understand that I, Shui Ping'an, have tirelessly returned home day and night, solely for the sake of reuniting with my beloved spouse. Our love story resembles the melody sung in this song. In the original tale, we have transcended dimensions. Hinata's voice is crisp and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a golden oriole, her gaze revealing both tenderness and resolve. In response, I harmonize with a deep and magnetic voice, as if narrating an ancient and enchanting tale. Our voices intertwine, resonating in the night sky. The moonlight cascades upon us, illuminating our faces as if time itself has come to a standstill in this moment. Hinata's voice is imbued with profound emotion. She immerses herself in the melody, allowing us to feel the tenderness and kindness that dwell within her heart. Meanwhile, I accompany her with my own voice, infusing her performance with strength and courage. On this enchanting evening, Hinata and I express our feelings through song, deepening our understanding of one another. Our harmonious melodies shall forever linger in this night, becoming cherished memories within our hearts. I know that in this world, she is the one I love most dearly and hold most precious. I will always stand by her side, safeguarding her until eternity. Chapter 69, Family Gathering. It has been a year and a month since Hinata, our children, and I returned to the real world. The eve of the new year is fast approaching. I asked Hinata, my dear, with the new year upon us, should we return to the world of Naruto? Hinata shook her head and replied, I do not wish to return to the Naruto world. This is my home. As Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing her words, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, this past year, since leaving the Naruto world, our family has experienced immense happiness in the real world. Thus, I resolved to celebrate this special occasion with Hinata. We began to prepare for the New Year festivities, purchasing goods, decorating with couplets, and hanging lanterns. The children eagerly participated, filling our home with laughter and joy. As night fell, our family gathered around the warm hearth, collectively welcoming the arrival of the new year. I gazed at Hinata and our children beside me, my heart brimming with gratitude and joy. This spring festival would surely become one of our family's most cherished memories. On the first day of the new year, we visited my parents' home. Upon arrival, Hinata, along with the children, offered New Year greetings to my elders, while I busied myself in the kitchen with my father, preparing lunch. My grandparents and mother engaged Hinata in casual conversation, inquiring if she had adapted well to life in the real world. At lunchtime, the family gathered around the table, sharing food and stories. The children recounted amusing tales from school, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After the meal, we watched television, played cards, and savored the rare moments of togetherness. As evening approached, after bidding farewell to my parents and grandparents, we made our way home. Watching the sun set, I couldn't help but reminisce about my adventurous experiences in the Naruto world. Now, I have a complete family, and those memories have become invaluable treasures in my life. I silently resolved to cherish the happiness before me and to protect this home with all my heart. On the second day of the new year, I took Hinata and our two children to visit my grandmother's house. I rapped gently on the door, and a woman's voice from within responded, coming. The door swung open promptly, revealing my aunt along with three others. I beamed a radiant smile at my aunt and said, "Aunt, it has been such a long time. How have you been?" My aunt appeared somewhat bewildered upon seeing me and inquired as to our identities. With a puzzled expression, she gazed at me, prompting me to quickly clarify. "Aunt, I am your nephew, Gong Zijian. Do you not remember me?" Hinata also greeted my aunt with a warm smile. Only then did my aunt seem to realize, chuckling as she said, "Oh dear, I apologize. You have changed so much that I didn't recognize you at first. Please, come in." As we stepped into the house, our grandparents were watching television. Upon noticing our arrival, they beamed with joy, unable to contain their smiles. We spent time conversing with our grandparents, sharing the delightful moments of our lives. Hinata even showcased her culinary skills by preparing a delectable snack. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy as we enjoyed a pleasant afternoon together. As we were about to leave, our grandparents urged us to visit them frequently. We assured them that we would certainly make time to see them. Hand in hand with Hinata, accompanied by our children, we strolled homeward, our hearts brimming with warmth and happiness. On the fourth day, the third day of the Lunar New Year, the four of us ventured to the food street, where Hinata emerged as an astonishing culinary enthusiast. Her passion for gastronomy bordered on obsession whenever delectable dishes were presented before her. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the world's most precious treasures. She eagerly grasped her utensils, ready to savor each dish. Hinata's appetite was remarkable, allowing her to consume quantities far exceeding that of an average person. Her stomach resembled an insatiable abyss, always yearning for more. Whether indulging in a lavish feast or relishing simple snacks, She delighted in every morsel. At the dining table, she exhibited unparalleled enthusiasm and focus, meticulously savoring each bite. Attuned to the subtle nuances of flavor, her standards for the quality and texture of food were uncompromising. Only the finest could satisfy her discerning palate. Beyond her love for food, Hinata harbored a profound interest in cooking. She reveled in experimenting with diverse recipes, exploring new flavors and culinary techniques. Frequently, she would devote considerable time in the kitchen, crafting exquisite dishes for herself and her friends. In essence, Hinata is a true Epicurean, her voracious appetite not only allowing her to relish culinary delights, but also bringing endless joy and surprise to those around her. Chapter 70. Lantern Festival. More than a year has passed since Hinata, our children, and I traversed from the world of Naruto to the realm of reality. Today marks the Lantern Festival, and our children have gone to their grandparents' home. Hinata and I are strolling through the bustling streets, where the ambience is vibrant with festivity. The night of the Lantern Festival is illuminated with brilliant lights, and the streets are alive with joy. Hand in hand, Hinata and I meander through the throngs of people. "My dear, today is the Lantern Festival," I softly whispered to Hinata, my eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Hinata looks up at me, her face aglow with a radiant smile. The light in her eyes sparkles like the stars in the night sky, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. We approached a stall selling glutinous rice balls, where the vendor greeted us with warmth. I purchased a generous portion of the delicacies and offered them to Hinata. As I fed her the sweet morsels, she took a gentle bite, the sugary filling bursting in her mouth, and a look of contentment graced her face. I inquired, "My dear, is it delicious?" To which Hinata responded, "Yes, my love, it is delightful." As we savored the sweet tang yuan, we marveled at the lanterns and fireworks surrounding us. Suddenly, a magnificent firework erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire night. "How beautiful it is!" Hinata couldn't help but exclaim. I gazed upon her exquisite visage, my heart brimming with joy. I gently took her hand and pressed a soft kiss upon it. "Each day spent in your company is truly delightful." Hinata's face instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple in its adorableness. She shyly lowered her gaze, offering a faint smile. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling her hair. I reached out, tucking her locks behind her ear, and then embraced her tightly. We continue our leisurely stroll, reveling in the beauty that surrounds us. The streets are alive with the sounds of laughter and joy, as children dart about with their lanterns, creating a delightful atmosphere of merriment. As I gazed at Hinata, my heart brimmed with joy and contentment. To spend this special day with her is truly the most exquisite moment of my life. "My dear, I love you," I found myself exclaiming. A blush crept across Hinata's cheeks as she grasped my hand tightly and replied, "I love you too." We exchanged smiles, with only each other reflected in our eyes. On this Lantern Festival night, our love shines as brightly as the lanterns, warming each other's souls. As the dawn broke, Hinata and I returned home after a night of revelry, our hearts brimming with happiness. This was indeed the most blissful day we had experienced since departing from the world of Naruto. The morning sun graced the streets, and side by side, we strolled together. A radiant smile adorned Hinata's face, her eyes shimmering with tenderness and trust. Gently, I took her hand, savoring the warmth of her touch. "My dear, let us return home," I whispered softly. Hinata nodded slightly, her long hair dancing in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. We ambled along, relishing the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Passers-by cast envious glances our way, perhaps pondering the joy we shared as a couple. I, too, recognized that with Hinata by my side, I was the luckiest person in the world. At last, we reached our doorstep. I opened the door, allowing Hinata to enter first. She stepped into the room, surveying her surroundings before turning to me, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes. "Thank you for making me feel the warmth of home," Hinata said. I stepped forward, gently embracing her, and said, "You are my home. As long as you are by my side, I possess everything." We embraced each other, feeling the rhythm of our heartbeats and breaths. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world transformed into something extraordinarily beautiful. Hinata turned to me and said, "Thank you, Zijian. Let us marry once more." I inquired why. Hinata replied, "I once believed you were Naruto, but now I realize you are Gong Zijian, and it is you whom I love." With deep affection, Hinata gazed into my eyes, her gaze revealing a steadfast devotion. And I yearn for us to embark on a brand new journey together. I am overwhelmed with joy and emotion, tears welling in my eyes. I embrace Hinata tightly and say, "Very well, I am willing. I shall grant you the most unforgettable wedding." We have decided to host a simple yet heartwarming wedding. inviting only our close friends and family to witness our love. During the preparations for the wedding, we selected the bridal gown together. I asked Hinata, my dear, do you still remember the black wedding dress you once saw? Hinata nodded. I remember. The black wedding dress was beautiful. She recalled the time she had seen it on her phone. A striking vision of herself clad in that elegant black gown during a mock wedding with a man named Otsutsuki Shurin, a hypocritical and loathsome blind man. The unique beauty of that dress left a lasting impression on her. Then let us choose that black wedding dress, I remarked with a smile. Hinata looked a bit surprised. Is that really possible? I thought you would prefer a white wedding dress. As long as it is you wearing it, any dress will look stunning. I gently caressed her hair. Thus, we sought out a boutique specializing in bespoke wedding dresses. I took it upon myself to be the designer, crafting a minimalist yet elegant black wedding dress tailored to Hinata's preferences and figure. The skirt cascaded like a waterfall, while the bodice was adorned with exquisite sequins that sparkled with a subtle sheen. On the day of the ceremony, Hinata emerged in her black wedding dress, captivating everyone present. She was enchanting, like a fairy gracing the earthly realm. As I gazed at her, my heart swelled with pride and joy. Under the officiant's testimony, we exchanged vows, promising to love and cherish one another. Then, I gently lifted Hinata's veil and kissed her lips. In that moment, the air was filled with resounding applause and heartfelt blessings. Hand in hand, we emerged from the church, sunlight cascading upon us as if cloaking us in a golden radiance. In the days to come, we shall traverse life together, crafting countless cherished memories. The venue was adorned with meticulous details, each brimming with sweetness and anticipation. I do, Hinata uttered that solemn vow, as we exchanged rings and shared a kiss. From that day forth, our lives embarked on a new chapter. We support one another, navigating through each beautiful moment together. Whether in laughter or tears, we shall face it all together, for our love is as steadfast as rock. Chapter 71. Hinata and I return to the world of Hokage. I, along with Hinata and our children, ventured once more into the world of Naruto. At that moment, I presented myself before Kakashi and Irika with the visage of my past life, eliciting expressions of astonishment from them. My hair was a deep shade of black. My demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, and I stood tall at 183 meters. Kakashi approached me, scrutinizing my features with keen interest, and remarked with a smile. So you are the reincarnation of Naruto. Indeed, you bear a resemblance to Uchiha Madara. Irika, visibly excited, grasped my hand tightly and said, Welcome back, Naruto. We reminisced about cherished memories of yore and discussed the transformations that had transpired in the Hidden Leaf Village. Eventually, after bidding farewell to them, I exited the Hokage's office with Hinata and our children. However, we soon discovered that the village had undergone profound changes. At that moment, a figure raced towards us. It was Sasuke Uchiha. Who are you? He inquired sharply. Why are you with Hinata? Shouldn't it be Naruto by her side? I regarded him with a cold stare, remaining silent. Hinata and the children tugged nervously at my sleeve, prompting me to gently pat their hands, signaling them to remain calm. Observing this, Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he demanded, Who exactly are you? I disregarded him and, in a gentle tone, said to Hinata, My dear, please take our children to meet their grandfather. Upon hearing my words, Hinata replied, I promise to do so. I then turned my gaze back to Sasuke, regarding him with a cold and unfeeling stare. A faint smile curled at the corners of my lips as I mockingly remarked, Oh, what is this? You don't even recognize me? Sasuke, upon hearing my words, was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he scrutinized me intently, seemingly straining to recall. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he exclaimed in disbelief, You are Naruto? I nodded, and Sasuke's expression grew increasingly complex as he murmured, How is this possible? How can this be? At that moment, I sensed a powerful aura approaching. I looked up to see a figure descending from the heavens. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Upon landing, his gaze first fell upon me, and then shifted to Sasuke as he spoke. It seems you have already made each other's acquaintance. Sasuke looked at Minato with a hint of confusion and asked, Uncle Minato, what exactly is going on? Why does Naruto's previous incarnation bear such a striking resemblance to Uchiha Obito? Minato smiled and explained. This is due to Naruto encountering some peculiar circumstances during his journey through time and space, which led to a transformation in his appearance. However, his essence remains the Naruto we all know and cherish. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Sasuke's expression gradually relaxed. Minato then turned his gaze towards me, his eyes filled with affection, and said, Naruto, it has been a long time. Knowing that you are safe brings me great relief. I smiled and nodded, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Dad. I am doing well. However, there is one thing you have misunderstood. This is indeed my true appearance from my previous life." My words left Minato utterly astonished. I addressed Watergate. "Father, I am Gong Zijian." Upon learning that this was my name in a previous life, Watergate nodded gently in understanding. He patted my shoulder and then turned his gaze towards Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, now that Naruto has returned, it is imperative that you both coexist harmoniously." After a brief moment of silence, Sasuke solemnly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hinata returned with the children. Upon seeing Sasuke and me, the children excitedly rushed towards us. I knelt down, embracing them warmly, reveling in the comfort of their presence. In the days to come, Sasuke and I stood guard over the village, confronting various challenges together. Our bond gradually softened, evolving into that of true comrades. Embracing my identity as Gong Zijian, I embarked on a new chapter of life in this world. Chapter 72, Gong Zijian's Reformation of the Hyuga Clan. Upon returning to the Hyuga residence with Hinata and our children, Hayashi Hyuga inquired about my identity upon seeing me. I greeted Hyuga Hayashi with a cool demeanor, inquiring, "What brings you here, esteemed father-in-law? Have you so swiftly forgotten that I am Naruto, the husband of your eldest daughter?" "Hinata?" Upon hearing my words, a look of astonishment appeared on Hyuga Hayashi's face. "You are Naruto?" he asked, bewildered. I nodded, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. This old man had failed to recognize his own son-in-law. Observing this, Hinata promptly stepped forward to introduce him, saying, "Father, this is indeed Naruto, my husband." It was only then that Hyuga Hayashi realized his faux pas. He offered an awkward smile and remarked, "I sincerely apologize, Naruto. My memory seems to have momentarily escaped me, and I failed to recognize you." I shook my head in resignation, pondering how somewhat befuddled my father-in-law truly was. However, now that I had returned to the Hyuga household, I resolved to present a more amiable demeanor. Thus, I smiled warmly at Hinata Hayashi and remarked, "It's quite all right, esteemed father-in-law. This is my authentic self. You shall simply need to grow accustomed to it." Hinata Hayashi returned my smile and replied, "Very well, Naruto." I interjected, "Esteemed father-in-law, I am not known as Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Gong Zijian." After a brief pause, Hinata Hayashi chuckled and responded, "All right, Gong Zijian." He then turned his gaze towards Hinata and the children, his eyes brimming with affection, and said, "It's wonderful to have you back. Everything at home is ready. Please, take some time to rest." I nodded and led Hinata and the children into the house. After settling them in, I sought out Hayashi Hyuga and, with a grave demeanor, said, "Esteemed father-in-law, I have an important matter to discuss with you upon my return." Hayashi regarded me thoughtfully, signaling me to proceed. Taking a deep breath, I continued. "The ninja world is far from peaceful at present. I wish to establish an organization dedicated to nurturing a cadre of exceptional ninjas, united in the pursuit of peace. I seek the support of the Hyuga clan." Hayashi pondered for a moment before responding with a slight nod. "This is indeed a commendable endeavor. The Hyuga clan will lend you our full support. However, what shall we name this organization?" With unwavering determination, I replied, "Let us name it Dragon Team." Hinata Hayashi responded, "Excellent choice, Zijian. Furthermore, I wish to initiate a significant reform within the Hyuga clan, abolishing the caged bird seal." In his heart, Hinata Hayashi secretly thought, "This child reminds me of Uchiha Madara." What troubles you, esteemed father-in-law?" "Hinata, nothing of great concern, Zijian. It is merely that the council of elders from the Hinata clan remains obstinately inflexible." I replied to Hinata with an impassive countenance, "Esteemed father-in-law, there is no need for worry. With my presence, should those elders refuse to heed my counsel, I shall not hesitate to administer a thorough lesson, so they may comprehend the consequences of disregarding my words." My words rendered Hinata utterly speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at me, seemingly unable to comprehend what he had just heard. His mouth hung slightly ajar, yet no sound escaped his lips, and the expression on his face froze, as though he had been turned to stone. As I observed his reaction, a surge of satisfaction welled up within me. I was acutely aware that my words had undoubtedly astonished and taken him aback, perhaps even causing him to waver in the convictions he had long held dear. Hinata Hayashi was a formidable and self-assured individual, steadfast in his principles and values. Yet, my words struck like a finely honed blade, piercing the most vulnerable recesses of his heart, rendering him incapable of maintaining his composure and rationality. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. Confusion and bewilderment filled Hinata's gaze as he grappled with my statements, striving to unearth a plausible explanation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure, inhaling deeply before gradually articulating, "Azusa, your words have taken me by surprise." A tremor laced his voice, revealing that he had yet to fully recover from the shock. I smiled faintly, refraining from responding to his words. I knew that my objective had been accomplished. I had successfully led Hinata Hyashige into a realm of contemplation and introspection. Moments later, Hyashige spoke. "Very well, I shall agree." I beamed at him with a radiant smile and replied, "All right, my esteemed father-in-law." Chapter 73. Gong Zijian, am true to my word. Hinata Hyashige convened a family gathering, summoning the elders of the Hinata clan to his residence. As they arrived, the expressions on their faces were a mixture of bewilderment and confusion directed towards me. It was at this moment that one of the elders inquired, "Who might you be?" I chuckled and inquired of the elder, "May I ask your name, esteemed sir?" The elder replied, "I am called Hyuga Hayashi." I responded, "Greetings, Grandpa Hayashi. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the husband of Hyuga Hinata." My words left the elders of the Hyuga clan in a state of astonishment as they turned their gazes toward Hinata, expecting her to elucidate the situation. Hinata nodded affirmatively and stated, "Indeed, he is Naruto-kun." At that moment, one of the elders inquired, "If you are indeed Naruto, then face me in combat." I brushed my forehead thoughtfully and replied, "Very well, I shall oblige. May I ask your name?" The elder responded, "I am Hyuga Tenka." I remarked, "Oh, is that so?" I then assumed a stance reminiscent of Jeet Kune-do, and upon witnessing my posture, Hinata revealed a mysterious smile. I inquired, "Elder Tianhua, are you prepared?" With a single strike, the formidable Li Sanjiao sent Huaxia-An Tianhua soaring through the air. The force of my kick fractured several of his internal bones. I taunted Huaxia-An Tianhua, saying, "Elder Tianhua, I regret to inform you that you have been defeated." My recent actions left Niji Hyuga utterly astonished. He pondered whether I was the reincarnation of Naruto. The other elders of the Hyuga clan began to murmur amongst themselves, intrigued by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga observed silently, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, another elder stepped forward to challenge me. I accepted the challenge, employing my mastery of Jeet Kune-do, and effortlessly triumphed over my adversary. One victory after another gradually elevated my standing within the Hyuga clan. The elders, who once harbored doubts about my capabilities, could no longer dismiss me with indifference. Hinata watched my performance with a heart brimming with pride and admiration. She understood that I was not merely her husband, but a formidable ninja in my own right. I have triumphed over the elders of the Hinata clan. I also revealed my true identity to them, leaving them utterly astonished. After vanquishing all challengers, I surveyed the surroundings, my gaze resolutely fixed upon the elders of the Hyuga clan, and proclaimed, "I, Gong Zijian, though not a member of the Hyuga family, possess unwavering confidence in my ability to safeguard Hinata and am willing to contribute to the prosperity of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, I intend to alter the fate of the main and branch families by abolishing the cage bird seal, ensuring that henceforth, the branch family shall no longer be under the control of the main family." The elders of the Hyuga clan exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for such a bold declaration. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. However, I did not waver. I held their gaze firmly and stated earnestly, "This is my commitment to the Hyuga clan and a testament to my love for Hinata." At that moment, Hinata stepped forward, grasping my hand tightly. Her eyes sparkled with trust and support. Encouraged by Hinata, my resolve only strengthened. I believed that as long as we worked together, we could achieve this goal and usher in a new era for the Hyuga clan. Having spoken, I bowed deeply to express my respect. Subsequently, Hayashi Hyuga rose, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. He addressed me, saying, "Zijian, we have witnessed your strength and courage. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Hyuga clan. I hope you and Hinata will together elevate the Hyuga family to new heights." I felt her joy enveloping me, while simultaneously, I made a silent vow to never betray the expectations of the Hyuga clan. Henceforth, I would shoulder the future of the Hyuga family alongside Hinata. Upon witnessing my prowess, Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, expressed her desire to challenge me. I acquiesced, pondering that, after all, she is my sister-in-law, and I would grant her a slight advantage. However, as the match commenced, I swiftly realized that I had underestimated her. Hanabi's onslaught was fierce, leaving me somewhat taken aback. I swiftly employed the techniques of Jeet Kune-do in an attempt to fend off her relentless assault. However, Hinata Hanabi's speed was astonishing, and for a moment, I found myself at a disadvantage. Hinata watched anxiously from the sidelines, cheering me on. I steadied my mind and began to analyze Hanabi's moves. Upon identifying a flaw, I launched a rapid counterattack, landing a punch squarely on her shoulder. Hanabi staggered back a few steps, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she quickly adjusted her stance and renewed her offensive. Suddenly, I recalled Chairman Mao's 16-character policy and decided to employ guerrilla tactics. This time, I denied her any opportunity. Utilizing the graceful footwork of the legendary Muhammad Ali, I deftly evaded her strikes and cornered her with a series of rapid blows. Ultimately, I executed a sidekick, gently bringing her to the ground. Lying there, Hanabi gazed up at me, breathless, and said, "Brother-in-law, you are amazing." I concede. I extended my hand to help her up. Smiling as I replied, "You were remarkable as well. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future." Playfully, I poked her smooth forehead with my finger. Thinking to myself, I must confess, I suffer from a severe case of firepower deficiency syndrome. I am reminded of a film we watched in the real world, Kung Fu, where Feng Xiaojing delivered that iconic line, "Who else is there now?" I used that classic quote to convey my emotions. My recent actions brought a smile to Hinata's face. She thought to herself, I never expected the usually aloof Zijian-kun to possess such an adorable side. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Individual. Hinata and I arrived at the office of the Sixth Hokage, Kakashi. I inquired, "What seems to be the matter, Kakashi?" Kakashi replied, "Zijian, I have heard that you have joined the Hyuga clan. What is the story behind this?" I nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, Lord Sixth Hokage." My words left Kakashi astounded. I acted to safeguard those dear to me. Hinata nearly lost her life in her bid to rescue me. Had it not been for her immortal abilities, which shielded her soul, she would have long since perished. I turned my gaze towards Hinata and, with a tender voice, inquired, "Isn't that so, my dear?" Hinata replied, "Yes, indeed." My words left Kakashi utterly astonished. Kakashi pondered within himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" After a moment of reflection, Kakashi inquired, "Zijian, do you wish to become Hokage?" I pointed at myself and chuckled, saying, "Me? I have no desire to be Hokage. Perhaps you should let Sasuke take on that role instead, Kakashi." I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk Hinata away, leaving behind a bewildered Kiba. Together, we ventured onto the streets, where we encountered three familiar faces, Naruto Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. I instructed Hinata to conceal herself, as the trio seemed momentarily disoriented upon spotting me, questioning my identity. With an indifferent gaze, I inquired how they could have forgotten me so swiftly. Shikamaru, perplexed, asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, clad in a black trench coat and wearing an expression of cold detachment, I exuded an air of mystery that intrigued the three of them. With a playful smile, I challenged them to guess my identity, yet after an hour of futile speculation, they remained stumped. I merely pointed at the three of them and remarked, "Yamanaka Ino, I recall your clan's jutsu is the mind transfer technique, correct?" Naruto Shikamaru, your technique is the shadow imitation technique, is it not? Lastly, Akimichi Choji, your technique is the partial multi-expansion jutsu. I was well aware of their abilities and those of their respective clans. The trio was taken aback, bewildered by my knowledge. They inquired who I was. I called into the void, "My dear, please come forth." As they witnessed a figure materializing before them, it was none other than Hinata Hyuga. She stepped out from the ether and approached my side. Yamanaka Ino and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Hinata and me. "Hello." Hinata greeted them with a warm smile. "Hinata, how are you with him?" Yamanaka Ino stammered. "He is now my husband," Hinata declared, beaming radiantly at them. "What?" Naruto Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji exclaimed in unison. I gazed at the three of them, a subtle smile gracing my lips. "Well, what do you think? Surprised, are we? Who exactly are you? How do you possess such an understanding of our ninjutsu?" Naruto Shikamaru scrutinized me with caution. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, your former classmate," I replied nonchalantly. "There's no need to be so tense. I bear no ill intent." After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru appeared to recall something. "You are the top student and class leader from back in the day, aren't you?" he inquired, astonishment evident on his face. I nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed. It is I. I never expected you to have changed so much." Yamanaka remarked with a sense of astonishment. "This is how I appeared in my previous life. What do you think?" I explained to the three of them. "I see," Naruto Shikamaru pondered thoughtfully. "But how did you end up with Hinata? Furthermore, you mentioned that you have joined the Hyuga clan?" I glanced at Hinata and smiled as I explained. Hinata and I have been childhood friends, innocent and carefree. Have you all forgotten? Moreover, I am now the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, I proclaimed with pride. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, upon hearing my words from a previous life, were momentarily taken aback. However, they soon came to terms with it. When the three of them learned that I had become the son-in-law of the Hyuga family, they were utterly astonished. Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji exchanged envious glances. Wow, Naruto. You are truly remarkable, Choji exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, to become the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan is quite an achievement, Ino echoed. Nara Shikamaru, maintaining his calm demeanor, thoughtfully remarked, it seems that you joined the Hyuga clan to better protect Hinata, didn't you? I nodded, affirming my resolve to become stronger in order to protect those I hold dear. Hinata gazed at me, her eyes brimming with happiness and emotion. Well then, since we are all acquainted, let us indulge in some ramen together, I suggested. It's on me. The chorus of agreement from everyone was joyous. Thus, our lively group set forth to Ichiraku Ramen, embarking on a delightful gathering. Shikamaru inquired, Naruto, when did you return, and what prompted you to join the Hyuga clan? I explained the reasons to the three of them, mentioning that my inclusion in the Hyuga family was due to certain special circumstances. I see. Ino from the Yamanaka clan seemed poised to ask more, but was interrupted by Nara Shikamaru. Well, since it's you, Naruto, there is nothing to worry about, he remarked. However, do you have any plans now that you're back? I merely wish to see everyone and handle a few matters, I replied, adding, of course. If there is anything you need my assistance with, feel free to ask. Ino and Choji still appeared somewhat incredulous. Shikamaru then asked, so Naruto, what have you and Hinata been up to all these years? To that, I scratched my head and replied, well, it's a long story. Perhaps I shall share it with you all another time. All right, Shikamaru conceded, no longer pressing for details. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked me, by the way. You mentioned letting Sasuke become Hokage. Were you serious about that? Absolutely, I responded earnestly. Sasuke is far more suited to be Hokage than I am. He will undoubtedly lead the Hidden Leaf Village toward a brighter future. I addressed the three of them, saying, I intend to take my precious Hinata to another world. There is no time to become Hokage. Nara Shikamaru inquired with curiosity, what kind of world is that? I smiled mysteriously and remarked, it is a world replete with advanced technology and devoid of chakra, where its inhabitants do not practice ninjutsu, yet they excel in physical combat. It sounded intriguing. Akimichi Choji exclaimed with enthusiasm, I too wish to witness it. No, I replied, shaking my head, that world is perilous and not a place one can venture into casually. I pondered the complications that would arise if I were to bring the three of them to Japan or America. Oh, come on, Naruto, please take us with you. Yamanaka Ino pleaded, we long to embark on this adventure alongside you. I hesitated for a moment, for that world was indeed fraught with peril. However, upon witnessing the glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, I ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Very well, but you must heed the commands of Hinata and me, and refrain from straying. Especially you two, Ino and Choji, I remarked. Ino responded affirmatively, understood, Naruto, while Choji echoed, all right, Naruto. Moreover, we must first make the necessary preparations. Thus, we commenced our diligent preparations, gathering intelligence, equipping ourselves, and formulating a strategy. A few days later, we embarked on our journey to another realm. A grand adventure brimming with the unknown and challenges awaiting us. I activated the power of my Nine-Tails reincarnation eye, the dimensional gate, and brought them along with our two children into the realm of reality. I reminded Hinata to open her reincarnation eye, and as I did, my long hair transformed into a shorter style. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino gazed at Hinata and me in astonishment at our transformations. After regaining their composure, they inquired about our whereabouts. With a mysterious smile, I replied, this is the place where I lived in my previous life, the People's Republic of China. Hinata then cautioned them, saying, in this world, there is no chakra. Do you remember? I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, right, Zijian? Ino, taken aback, exclaimed, Nanny? There is no chakra here? I cast a bewildered glance at Yamanaka Ino, silently thinking, didn't Tia mention that this world lacks chakra? I introduced myself to the three of them, saying, in this world, my name is Gong Zijian, and along with Hinata, I share the surname Gong. From now on, you may address me as Zijian. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji replied in unison, very well, Zijian. Chapter 75, The Unknown Reality. Hinata and I brought our children, along with our friends from the Naruto world, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka into the realm of my past life, the real world. They were utterly astonished. We brought them to the city center, where towering skyscrapers stood majestically and vehicles flowed like a relentless river. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they curiously surveyed their surroundings. Zijian, is this the world you inhabited in your past life? How spectacular! Nara Shikamaru exclaimed in wonder. Indeed, this place is entirely different from our own, Akimichi Choji interjected. Look over there, what is that? It moves. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, pointing in amazement at a car. Hinata and I smiled as we elucidated various modern technological marvels and cultural customs to them. They listened with rapt attention, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment. We strolled through the shopping mall, indulged in delectable cuisine, and ventured to the amusement park for some merriment. They reveled in the experience, particularly the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel, which ignited their excitement. Ultimately, we found a tranquil corner in the park to sit and rest. Zijian, thank you for introducing us to so many delightful experiences. Today has truly been an unforgettable day, Nara Shikamaru remarked. It was my pleasure. I hope to take you out again in the future, I replied with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces aglow with joy. I addressed them. Hinata has already garnered quite a popularity here. Shifting my gaze towards Hinata, I added, am I not correct, my dear? Hinata nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed. Zijian is right. Moreover, she has participated in a singing competition. I continued, a singing competition? What is that? Shikamaru inquired with curiosity. It is a contest for singing. I elucidated, should you wish to attain fame. I propose that you three form an idol group. An idol group? What is that? Shikamaru inquired. It is a collective of young individuals who captivate fans through performances such as singing and dancing, I elucidated. Hinata possesses considerable popularity in this realm, I proclaimed with pride. That's truly impressive, Hinata, both Choji and Ino exclaimed in admiration. Oh, I still have much to improve upon, Hinata replied modestly with a smile. By the way, we could also establish an idol group in this world, Ino suggested suddenly. I jestingly inquired of Ino, can you sing? Can you dance? May I learn? Ino replied with confidence, indeed, we each possess our own unique traits and can complement one another. Shikamaru pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is a splendid idea. However, we will require some training and preparation. Hinata and I looked at Shikamaru in bewilderment. I asked Shikamaru, are you really Shikamaru? He replied, yes, I am. What's the matter? I said, you usually express your annoyance. Shikamaru responded, Zijian, you certainly know me well. With a chuckle, I remarked, of course. That is because we are friends. No problem. Dinksy declared, thumping his chest with confidence, we will surely put in our utmost effort. Thus, we resolved to commence our journey with fundamental training in song and dance. In the subsequent days, the three of them dedicated time each day to practice singing and dancing together. Meanwhile, Hinata and I became their loyal audience, occasionally offering suggestions and encouragement. Thus began their path toward becoming idols. Throughout the training, they encountered numerous challenges. Dinksy struggled with the coordination of his dance moves, Shikamaru's singing occasionally faltered in pitch, and Ino lacked stage presence. However, they remained undeterred, supporting one another and progressing together. After a period of diligent effort, their skills in song and dance showed remarkable improvement. Consequently, they began to rehearse various songs and performed at school events. Their splendid performances garnered enthusiastic applause and admiration from their classmates, further solidifying their resolve to become idols. Hinata and I cheered for them. Chapter 76. Hinata and I returned the boar, deer, and butterfly to the world of Hokage. Hinata and I successfully transported Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji back to the ninja world. After accomplishing this, we let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Hinata's expression became grave. What shall we do next? She inquired. We cannot allow them to return like this. We must ensure they will not suffer harm again. I nodded, harboring the same concerns within my heart. We resolved to follow them, providing clandestine protection. Upon re-entering the realm of ninjas, we discovered that it had undergone a profound transformation. Turmoil reigned, and the populace lived in constant fear. Hinata and I created a shadow clone. My shadow clone and I stealthily followed Nara Shikamaru and others, assisting them in overcoming various challenges. Throughout this journey, we forged bonds with many like-minded friends. Together, we collaborated and endeavored to bring about change in this world. After escorting the three of them home, we sought out Rock Lee, who, upon seeing Hinata and me, inquired about our identities. With a cool demeanor, I replied, My name is Gong Zijian, and I am the brother-in-law of Huganiji. Rock Lee, taken aback, exclaimed, Nanny? You are the formidable brother-in-law of Huganiji. With a resigned gesture, I rubbed my forehead and replied affirmatively. Rock Lee, with a gaze brimming with challenge, declared, I wish to challenge you, Gong Zijian. Very well. I acquiesced, as I stood opposite him, and he assumed a fighting stance. Taking a deep breath, I readied myself to counter his assault. In an instant, we sprang into action. He charged at me with remarkable speed. I sidestepped to evade, then immediately launched a counterattack. Our fists and feet collided, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. Hinata watched anxiously from the sidelines, aware of my capabilities yet unable to quell her concern. The exchange between Rock Lee and me was fierce, each of us unwilling to yield. His martial arts prowess was indeed formidable, yet I too was relentless, employing my Jeet Kune Do techniques to match him. After an intense bout, I narrowly emerged victorious with a decisive move. Breathing heavily, Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with admiration. With a smile, he remarked, You are truly remarkable. Gong Zijian, I acknowledge you as a formidable opponent. I responded with a smile, You are remarkable as well, Rock Lee. We can engage in more sparring sessions in the future. Hinata approached, gently brushing the dust from my attire, her eyes filled with concern. I said to Hinata, Thank you, dear. The three of us exchanged smiles, our friendship growing ever stronger. I turned to Rock Lee and inquired if he was familiar with a certain individual named Naruto Uzumaki. Rock Lee replied, Of course. What about him? I awkwardly scratched my head and confessed, Well, I am actually Naruto Uzumaki. What? You are Naruto Uzumaki? Rock Lee exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment and his mouth agape. I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I nodded. Indeed, there were certain matters I had not disclosed to you earlier. Now it all makes sense. No wonder you possess such remarkable prowess. Rock Lee's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. I have always held a deep admiration for Naruto Uzumaki. You are truly a hero of the ninja world. Hinata stood beside us, her smile radiant, her gaze filled with pride. I am but humble. I shyly ran my fingers through my flowing locks, but now that my identity is revealed, there is no need for further concealment. Let us strive together to save the ninja world. Rock Lee excitedly clenched his fist. Absolutely. Together, let us become the strongest ninja team. The three of us exchanged glances and smiled, our resolve unwavering. The road ahead is still long, yet we firmly believe that as long as we stand united, we shall overcome all adversities. At that moment, a shout drew our attention, compelling us to rush towards its source. We discovered that it was the grandson of Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Konohamaru, being harassed by a group of ruffians. With fervor, Rock Lee proclaimed, Youth shall not permit you to bully others. I intervened, addressing Rock Lee. Allow Hinata and me to handle this. He nodded in agreement, replying, Very well, Azukan-kun. I said to Hinata, Let's go. All right, she replied. Together. We dealt a good thrashing to the group of ruffians who had been bullying Konohamaru. I gently placed my hand on Konohamaru's shoulder and inquired, Are you all right, Konohamaru? Upon seeing me, he curiously asked, Who are you? I chuckled softly and replied, It has been a while, Konohamaru. I am the reincarnation of Naruto. And my name is Gong Zijian. Konohamaru appeared utterly astonished by my introduction, his mouth agape in disbelief. He must have thought he misheard me. In his mind, he pondered. What is happening? The reincarnation of Naruto? Gong Zijian. Still incredulous, he rubbed his eyes, as if to confirm the existence of the person before him. Indeed, it is no illusion. I smiled and winked at him. Overcome with excitement, Konohamaru leaped into the air, exclaiming, Wow, this is truly extraordinary. I cannot believe I am meeting the former self of Naruto. Hinata, standing nearby, gazed at us gently, a warm smile gracing her face. Konohamaru. Let us strive together to protect our village. I extended my hand, and without hesitation, he grasped it firmly. Yes. Konohamaru nodded vigorously, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Chapter 77. Sasuke becomes Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke has finally ascended to the position of the Seventh Hokage, and Naruto has taken on the role of his advisor. Sasuke even expressed a desire for me to serve as his strategist, but I declined his offer. I am acutely aware of the current state of Konoha Village. Although Sasuke possesses formidable strength, he still requires greater experience and wisdom in the realms of politics and governance. Thus, I find myself better suited to offer him silent support, devising strategies and counsel from the shadows. Consequently, I have resolved to assist Sasuke in a unique manner. I shall become a member of his advisory council, providing him with a multitude of suggestions and strategies while refraining from direct involvement in administrative affairs. I firmly believe that Sasuke will ascend to become an exceptional Hokage, and I shall stand by his side, witnessing the prosperity and growth of Konoha Village. On the very day Sasuke was inaugurated as Hokage, I turned to him and said, "Congratulations, Sasuke, on your remarkable achievement." Sasuke replied, "Azakin, please strike me to confirm I am not dreaming." With a smile, I reassured him, "You are not dreaming. This is indeed reality." Overjoyed like a child, he grasped my hand and expressed, "Thank you, Azakin. Without your unwavering support, I may not have reached this milestone." I gently patted his shoulder and replied, "We are friends, and it is my duty to stand by you. The days ahead are still plentiful. Let us strive together." From that day forth, Sasuke dedicated himself with unwavering diligence to both study and work, diligently nurturing the village of Konoha and guiding its inhabitants towards a brighter future. Meanwhile, I silently stood by his side, offering my unwavering support and alleviating his burdens. Our friendship deepened significantly, evolving into a bond of trust. As we became the most reliable allies for one another, I suddenly recalled something and inquired of Sasuke, "What is your relationship with Lady Karen Uzumaki?" Sasuke replied, "It's fine, I suppose." I helplessly rubbed my forehead, contemplating, "Have you not noticed that she harbors feelings for you?" I divulged to Sasuke the fact that Karen was fond of him, and he appeared utterly astonished, as he had never considered that she might have feelings for him. After a brief silence, he softly remarked, "I have always regarded her as a friend, never contemplating anything beyond that." I smiled and remarked, "Sometimes, love blossoms unexpectedly. Perhaps you should pay more attention to her. You may uncover something remarkable." Sasuke nodded, signifying that he would contemplate my suggestion. In the days that followed, he began to observe every action of Sakura, realizing she was always there to offer her silent support whenever he was in need. Gradually, Sasuke's feelings for Sakura transformed. He came to the realization that he had developed affection for her, and their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Eventually, they tied the knot. On the day of their wedding, Sakura donned a white kimono, while Sasuke wore a black one. Hinata and I attended their ceremony, and upon seeing me, Sakura was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Who are you?" With a gentle smile, I addressed her, "Hello, dear cousin Xiangli. Have you forgotten me so soon? I am Naruto's previous incarnation. My name is Gong Zijian." Upon hearing my words, a look of astonishment crossed Xiangli's face, for she clearly did not anticipate such a revelation. "Previous incarnation?" She inquired with curiosity, "What does that mean?" I smiled as I explained, "It was merely a jest. However, I do share a unique bond with Naruto." Though Cheyenne appeared somewhat perplexed, she graciously smiled and remarked, "It is a pleasure to meet you, cousin Zijian." The wedding continued as Sasuke and Cheyenne exchanged vows, exchanged rings, and ultimately shared a heartfelt kiss. The attendees offered their blessings, and I felt a genuine sense of joy. Observing the blissful newlyweds, I quietly reflected on my hopes for their love to endure and flourish. Meanwhile, Hinata and I looked forward to the future, uncertain of what delightful surprises awaited us. Just then, news broke that the village's graves had been plundered. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Cheyenne's expressions grew grave. They immediately set aside their marital bliss to delve into the investigation of the tomb robbery. What could this possibly entail? Sasuke furrowed his brow, pondering why anyone would desecrate the village's burial grounds. Perhaps it was in search of some treasure or secret, Cheyenne speculated, yet regardless of the motive, it was imperative to apprehend the culprits swiftly. Both Hinata and I expressed our willingness to assist them. We divided into several groups and commenced our search throughout the village. Before long, Hinata and I unearthed some suspicious clues that seemed to point towards an individual, Sakura Haruno. I turned to Sasuke and inquired, "Do you remember Sakura Haruno?" "Sakura Haruno?" A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's eyes. "What about her?" "I suspect that this tomb raiding incident may be linked to her." I revealed my findings to Sasuke. He fell into deep contemplation, recalling the moments spent with Sakura in the past. "Impossible. Sakura would never engage in such deeds." Sasuke shook his head, convinced that there must be some misunderstanding. "Nevertheless, the evidence indeed points towards her," I insisted. "Regardless, I must confront her personally to ascertain the truth," Sasuke resolved. With that, the four of us, Hinata, Sasuke, Ino, and I swiftly made our way towards Sakura Haruno's residence. Chapter 78, Sakura Haruno transformed into a grave robber. Hinata, Sasuke, and I, along with Karen, were engaged in an investigation regarding the case of the stolen corpses. To our astonishment, we discovered that the grave robber was none other than our classmate, Sakura Haruno. We relayed our findings to Sasuke, who was initially skeptical of our claims. I addressed Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, there is a saying from my previous life that goes, it is easier to paint a person's appearance than to depict their essence. One may know a face, but not the heart. Upon hearing my words, Sasuke appeared contemplative. He recalled his interactions with Sakura Haruno, and a flicker of doubt emerged within him. Perhaps you were right, he mused. However, this remains mere conjecture, and further evidence is required. He analyzed calmly. We could follow Sakura and ascertain whether she is indeed involved with the body theft. I proposed. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Thus, we divided into two groups, one comprising myself and Hinata to tail Sakura, while the other, led by Sasuke and Ino, would continue to investigate other leads. After numerous inquiries conducted by the four of us, we discovered that Sakura was indeed the perpetrator behind the body theft. Hinata and I stealthily trailed Sakura as she entered a secluded cottage. We cautiously approached the window, peering through a gap to observe within. There, we beheld Sakura engaged in conversation with a mysterious figure, papers and experimental apparatus strewn across the table. It became evident that she was truly entangled in the body theft case. Hinata whispered in astonishment. Just then, Sakura seemed to sense something amiss. She abruptly turned her head, locking eyes with us through the window. We had been discovered. Run, I urged, grasping Hinata's hand as we swiftly fled. We must hurry back to inform Sasuke and Ino. I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and together we arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon our arrival, Sasuke inquired if we had made any discoveries. Both Hinata and I nodded affirmatively. Hinata proceeded to relay our findings to Sasuke while I stood by, conducting my analysis. Suddenly, Sasuke turned to me and asked, Zijian, what is your perspective? In my mind, I thought, how intriguing, this sounds like a line from Detective D. With a cold and unyielding gaze, I replied to Sasuke. I have a plan, but I wonder if the Seventh Hokage is truly sincere. Do share, Sasuke said, crossing his arms and regarding me with a serious expression. I took a deep breath and spoke slowly. We can exploit Sakura Haruno's feelings for you, and set a trap to ensnare her. Sasuke pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, this plan is feasible. However, we must proceed with caution to ensure she does not detect anything amiss. Rest assured, leave it to Hinata and me, I said confidently, patting my chest. Hinata and Karen also nodded slightly, expressing their willingness to cooperate with my scheme. Thus, we began to prepare for this plan, awaiting the moment when Sakura Haruno would fall into our meticulously crafted trap. On a dark and stormy night, Sakura strolled alone through the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Upon seeing Sasuke, Sakura's heart raced. Sasuke, what are you doing here? She hurriedly approached, eager to embrace him. However, Sasuke evaded her embrace and coldly stated, Sakura, I need to talk to you. Sakura was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Sasuke, filled with confusion and anxiety. Sasuke, what's wrong? Why are you being so distant? Sakura, I've always known about your secretive actions. Sasuke's tone turned stern. You have been stealing corpses. What is your purpose? Sakura's complexion paled instantly. Her lips trembled as she attempted to explain. Sasuke, it's not what you think. I have my reasons. Reasons? Sasuke scoffed. I no longer wish to hear your excuses. Everything you have done has severely violated the code of the ninja. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Sakura standing there, stunned, watching Sasuke's receding figure. Sakura's heart brimmed with despair and regret. She realized that her actions had profoundly hurt Sasuke, and their relationship could never return to what it once was. At that moment, Hinata, Karen, and I appeared beside Sasuke. Upon seeing me, Sakura inquired, Who are you? I turned to Sasuke and said, You should explain. Sasuke complied, This is Gong Zijian, the eldest son-in-law of the Hyuga clan and our comrade, as well as Naruto's previous incarnation. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Sasuke. Are you joking, Sasuke? How could he possibly be Naruto's previous incarnation? Sasuke's expression turned serious as he replied, This is the truth, Sakura. He possesses a personality distinct from Naruto, yet shares the same power. His intellect surpasses that of the Nara clan. And he has just proposed a flawless plan to expose your transgressions. Sakura's expression darkened. She bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. As I gazed upon Haruno Sakura, a surge of sympathy welled up within my heart. I addressed Haruno Sakura, saying, Haruno Sakura, is there an unspoken reason behind your act of body theft? If you are willing to confess, perhaps we could offer our assistance. Sakura lowered her gaze, and after a prolonged silence, slowly raised her head. Very well, I confess. I undertook this act to research a method capable of healing ninja injuries. I stole the corpses in hopes of uncovering clues to treat Sasuke's physical ailments. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Regardless, your actions have breached the law. However, if your motives were genuinely for my sake, I shall consider mitigating your punishment. Yet, you must assure me that such actions will never be repeated. Sakura nodded gratefully, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Sasuke, and all of you. I shall amend my mistakes. Suddenly, a question struck me. Who is that mysterious individual? I activated the illusion of the Rinnegan. Me. Wait a moment, Haruno Sakura. May I inquire about the identity of that mysterious individual? Haruno Sakura. He is my grandfather, Shimura Danzo. I smiled slightly, for it was indeed as I suspected. I jested with Sasuke, saying, You should marry her. She treats you so well. Sasuke replied, Zijian, is Karen still here? I turned my gaze towards Karen and said, My apologies. Karen responded, It's quite all right, Zijian-kun. I proclaimed, The issue concerning Lord Hokage has been resolved. I shall take a month off. Sasuke agreed. Very well. With that, Zijian and Hinata departed from the world of Hokage. Just before our departure, a thought crossed my mind, prompting me to ask Sasuke, by the way, Sasuke, would you and Karen like to honeymoon in my previous world? Sasuke replied, Sure. Karen added, Sounds good. I activated my Rinnegan and summoned my ocular technique, the Dimensional Gate. The four of us stepped through the Dimensional Gate into the realm of reality. I urged Hinata to activate her reincarnation eye. My flowing long hair transformed into a short style, and both Hinata and I cautioned Sasuke that this world lacked chakra, leaving him and Karen utterly bewildered. In Chapter 79, Hinata and I guided Sasuke and Karen into the world of reality. Hinata and I brought Sasuke and Sarada into the realm of reality. Upon their arrival, both Sasuke and Sarada appeared utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. With a smile, I took it upon myself to elucidate, this is the real world, distinct from the one you once inhabited. Hinata, also beaming, added, Welcome to the world of Azukin and me. Although Sasuke and Sarada remained somewhat perplexed, they soon began to acclimate to their novel environment. We strolled through the streets, dined together, and reveled in the splendor of the real world. Sasuke was filled with curiosity about modern technology, while Sakura extolled the virtues of various culinary delights. Upon catching sight of us, someone inquired whether we were Gong Zijian and Gong Zijian. We nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. The girl exclaimed, Wow, we are your fans. She continued excitedly, It's really you. I absolutely adore your songs. May I take a photo with you? Sasuke and Sakura were somewhat astonished, as they had not anticipated that anyone in this world would recognize us. They inquired about the situation, to which I responded, Hinata and I are singers in this realm. Sasuke and Sakura were left speechless by my words. I gladly agreed with Hinata and posed for a photograph with her. Subsequently, we encountered more enthusiastic fans who were all very warm-hearted. Sasuke and Karen gradually began to appreciate the allure of the real world, filled with anticipation for their lives here. Throughout this journey, we forged deeper bonds of friendship. Hinata and I each held a mobile phone, while Sasuke and Sarada gazed at us in bewilderment, inquiring, Azuki and Hinata, What is it that you are holding? We informed them that these were mobile phones, which piqued their curiosity immensely. I proceeded to instruct them on how to operate the devices. Once they grasped the usage, they eagerly began to take photographs and share them with one another. Subsequently, we escorted them to an arcade, where Sasuke exhibited great enthusiasm for video games, while Sarada delighted in the game of claw machines. We spent a delightful day. And in the evening, Sasuke and Karen returned to the home that Hinata and I share in the real world. Upon their arrival, they were utterly astonished by the high-tech ambience of our abode. Both Sasuke and Karen were captivated by these advanced gadgets, incessantly inquiring about their functions and how to operate them. Hinata and I patiently elucidated their uses and showcased some features of our smart home. The television, for instance, could directly access the internet to search for desired programs and connect with other devices. I turned on the TV to demonstrate, and their eyes widened in amazement. Hinata then guided them on a tour of the bedroom, where the bed could adjust its temperature and firmness according to personal preferences. Sasuke lay down to test it and exclaimed how comfortable it was. As we engaged in conversation, we reveled in the conveniences afforded by modern technology. Sasuke and Sakura gradually acclimated to this novel world. At that moment, the television broadcast the animated series Naruto, which captivated their attention. They inquired about its nature, and I chuckled, explaining that it was an adaptation of our experiences. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback, astonished that their narratives could be transformed into animation. This series enjoys considerable popularity, I proudly remarked. Sasuke and Sakura gazed intently at the screen, reminiscing about the myriad moments from the past. They were profoundly moved by the storyline, particularly when they beheld their likenesses gracing the screen. So this is how we appear in the eyes of others, Sasuke murmured. Sakura, too, wore a contented smile, feeling exceptionally special. As time progressed, Sasuke and Sakura gradually became accustomed to life in the real world. They continuously explored this new environment and forged a deeper friendship with me and Hinata. After a few days, we bid them farewell, sending them back to the Naruto world. Sasuke and Sakura reluctantly parted ways, carrying with them cherished memories of the real world and hopeful aspirations for the future. Upon returning to their realm, Sasuke and Sakura eagerly shared their experiences with their companions. Everyone listened with rapt attention, filled with curiosity about that technologically advanced world. Determined, Sasuke and Sakura resolved to enhance their abilities and fight for peace. They immersed themselves in training and missions with renewed conviction. Meanwhile, Hinata and I continued to lead a humble yet joyful life in the real world. Occasionally, we would reminisce about Sasuke and Sakura, silently wishing them well. Perhaps, in the future, we shall reunite and create even more beautiful memories together. Before we knew it, we found ourselves back in the Naruto world. Chapter 80, Gaara. Hinata and I returned to the world of Naruto, arriving at the Hokage's office. Upon encountering Sasuke and Gaara, the Kazekage, Sasuke inquired, "What brings you two here?" Zijian and Hinata? Just then, Gaara asked us, "Who are you?" I greeted Gaara respectfully, saying, "Kazekage Gaara, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Gong Zijian, and I am the reincarnation of Naruto." Gaara regarded me with a puzzled expression, seemingly intrigued by my identity. He coldly questioned, "The reincarnation of Naruto? What does that even mean?" I briefly elucidated our circumstances of traversing through realms, mentioning my connection with Naruto. Sasuke interjected, stating, "Gaara is indeed the reincarnation of Naruto. Gong Zijian possesses a remarkably high intelligence, surpassing even that of the Nara clan. Furthermore, he is the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan and has previously lent us his assistance, quite unexpectedly." I glanced at Sasuke, my heart filled with gratitude, and I said resolutely, "I merely wish to assist everyone, and I aspire to make a meaningful contribution to this world." After a brief silence, Gaara of the Sand responded, "Very well. If you truly possess the capability, perhaps you should give it a try. However, remember that the world of ninjas is fraught with peril and challenges." Hinata and I smiled in unison, expressing our gratitude. "Thank you, Gaara. We shall exercise caution." Subsequently, we engaged in a discourse with Hokage Sasuke Uchiha and Kazekage Gaara regarding our perspectives on the current situation. Thereafter, we resolved to embark on our individual endeavors, preparing ourselves for the battles that lie ahead. I also engaged in a discussion with them regarding the nation of my past life, sharing tales of a realm endowed with advanced technology and formidable military prowess. Should we harness these resources, it could potentially usher in monumental transformations for the ninja world. Sasuke and Gaara expressed profound interest in this notion, contemplating ways to establish a connection with my previous nation and garner its support. We resolved to first gather more intelligence to comprehend the political and military situation of that nation. Simultaneously, we must contemplate how to safeguard this secret to prevent drawing the attention of other forces. Before departing from the Hokage's office, I once again expressed my gratitude to Sasuke and Gaara, affirming my willingness to collaborate with them in the pursuit of peace within the shinobi world. Subsequently, Hinata and I turned to leave, embarking on preparations for our forthcoming endeavors. We are acutely aware that the path ahead is fraught with challenges, yet we remain undaunted, resolute in our commitment to strive for the realization of peace. As Hinata and I made our way back to the Hyuga clan, we encountered a familiar face, Jiraiya. Upon seeing me, he inquired about my identity. We greeted him, saying, "Hello, pervy sage." Upon hearing my address, Jiraiya appeared somewhat bewildered. I exclaimed, "It's Naruto. This is my appearance from a past life." Jiraiya scrutinized me from head to toe, still wearing a skeptical expression. I hurriedly clarified, "It's truly me, Naruto. I've traveled back in time." Hinata chimed in to support my claim. Jiraiya scratched his head, seemingly unconvinced. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I proposed to him. "If I demonstrate the Rasengan, will that prove I am indeed Naruto?" Jiraiya replied, That would suffice." I extended a hand and declared, "Now, witness a miraculous moment. I concentrated my chakra, forming a sphere of energy in my palm. What do you think, pervy sage? Jiraiya, witnessing my prowess, wore a look of astonishment before awkwardly chuckling and affirming, "Indeed, you are Naruto." Hinata and I exchanged glances, unable to suppress our laughter. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter as well, clapping me on the shoulder and saying, "Well done, my boy. Now that you have returned, make sure to give it your all." I nodded earnestly and declared, "Rest assured, O lecherous sage. I shall endeavor with utmost diligence." Subsequently, I shared our plans with Jiraiya, seeking his support and assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya raised his thumb in approval and exclaimed, "A splendid idea. I shall lend my full support to your endeavors. However, do exercise caution, for our adversaries will not relent easily." After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Hinata and I resumed our journey homeward, our hearts brimming with confidence and anticipation. We firmly believed that as long as we united in our efforts, we could undoubtedly safeguard the peace of the ninja world. Chapter 81, Noki Hinata, Sasuke Uchiha. The Seventh Hokage and I arrived in the land of Earth, specifically at the rock-hidden village. Upon seeing me, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, appeared utterly bewildered. He even mistook me for Uchiha Madara. I calmly elucidated, "Do not misunderstand, Lord Tsuchikage. I am not Uchiha Madara. I am Gong Zijian, the former incarnation of Naruto." The current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's husband, Inoki, still harbored some skepticism. Observing his doubt, Hinata interjected, "He truly is Zijin-kun, my husband. I can vouch for him." At that moment, Sasuke also spoke up, "Indeed, Tsuchikage-sama, this is Gong Zijian, who has been engaged in classified missions outside." It was only then that Inoki believed us and warmly welcomed our presence. He inquired about the purpose of our visit to their territory. I responded that we had come to discuss a potential collaboration. Inoki, puzzled, asked what I meant. I replied, "Elder Inoki, are you considering the creation of clones?" "Clones?" Inoki was evidently taken aback, and he inquired with curiosity, "How did you come to conceive such an idea?" I smiled gently and explained, "The current global situation is becoming increasingly tense. We require a formidable force to safeguard peace. Cloning technology has the potential to produce numerous individuals endowed with exceptional combat capabilities, which could emerge as a significant asset for us." Noki pondered for a moment before responding. "This notion is indeed alluring, yet cloning raises various ethical and moral concerns." I quickly interjected, "Moreover, this technology could also be harnessed in the medical field to save countless lives." Hinata chimed in supportively, "Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage. If we could utilize cloning technology for the benefit of the people, it would be a commendable endeavor." Noki nodded, seemingly swayed by our arguments. He expressed his willingness to consider the possibility of collaboration and arrange for personnel to further discuss the details with us. I arrived at Orochimaru's dwelling using the Flying Thunder God technique and greeted him, "Uncle Snake, it has been quite some time." Orochimaru, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Who are you?" I replied, "Uncle Snake, I am the reincarnation of Naruto. My name is Gong Zijian." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he responded, "Ah, it is you, the previous life of Naruto-kun. What brings you to seek me?" I approached the matter directly, saying, "Orochimaru, I have come to seek your expertise on the technology of cloning." Orochimaru chuckled softly and replied, "Oh, so you too have developed an interest in clones?" I affirmed, "Indeed. We are contemplating a collaboration with the Tsuchikage to initiate a cloning project. I speak earnestly, for you are the authority in this field, and I hope to receive your counsel and guidance." After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru responded, "The technology of cloning is far from flawless. It encompasses numerous intricate issues such as genetic stability, the emergence of consciousness, and the formation of personality." I acknowledged, "These concerns have indeed crossed our minds. Thus, we must seek a viable method to address them." Orochimaru nodded and said, "Very well, since you are determined to embark on this endeavor, I can share some of my research findings and experiences. However, this is merely a starting point. The specifics of practical application will require continuous exploration and experimentation." I cast a grateful glance at Orochimaru and said, "Thank you, Uncle Snake. Your assistance is of immense significance to us." Subsequently, I engaged in a profound discussion with Orochimaru, delving into the potential risks of cloning technology and the strategies to mitigate them. We resolved to collaborate closely, ensuring that this partnership would thrive and usher in a positive transformation for the shinobi world. I suddenly thought of someone and asked Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, Could you assist in cloning a body for Naruto? Orochimaru, perplexed, inquired about my reasoning. I merely wish for Hinata to converse with Naruto. Could you possibly transform Naruto into a girl? Orochimaru, very well, I shall assist you with this endeavor. We prepared, and 10 months later. Within a petri dish in Orochimaru's laboratory lay a golden-haired, azure-eyed maiden. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I brought Hinata to Orochimaru's laboratory and inquired if he had succeeded. Orochimaru nodded, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "Indeed, it is a success." Hinata, brimming with anticipation, approached the petri dish, peering through the glass at Naruto inside. Tears glistened in her eyes as she softly called out Naruto's name. Slowly, Naruto opened her eyes, and upon seeing us, her face lit up with a warm smile. Hinata and I reciprocated the smile. She gently reached out to touch the glass. Feeling Naruto's presence, "Thank you, Uncle Snake," I expressed my gratitude to Orochimaru. "No need for thanks. This is simply my pursuit of scientific knowledge," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. I departed from the research facility, accompanied by Hinata and Naruto, and returned to the village of Konoha. Together with Hinata, I settled Naruto in the home of Minato Namikaze, where he and Kushina Uzumaki diligently attended to her every need. Although Naruto is merely a clone, both Hinata and I could sense the true essence of Naruto within her. We often visited her, spending cherished moments in her company. As time passed, Naruto gradually matured, displaying the same kindness and bravery characteristic of the original Naruto. She shared countless joyous experiences with us and became an integral part of the Konoha community. I practiced Jeet Kune Do and ninjutsu with Hinata, and once she mastered it, she surpassed the original Naruto. When she addressed both Hinata and me, she affectionately referred to us as Brother Zijian and Sister Hinata. Chapter 82, The Village of Fuzi. Hinata and I arrived at Fuko Village, where the village chief is a friend of Jiraiya. Upon seeing us, Fuko Ryon and Fuko Shizuka inquired about our identities. With a stoic expression, I addressed them. "Greetings, Fuzi Ryon Senpai. My name is Gong Zijian, a disciple of Jiraiya and the husband of the Hyuga clan's current head." I cast a gentle gaze towards the Byakugan girl beside me and offered a smile. Upon hearing my words, Hinata felt a warmth blossom within her heart. She returned my sentiment with a sweet smile, saying, "Hello, Fuzi Ryon Senpai. I am Hinata Hyuga, a disciple of Tsunade. I am also the current head of the Hyuga clan and the wife of Gong Zijian." Upon hearing Hinata's introduction, I was overcome with the urge to embrace her tenderly, yet I managed to restrain myself. After our introductions, Fuzi Ryon warmly invited us inside, offering tea and snacks. Hinata and I briefly explained our purpose, expressing a desire to learn more about the history and culture of Fuzi Village. Fuzi Ryon informed us that the village had always been a tranquil and harmonious place, with its inhabitants relying on agriculture and livestock for their livelihoods. However, recently, peculiar occurrences around the village had raised concerns among the villagers. Hinata proposed that we assist in investigating the source of these strange phenomena, to which Fuzi Ryon expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thus, we resolved to remain in Fuzi Village for some time, hoping to uncover clues. In the days that followed, Hinata and I roamed the village, engaging with the villagers while remaining vigilant to our surroundings. Noticing the absence of men in Fuzi Village, Hinata inquired about the situation. I awkwardly scratched my head and replied, "I am uncertain." Internally, I pondered that I was not from this place, and I had not witnessed this particular narrative in my previous life. Hinata gazed at me in confusion, and I shrugged helplessly, indicating my lack of knowledge. At that moment, Fuzi Ryon approached us, elucidating. This village once endured a calamity, resulting in the loss of all its men. Hence, only women reside here now. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sympathy crossed Hinata's eyes. We resolved to delve into the truth behind this calamity. Perhaps it is intertwined with the peculiar occurrences surrounding the village. In our quest for clues, we serendipitously uncovered an ancient diary, which chronicled the events of that fateful year. Hinata and I meticulously perused the diary, which chronicled the harrowing details of that calamity. It revealed that many years ago, the village of Fuziko was beset by a mysterious affliction, leading to the untimely demise of numerous men. More astonishingly, the diary alluded to the existence of a shadowy organization, seemingly intertwined with this disaster in myriad ways. In pursuit of the truth, we resolved to seek further clues. With the assistance of Lu Yun from Fuziko, we learned of an elderly matriarch in the village who might possess deeper insights regarding the dark organization. We arrived at our grandmother's home, where she recounted a terrifying legend. It is said that a nefarious organization wields a malevolent power, seeking to dominate the entire world. They once committed heinous acts in the village of Fuzumo, resulting in the demise of the men. Hinata clenched her fists, resolute in her determination to avenge the women of Fuzumo. We resolved to unite against the dark organization, to safeguard this tranquil village. However, our adversary was exceptionally formidable, and we knew we had to be thoroughly prepared. Thus, we commenced rigorous training, enhancing our abilities to confront the impending challenge. The two of us embarked on an investigation into a nefarious organization, which we discovered was named the Dark Organization. To our astonishment, the mastermind behind it, referred to as the B0SS, was none other than our old acquaintance, Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing his name, Hinata and I felt a sense of relief. I then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata and myself to the Hokage's office, where we conveyed our findings to the Seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing our revelation, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of alarm, for he was acutely aware of Danzo's perilous nature. Without delay, he summoned the elite ninjas of Konoha to form a special operations team, preparing for an intense confrontation with the Dark Organization. Hinata and I willingly joined this team, where they collaborated closely with their comrades, employing their unique jutsu and wisdom. Throughout the pursuit of the Dark Organization, they encountered a myriad of challenges and obstacles, yet they remained undaunted. At last, they uncovered the lair of the sinister organization. A breathtaking battle was on the verge of erupting as the forces of justice and evil prepared to determine the outcome in that pivotal moment. Chapter 83. Do you still remember me, Danzo? Hinata, Sasuke, the Seventh Hokage, and I have established a clandestine organization aimed at countering Danzo. Hinata and I serve as the leaders of this luminous faction, which comprises members from the Nara clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Uzumaki clan. Our organization has been quietly growing in strength, attracting like-minded ninjas to join our ranks. Each member contributes their unique skills as we collectively strive to overthrow Danzo's oppressive rule. During a clandestine operation, we successfully thwarted one of Danzo's schemes, liberating the captives he held. This mission catapulted the Light Organization into the spotlight and heightened Danzo's vigilance towards us. In order to better combat Danzo, Hinata and I resolved to enhance the training and equipment of our organization. We summoned various experts to share their combat experiences and techniques. Simultaneously, we actively researched new jutsu and weaponry to bolster our strength. Through our collective efforts, the Light Organization has grown increasingly formidable, becoming a vital force in safeguarding the peace of Konoha. We believe that one day we will completely eradicate Danzo and his influence, restoring light to our village. At long last, we discovered the lair of the Dark Organization and engaged them in a fierce battle. Both sides unleashed their full potential, resulting in a stalemate. At a crucial moment, I executed the latest jutsu we had developed, inflicting significant damage upon the Dark Organization. Hinata, too, led the other members in a vigorous assault, ultimately allowing us to defeat them and capture their minor leader. However, just as we prepared to escort the captured leader back to Konoha for judgment, a mysterious force suddenly manifested, snatching him away. We hastily pursued, but the power was overwhelming, vanishing without a trace. This unforeseen event made us realize that there may be a more significant conspiracy lurking in the shadows. We resolved to continue our investigation, determined to unveil the truth and protect the peace of Konoha. The two of us proceeded to inquire about Haruno Sakura. Upon our arrival at her residence, we were met with the harrowing sight of Sakura lying in a pool of blood, her body marred by numerous wounds, and her head missing. It was evident that she had suffered a brutal assault. Hinata and I were overwhelmed with grief and rage, vowing to uncover the perpetrator and avenge Sakura. I calmed myself and meticulously observed my surroundings, discovering peculiar traces. These markings seemed to suggest that the perpetrator was not an ordinary ninja, but rather an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. I activated my Rinnegan, endeavoring to trace back to the moment before Sakura Haruno's tragic demise, hoping to uncover vital clues. As time unwound, I witnessed a shadowy figure stealthily infiltrating Sakura's abode. Although the figure's visage remained obscured, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the atmosphere. When time resumed its normal flow, Hinata and I resolved to pursue this lead with unwavering determination, intent on unveiling the sinister machinations behind it all and identifying the true perpetrator. We were acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead. Yet for the sake of safeguarding the peace of Konoha, we set forth on our quest without hesitation. It must be their doing. I exclaimed in indignation. However, we lacked tangible evidence, as Hinata's expression reflected her concern. Then we shall seek the evidence, I asserted with unwavering resolve. I was determined to ensure that justice was served upon him. We discreetly followed Shimura-TZ in search of evidence of his wrongdoing. One fateful night. A few days later, we finally uncovered a clue. We both discovered that this old scoundrel was actually peddling drugs. Had it been in my previous life, he would undoubtedly have faced the death penalty. I remarked to Hinata. I whispered to Hinata, "Hinata, please inform Sasuke and Karen." She nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "All right." Subsequently, Hinata utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relay the message to Sasuke. Meanwhile, I remained here, awaiting their arrival for an hour. Eventually, Hinata returned with the members of the Light, and thus, the battle between light and darkness officially commenced. In the end, we emerged victorious. We have successfully captured Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing me, Shimura Danzo inquired as to my identity. With my hands tucked into my pockets, I addressed him, "Greetings, Elder Shimura Danzo. Do you remember who I am?" After laying eyes on me, Danzo once again asked for my identity. I chuckled softly and replied, "I am the one who seeks your life. I am the reincarnation of Naruto, known as Gong Zijian." My words left Shimura Danzo utterly astonished. He did not expect me to speak in such a manner. With an air of aloofness, I gazed at him, my eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. "Your actions have gravely endangered the safety of Konoha Village. You must face judgment." However, Shimura Danzo merely scoffed, asking, "What evidence do you possess to accuse me? On what grounds do you apprehend me?" "The evidence lies within the very place where you concealed the drugs." I pointed at him, "And furthermore, we have eyewitnesses." At that moment, Haruno Sakura entered. Her gaze as frigid as frost. "Danzo, your crimes have been exposed. Cease your futile denials." Upon seeing Sakura, Danzo was taken aback, questioning why she was present. As he believed her to be deceased, I informed him that it was I who orchestrated this. Realizing he could not evade responsibility, Shimura Danzo bowed his head in resignation. Choosing silence, we shall return Shimura Danzo to the Hidden Leaf Village, preparing to subject him to the due process of law. However, the situation is far from straightforward. Danzo's influence is deeply entrenched, and many are attempting to absolve him of his transgressions. I warned those who wished to protect Shimura Danzo that anyone who dared to do so would face my wrath. They believed I was jesting, but soon they would come to realize the extent of my terror. I have eliminated all those who wish to support Shimura Danzo. I made them aware of my resolve. I, Gong Zijian, am a person of decisive action. My methods have earned the approval of Hinata and brought satisfaction to Sasuke. In my previous life, I was a person of unyielding determination. Upon witnessing my tactics, Danzo was filled with trepidation, pondering why he would encounter someone of my caliber. With a smirk, I addressed him, "Shimura Danzo, there is a saying in my homeland, a kindness must be repaid and a grudge must be avenged. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. It is not that retribution does not occur. The time has simply not yet arrived." Upon hearing this, Danzo inquired about the meaning of my words. I chose to remain silent and departed, but not before telling him, "I shall take your eye." I extracted Danzo's Sharingan, endowed with the Konoha Tsukumi, and placed it in a petri dish. I returned it to Sasuke. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I arrived at Sasuke's office, presenting him with what was indeed the eye of Uchiha Shursui. Upon seeing the eye in the dish, Sasuke confirmed its authenticity. "Thank you, Zijian. I owe you a tremendous favor," he expressed. I patted his shoulder and replied, "What favor? We are friends." To which he responded, "Indeed." At that moment, the sky cleared. Chapter 84. Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi is the second son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A day prior, while Hinata and I were shopping for vegetables, we encountered him. He asked my name, and I introduced myself as Gong Zijian, the reincarnation of Naruto. His astonishment was palpable as he inquired whether I knew Minato Namikaze. I informed him not only did I know him, but he is also my father. Asuma appeared even more surprised, having not anticipated my connection to the yellow flash. Noticing his disbelief, I decided to demonstrate my abilities. I instantaneously activated a jutsu, causing the air around us to grow tense, and summoned a ball of fire that soared skyward like a dragon. Asuma's eyes shimmered with admiration, and he finally believed my words, expressing a desire for further interaction in the future. Shortly thereafter, Hinata and I departed the market. Days later, we encountered Asuma again, accompanied by his students, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. They all addressed me as class leader Zijian. "Greetings, everyone," I replied casually. It seems class leader Zijian's strength has notably advanced in our brief absence, Asuma remarked with a smile. Teacher, why are you also calling him class leader? Shikamaru asked, perplexed. Isn't that what you all call him? Asuma replied, scratching his head. We were merely joking, Choji interjected. I was not jesting, I stated expressionlessly. From now on, it shall be so. Very well, class leader Zijian, Asuma acquiesced willingly. By the way, class leader Zijian, your father, Minato Namikaze, was once renowned in the ninja world as the Yellow Flash. Have you inherited any of his jutsu? Ino inquired curiously. I cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as I extended my right hand, gently waving it. In an instant, a flash of black light enveloped me, and I suddenly materialized before Ino, leaving her and her companions utterly astonished. Moments later, I reappeared beside Hinata, where two deep trenches emerged in the ground. Upon seeing me, Hinata remarked, You look so handsome. My dear, to which I responded with an aloof smile. I continued to maintain my composed demeanor. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, Asuma exclaimed, clearly recognizing the jutsu. With a stoic expression, I addressed Asuma, saying, Asuma-sensei, how do you find my progress? I have also mastered the Flying Thunder God Slash and the Flying Thunder God Lightning Strike. How impressive. In response, Shikamaru and the others couldn't help but express their admiration. I nodded slightly, a sense of quiet satisfaction blooming within me. However, it seemed that this technique required prior marking of locations for its execution, did it not? Asuma, with his wealth of experience as a ninja, immediately discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, I conceded, yet as long as there are enough markings, one can achieve successive teleportation. I'm used internally. Have you not noticed that I have already improved the Flying Thunder God technique? Such a formidable ninjutsu, Asuma murmured to himself. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, tousling my hair. I gazed sharply into the distance, as if pondering something profound. If I were to incorporate my wind release, the speed would surely increase. Asuma remarked thoughtfully. Perhaps we could give it a try. A spark of inspiration ignited within me. Indeed, collaborating with Asuma-sensei might yield even greater power. Well then, let us endeavor to test it during our next practical exercise, Asuma said with a smile. I nodded, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming collaboration. A day later, Asuma, his team, and I arrived at Training Ground 53. I stood opposite teacher Asuma, who took a deep breath and then unleashed a powerful gust of wind release. In an instant, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from my original location and reappearing behind him. Subsequently, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, continuously flickering into view, each emergence accompanied by a swift and fierce assault. Meanwhile, teacher Asuma adeptly manipulated the wind release, providing both acceleration and cover for my movements. Our synergy has grown increasingly harmonious, and the amalgamation of wind release and the Flying Thunder God technique has yielded astonishing results. The surrounding leaves rustled violently, as if cheering for our battle amidst the fierce gust of wind. Ultimately, I concluded this training session with a decisive Flying Thunder God Slash, the formidable force cleaving a distant boulder in twain. Marvelous, exclaimed Shikamaru and the others with palpable excitement. Even Asuma-sensei wore a satisfied smile, affirming, indeed, this exemplifies the power of teamwork. I can feel the surging chakra within me, my heart brimming with confidence. Collaborating with teacher Asuma has unveiled a multitude of possibilities within ninjutsu, further solidifying my resolve to become an exceptional ninja. I said to Asuma, my chakra encompasses 7 attributes: lightning, fire, wind, water, earth, yin, and yang, yet this alone is insufficient. Asuma, with a profound gaze, replied, to truly master this combination, one must engage in relentless practice and refinement. I nodded, understanding that to reach a higher realm, relentless effort was still required. In the days that followed, Asuma and I engaged in rigorous training, experimenting with various tactics. One day, we encountered a formidable foe. Undaunted by the enemy's fierce assault, Asuma and I stood resolute. He unleashed the wind release while I complemented it with lightning release. The wind augmented the might of the lightning, and the lightning borrowed the wind's power. In that moment, the skies darkened and thunder rumbled. Through our seamless cooperation, the adversary gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, I executed a forbidden ninjutsu, merging yin and yang into a thunderous strike, decisively vanquishing our foe. This battle further honed our synergy, and our reputation spread far and wide. Yet, I was acutely aware that the path to becoming an exceptional ninja was still long and arduous. Chapter 85. Sarada Uchiha 3 months after Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno tied the knot, she became pregnant. Hinata and I extended our heartfelt congratulations to the couple. Hinata and I also returned to the real world to bring back Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei. I introduced Sasuke and Sakura to my children, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei. Upon seeing our adorable offspring, their affection was palpable. Sasuke gently patted Gong Zijian's head, while Sakura cradled Gong Kuei in her arms. Hyuga, Hinata and I exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with joy. Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei responded warmly to Sasuke and Sakura, quickly forging a bond with them. In the days that followed, our families frequently gathered, and the children played together, growing ever closer. During one such gathering, Sasuke and I reminisced about the past. He expressed deep emotion, reflecting that without enduring those trials, he may not have become the man he is today. I nodded in understanding, sharing in his sentiments, and felt happiness for his current bliss. I addressed Sasuke, saying, now that you have a child, why not pass the mantle of Hokage to Nara Shikamaru? After a brief silence, Sasuke smiled and replied, thank you, Jijian. I shall contemplate your suggestion, but at present, the most significant matter is welcoming new life. A few months later, Sakura gave birth to a healthy baby girl. The arrival of their child filled Sasuke and Sakura with immeasurable joy, and they named her Uchiha Sarada. As time elapsed, Uchiha Sarada gradually matured, displaying remarkable talent. Sasuke commenced her training in ninjutsu, while Sakura showered her with boundless affection. On the day of Sarada's 5th birthday, Sasuke resolved to enroll her in the Ninja Academy of Konoha. Before her departure, he embraced his daughter tightly, urging her to strive diligently and bring honor to their family. Carrying her father's aspirations, Uchiha Sarada embarked on her journey to Konoha, determined to become an exceptional ninja and safeguard her family's legacy. Sarada insisted on taking me as her mentor, leaving me at a loss for words. I gazed at the adorable little girl before me and reluctantly nodded, for she was the daughter of my friend, and I felt disinclined to refuse. Master, please allow me to pay my respects as your disciple. Sarada earnestly bowed to me. I helped her to her feet and gently stroked her head, saying, from now on, follow master and mistress diligently in your training. From that day forth, Sarada took up residence in the home I shared with Hinata. She became like a childhood companion to my troublesome little boy, returning home only twice a month. Remarkably diligent, she rose early each day to practice her fundamentals and would often pester me in the evenings to teach her new ninjutsu. Under my careful guidance, Sarada's prowess soared, and she gradually grew stronger and more self-assured. I firmly believe that in the near future, she will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja, inheriting her father's will to protect both the village and peace. On that day, while I was instructing Sarada in the art of the dragon banner, she was spotted by her father, Sasuke Uchiha, who inquired with curiosity about our activities. I, along with Hinata, elucidated to Sasuke, this is the dragon banner, a martial technique that enhances one's strength and speed. Sasuke nodded and remarked to Sarada, it appears to be quite intriguing. May I give it a try, my dear? Sarada clapped her hands joyfully and responded, absolutely. Let us learn together, Dad. Thus, Sasuke joined in the training, and the father-daughter duo practiced the dragon banner side by side. Sasuke, already endowed with remarkable physical prowess, swiftly grasped the fundamentals. Sarada watched in admiration and envy, silently vowing to train diligently and soon catch up to her father's prowess. In the days that followed, Sasuke consistently carved out time to train alongside Sarada. They encouraged one another and progressed together. Sarada's abilities flourished, and concurrently, the bond between father and daughter grew ever closer. Chapter 86, Tsunade. One day, Hinata and I set out to meet our mentors, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Upon seeing my former self, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, mistaking me for Uchiha Madara. I remained calm and composed, clarifying to Tsunade, I am Naruto. This is merely my appearance from a past life. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Hinata corroborated my identity as Naruto. However, Tsunade remained skeptical, prompting Hinata to suggest that I demonstrate a ninjutsu. I promptly executed the Rasengan, which finally convinced Tsunade of my true identity. Following this, Jiraiya, with a smile, proposed we indulge in some delightful cuisine, and the atmosphere turned light and jovial. Yet, just then, an alarm blared outside, shattering the tranquility. Pain had arrived. I chuckled and said to them, do you wish to join the fray? Hinata and I simultaneously transformed our eyes into the Rinnegan and the Tensegan. Mine was the Naitomo Rinnegan, while Hinata possessed the Tensegan. Together, we subdued Pain's 6 paths with ease, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya in stunned silence. Subsequently, Hinata and I made our way to the Akatsuki's base, where we encountered a gaunt man with crimson hair and Rinnegan, alongside a 30-year-old woman with azure hair. Indeed, they were Nagato and Conan. Hinata and I greeted them, saying, "Hello, Nagato and Conan." Upon seeing us, the two of them appeared momentarily stunned. They inquired about my identity. With a chuckle, I addressed the two of them. "I am Gong Zijian, the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, and I am also your junior disciple. Furthermore, I am the reincarnation of Naruto." Upon hearing my words, both of them were momentarily taken aback. Huaxia-An and Nagato exchanged glances, their expressions turning cautious as they regarded us warily. I stepped forward, smiling as I addressed, "Nagato, Conan, it is a pleasure to see you both well. We have come this time to invite you to return with us to the Hidden Leaf Village." "Return to the Hidden Leaf Village?" Nagato furrowed his brow. "We have no ties left with that place. However, Master has always cherished fond memories of you," Hinata gently interjected. At the mention of Master, Nagato's gaze softened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, I continued, "Moreover, the Hidden Leaf Village has transformed from what it once was. Everyone yearns for your return to collectively foster a peaceful community." Huaxia-An remained silent for a moment before finally responding, "Very well, we shall contemplate this." At that instant, a chilling wind swept through, and a man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds materialized before us. It was Pain, the Devapath. In an instant, Hinata and I assumed a battle-ready stance. I thought to myself, "Goodness, it is indeed Pain, the bearer of burdens." I urged Hinata, "My dear, utilize that technique." Hinata responded, "Of course, my love." Then I heard her exclaim with fervor, "Rebirth Eye?" At that moment, Hinata summoned a magnificent golden sword that materialized in her grasp. Pain's Devapath raised his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of gravitational force towards Hinata. Undeterred, she brandished the golden sword, striving to withstand this overwhelming power. Upon witnessing the situation, I swiftly employed my ninjutsu, summoning several shadow clones to charge towards Pain's Devapath. We engaged in a fierce battle with Pain. During the confrontation, I discerned that the prowess of Pain's Devapath surpassed that of any adversary I had previously encountered. Nevertheless, I remained resolute and did not waver easily. I grasped the Amaterasu Cloud Sword tightly in my hand, relentlessly seeking a flaw in Pain's Devapath. At last, I discovered an opportunity and swiftly struck towards the vital point of Pain's Devapath. Consequently, I dispatched him with a single blow of the Flying Thunder God Slash. I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata, Nagato, and Conan, appearing suddenly behind Tsunade, which startled her. Subsequently, I executed the Flying Thunder God again, leaving behind a trail of black lightning in the air as a demonstration for Tsunade. She was astonished, her mouth agape, realizing that my mastery of the technique had indeed been enhanced. "How did you achieve this?" Tsunade inquired with curiosity. In a tone marked by aloofness, I elucidated. "Through relentless research and practice, I have discovered a method to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique without the need for markers. However, this is merely a preliminary achievement and requires further refinement." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration as she nodded, expressing her approval. "In that case, you shall henceforth be the expert on the Flying Thunder God in the village hidden in the leaves," Tsunade remarked with a smile. I smiled bashfully, secretly grateful that my efforts had not been in vain. Subsequently, we deliberated on how to confront the forthcoming challenges, striving for the peace of Konoha. Suddenly, I proposed a suggestion. I believe we should unify the shinobi world. When Tsunade and Jiraiya inquired about my reasoning, I recounted the events of my previous life, leaving everyone, except Hinata, utterly astonished. Chapter 87. Hinata and I returned to the real world. Hinata, eager to indulge in the culinary delights of the real world, accompanied me as we returned with our children. We entered a restaurant and ordered an array of dishes that Hinata adored. The children excitedly surrounded the table, chattering incessantly. Hinata relished each dish, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Witnessing her happiness filled my heart with immense joy. At that moment, a familiar melody suddenly echoed through the restaurant. It turned out to be a broadcast of an anime we had once watched together. Nostalgia washed over us as we exchanged knowing smiles. In that instant, I realized that regardless of the world we inhabit, the moments spent with family are the most blissful of all. After our meal, we entrusted our children, Gong Zijian and Gong Zijian, to their grandparents for a stay. As we returned home, the warmth of our shared experiences lingered in the air. I just discovered a package at home. I turned to Hinata and asked, "Hey, darling, did you purchase a full-body bodysuit?" Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, "Oh, how did you know?" She then gently opened the package and took out the bodysuit, holding it against herself, appearing quite bashful. I smiled and said, "Seeing how much you adore it, you should hurry and try it on." Hinata hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, encouraged by my words, she slipped into the fitted attire. Once adorned, her figure was accentuated, leaving me momentarily speechless. I touched my nose to check for any signs of blood. Fortunately, there were none. She twirled around and inquired, "So what do you think? Does it look good?" I nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "It's absolutely stunning. However, what is the purpose of your attire?" Hinata's face flushed an even deeper shade of red as she softly replied, I wanted to give you a surprise." I inquired of Hinata, "My dear, why have you chosen to purchase a full-body bodysuit, and in a golden hue, no less?" With her head bowed, she shyly fiddled with the hem of her garment, replying, "I wanted to dress in a manner that reflects your preference, as your hair was once of a golden shade." Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with hope and affection. Deeply moved, I stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace. I bestowed upon her a tender kiss, murmuring, "Thank you, my love. You always find ways to bring me joy." She bashfully whispered, "Tonight, I wish to dance for you," her voice dwindling to a soft murmur, akin to the buzzing of a tiny insect. A surge of emotion welled up within me as I stepped forward and embraced her tightly. "Thank you, my dear," I whispered softly. As night descended, a romantic ambience enveloped the room. Clad in a golden full-body suit, I assisted Hinata in fastening the zipper. She stood gracefully at the center of the room, dancing elegantly to the music. Each movement, every turn, and every lift of her leg exuded an enchanting charm. I quietly reveled in her dance, my heart brimming with happiness and contentment. Once the performance concluded, Hinata approached me, slightly breathless. I took her hand and gazed deeply into her eyes. "Was this dance meant for me?" I inquired. Hinata nodded, her face within the full-body suit radiating a gentle smile. "Thank you, my precious. This is the most extraordinary gift I have ever received." I pulled her into my embrace and tenderly kissed her forehead. I gently caressed her head, savoring the warmth and sweetness of the moment. In that instant, all my troubles seemed to vanish, and I wished for time to freeze in that very second. I said to Hinata, "Thank you, my dear. It is truly wonderful to have you." At that moment, words were unnecessary, for our souls were already intertwined. The moonlight cascaded upon us, painting a beautiful tableau. We sat in each other's embrace, sharing our warmth and reveling in the tranquility of the night. In the vast ocean of love, we drifted together, exploring the beauty of our future. No matter the tempests that lie ahead, as long as we stand side by side, we shall surely navigate towards the shores of happiness. The following morning, I awoke to find Hinata in the kitchen, preparing a heartfelt breakfast for me. I thought to myself, "Thank you, Hinata." Upon noticing I was awake, she inquired, "Darling, do you have time today?" I curiously inquired, "I have some free time today. What's the matter?" "My dear," Hinata replied, "I would like to watch a movie." I readily acquiesced to her request. I asked Hinata, "What movie do you wish to see?" After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "I want to watch the film featuring your battle against the formidable Otsutsuki Shorin." I cheerfully agreed to Hinata's desire and playfully poked her forehead with my finger, saying, "What can I say? You are my wife. After all, I must indulge you." My words caused Hinata's cheeks to flush with a delightful hue. After enjoying our breakfast, Hinata and I made our way to the cinema. Hand in hand, we savored the warmth of each other's presence. Upon arriving at the theater, we purchased popcorn and drinks, then found our seats. As the film commenced, Hinata was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally breaking into joyful smiles. With the unfolding of the plot, I felt as though I were immersed in the midst of battle, while Hinata steadfastly cheered me on from beside me. Once the movie concluded, Hinata, holding my hand, expressed with admiration, "Darling, you truly are remarkable." I smiled and gently caressed her hair, replying, "Of course, I am your husband." Together, we exited the theater, basking in the bright sunshine, our spirits elevated. In the days to come, we shall continue to create more beautiful memories together. As the dawn was still young, the two of us ventured into a bookstore to acquire 2 volumes, the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi. Hinata inquired about the purpose of my selection, to which I smiled and replied, "My dear, are you aware that these 2 works have the potential to transform the world of ninjas?" She gazed at me with curiosity, evidently perplexed by the connection between these texts and the ninja realm. I patiently elucidated, These books are imbued with profound wisdom and philosophy, capable of enlightening minds and even influencing the world at large. Should the ninjas comprehend and apply the principles within, they might usher in significant positive change. Hinata listened intently, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She gently nodded, expressing her willingness to explore these tomes. With the books cradled in our hands, we departed the bookstore, engaging in spirited discussion about their contents as we walked. I hope these volumes will offer us new insights, I mused. Indeed, I believe they shall. Hinata replied with a warm smile. We eagerly anticipate the future and the transformative impact these two books will have on the world of ninjas. I also brought a set of Mao Zedong's quotations into the world of Naruto. Chapter 88, Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai is the wife of Asuma Sarutobi, and she is also a master of Jinjutsu. She leads Team 8, which in the original narrative consists of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. However, due to my intervention in the storyline, a butterfly effect occurred, resulting in Hinata joining Team 7, while Sakura Haruno joined Team 8. On this day, upon returning to the Naruto world with Hinata, we heard the sounds of an argument between Asuma and Kurenai. Curiosity piqued, the two of us ventured forth to investigate. I addressed the duo, inquiring, "What seems to be the matter?" Asuma, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, it's just some family matters." Upon noticing my presence, Kurenai asked me who I was. I responded, "Greetings, esteemed teacher Kurenai. You are indeed Kurenai Yuhi, correct?" My words elicited surprise from her, prompting her to ask for my identity. Adopting a cool demeanor, I introduced myself, saying, "I am Gong Zijian, the husband of the current head of the Hyuga clan. And I am also the reincarnation of Naruto." Upon hearing my introduction, Kurenai gazed at me in astonishment, evidently taken aback by the revelation that I was the spouse of the Hyuga clan leader and connected to Naruto. A hint of curiosity glimmered in her eyes. At that moment, Asuma interjected, "All right, Kurenai, enough with the antics. Zijian, since you both have just returned, is there something you wish to discuss?" I chuckled softly and shook my head, saying, "There is nothing of great importance. I merely passed by and overheard your quarrel, so I came to see what was amiss. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The setting sun cast a warm glow as Hong, with gratitude in her eyes, replied, "Thank you for your concern. We are quite capable of managing this ourselves." I nodded slightly, then turned to Hinata and said, "Let us return. We shall allow the teachers to resolve their matters." Hinata obediently nodded in agreement, and I embraced her before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Yugao was left in a state of astonishment. Asuma turned to Yugao and remarked, "This lad truly possesses charm, does he not, Yugao?" Yugao, still dazed, nodded in affirmation. He is indeed quite handsome. Even after Hinata and I had left, Yugao remained lost in the shock of the recent events. The man named Gong Zijian was, astonishingly, the husband of the Hyuga clan's matriarch and had ties to Naruto. Yugao murmured to herself. Observing Yugao's distracted demeanor, Asuma could not help but chuckle. "Hey, snap out of it, Xiaohong." He gently nudged her shoulder. It was only then that Yugao returned to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How rude. Why must you call me that?" She playfully chided. "Nevertheless, that Gong Zijian is indeed quite extraordinary." Asuma pondered aloud. His strength seems formidable. He can actually employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Yugao nodded thoughtfully, hoping for the opportunity to know him better in the future. Meanwhile, Hinata and I had returned home. With curiosity, Hinata inquired about Yugao. "It seems that teacher Yugao is quite interested in you," she said, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. I smiled gently, caressing Hinata's silky hair. Perhaps it is due to my rather unique identity. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. We simply need to be ourselves. I reassured her. Hinata nodded with a smile, resting her head against my chest. "Regardless of anything else, all I desire is to be with you." We nestled against each other, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind about that child, and I inquired of Hinata, "My dear, are you acquainted with the girl from Arima Yakumo?" Hinata shook her head and replied, "I do not know her. Why do you ask, my love?" I expressed to Hinata my apprehension, saying, "I have a foreboding feeling." She inquired, "What is it?" I replied, "Some secrets are not meant to be divulged, my dear." Upon hearing my words, Hinata chose not to press for further details. I suddenly suggested that the two of us pay a visit to Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei's home tomorrow. Hinata nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, dear." The following day, Hinata and I set out together to visit Asuma and Kurenai. We arrived at teacher Asma's doorstep and rang the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing a surprised smile on teacher Asma's face. "Oh, what a delightful surprise. Please, come in." Teacher Sunset Red also emerged from within, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue upon seeing us. "Welcome, dear guests," she warmly greeted. We stepped inside and took a seat, where teachers Asma and Sunset Red graciously attended to us. We engaged in light-hearted conversation, and the atmosphere was both relaxed and delightful. Unbeknownst to us, time slipped away swiftly, and we rose to take our leave. Teachers Asuma and Kurinai accompanied us to the entrance, where Kurinai could not resist stealing a glance at me. A flicker of understanding stirred within me. After departing from Asuma's home, Hinata and I strolled hand in hand along the path back home. "Dear, I had such a wonderful time today," Hinata said with a smile. "Indeed," I replied. "Let us plan another visit together in the future." At that moment, a fire caught our attention. As we turned back, we found ourselves at the residence of Master Asuma and Teacher Kurinai. Hinata and I hurriedly rushed back to offer our assistance. I employed the water release technique for rescue, while Hinata utilized her Byakugan to survey the fire. With all our might, Hinata and I finally extinguished the raging inferno. Asuma-sensei and Kurinai-sensei stood safely to the side, their expressions filled with gratitude as they regarded us. "Thank you both. We owe it to your timely arrival," Asuma-sensei remarked. "It was no trouble at all. It is our duty," I replied. At that moment, I noticed a peculiar glint in Kurinai-sensei's eyes. She seemed to harbor something she wished to convey, yet hesitated. Regarding Anko Mitarashi, Kurinai-sensei finally spoke. "She was actually my first disciple. From a young age, she possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive what others could not, but this gift has also brought her much distress." As I exchanged a glance with Hinata, the realization dawned upon me. It appeared that my earlier intuition was not unfounded. We would keep a vigilant eye on her, I assured Kakashi-sensei. After bidding farewell to Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, Hinata and I continued our journey homeward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, our shadows elongated, stretching into the twilight. On the third day, Hinata and I arrived at the residence of Onmabayun. I reminded Hinata to activate her Tensigen, while I too engaged my Sharingan with its 9 tomo. With that, we proceeded to visit Onmabayun. Upon entering her room, we found her curled up in the corner, her gaze devoid of hope and warmth. Hinata softly called her name, yet Bayun remained unresponsive. I resolved to delve into her inner world using the art of introspection, in hopes of discovering a means to aid her. Within the realm of her psyche, I beheld a multitude of terrifying visions. She had been ensnared in a perpetual state of profound fear. I endeavored to harness the power of the Rinnegan to dispel these fears. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. Just as I pondered how I might further assist her, Hinata roused me from my thoughts. "What has befallen Miss Yakumo?" I said to Hinata, "My dear, according to Maki, she is unharmed. She merely fell victim to her own illusion." Hinata's mind was filled with confusion. I continued, "First, seal all her acupuncture points, but remember not to block her vital spots." Hinata responded, "Understood, my husband." I began to dispel the illusion surrounding Yakumo. As the cursed seal vanished, she slowly opened her eyes, which were still filled with trepidation. "Do not be afraid. All of this is behind you," Hinata softly reassured, gently grasping Yakumo's hand. Yakumo gazed at us, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you. I thought I would never escape these fears." "You are safe now," Hinata comforted her. "But you will need time to heal. We shall remain by your side throughout this journey." Yakumo nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a composed demeanor, I addressed Miss Yakumo, saying, "Greetings, Miss Yakumo. I am Gong Zijian. The girl beside you is Hinata Hyuga, my wife. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise, Mr. Gong and Mrs. Hinata," Yakumo replied, her voice quivering slightly, clearly still grappling with the remnants of fear. "If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out," I stated calmly, "for safeguarding the villagers is indeed my duty." Hinata gave a slight nod, her eyes reflecting a deep concern for Yakumo. "I will. Thank you both." Yakumo expressed her gratitude with a glance towards us, then slowly closed her eyes, as if striving to regain her composure. We quietly exited the room, leaving Yakumo to rest in solitude. We hope for her swift recovery and the restoration of her inner tranquility. I utilized the wood release shadow clone technique to create a clone that would remain behind to care for the unfortunate girl, and thus we returned. A few days later, under the diligent care of Mabayan, she had made a complete recovery. Chapter 89. Resurrection of Saratobi Hizuchi on a radiant day filled with sunshine. I transported Hinata to Orochimaru's laboratory using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon our arrival, Hinata and I greeted Orochimaru, saying, "Master Orochimaru, it has been quite some time since we last met." Orochimaru turned around and, upon recognizing us, remarked, "Ah, it's Azukin and Hinata. What brings you two here today?" I gestured towards Hinata and, with a smile, replied, "Well, my dear one has been missing you, so we decided to pay you a visit." Orochimaru cast a glance at Hinata, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features, but he quickly regained his composure. With a smile, he responded, "Oh, is that so? However, I must inform you that there is nothing particularly entertaining here. Will you not find it dull?" Hinata, feeling a touch of shyness, lowered her head and softly replied, "Not at all, Master Orochimaru. As long as I am with Azukin, I will never feel bored." Upon hearing Hinata's words, Orochimaru smiled slightly before turning to an experimental table. He picked up a test tube containing a vibrant green liquid and said, "In that case, allow me to show you something intriguing." With that, he poured the liquid from the test tube into a petri dish. I inquired with curiosity, "Is this the chakra of Otsutsuki Shinju?" Before my eyes, a green sphere of energy gradually emerged from the petri dish, exuding an overwhelming aura. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, this is the chakra of Otsutsuki Shinju. It took me a considerable amount of time to extract even this small amount." Hinata, intrigued, leaned closer to observe the energy sphere intently. She marveled, "How impressive, Uncle Orochimaru. How did you accomplish this?" Orochimaru smiled as he elaborated, "This is the culmination of my latest research. Through a specialized technique, I successfully extracted his chakra from Otsutsuki Shinju's body. However, this is merely a preliminary attempt. Numerous challenges remain to be addressed." My eyes sparkled with curiosity as I eagerly inquired, "Uncle Orochimaru, do you have any plans? This formidable power, if harnessed, could undoubtedly usher in monumental transformations." After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, "I intend to delve deeper into the nature and applications of this chakra. Perhaps we can discover a way to integrate it into the training of ninjas, thereby enhancing the potency of their jutsu. Naturally, this endeavor will require time and further experimentation." As I exchanged a glance with Hinata, my heart brimmed with anticipation. We both understood that Orochimaru's experiments often yielded unforeseen outcomes. Perhaps this time, it could genuinely usher in a new hope for the Hidden Leaf Village. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Master, I have a matter I would like to trouble you with." Orochimaru, intrigued, inquired, "Zijian, what is it?" With a stoic expression, I addressed Orochimaru, "Orochimaru-sensei, I wish for your assistance in resurrecting Sarutobi Hiruzen." Upon hearing my words, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. "To bring back teacher Sarutobi," he murmured softly, "this is no simple task." I hurriedly spoke, "Orochimaru, my esteemed master, I understand this is a formidable challenge. Yet you are the only one endowed with such capability. I implore you, please assist me." Orochimaru regarded me for a moment before finally nodding in acquiescence. "Very well, Zijian, I shall endeavor to assist you. However, resurrecting the deceased demands an exorbitant price, and there is no guarantee of absolute success. You must brace yourself for the consequences." I gazed at Orochimaru with gratitude, expressing my heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Uncle Orochimaru. Regardless of the outcome, I am sincerely appreciative of your assistance." Orochimaru offered a faint smile in response. "There is no need for thanks. Having made a promise to you, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Now, let us commence our preparations." In the ensuing days, Orochimaru and his team busied themselves, gathering an array of precious herbs and secret techniques, readying themselves for a formidable ritual. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puzzled, inquired, "Am I not dead?" "Indeed, you have passed on." This was the voice that called him, and it belonged to me. I gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a surge of emotion, tears shimmering in my eyes. "Is it truly you, my esteemed Third Hokage? How I long for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently, ruffling my hair. "Yes, little Naruto and little Hinata, I have missed you dearly as well. I never anticipated that I would have the opportunity to see everyone again." Orochimaru, standing nearby, elucidated, "This is the resurrected Sarutobi-sensei, brought back through a forbidden technique. Though his body remains frail and will require time to recuperate." With great joy, I exclaimed, "Wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Orochimaru." Subsequently, along with Hinata and Orochimaru, I returned Hiruzen Sarutobi to the Hidden Leaf Village, ensuring he received ample care to recuperate. I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, the Hidden Leaf Village shall flourish and grow ever stronger. The following day, Hinata and I visited the residence of the Third Hokage, where I revealed my true identity to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Together with Hinata, I explained, "Grandfather Third Hokage, I am not Naruto Uzumaki. My name is Gong Zijian." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen did not display any surprise. Instead, a gratifying smile graced his face. "I have known for quite some time. Although you possess Naruto's appearance, your gaze and demeanor reveal a different essence," he remarked. "However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you have inherited the will of fire that resides within Naruto." He then recounted his past experiences with Naruto, along with his hopes for him. Hiruzen expressed his desire for me to continue the legacy of the will of fire, to safeguard the Hidden Leaf Village, and to become an exceptional ninja. I am profoundly moved, and I vow to live up to the expectations of Sarutobi Sasuke, striving diligently to evolve into an exceptional ninja. Hinata has also pledged her unwavering support for me. I addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Third Hokage, saying, "Grandfather Hokage, Hinata and I have joined the Umbu, and Uchiha Sasuke has become the Seventh Hokage. I expressed my joy at your inclusion in the Umbu." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "The Umbu is a vital force of Konoha, entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding the village and executing special missions. You must always remain vigilant and continually enhance your strength and skills." I nodded in understanding, affirming, "I will strive alongside Hinata to contribute to the Umbu and Konoha." I added, "However, Sasuke becoming Hokage is also a commendable development." Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered thoughtfully, noting, "He possesses unique experiences and talents that may lead Konoha toward a new era of glory." Yet, Hinata expressed her concerns, stating, "There are still some villagers who oppose Sasuke's ascendancy to Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, Hinata. The villagers will gradually come to recognize Sasuke's abilities and determination. As long as he genuinely cares for the village, he will undoubtedly earn their recognition and support." As Hinata and I exchanged a glance, a profound sense of confidence and purpose surged within us. We resolved to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the struggle for the protection of Konoha Village. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of Hinata and me, "Have you and Hinata tied the knot?" "Zikwan?" Hyuga and I exchanged a glance, sharing a blissful smile, before addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. "We have already married, and in fact, we have tied the knot twice," we declared. "That is wonderful," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. "Seeing your happiness brings me great comfort. The future of Konoha rests in your capable hands." In unison with Hinata, I declared our unwavering commitment to strive diligently. At that moment, I presented 2 books to Hiruzen Sarutobi, addressing him, "Grandfather Hokage, please take a look at these volumes." Curiously, he inquired, "Zijian, what are these books?" I elucidated, "Grandfather Hokage, these tomes are the works of Laozi and Zhuangzi, which I acquired from my previous world to gift to you." Accepting the books, Hiruzen Sarutobi began to peruse them attentively, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. "Oh, these are texts on Taoist philosophy. Zijian, you truly possess a thoughtful heart," he remarked with a smile. "I shall read them diligently." I added, "Taoist philosophy emphasizes harmonizing with nature and governing through non-action, which may provide valuable insights for managing the village. Indeed, while we safeguard our village, we ought to cherish our harmonious coexistence with nature." Hiruzen Sarutobi responded, nodding thoughtfully. "Thank you for your thoughtful gift, Zijian," he said, patting my shoulder. "I hope you glean even deeper truths in your future cultivation." I nodded slightly, signifying my commitment to diligent training. Hinata watched me with a gentle smile beside me. From that day forth, I devoted myself to intense practice, while also delving into the profound philosophies of Taoism, aspiring to integrate them into my ninjutsu. I am acutely aware that the journey ahead is fraught with challenges, yet I shall tread this path with unwavering resolve, for the sake of safeguarding the Hidden Leaf Village, and to honor the expectations of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I glanced at the time and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "All right, Hokage-sama, Hinata and I are about to take our leave." Together with Hinata, we activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. In Chapter 90, Hanabi also expressed her desire to accompany us to the real world. Upon hearing Hinata and me extolling the virtues of the real world, Hyuga Hanabi yearned to join us. I gently explained to Hanabi, "I'm afraid, Hanabi, that your Byakugan is not sufficient. Only those possessing the Rinnegan or the Rebirth I can traverse through ocular techniques." I helplessly spread my hands, indicating the inevitability of the situation. Hanabi displayed a moment of disappointment, but soon regained her composure. That's all right. In that case, I shall dedicate myself to training here, striving to awaken the rebirth I as soon as possible, she declared resolutely. As Hinata and I exchanged a glance, a wave of emotion washed over us. Hanabi, you can do it. We believe in you, we encouraged. From that moment on, Hanabi devoted herself even more fervently to her training, aspiring to realize her dreams. Hinata and I assisted Hanabi in awakening her Tensigen, and with our support, she successfully unlocked this power. She gazed at us with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Thank you, Azuma and sister. I shall make the most of these eyes and safeguard our village, Hanabi declared. We nodded in agreement, our hearts brimming with gratification. In the days that followed, Hanabi relentlessly honed her skills, mastering the power of the Byakugan. Her rate of growth was extraordinary, as she gradually emerged as a formidable force within the village. Throughout this journey, Hinata and I remained steadfastly by her side, offering unwavering support and encouragement. At last, Hanabi was presented with an opportunity to prove her worth. One day, the village came under attack from an external force, and Hanabi stepped forward, showcasing her immense strength. With the power of the Byakugan, she repelled the adversaries, safeguarding the peace of the village. The villagers sang her praises, heralding her as a hero. Hanabi understood that her relentless efforts had not been in vain. She had realized her true potential. Hinata and I brought Hanabi into the realm of reality. I activated my Rinnegan and opened the dimensional gate, and the three of us stepped into this unfamiliar world. Hanabi gazed around with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Hinata and I smiled as we introduced her to the myriad marvels of the real world. We strolled along the streets, immersing ourselves in the vibrancy and bustle of the modern metropolis. Hinata and I took Hanabi to the amusement park, where she eagerly pulled us to try various rides, laughter reverberating in the air. Subsequently, we entered a restaurant to savor delectable cuisine. Hanabi, filled with curiosity for the novel dishes, incessantly inquired about their origins and preparation methods. After dinner, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. Hanabi gazed up at the night sky, her eyes reflecting aspirations for the future. This world is truly beautiful, and I must strive harder to make our village as prosperous as this place. Hinata and I exchanged smiles, feeling a profound pride in Hanabi's growth. Throughout this journey in the realm of reality, Hanabi gleaned much and fortified her convictions. Accompanied by the brilliant fireworks, we collectively anticipated the beauty of the future. Later that evening, Hinata and I returned home with Hanabi to our abode, which exuded a sense of advanced technology. Hanabi explored her home, filled with wonder at the array of high-tech gadgets. She attempted to operate some smart devices, her face alight with an excited smile. As Hinata and I observed Hanabi's joyful demeanor, we resolved to instruct her on the utilization of these advanced technological devices. With patience, we elucidated and demonstrated, and before long, Hanabi adeptly grasped the skills. Subsequently, we gathered on the sofa to enjoy a film together. The expansive screen and immersive sound effects captivated Hanabi, who couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of modern technology. After the movie concluded, Hanabi felt a bit weary. Thus, Hinata and I escorted her to the bedroom, preparing for a well-deserved rest. Hanabi reclined upon the plush bed, enveloped in soft linens, and soon succumbed to slumber. As we gazed upon her tranquil visage, Hinata and I felt a profound sense of contentment. This journey into the tangible world was an unforgettable experience for Hanabi. We hope that in the days to come, she will carry the knowledge she has acquired back to the village, enhancing its beauty. The next day, Hinata and I went to retrieve our children, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei. Upon seeing us, the children rushed over with excitement and embraced us. "Mom and Dad, you've finally returned," exclaimed Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei with delight. The girls beside Hinata and I inquired about the identity of our companion. I introduced her to them, saying, "Children, this is your mother's sister. Do you remember her?" At that moment, Hanabi greeted Konohamaru and Hanabi, saying, "Little dragon and little Aoi, it's been a while. I am your sister Hanabi." I couldn't help but think how Hanabi had ultimately become the very embodiment of her character in Boruto. I turned my gaze towards Hinata, who also seemed to express a sense of resignation. We introduced Hanabi to the children, who welcomed her arrival with great enthusiasm. Hanabi and the children quickly bonded, engaging in playful activities together. Observing their joyous expressions, Hinata and I exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with happiness. We resolved to bring Hanabi along more often. allowing her to experience an abundance of delightful moments. Simultaneously, we hoped that Hanabi would share this joy with the villagers, enabling everyone to appreciate the wonders of the real world. Chapter 91. Hinata dons the golden full-body suit. What transpired with Hinata wearing the golden, skin-tight suit in front of Hanabi? It all began when Hanabi discovered a golden, skin-tight suit at our home in the real world and inquired about it with Hinata. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, stammering an explanation. Well, that's a gift from your brother-in-law, Zijian. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of confusion crossed Hanabi's eyes. She certainly understood the nature of my relationship with Hinata. Yet her curiosity was piqued regarding why Zijian would bestow such a gift upon Hinata. Seeing Hanabi's expression, Hinata grew even more bashful and hastily added, "Actually, it's a training suit designed to enhance agility and defensive capabilities." Upon hearing this, Hanabi finally comprehended, breaking into a smile as she remarked, "I see. It looks quite splendid. However, Hinata, you truly look adorable in it." Hinata, flattered by Hanabi's compliment, couldn't help but smile back. The atmosphere between the two lightened, becoming joyous and lively. At that moment, I returned home, pushing the door open to find Hinata and Hanabi engaged in cheerful conversation, the ambience wonderfully harmonious. Hinata, clad in the golden full-body suit, showcased her graceful figure, exuding both allure and charm. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances, silently marveling within. Huaxia noticed my arrival and teasingly remarked, "Zijian, brother-in-law, your timing is impeccable. To take a look at how lovely Hinata looks in this outfit." Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson as she bashfully turned away. I stepped forward and gently patted Hinata's shoulder, exclaiming, "You truly look exquisite, my dear. This training attire suits you perfectly." Hinata lowered her gaze with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Hanabi, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, did you just call me sister?" I replied to Hanabi, "I addressed you as my dear sister." I then inquired, "Hanabi, what troubles you?" To which she responded, "Nothing." Yet, within her heart, she thought, "How infuriating. I am overwhelmed by this display of affection." The three of us engaged in light conversation for a while before coming together to prepare dinner. In the warm ambience, we spent a delightful evening. Seeing the bond between Hinata and me, Hanabi felt reassured. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I inquired if Hinata was free the following morning. Hinata lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. "Is there something on your mind?" she asked. I scratched my head, feeling a bit bashful, and replied, "I wish to take you to a place where the night view is exquisite. I believe you would truly enjoy it." A joyful smile spread across Hinata's face as she responded, "That sounds wonderful. I would be delighted to go." Hanabi, smiling from the side, chimed in, "You two should go and relish your time together." The next evening, I brought Hinata to our promised destination, a rooftop atop a towering building, offering a panoramic view of the entire cityscape. Hinata was mesmerized by the breathtaking scene before her. She gazed quietly, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. I gently wrapped my arm around her waist, savoring her warmth. In that moment, it felt as though we had forgotten all our worries, leaving only the comfort of each other's presence. I said to Hinata, "My dear, I adore you. Shall we not return to the world of Naruto?" Hinata gazed at me, her eyes brimming with hesitation and inner turmoil. After a brief silence, she slowly replied, "Zijian, I too love you, but we bear responsibilities and obligations. The world of Naruto needs us. We cannot simply depart." I comprehended Hinata's sentiments. She has always been a kind-hearted individual with a strong sense of duty. I sighed and said helplessly, "I understand. You are right. We cannot evade our responsibilities. However, I hope we can find a balance that allows us to protect the world of Hokage while also cherishing our own happiness." Hinata nodded, gripping my hand tightly, and we resolved to strive together, certain that we could achieve it. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire city. Hinata gazed upward, her face reflecting a determined expression. "That is the light of hope," she murmured. "We must believe that the future will undoubtedly be brighter." I smiled at her, my heart brimming with love and admiration. No matter the difficulties and challenges that lay ahead, as long as we stand side by side and move forward together, we shall create a future that belongs to us. The following morning, we returned Hanabi to the world of Hokage. Chapter 92. Hanabi desires a full-body suit ever since that day when she saw Hinata in a full-body suit. Hanabi also wished to acquire one. She entered a clothing store, where the staff warmly welcomed her. Hanabi expressed her desire to purchase a full-body suit, and the attendant promptly presented several styles and colors for her selection. After trying on a few, Hanabi ultimately chose a blue full bodysuit that accentuated her graceful figure. After completing her purchase, she eagerly donned her new attire and hurried home. Along the way, she encountered several acquaintances who gazed at her in astonishment. Yet, Hanabi paid them no mind, her thoughts solely focused on reaching home to show her brother her new look. Upon arriving home, Hanabi dashed into the living room, where Konohamaru was watching television. When he saw Hanabi appear in her suit, his eyes sparkled with delight. He praised her attire, joking that his sister had become even more charming. Hanabi felt a surge of happiness at her brother's words and resolved to experiment with different styles in the future. At that moment, Hinata and I returned to the world of Hokage, observing Hanabi proudly showcasing her new outfit, which made us exchange knowing smiles. Hinata complimented Hanabi's taste, while I noticed a hint of envy in Konohamaru's eyes. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Hanabi playfully smiled and suggested, "Brother, you should try wearing a full body suit too. You would undoubtedly look handsome." Konohamaru's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, "I think I'll pass." However, after Hanabi's insistence, he was ultimately persuaded. Days later, when Konohamaru appeared before everyone in a dashing full body suit, astonishment swept through the crowd. His once youthful demeanor was accentuated by the suit, presenting him as more mature and composed, eliciting admiration from all. From that day onward, Hanabi and Konohamaru became the fashion pioneers of the village, their full-body suit styles setting a new trend. Meanwhile, Hinata and I quietly reveled in these changes, embracing the vibrant and ever-evolving world around us. The following day, upon our return to the world of Naruto, Hinata and I found ourselves in the office of the Seventh Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha. To our surprise, he appeared to be engaged in conversation with none other than I, the Hokage of the Cloud Village, and Killer Bee. Upon noticing our presence, they inquired about my identity. I chose to disregard their question and directly conveyed my purpose to Sasuke, expressing my desire to comprehend the current state of affairs in the ninja world. After a moment of silence, Sasuke informed me that relations among the various nations remained strained, particularly after enduring several wars that had irrevocably shattered trust. My heart sank at this revelation. Observing my reaction, Hinata gently grasped my hand, signaling me to remain composed and not overly anxious. She then inquired about Naruto's well-being. Sasuke replied that Naruto was tirelessly striving to uphold peace in the ninja realm. However, he too felt overwhelmed by the increasingly intricate circumstances. During our discourse, I noted that I and Killer Bee maintained a vigilant demeanor, evidently harboring reservations towards Sasuke, a former rogue. Nevertheless, Sasuke appeared unperturbed, fully aware that altering others' perceptions is a formidable challenge. Ultimately, we bid farewell to Sasuke and departed from his office. I turned to Hinata and said, "My dear, do you see that?" Hinata nodded adorably, her expression affirming, I revealed a sly smile and told her, "Tonight promises an extraordinary spectacle." Curiosity sparkled in Hinata's eyes as she inquired, "What kind of spectacle awaits us this evening?" "Some secrets are best kept hidden. You will find out soon enough." I teased her, leading Hinata to the rooftop of the Hokage building. As night fell, the entire village illuminated in a cascade of lights. I pointed towards a distant grove, saying, "Look, that is the location of their operation tonight." Hinata followed my gesture and noticed several shadows stealthily approaching the forest. "They are ninjas, and they appear quite formidable," she remarked softly. "Indeed, they are here at Sasuke's behest to protect us," I replied with a sense of pride. "It seems that I and Killer Bee will return empty-handed this time." Not long after, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from the woods. I could faintly see that Sasuke's subordinates had successfully thwarted I and Killer Bee's advance. "How impressive!" Hinata exclaimed in awe. "Sasuke's prowess extends far beyond this," I reflected, gazing into the distance with a sense of gratitude. Thanks to Sasuke's meticulous planning, the consequences could have been dire. "Thank you, my love," Hinata murmured, resting her head gently on my shoulder. I gently caressed her hair, saying, "No need for thanks, my dear. I shall forever protect you." Beneath the moonlight, the silhouettes of the two of us appeared particularly tender. The following day, Hinata and I returned to the office of the Seventh Hokage, Sasuke, where we once again encountered Hokage and Killer Bee. This time, I would no longer feign. I laid all my cards on the table, with a gaze imbued with indifference. I turned to the two of them and addressed Hokage Tsukiyo and Killer Bee. "I am Gong Zijian, the former incarnation of Naruto. At the same time, I am also the husband of Hinata Hyuga." My words left Hokage AI and Killer Bee utterly astonished. I unleashed a formidable aura upon them, and they were both taken aback by the sheer intensity of my presence. I addressed the Fourth Hokage, saying, "Do you recall the winter of Konoha's 53rd year? Yuzuru, your envoy nearly abducted Hinata Hyuga. Furthermore, they forced the head of the Hyuga branch family to his demise." The Hokage, turned to Hinata and expressed, "I am truly sorry. I apologize." I then remarked to Yuzuru, "You have offered your apologies, but can the lives lost ever be restored?" I continued, "Today, I have come to convey a message. I can overlook past grievances, but should you dare to cast your eyes upon Hinata again, do not blame me for being unmerciful." With that, I took Hinata by the hand and departed. Upon returning home, Hinata, with a look of concern, inquired, "Is it truly all right to treat them this way?" I reassured her, "Do not worry. With me by your side, no one can harm you." Hinata smiled and nodded, embracing me tightly. Chapter 93. The Death of Hokage. The land of lightning as Hidden Cloud Village is a place I hold in deep disdain. For they once kidnapped the young Hinata Hyuga and forced to death her uncle, Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi was the father of Neji Hyuga. I can never forget the harrowing scene of Hisashi's tragic demise before my very eyes. From that moment, I vowed to ensure that the Hidden Cloud Village pays dearly for their transgressions. I tirelessly endeavored to hone my skills, ultimately emerging as a formidable ninja. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of vengeance for my beloved wife, I embarked upon this path of retribution. Upon reaching the borders of the Land of Lightning, at the Village of Cloud, I gazed upon the familiar yet alien terrain, and the flames of fury within me intensified. Gripping my weapon with unwavering resolve, I charged headlong into the village. I transformed into a dark demon, vanquishing the wretched souls in a tempest of blood and carnage. After the storm had settled, I found myself amidst the debris, gasping for breath. My visage was stained with the blood of my foes, and in my eyes lingered a hint of exhaustion intertwined with a sense of fulfillment. Yet, just as I was poised to depart, a deep, ominous laughter echoed in my ears. I swiftly turned to behold a figure approaching, none other than the Fourth Hokage, Yagura. "Did you truly believe this was the end?" His voice thundered through the air. "The sins you have committed shall be avenged by every soul in the Hidden Cloud Village." I clenched my teeth tightly, gripping the weapon in my hand with unwavering resolve. Confronted by the formidable Fourth Hokage, a fierce battle was inevitable. I unleashed the Flying Thunder God Slash and addressed Hokage. "Do you recall this technique?" "Of course," he replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. "For this was a closely guarded secret of Konoha. Today, you shall experience its might." I bellowed, launching myself once more into the Flying Thunder God Slash. Charging toward Hokage, he deftly sidestepped, then brandished his blade of lightning, initiating a counterattack. I deftly evaded his assaults, simultaneously employing a myriad of ninjutsu in an endeavor to uncover his vulnerabilities. In that fleeting moment, the arena was filled with flashes of lightning and the crackling of sparks. It dawned on me that it was time to unleash my ultimate technique. "Ascending into the sky with the art of sky dance," I declared, "prepare to face my onslaught." I roared with fervor, "Behold my ultimate technique." I concentrated my chakra into a brilliant azure, infusing the Rasengan with an immense quantity of shadow-infused chakra. I compressed this Rasengan into a black, Jupiter-shaped sphere and hurled it towards Hokage. I bellowed at him, "This is the parting gift, the Great Spiral Wheel." The Great Spiral Wheel whirled at a tremendous velocity, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth as it surged towards Hokage. His eyes widened in disbelief as he summoned all his strength in a futile attempt to withstand the impending onslaught. However, the might of the Great Spiral Wheel far exceeded his imagination, engulfing him entirely. With a deafening explosion, the very ground trembled beneath the force. As the dust settled, Hokage was no more, reduced to mere ashes. From that moment forth, the Hidden Cloud Village would cease to exist in the shinobi world. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The battle had finally come to a close, and I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Hyuga residence. Upon seeing me, Hinata inquired about my whereabouts. I offered her a weary smile and informed her that I had just completed a significant mission. With concern etched on her face, Hinata asked if I was injured. I shook my head, reassuring her not to worry, and gently brushed my fingers through her hair. We sat upon the sofa, relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility. My thoughts drifted back to the recent fierce battle with the Fourth Hokage, eliciting profound emotions within me. Hinata listened intently as I recounted the details of the conflict, her eyes brimming with admiration and concern for my well-being. After a brief respite, I resolved to continue my training, striving to better protect our village and those dear to me. Together with Hinata, we ventured into the training grounds, embarking on a new regimen. We were steadfast in our belief that through relentless effort, we would undoubtedly grow stronger and safeguard all that we hold dear. Chapter 94. Terumi Mei is the fourth Mizukage of the Land of Water and hails from the Hidden Mist Village. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, yet remains unattached, having yet to capture the affection of a man. Presently, she finds herself in the unfortunate position of being an older single woman. On this day, Hinata and I arrived in the Land of Water for a leisurely visit. I donned a black trench coat, adorned with the yin-yang fish motif on its back. Hyuga Hinata, too, was clad in a matching couple's outfit. However, unlike me, she wore a traditional black hanfu. Her attire also featured a yin-yang fish design on the back. We entered a restaurant, eager to indulge in the local delicacies. Just as we were about to place our orders, I caught sight of a familiar figure, Kagami Mei. She sat alone in a corner, exuding an air of solitude. Hinata, unable to resist, greeted her. Kagami Mei lifted her gaze, and upon recognizing me, inquired about my identity. With an aloof demeanor, I replied, "I am Gong Zijian, Hinata's husband." A flicker of surprise passed through Kagami Mei's eyes. She scrutinized me from head to toe, a subtle smile curving her lips, revealing a charming expression. "So you are Hinata's husband. What a pleasure to meet you," she remarked. Her voice gentle yet laced with a hint of teasing. "Hinata often speaks of you." I smiled politely, yet a sense of bewilderment lingered in my heart. Did Hinata frequently mention me in front of Terumi Mei? How was I unaware of this? "Please, have a seat and enjoy some food." Terumi Mei gestured towards the empty chair beside her, inviting us to sit down. With a hint of shyness, Hinata took my hand as we settled across from Terumi Mei. "The cuisine at this restaurant is quite delightful. I highly recommend trying the seafood platter," Terumi Mei enthusiastically suggested. We ordered a seafood platter and began to indulge in the exquisite flavors of the meal. As we savored our dishes, Mei Ming engaged us in conversation, and the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of ease and joy. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that Mei Ming's gaze occasionally lingered upon me, as if she had something she wished to express. I addressed Kawakama, saying, "Speak, Ms. Kawakama, do you have something to convey to me?" In truth, it was nothing significant. "I merely found you to be quite extraordinary." Kawakama smiled, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, and remarked, "You know, very few men can withstand my allure. Yet you remain so indifferent towards me." With an expression of indifference, I gazed at her and calmly explained, "Lady Koizumi, you are mistaken. I am merely reserved and not particularly adept at expressing myself." "Is that so?" she retorted, shaking her head gently. "I believe you are deliberately seeking my attention." After saying this, she stood up, approached me, and leaned down to softly whisper in my ear, "Perhaps you were hinting at something?" Her breath brushed against my face, carrying a subtle fragrance. In my heart, I thought, this trick may work on Jiraiya, the old lecher, but it holds no sway over me. I regarded her with an impassive gaze. With a resounding slap, I struck Koamiya's face, extinguishing the affection she held for me. Koamiya, clutching her swollen cheek, exclaimed in disbelief. "You." I casually responded, "My apologies, Miss Koamiya, but it seems there was a mosquito on your face." Now, she regards me with a tumultuous blend of love and hatred. I exchanged glances with Hinata, expressing my concern. What should I do? "My dear, it seems she has taken a liking to me." Hinata reassured me, "Do not worry, my love, for I am here." "Thank you, my darling, I cherish you," I replied. At that moment, Hinata feigned a cough, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Come now, Mei, do not jest. Zijian is not that kind of person." Mei chuckled awkwardly and returned to her seat. "All right, no more jokes. However, I must admit, this is the first time I've encountered such an intriguing man." Subsequently, the three of us continued to relish the delectable cuisine while engaging in lighthearted and enjoyable conversation. I turned to Mei and remarked, "I have heard that there is also a person with Byakugan in your vicinity. Is that correct?" "Indeed, his name is Chin," Mei replied. "He is a ninja from our village, possessing formidable strength. Are you interested in him?" Feigning a moment of contemplation, I nodded and remarked, "Indeed. I have heard that the Byakugan possesses the remarkable ability to perceive an opponent's chakra points and meridians. It is an exceptionally formidable ocular technique. I wish to inquire about the Byakugan from Miss Hinata." A gentle smile graced Hinata's lips as she replied, "Very well, since you express such earnest curiosity, I shall share with you some insights regarding the Byakugan. This technique not only enables one to see through an adversary's chakra points and meridians, but also facilitates long-range observation and tracking. Furthermore, the Byakugan exhibits a profound insight, allowing one to detect foes concealed in the shadows." I thought to myself, I have known this all along. I feigned an avid interest and continued to inquire, "Are there any weaknesses associated with the Byakugan?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Mei Feng responded, the user of the Byakugan must maintain a state of calm and concentration should their emotions become overly stirred or if they are subjected to distractions. The efficacy of the Byakugan significantly diminishes. Furthermore, the Byakugan possesses a relatively weak resistance to Genjutsu, rendering its wielder susceptible to such illusions. I quietly took note of these key points, pondering that should I encounter the Otsutsuki clan in the future, I would be adequately prepared. At that moment, Hinata gently tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "My dear, it is time for us to return." I nodded in agreement, bid farewell to Kaguya, and left the restaurant with Hinata. Once outside, Hinata inquired about my intentions. I smiled at Hinata and reassured her, "Fear not, my dear. My sole intention is to eliminate this man named Ao." Hinata expressed her concern. Could this be dangerous? I replied, "Not at all, my darling. Even in perilous circumstances, I shall safeguard you. Today, we shall boldly venture into the tiger's den." Hinata reflected inwardly, "Thank you, Zijian, for our Hyuga clan." That evening, Hinata and I arrived at Ao's residence. After dispatching Ao, we extracted one of his Byakugan eyes. I then activated Amaterasu, at which moment Ao's eye suddenly emitted a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire room. "What is happening?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Hinata gazed at Ao's eye in horror. It seemed as though he were still alive. Indeed, Ao slowly opened his eyes, fixing us with a peculiar smile. "Did you truly believe that stealing my Byakugan would subdue me?" Ao's voice took on an ominous tone. With that, he extended his hands, and a tremendous force surged forth from his being. I mused to myself, how intriguing. I felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively took a few steps back. This is not good. He is about to launch a counterattack. I called out urgently. Hinata also sensed the impending danger and immediately unleashed her ninjutsu in an attempt to thwart Ao's assault. However, our strength far exceeded Ao's expectations, and together we effortlessly shattered his offensive, pressing our assault upon him. Little did he know that I possessed the Rinnegan. I have absorbed Qing's soul using the Rinnegan's Predapath. Subsequently, we returned to Konoha Village utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. We presented Qing's Byakugan to the Hyuga clan, and Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, has grown fond of me. Chapter 95. Long time no see, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino. At a recent gathering of classmates, Hinata, Sasuke, and I were present, along with some distinctive members of Team 8, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno. Upon seeing me, both Shino and Kiba appeared utterly bewildered. With an air of aloofness, I greeted them, introducing myself as Gong Zijian, Hinata's husband. My self-introduction left Shino and Kiba even more astonished, while Sakura shyly lowered her gaze. "Hello, Mr. Gong Zijian." Shino was the first to regain his composure and extended his hand towards me. I grasped his hand and nodded. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba spoke up, expressing his surprise that Hinata had actually gotten married, and that her husband was so handsome. As he spoke, he gave me a thumbs up. A gentle smile graced my lips as I cast a glance at Hinata beside me, her face radiant with a blissful expression. "All right, everyone, let us not linger here chatting. Let us head inside." Sakura urged us into the private room. We entered, settled down, and began to relish this rare moment of reunion. Shikamaru and Sasuke shared with Kiba and Shino the revelation that I, Gong Zijian, was the reincarnation of Naruto Uzumaki. Initially, they were incredulous, their expressions tinged with skepticism, deeming the notion utterly absurd. However, as Sasuke and Shikamaru meticulously recounted my experiences and the striking similarities to this world's Naruto, their disbelief began to waver. If that were true, it would be simply astonishing. Kiba exclaimed. "I still find it hard to believe," Shino remarked, shaking his head. At that moment, I resolved to demonstrate some skills from this life to affirm my identity. I extended my hands, began to gather chakra, and then executed the shadow clone technique and Rasengan. "This is Naruto's ninjutsu," Kiba exclaimed in astonishment. Shino's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as he finally accepted the reality before him. "So you truly are the reincarnation of Naruto. That's incredible," Kiba said with excitement. I further revealed to them that I had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. "What? You've even learned the Flying Thunder God technique?" Shino stared at me, wide-eyed in disbelief. Kiba enthusiastically patted my shoulder, truly worthy of being Naruto's previous incarnation. "You must teach us this technique." I shook my head with a smile and, after explaining to them the difficulties in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, "Wow, that's so hard to learn. I think I'll pass." I said to Inuzuka Kiba, "Let me tell you, Kiba, My precious Hinata has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing my words, Kiba's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Hinata has actually learned it? His eyes widened in disbelief. Then I must learn it as well. Yamanaka Shino, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, however, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed no simple feat. It demands exceptional talent and diligent effort. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this technique is not infallible and must be adeptly applied according to the realities of battle. Inuzuka Kiba clenched his fist, resolute in his determination. No matter how arduous the task, I shall master it, for the sake of becoming a more formidable ninja. I smiled, acknowledging that such determination is commendable. However, remember that haste makes waste. It is essential to remain grounded. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. And soon, Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Ten entered. Hyuga inquired with curiosity, I heard you all were discussing the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Inuzuka Kiba leaned forward eagerly. Niji, why not learn this marvelous technique as well? Hyuga chuckled softly, shaking his head. I am more intrigued by the Byakugan inherited by my clan. However, if the opportunity arises, I would be quite interested to see Hinata utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. I jested with Hyuga. Are you also yearning to take flight? Hyuga looked bewildered. What did you just say? You mentioned wanting to see Hinata perform the Flying Thunder God technique, correct? With a swift motion, Hinata appeared beside Niji, brandishing a kunai against his neck, startling him. How are you, Niji and I? She inquired. Afterward, she returned to her seat as if nothing had happened and engaged in conversation with everyone. What are you discussing that seems so lively? Tintin curiously asked. We're deliberating on how to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Kiba interjected eagerly. Wow, that sounds so cool. Can I learn it too? Tintin blinked her wide eyes in anticipation. Hello, beautiful. You must be Hinata's future sister-in-law, right? Tintin remarked with a bewildered expression. I whispered to her, rest assured, I shall safeguard your husband, Niji. It's merely a friendship between Niji and me, Tintin hurriedly clarified. I replied to Tintin. I was merely jesting. Our subsequent discussion shall revolve around the Flying Thunder God technique. Tintin expressed her desire to learn the Flying Thunder God and grow stronger. Of course. But this is not a skill that can be mastered overnight. I chuckled. I fear no challenges. As long as I can become stronger, I am willing to try anything. Tintin asserted with determination. Very well, let us strive together. I encouraged. Everyone promptly expressed their commitment to intensifying their training and enhancing their abilities. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. What is happening? I asked, rising alertly. We'll find out by going outside, Kiba exclaimed, eager to rush out. I followed suit with others, only to witness a group of women embroiled in a heated argument. It turned out that Jiraiya had been ejected from the bathhouse for peeping at the girls. Hinata and I exchanged glances, feigning ignorance of his identity. I signaled to Sasuke, who responded with a broad smile, indicating he would handle the situation. We then returned to our private room, sharing knowing smiles as the conversation gradually shifted to other topics. This gathering allowed us, once comrades, to deepen our understanding of one another, infusing our paths of growth with renewed vigor. As we relished the delectable cuisine, we exchanged updates on our lives. I recounted some memories from my past life, which captivated their attention. Just as we were enjoying our lively discussion, the door swung open, and a familiar figure entered. It was Naruto. Naruto. Everyone rose to welcome her arrival. Upon seeing me, she displayed a look of surprise. Zijian, Hinata, you both came. Naruto, you made it. Come, take a seat, I warmly beckoned her. Naruto approached the table with a smile, greeting everyone. Her gaze settled on me, and with curiosity, she inquired. Zijian, I heard you are the reincarnation of Naruto. Is that true? I smiled and nodded. Indeed, but now I am called Gong Zijian. Wow, how cool. A glimmer of envy flashed in Naruto's eyes. By the way, Naruto, how have you been lately? Inuzuka Kiba interjected. I'm doing well, just finding the training a bit arduous. Naruto lamented. Haha, keep it up, Naruto. Shikamaru encouraged. As we dined and conversed, the atmosphere remained light and joyous, and before we realized it, time flew by. Eventually, it was time for us to depart. Hyuga Hinata and I rose to bid farewell to everyone. Goodbye, Zijian and I. Hinata-san, let us play together again next time. Naruto waved her hand in farewell. Yes, goodbye. Hinata and I exited the restaurant, our hearts filled with myriad emotions. This gathering had allowed us to experience the warmth of friendship and had strengthened our resolve to protect this world. Chapter 96. Arriving in the real world with Haruno Sakura. Sasuke granted Hinata and me a month off, to which I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I returned to our home with Hinata. I turned to her and announced, the esteemed Hokage has granted us a month's vacation. Hinata inquired, is that true, Zijian? I gazed earnestly at her and affirmed, indeed, Hinata. It has been far too long since we last saw our children, Zilong and Xiao Kuei. Hinata replied, I miss them dearly, my love. Are we returning to the real world tomorrow? I nodded in agreement. I miss them too. Just then, the doorbell rang. I went to answer it, and to my surprise, it was Sakura from Teammate. Zijian-kun, I heard you and Hinata are taking a month off. How wonderful. Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Yes, it has been a while since we last saw the children, so this is the perfect opportunity to visit. I responded with a smile. When do you plan to set off? Sakura asked curiously. Tomorrow, but we need to prepare today, I said, inviting her inside. I also wanted to tell you that I've applied for leave to join you in the real world. Sakura declared joyfully. Hinata was equally delighted. That's fantastic, Sakura. We can enjoy a wonderful holiday together. I can hardly wait. Sakura exclaimed, adding, by the way, I brought some gifts for the children. With that, she unveiled several packages. Wow, thank you, Sakura. Hinata exclaimed, receiving the parcels with great joy. Let us get ready quickly. We depart tomorrow, I said with a smile. Thus, the three of us busied ourselves, packing our luggage and purchasing local specialties. The following day, filled with anticipation, we embarked on our journey to the real world. I activated my Rinnegan's dimensional gate, and together we traversed through it, arriving in the reality that felt both familiar and endearing. We're finally back, Hinata exclaimed with excitement. Upon our return home, the children, brimming with joy, rushed towards us. Mom and Dad, exclaimed Zilong and Xiaokue. We embraced the children, enveloped in warmth. Sakura presented them with gifts, which they adored. In the days that followed, we shared countless moments of joy, visiting parks, watching films, and savoring delightful cuisine. When Sakura beheld the high-tech marvels of my and Hinata's home, she was utterly astonished. Her curiosity about these advanced gadgets was insatiable, and she bombarded us with questions. Hinata and I patiently elucidated their functions and operations. Subsequently, we resolved to take Sakura on a tour of Huawei. Upon witnessing the array of cutting-edge equipment and technology, her amazement was palpable, exclaiming that it resembled a world from the future. On the final day of our holiday, we invited Sakura to join us at our concert. From her vantage point in the audience, she gazed at Hinata and me on stage, tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes. After our performance concluded, we approached her, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace. Thank you for such a wonderful holiday, Sakura expressed. It was our pleasure, Sakura. We will certainly bring you along next time. I replied with a smile. The following morning, Hinata, Sakura, and I returned to the world of Naruto, sharing our experiences in the real world with the villagers of Konoha, who listened with rapt attention. Life soon resumed its tranquil rhythm as Hinata and I continued to nurture our family and careers. Sakura frequently utilized her Rinnegan to visit us in the real world, further deepening our friendship. Each reunion was filled with discussions about our lives, sharing amusing anecdotes, and occasionally delving into the mysteries of ninjutsu, fostering mutual growth. Thus, transcending the boundaries of time and space, the three of us became the best of friends. As days turned into weeks, our bond only grew stronger. One day, inspired by a whimsical thought, Sakura proposed that we establish a ninja school to perpetuate the legacy of ninjutsu from our world. Hinata and I readily agreed, and preparations commenced. Through our collective efforts, the school was swiftly established. We welcomed a group of aspiring ninjas, personally imparting to them various techniques and skills. Witnessing their gradual growth filled our hearts with a profound sense of accomplishment. Throughout the teaching process, we perpetually sought innovation, integrating knowledge from the real world to develop novel ninjutsu. These techniques were not only powerful and practical, but also embodied our understanding and appreciation of friendship. As time passed, the renown of the ninja school burgeoned, attracting students from diverse realms. Our camaraderie flourished within the walls of this institution, transcending and elevating our bond. In Chapter 97, Hinata was discovered by our children wearing a full body suit. What transpired? It turns out that Hinata donned the suit for dance practice, and the children, filled with curiosity, gathered around her, chattering incessantly. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she flusteredly attempted to explain herself. I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how wonderfully innocent and endearing children can be. At that moment, A spark of inspiration struck me, and I resolved to tease them a little. I feigned seriousness and said, "In truth, this is my mother's superhero costume." The children's eyes instantly lit up, clamoring to see Hinata showcase her superpowers. Hinata looked at me helplessly. I gestured to her, and she reluctantly began to perform some ninjutsu as special effects. The children erupted in applause, expressing their desire to become superheroes like their mother. Witnessing their joy filled our hearts with immense happiness. This little episode enriched our family with warmth and amusement. At that moment, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei rushed to embrace Hinata, exclaiming, "Mom, we wish you would wear the full body suit every day." Hinata, feeling somewhat bashful, gazed at the children and gently replied, "All right, my dear ones, I shall consider your suggestion." She tenderly caressed their hair, her eyes brimming with affection. In the days that followed, Hinata indeed donned the full body suit daily. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she persevered for the sake of her children's happiness. The children grew even more lively and adorable, always surrounding Hinata, engaging in superhero games. The familial atmosphere became increasingly harmonious, filled with laughter and joy in every corner. This delightful experience became one of our family's most cherished memories. One day, while Hinata was reading at home and the children played in the living room, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Naruto standing there. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Hinata exclaimed, astonished. "I heard that you wear the full body suit every day, so I came to see for myself," Naruto replied with a smile as she stepped inside. The children, upon seeing Naruto, rushed over to surround her, eagerly recounting their mother's superhero tales. Hinata's face turned crimson. "Is everything all right?" she murmured, her voice timid. "Just wait a moment," she added, hesitating before retreating into the room. After a while, she emerged wearing the full body suit, causing Naruto's eyes to sparkle with delight and laughter. "How do I look?" Hinata asked nervously. "You look fantastic." "Hinata, you truly resemble a genuine superhero," Naruto exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. "However, I am even more curious about how you would fight in that outfit." "Fight?" Hinata responded, perplexed. "Yes, let us engage in a superhero battle," Naruto proclaimed excitedly. "I will play the villain, and you shall defeat me." "All right." Hinata was inspired by Naruto's enthusiasm and became eager as well. Thus, an intense battle unfolded in the living room, with the children cheering and laughing in support. In the end, Hinata, with her agility and resolute spirit, triumphed over Naruto, becoming the hero in the eyes of the children. "Mom is amazing." The children clustered around Hinata, their faces radiant with pride. This joyous game rekindled the warmth of family, allowing Hinata to experience the profound happiness and fulfillment of motherhood. At that moment, I returned and, upon witnessing the scene before me, could not help but smile with contentment. The interaction between Hinata and Naruto was imbued with warmth and vitality, and the children were thoroughly enjoying themselves. "It seems you are having a splendid time," I remarked. "Uzuki-an, you're back," Naruto exclaimed as she rushed over to greet me. "Indeed, seeing you all so happy brings me joy as well," I replied, playfully ruffling Naruto's hair. Hinata approached, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she expressed, "Thank you, dear. I truly had a wonderful time today." Taking Hinata's hand in mine, I smiled and said, "No need for thanks. It is simply what family ought to do. Together, we shall create even more beautiful memories." Naruto glanced at the time and then addressed us, saying, "Uzuki-an, Hinata-1. I must head home now. Let us gather again next time. Goodbye." We both bid her farewell, and after her parting, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Just then, the doorbell rang. I opened the door to find Niji standing there. "Uncle Niji." The children cheered as they rushed towards him. "Hello, everyone. I heard such commotion and came to see," Niji said with a smile. "Welcome, welcome." I invited Niji inside. I said to Hinata, "My dear, I shall prepare dinner, so please keep Niji company." Hinata replied, "Sure. Let's sit down together after we finish our meal and share the moments of our lives." That evening, our home was filled with joyful laughter, where familial bonds and friendships intertwined, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled warmth. Niji noticed the clasp of our hands, and a hint of contentment glimmered in his eyes. "It seems you both are quite happy," Niji remarked. "Indeed, we cherish our present life," I responded. Hinata smiled and said, "Niji, you should also find a companion." Niji paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Such matters cannot be rushed." The children, eagerly clamoring for Niji to tell them a story, prompted him to share amusing tales from his childhood. Everyone listened intently, bursting into fits of laughter from time to time. Time flew by swiftly, and as night deepened, Niji rose to take his leave. I must return now, but I shall visit again soon. Goodbye, Uncle Niji. The children waved, reluctant to part ways. As Hinata and I escorted Niji to the door, watching his retreating figure, a wave of emotion surged within me. My dear, it is time for us to rest, I said to Hinata. Indeed. Good night, my love, Hinata replied, leaning into my embrace. At that moment, I teased her, saying, how does it feel to be enveloped in that full-body suit, sweetheart? Instantaneously, Hinata's face flushed crimson. She gently swatted at me, playfully pouting, you naughty one. Seizing her hand as she playfully hit me, I pulled her closer to my side. I placed a kiss upon the seal on her forehead, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Then, I wrapped my arms around her, grinning mischievously. As we made our way into the bedroom together, once we lay upon the bed, we engaged in delightful conversation. Hinata recounted amusing anecdotes from her childhood, and I listened intently, occasionally interjecting with a few words of my own. As our conversation flowed, we unwittingly drifted into slumber, our lips curving into blissful smiles. In our dreams, our family continued to thrive in harmony, basking in endless joy and warmth. The following morning, Hinata donned that full-body suit once more. We prepared breakfast together while the children played in the living room. Hinata donned her snug bodysuit, her movements slightly awkward yet still exuding an enchanting grace. After our meal, we resolved to take the children for a stroll in the park. The sun shone brightly, and the air was crisp and refreshing as we wandered along the verdant path. Embracing the splendor of nature, the children frolicked joyfully while Hinata watched over them tenderly, her face radiating the brilliance of maternal love. Upon returning home, I busied myself with household chores while Hinata attended to the children. Observing my diligent efforts, Hinata's heart swelled with affection and gratitude. This is our life, simple yet profoundly happy. Chapter 98. Niji and Tenten. Niji and Tenten are disciples of Mike K. Originally, Niji had perished, but my presence instigated a butterfly effect that allowed him to live on to this day. Today, Hinata's Niji and Tenten are to be wed. Our family, including our children, Gong Zijian and Gong Kue, attended the ceremony. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Karen, and their child, Uchiha Sarada, also graced the occasion. In the hall, Niji appeared dashing in a black suit, while Tenten looked stunning in her pure white wedding gown. Hand in hand, they approached the altar to receive the blessings of their guests. I now pronounce you husband and wife, declared the officiant. Niji and Tenten exchanged smiles and shared a kiss. After the ceremony concluded, guests rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Niji and Tenten expressed their gratitude to each visitor, happiness illuminating their faces. That evening, the newlyweds entered their beautifully adorned new home. Tenten shyly nestled into Niji's embrace as he gently caressed her hair, both savoring this tender moment. In the days to come, they will face life's challenges hand in hand, creating cherished memories together. The following morning, Hinata, our children, and I visited Niji and Tenten's new home. We inquired whether they desired to go on their honeymoon. In unison, Niji and Tenten replied affirmatively. I activated the dimensional gateway of my Rinnegan, and the six of us stepped into the realm of reality. We decided to spend some time exploring this place. The wonders of modern society filled us with curiosity, and Ningxi and Tian, like children, eagerly ventured into this unfamiliar world. We visited many renowned attractions, savored a variety of exquisite cuisines, and engaged in exhilarating amusement activities. Throughout this journey, we collected countless joyful moments and gained a deeper understanding of one another. However, the blissful times were fleeting. Before long, we had to bid farewell to this reality and return to our original world. Yet, this unique experience would forever remain a treasured memory in our hearts. Upon returning to their original world, Ningxi and Tian began to plan for their future. They resolved to utilize this time to nurture their family while also contributing more to their village. They transformed a cozy room in their home into a study, where they would learn together and delve into ninjutsu, aspiring to cultivate an even more remarkable next generation. Additionally, they actively participated in village affairs, offering assistance and support to the villagers. Amidst their busy lives, Ningxi and Tian always made time for each other. They strolled through the village streets, relishing the serene atmosphere, and shared the little moments of life, drawing their hearts closer together. As time passed, their family gradually expanded, and their children began to grow. Ningxi and Tian witnessed their children's development, and their love became ever more resilient through the trials of time. They understood that the road ahead was long, yet they were willing to face every challenge hand in hand. 3 months after their marriage, Ningxi and Tian welcomed their first child. I, along with Hinata, extended our congratulations to them. After 10 months of pregnancy, the child was born, with Hinata assisting Tian during the delivery. The arrival of their son filled Ningxi and Tian with boundless joy. They tenderly cared for the baby, and Hinata and I often visited to offer help and share parenting advice. As days went by, the baby thrived in health. Ningxi and Tian diligently worked to balance their family life with village responsibilities. Ningxi named the child Hinata Mirai. One day, the village was attacked by enemies. Ningxi bravely led the ninjas in defense while Tian ensured the safety of their family. After the battle, Ningxi returned home, exhausted, only to be greeted by the sight of his baby reaching out tiny hands to grasp his father's fingers. In that moment, all of Ningxi's fatigue vanished. Both Ningxi and Tian understood that their responsibilities extended beyond safeguarding their small family. They were also protectors of the entire village. In the days to come, they would continue to strive for peace. Chapter 99. Sakura Haruno transforms into a mummy. What transpired that caused Sakura Haruno to become a mummy? It all began when Sakura observed Hinata donning a full bodysuit, transforming into a hero for the children. Inspired, Sakura purchased a similar outfit. However, upon wearing it, she unexpectedly morphed into a mummy. Sakura felt both astonished and bewildered, struggling to comprehend why the same attire appeared heroic on Hinata yet resulted in her own peculiar transformation. She attempted to remove the garment, yet it clung to her as if it were glued to her skin, proving utterly obstinate. Just as Sakura found herself at a loss, I, along with Hinata and Sasuke, made our appearance. Upon witnessing Sakura's predicament, Sasuke could not contain his laughter. Meanwhile, I maintained an aloof demeanor, gazing skyward. Embarrassed, Sakura exclaimed in frustration, "What are you laughing at? Hurry and think of a solution." Hinata, offering her comfort, reassured her, "It's all right." Sasuke, stifling his chuckles, suggested, "Perhaps we should seek Lady Tsunade's assistance. She must have a way." Thus, the four of us set off towards Tsunade's residence. Upon examining the situation, Tsunade confessed her inability to help. At that moment, I suddenly recalled a certain individual. Perhaps Orochimaru possessed the means to unravel this bizarre curse. The mention of his name cast a pall of silence over the group. After all, Orochimaru had once been a traitor and was now a wanted criminal. However, with no better alternatives at hand, Sakura reluctantly nodded in agreement. Consequently, we resolved to journey to Orochimaru's secret lair in search of aid. Along the way, we encountered several waves of ruffians, but with Hinata, Sasuke, and myself present, we dispatched them with ease. At last, the four of us arrived at Orochimaru's stronghold. Upon observing Sakura's condition, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. He informed us that he, too, was at a loss. However, as he scrutinized Sakura, a peculiar smile crept across his face. "Yet, I may be able to point you in a promising direction," he said slowly. We exchanged a glance, our hearts brimming with uncertainty and vigilance. Deep within the southern desert of the Land of Wind lies an ancient cemetery, rumored to conceal boundless treasures and enigmatic powers. Perhaps there, you may discover a means to lift the curse. Orochimaru spoke in a calm tone. Sakura furrowed her brow, contemplating Orochimaru's words. Despite her doubts, there seemed to be no alternative. "Very well, let us venture to that temple," Sakura resolved. We bid farewell to Orochimaru and embarked on a treacherous journey towards the desert. Along the way, we faced fierce winds, sandstorms, and numerous perils, yet we resolutely pressed onward. At last, a majestic temple silhouette emerged in the distance. I urged Hinata, saying, "My dear, awaken your Tensigen." "All right, Azuki," Hinata replied, and then I, along with Hinata, Sasuke, and Sakura, who was ensnared in a full-body suit, continued our journey. The four of us ventured into the graveyard and entered the ancient tomb, where a wave of antiquity enveloped us. In the heart of the grand hall stood a colossal statue, surrounded by walls etched with peculiar symbols and intricate patterns. As we cautiously explored, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the chamber. "It's the guardian beast," Hinata warned. "Alert." Suddenly, a massive creature surged from the shadows, lunging towards us. Quickly, Hinata and I unleashed our ninjutsu. After vanquishing the guardian beast, a mysterious radiance permeated the tomb. Within this luminescence, faint lines of text began to materialize. As we drew closer, we discerned the inscription, "Only by gathering the 4 divine orbs can the curse be lifted." Thus, we commenced our quest to locate the orbs within the tomb. Utilizing the abilities of her Byakugan, Hinata uncovered several concealed passages. The four of us proceeded along these corridors and arrived at a secret chamber. Inside, 4 stone pedestals stood, each adorned with a softly glowing orb. Just as we prepared to seize the divine orbs, a horde of puppet ninjas abruptly emerged, obstructing our path. The puppets moved with agility and possessed formidable attack power, plunging us into peril. At a critical moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, seizing control over some of the puppets, thus granting us precious time. Ultimately, through our collective efforts, we triumphed over the puppet ninjas and retrieved the 4 divine orbs. When the orbs converged, they emitted a blinding brilliance, and the curse was consequently dispelled. As the radiance faded, a mysterious door slowly swung open, revealing a staircase leading to the next level. It seemed we had not yet entirely escaped our plight. I calmly deduced. We exchanged a glance and resolved to press onward. Descending the staircase, we arrived at an even more eerie place, suffused with a palpable malevolence that sent chills down our spines. "Everyone, be cautious," I whispered. Suddenly, countless blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness, fixating on us with an intense gaze. "What is this?" Hinata asked anxiously. "It resembles some sort of malevolent creature," Sasuke replied, furrowing his brow. Before we could react, this horde of enigmatic beings surged towards us like a tide. In that moment, I activated my Rinnegan ability, Space Freezing, temporarily halting the advance of these mysterious entities by freezing the surrounding space. However, this power could not endure indefinitely. I needed to devise a strategy to uncover their weakness. Hinata utilized her Byakugan to scrutinize the creatures, seeking any vulnerabilities, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan, searching for potential clues in the vicinity. Just then, one of the mysterious creatures breached the frozen space, charging directly at Sakura. I swiftly employed my teleportation technique, placing myself in front of Sakura to engage in a fierce battle with the creature. During the skirmish, I discerned that these enigmatic beings appeared to be highly sensitive to sound. Each noise I made sent them into a frenzy. With this revelation, an idea formed in my mind, and I quietly conveyed to my companions, "Let us minimize our noise. I will draw their attention." They nodded in understanding. I deliberately created some commotion, luring the mysterious beings away into the distance. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke and Hinata stealthily maneuvered behind them, ready to launch their attack. Successfully closing in on the enigmatic creatures, Hinata employed her Byakugan to precisely identify their weakness. Sasuke then unleashed his Chidori, striking the creature's vital point. The wounded being emitted a harrowing cry, drawing the attention of its kin. Upon witnessing the situation, I immediately invoked Susanoo to shield my companions. Concurrently, I focused my energy and unleashed Shinra Tensei, drawing the mysterious creatures into an alternate space. After resolving the encounter with these enigmatic beings, we pressed onward in search of an escape from this bizarre realm. It was then that the 4 of us spotted a girl ahead, seemingly ensconced in a full-body suit reminiscent of Haruno Sakura. We regarded her warily, uncertain of her intentions, whether friend or foe. The girl slowly turned around, and upon glimpsing her face, we were all taken aback, eyes wide with astonishment. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Haruno Sakura. "Hello, I am Sakura." The girl greeted us with a smile. "Who are you? How can you look exactly like Sakura?" I inquired, perplexed. The girl chuckled softly, explaining, "I am Sakura's previous incarnation, the guardian of this graveyard." "Guardian?" Hinata furrowed her brow. "Then why did you attack us?" "I had no intention of attacking you." The girl shook her head. "The creatures you encountered were merely trials of this place. One must overcome them to escape." Understanding dawned upon us. "Now that we have passed the trials, can we leave?" Sasuke asked. "Yes," the girl nodded. "Follow me." We followed the girl through a door, and before us appeared a radiant light. When we opened our eyes once more, we found ourselves back in the ninja world. At that moment, Sakura Haruno was still ensconced in her tight-fitting attire. We felt utterly helpless. "From now on, this is how you must live," Sakura, Hinata, and I consoled her. Thus, Sakura's life continued in this manner. Chapter 100. After Sakura Haruno became a mummy, ever since Sakura transformed into a mummy, she has been isolated and ridiculed as a monster, much like I once was. Fortunately, I have a wonderful partner, Hinata, while Sakura has had to endure her suffering alone in silence. Often, we would find her weeping in solitude in the corners, which weighed heavily on our hearts. We longed to comfort her, yet each time we approached, she would fearfully retreat. One day, a chance finally arose for us to speak with her. I shared with her that I had once faced similar trials, but I had not surrendered. I firmly believe that everyone possesses their own worth. Upon hearing my words, Sakura lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes shimmering with tears. From that moment onward, we forged a bond of friendship, standing together against the misunderstandings and derision of others. She confided in me her affection for Sasuke Uchiha. I informed her, saying, "Sasuke has already wed my cousin, Karen." Upon hearing this news, Sakura's face revealed a look of disappointment. Nevertheless, she resolutely declared, "Even if he is married, I still harbor feelings for him." Hinata and I exchanged a knowing smile, deciding to support Sakura's choice. We commenced the formulation of a plan to assist Sakura in regaining her confidence, liberating her from the fear of others' judgment. We engaged her in a variety of activities, facilitating the formation of new friendships. Gradually, Sakura blossomed, acquiring the ability to confront misunderstanding and ridicule with grace, while also solidifying her affection for Sasuke. Although she was aware that this sentiment might not culminate in fruition, she remained steadfastly devoted to silently safeguarding Sasuke. I suddenly recalled 3 individuals who remained single. The first is Rock Lee, the second is Ino Yamanaka, and the third is Kiba Inuzuka. Among these 3, 2 are companions of Sakura Haruno. I resolved to facilitate a budding romance between them, and thus, I conferred with Hinata to orchestrate opportunities for their interaction. We extended an invitation to Rock Lee, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka to partake in a gathering, meticulously arranging a series of interactive games. Throughout the activities, they gradually cast aside their prejudices and reveled in merriment. Notably, Sakura discovered a plethora of shared interests with Kiba, who, in turn, developed an affectionate regard for her. Upon the conclusion of the gathering, Hinata and I approached Kiba to inquire about his feelings for Sakura. Bashfully, Kiba lowered his gaze and admitted his fondness for Sakura, yet he was at a loss for how to convey it. Hinata and I encouraged him to muster the courage to confess his feelings to Sakura, offering him various suggestions. A few days later, Kiba finally summoned the bravery to invite Sakura for a stroll. They meandered through the park, engaging in delightful conversations about their preferences and aspirations. Seizing the moment, Kiba professed his heartfelt emotions to Sakura, who, deeply moved, graciously accepted his affection. From that day forth, Sakura and Kiba blossomed into a joyful couple, confronting life's challenges together, supporting one another, and growing in unison. Hinata and I shared in their happiness, wishing for their enduring bliss. The atmosphere between them became increasingly harmonious, and witnessing their joyful interactions brought us great comfort. Perhaps a new chapter of romance was about to unfold. Before long, they were wed. In the aftermath of their marriage, Sakura and Kiba embraced a simple yet blissful life. Frequently, they undertook missions together, demonstrating an impeccable synergy that rendered them exemplary partners within the village. One day, Kiba took Sakura back to his hometown, a place adorned with vast forests and numerous adorable dogs. Enchanted by the picturesque surroundings, Sakura strolled through the woods with Kiba, savoring the allure of nature. During one of their missions, misfortune struck as Sakura sustained grave injuries. Kiba, consumed by anxiety, vigilantly remained by her side day and night. With his tenderness and care, he supported Sakura through her most arduous times. Ultimately, Sakura recovered, and their bond emerged even more resilient. As time flowed, they welcomed the culmination of their love, a child. The arrival of this new life bestowed upon them boundless joy and responsibility. Together, they devoted themselves to nurturing this little being, witnessing the miracle of growth. Chapter 101. Hinata and I brought Kiba Inuzuka and Sakura Haruno into the real world. Shortly after their marriage, Kiba and Sakura, in an extraordinary twist of fate, found themselves alongside Hinata and me in the realm of reality. This phenomenon transpired because Sakura revealed to Kiba that I possessed the ability to traverse dimensions. They approached Hinata and me with a request, hoping we could escort them on their honeymoon in the real world. Without hesitation, Hinata and I acquiesced to their plea. I activated my Sharingan, preparing to embark on this remarkable journey. My nine-tailed reincarnation Eyes dimensional gateway has transported Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura to this realm. Is this truly the real world? How splendid it is. Upon their arrival, Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura exclaimed in wonder. Hey, let's not get too distracted by the sights. We should quickly find a hotel, I suggested to Hinata. Thus, our party of 4 embarked on a quest to locate suitable accommodations. After a thorough search, we finally discovered a hotel that met our needs. Once we completed the check-in process, we entered our room. What a comfortable bed! Kiba exclaimed as he flung himself onto it. You two should rest well. We can explore tomorrow, I said. With that, Hinata and I stepped out of the room, allowing the two of them to enjoy their time together. The following day, the four of us visited an amusement park, where we reveled in joyous activities. Hand in hand, Kiba and Sakura rode the roller coaster and enjoyed the carousel, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. At noon, we found a restaurant within the park to dine. After our meal, we resumed our playful adventures. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky, prompting us to seek shelter. At that moment, Kiba spotted a stall selling umbrellas. He dashed over to purchase one and then handed it to Sakura. Receiving the umbrella, Sakura felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. Once the rain ceased, the sun emerged, casting its golden rays upon us, enveloping us in delightful comfort. We exited the amusement park together, concluding a splendid day. I brought Kiba and Sakura to the home that Hinata and I shared in the real world, much to Kiba's astonishment, as our abode was filled with high-tech gadgets. What are all these? Kiba curiously inquired while fiddling with the various advanced devices. With smiles, Hinata and I explained to him that these are the fruits of modern technology, including smart home systems and virtual reality devices. Inuzuka Kiba listened with rapt attention, continually expressing his admiration. Haruno Sakura, having previously visited our home in the real world, remained quite composed. Subsequently, I guided them through other rooms, showcasing even more advanced technological marvels. Inuzuka Kiba was filled with curiosity about these intriguing items, incessantly inquiring about this and that. Eventually, we settled in the living room, watching a program on television and basking in the cozy atmosphere. Thank you for allowing us to experience so many fascinating things, Inuzuka Kiba expressed gratefully. It's my pleasure. You are always welcome to visit, I replied with a smile. Thus, Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura enjoyed a delightful time at Hinata's and my home, gaining a deeper understanding of the real world. On the third day, we took Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura to the Hunan Provincial Museum to see the Lady Shinjue exhibit. Upon entering the museum, they were captivated by the artifacts before them. Their curiosity about ancient culture piqued. During the tour, they beheld the remains of Lady Shinjue, marveling at the preservation techniques of the ancients. Afterwards, we explored numerous precious relics, deepening our knowledge of Hunan's history and culture. As we left the museum, Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura were profoundly moved. This visit had granted them a richer understanding of the real world. We have resolved to embark on further explorations together, immersing ourselves in the allure of diverse cultures. On the fourth day, we returned to the world of Naruto. Upon our return, Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura eagerly shared their experiences from the real world with others. Everyone was filled with curiosity and longing for the advanced technology and ancient artifacts they had encountered. Consequently, Hinata and I decided to regularly organize trips to the real world for everyone, broadening their horizons and introducing them to new marvels. After each journey, we would gather to exchange insights and share our feelings. This interworld communication not only strengthened our bonds of friendship but also imparted many valuable skills and knowledge. As time progressed, the ties between the world of Naruto and the real world grew ever closer, fostering a shared vision for a brighter future. Chapter 102. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina Uzumaki Kushina, the mother of Uzumaki Naruto, is indeed a remarkable matriarch. One day, she and Namikaze Minato observed their daughter-in-law, Hyuga Hinata, hand in hand with a man possessing black hair and dark eyes, engaged in laughter and conversation. Kushina inquired of Minato, "What is happening here?" Minato explained, "That is Naruto's past life, Gong Zijian." Kushina's mouth fell open in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the man. A past life? Naruto has a past life? Minato gently nodded, affirming, "Indeed, and to my knowledge, this Gong Zijian is also a martial artist." Kushina was even more astonished. She had previously believed her son to be an ordinary ninja, unaware of such a mysterious past life. "But why is he here?" she asked, puzzled. Minato sighed. "I do not know, but I sense his presence will surely impact the Hyuga clan and Konoha. We must closely monitor his every move." Kushina nodded in agreement, her resolve strengthening to protect her son and daughter-in-law, safeguarding the peace of Konoha. At that moment, Hinata and I called into the void, "Mom, Dad, come out." We beamed at the two figures that suddenly appeared before us. "Hello, Father, Mother." Kushina and Minato exchanged glances, slightly taken aback by my politeness. "Greetings, Gong Zijian," Minato replied. "Surprisingly, your perceptiveness is quite remarkable." I thought to myself with a chuckle, I am, after all, a martial artist, and with Naruto's soul integrated within me, I have acquired skills he never possessed. Your arrival has indeed caught us off guard. However, since you are Naruto's past life, perhaps you can bring us some delightful surprises," Minato remarked. I nodded slightly, hoping to make some contributions to the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, it is a place I once called home. Hinata approached me and clasped my hand tightly. Welcome home, Zijian. I gazed at Hinata, my eyes brimming with tenderness. Thank you, my dear. Your presence brings me immense comfort. Subsequently, we engaged in a discussion about how to confront the challenges that may lie ahead. Everyone believed that with my involvement, the Hidden Leaf Village would grow even stronger. The following day, the two of us visited the home of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I recounted the moment I entered Naruto's body, revealing that he harbored a Shura's chakra, which left them both astonished. I disclosed the fusion of my soul with Naruto's. And from that day forth, I became Naruto. Upon hearing this news, Minato and Kushina were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, shattering their world into fragments. How could this be? Minato murmured, his complexion pale and his body trembling slightly. Kushina collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face. No, this cannot be true. She cried out in despair. Their hearts were heavy with anguish and helplessness. This news was far too burdensome for them to bear. They were at a loss on how to confront this harsh reality or what the future might hold. In that moment, it felt as though time stood still, rendering everything devoid of meaning. They could only silently endure the pain, awaiting the passage of time to heal their emotional wounds. At that juncture, Hinata and I comforted them, saying, Mom and Dad, I will honor you as Naruto would. Minato and Kushina found solace in my words, their hearts lightening considerably. Thank you, Zijian, they both expressed joyfully, grateful that my soul remained within Naruto. From that day forth, I officially became the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Chapter 103, Kushina's full-body suit. Since that day, upon seeing me, Kushina accepted me, Zijian, as her son. It was also from that day that Kushina started wearing a full-body suit. What prompted this change? It turned out that she admired how beautiful her daughter-in-law, Hinata, looked in a similar outfit and inquired where Hinata had purchased it. Hinata shared the store's details with her, and thus Kushina procured several outfits, wearing them daily. One day, Naruto and Sasuke came over for a visit. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the sight of Kushina in her full-body suit, leaving them momentarily speechless. Naruto stammered, Mom, you look stunning today. Sasuke, blushing, kept his head lowered. At that moment, I approached, observing their expressions and couldn't help but chuckle. I patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, You too, don't be shy. Mom looks beautiful, and we should be happy for her. Naruto nodded and then turned to Sasuke, asking, What do you think, Sasuke? Sasuke lifted his gaze, glanced at Kushina Uzumaki, and softly replied, Indeed, she looks quite lovely. Upon hearing the compliments from her son, daughter, and her daughter's friend, Kushina felt a surge of joy in her heart. With a smile, she remarked, You little rascals, your flattery is becoming increasingly sweet. After saying this, she entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. At that moment, Hinata and Minato returned home. Upon entering, they greeted everyone in the living room with warm smiles. Naruto and Sasuke stood awkwardly to the side, while I, Zijian, approached my father and wife to provide an update on the situation. Minato, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, praising his wife. My dear, you truly look enchanting today. Hinata chimed in, Mom, that outfit suits you perfectly. Kushina beamed with happiness, grateful for her family's compliments, and resolved to experiment with different styles in the future. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table, relishing a delightful meal while engaging in cheerful conversation. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, with each face radiating happiness. At that moment, I sensed a surge of chakra approaching our home, prompting me to set down my utensils and rise. I'll step outside to take a look. You all continue eating, I whispered, hastily making my way to the door. Upon opening the door, I beheld a stranger standing on the threshold, clad in dark attire. The figure's eyes glinted with mischief, instantly raising my wariness. I inquired, Who are you? What brings you to my doorstep? The person chuckled, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, and said, I'm a ninja from the neighboring village. I heard you had a delectable feast tonight, and came to investigate. A wave of incredulity washed over me. Such a flimsy excuse was hard to believe. Leave at once, or I shall not be accommodating, I retorted, assuming a combat stance. In an instant, the figure leapt lightly onto the rooftop and vanished from sight. I gasped, realizing this person possessed remarkable skills. Just then, a commotion erupted from within the house, followed by the sounds of a scuffle. Rushing back inside, I found an elderly man being overwhelmed and wept for mercy from 3 women. Minato and Sasuke stood there, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a voice called out to them. Naruto, Hinata, Mom, cease this at once. It was I, Zijian, who explained to the 3, this man is none other than Jiraiya, my master. Hinata, Kushina. And Naruto recognized the lecherous old sage, and upon hearing my words, they halted. Jiraiya scratched his head, awkwardly laughing, haha, it's been a while. You all remain as warm-hearted as ever. Naruto, furious, exclaimed, you old pervert, how dare you spy on my mother changing? Jiraiya quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, it's all a misunderstanding. Just then, Minato approached with a smile, saying, since you're a teacher, why not come in and join us for dinner? Everyone took their seats and began to enjoy the meal. Throughout the evening, Jiraiya regaled us with tales of his adventures, eliciting laughter from all. After dinner, Jiraiya prepared to take his leave. I escorted him to the door, and he patted my shoulder, saying, young man, take good care of your family. I nodded, watching his retreating figure, my heart brimming with myriad emotions. I turned to the enchanting figure beside me and said, my dear, it is time for us to return. Hinata replied, indeed, my husband. After bidding farewell to my family in this world, we made our way back to the Hyuga household. In Chapter 104, the topic of martial practitioners arose. Hinata inquired, what does it mean to be a martial practitioner? I elucidated. A martial practitioner is one who enhances their strength through the cultivation of martial arts. They possess the ability to harness inner energy, execute various techniques and skills, and even traverse the air with grace, soaring through the skies. As I patiently explained, I noticed a glimmer of yearning in Hinata's eyes. That is truly remarkable. I too wish to become a martial practitioner. I smiled gently and patted her shoulder, assuring her that with determination and perseverance, success is within reach. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, demanding a substantial investment of effort and time. Hinata nodded resolutely, proclaiming her fearlessness in the face of adversity and her commitment to strive diligently. Witnessing her unwavering confidence brought me great solace. Thus, recognizing her aspirations, I offered to impart some fundamental cultivation techniques. Yet, it is imperative to remember that cultivation transcends mere physical exertion. It is equally a refinement of the spirit. I informed Hinata that through diligent practice, one could attain immortality. Upon hearing my words, Hinata appeared quite stunned. It was from that day forward that I began to impart the fundamental techniques of cultivation to her, and she approached her studies with utmost seriousness. As time swiftly passed, Hinata adeptly mastered the basic skills. One day, while we were practicing as usual, she suddenly inquired, my dear, if I persist in my training, will I truly be able to achieve immortality as you have claimed? With a smile, I gently prodded her forehead, encouraging her, my dear, as long as you remain persistent and continually transcend your limits, you may reach your aspirations. However, immortality is not the ultimate goal. What truly matters is the profound understanding of life's essence gained through the journey of cultivation. Hinata nodded thoughtfully, her gaze resolute. Henceforth, her dedication to her training intensified, each movement radiating strength. As days turned into weeks, Hinata's martial prowess flourished. Her physique grew sturdier, and her internal energy deepened. One day, amidst the mountains, we encountered a mysterious elder. He gazed at Hinata, exclaiming, this girl possesses extraordinary talent. Given time, she will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Overjoyed, Hinata brimmed with anticipation for the future. The elder smiled faintly, presenting her with a tattered martial arts manual, saying, I acquired this many years ago. It contains the profound essence of martial arts. I hope you will utilize it wisely. Hinata, overwhelmed with gratitude, accepted the manual as if it were a treasured gem. From that moment forth, her path of cultivation gained momentum, leading to rapid progress. The elder was none other than Otsutsuki, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Hinata devoted herself to studying the manual day and night, immediately putting her insights into practice. As time passed, her strength burgeoned. One day, while training, Hinata felt a surge of internal energy, signaling a potential breakthrough. She focused her mind and guided the energy through her meridians. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from within her, causing the winds to howl and leaves to rustle. Hinata opened her eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within. She had successfully broken through her limitations, entering a new realm. Yet, she was not content with merely this. With a sense of duty towards the Hyuga clan, Hinata and I resolved to depart from Konoha, embarking on a journey of mastery. Accompanying her, I traveled across various lands, where we sparred with numerous skilled practitioners, continually gathering experiences and lessons. Throughout this process, not only did our martial abilities enhance, but our spirits also grew more resilient. Eventually, we emerged as formidable forces, our names resonating throughout the ninja world, our tale becoming legendary. During our travels, we encountered a ninja named Zabuza. Upon hearing of our exploits, he expressed admiration for our abilities and invited us to Mist Village. In Mist Village, we met many exceptional ninjas, exchanging insights and exploring the mysteries of martial arts together. Here, Hinata and I also unearthed secrets regarding the Otsutsuki clan, granting her a deeper understanding of her lineage. In pursuit of further clues, we resolved to press on. Their journey was fraught with challenges and dangers, yet Hinata steadfastly maintained her unwavering belief, steadily advancing toward her goals. 3 years later, we reached the pinnacle of our powers. At the age of 18, we were in the prime of our youth. Even after attaining divine status, we did not halt our relentless pursuit of progress. We are acutely aware that the enhancement of our strength knows no bounds. One fateful day, we chanced upon whispers of a clandestine organization known as the Shadow of Darkness. It is said that this organization wields formidable power and enigmatic technology. In pursuit of a higher echelon of strength, Gong Zijian, myself, and Gong Huaxia.An resolved to delve into the mysteries of the Shadow of Darkness. Throughout our investigation, we encountered formidable adversaries and treacherous traps. Nevertheless, with our exceptional prowess and indomitable will, we repeatedly transformed peril into safety. Ultimately, we unveiled the colossal conspiracy lurking behind the Shadow of Darkness. The mastermind, known as Otsutsuki Ishiki, is the very same who vanquished the Nine Tails within Naruto's being in the Boruto series. It became clear that the Shadow of Darkness had been clandestinely developing biochemical weaponry with the ambition of dominating the entire ninja realm. We, unwilling to tolerate such malevolent intentions, resolved to engage Otsutsuki Ishiki in a climactic confrontation. In the heat of battle, Huaxia.An and I coordinated our efforts, unleashing our most powerful jutsu. Yet, Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength exceeded our expectations. He possessed the ability to absorb our chakra. Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I turned to Huaxia.An, saying, "My dear, I apologize. I had forgotten. To confront Otsutsuki Ishiki, we cannot rely on ninjutsu. We must employ taijutsu and senjutsu instead." Huaxia.An nodded, comprehending my intent. The two of us swiftly adapted our strategy, launching our assault with physical techniques. Our agility is as swift as that of a flying swallow, and the clash of our fists and palms creates an aura of might. Each move embodies boundless strength, targeting the vital points of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Despite Otsutsuki Ishiki's desperate attempts to fend us off, he gradually finds himself overpowered. Seizing the opportunity, Gong Zijian and Hinata launch a final strike in unison, ultimately vanquishing him. As Otsutsuki Ishiki collapses, the shadows of darkness also disintegrate. The world of ninjas is restored to peace, and the people express their profound gratitude towards Gong Zijian and Hinata. Meanwhile, Gong Zijian and Hinata continue on their path of cultivation, believing that more challenges await us in the future. Thus, we have become the heroes in the hearts of the people. Chapter 105, The Trial of Otsutsuki Kagaya after defeating Otsutsuki Ishiki. Gong Zijian and Hinata journeyed to another ninja realm. What transpired? It turned out to be a trial set forth by the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya. For both Hinata and me, reluctantly, Hinata and I consented to traverse into another realm of ninjas. Hinata and I embarked on a new life in this unfamiliar ninja world. Everything here felt so alien, requiring us to readjust and enhance our abilities. We encountered a myriad of challenges, engaging in fierce battles with new adversaries. During our explorations, we stumbled upon enigmatic scrolls that contained powerful jutsu and secrets. Through relentless study and training, we gradually mastered advanced ninjutsu techniques. However, as time passed, we sensed that this ninja realm harbored a more significant crisis. To address the looming threat, we resolved to conduct a thorough investigation, unveiling the truth behind it all. In the course of our inquiry, we fortuitously rescued a ninja being pursued. He revealed to us that this world was shrouded by a dark force intent on dominating the entire realm. The mysterious scrolls held the key to unraveling the enigma of this sinister power. In pursuit of further clues, we decided to venture to the ancient ruins mentioned within the scrolls. Along the way, we faced numerous formidable foes, yet through our synergy and increasingly refined ninjutsu, we repeatedly turned peril into safety. At last, we reached the depths of the ruins. There, we discovered an ancient tome detailing an evil power, which contained the ultimate jutsu capable of vanquishing the dark force. However, mastering this technique demanded a tremendous sacrifice. Would we succeed, and at what cost? Hinata and I exchanged a resolute glance, our eyes brimming with determination. We resolved to learn this ultimate jutsu at any cost to save this ninja realm. Through arduous training, we endured both physical and mental torment, inching closer to the essence of the ultimate jutsu. Ultimately, after countless failures, we succeeded. Yet, this triumph was accompanied by an overwhelming backlash, pushing our bodies to the brink. At that moment, the Dark Force became aware of our endeavors and dispatched a legion of assassins to hunt us down. Confronted with an unprecedented predicament, we stood our ground, unleashing the ultimate jutsu we had just learned, engaging in a breathtaking showdown with our enemies. The outcome was that we, as a couple, eradicated that Dark Force entirely. Then we returned to our original world. After defeating the Dark Force, we chose to retreat into seclusion, leading a life of simplicity. However, this tranquil existence did not last long. One day, a mysterious letter shattered the peace, mentioning that another world was facing a new crisis and required our assistance. After much contemplation, we resolved to embark on another adventure. This time, we would confront even more unknown challenges. Yet we firmly believed that as long as love and justice resided in our hearts, we could overcome any adversity. Thus, hand in hand, we stepped forth into a new journey. This time, we brought my parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, clad in their full-body attire, along with us. Throughout our journey through time and space, we encountered a multitude of perilous situations. However, through unwavering determination and mutual trust, we transformed peril into safety time and again. Upon finally arriving in another realm, we discovered it shrouded in malevolent forces, with its inhabitants living in fear. We immediately engaged in battle, confronting the dark powers with fervor. Minato exhibited extraordinary prowess, his flying thunder god technique rendering the enemy utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Kushina employed formidable sealing jutsu to weaken our adversaries. Hinata and I exerted our utmost efforts to repel the encroaching evil. Amidst the fierce clashes, we gradually unveiled the conspiracy lurking behind this crisis. It became apparent that a mysterious dark organization sought to dominate all realms. To thwart their nefarious plans, I addressed my parents and my beloved Hinata, stating, "Father, Mother, Hinata, we must unite all possible forces." Minato and Kushina nodded in agreement, affirming, "Understood, Zijian." I turned to Hinata, suggesting, "My dear, it would be best if you donned the full body suit." My proposal left Hinata a tad embarrassed, yet after I elucidated the benefits of wearing such attire during stealth missions, she quietly vowed to wear a full body suit for future assassination tasks. At that moment, I inquired of Kushina, "Mother, didn't you purchase several full body suits? Might you lend one to your daughter-in-law?" Without hesitation, Kushina responded affirmatively, "Of course, Zijian." She retrieved a storage scroll from her ninja pouch and handed it to Hinata, who expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mother." After receiving the full body suit from Kushina, Hinata promptly changed into it without a second thought. Once adorned in the suit, her silhouette was exquisitely accentuated, the fabric hugging her skin like a second layer, highlighting her slender waist and elongated legs. A faint blush graced her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of shyness. Nevertheless, her stride was resolute and confident, as if the suit had bestowed upon her newfound strength. The material shimmered subtly, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Her movements became more agile, her grace more pronounced. We could not help but marvel at Hinata's transformation, feeling the powerful aura she exuded, filled with admiration and trust in her capabilities. In the ensuing battles, Hinata fully exploited the advantages of her attire. Her speed and agility rendered her elusive to foes, while her strikes became increasingly precise and forceful. She emerged as the cornerstone of our team, leading us to victory time and again. The four of us successfully eradicated the malevolent forces of this world, and we returned. I activated my Rinnegan, harnessing its power to traverse dimensions, and thus we returned to our original realm. Gong Zijian, myself, Gong Zijian, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki shouted towards the direction of Konoha Village. "Konoha, we have returned." Chapter 106, Sealing Technique. Immortal Phoenix Kushina Uzumaki and I, her son Gong Zijian, were on an S-rank mission that led to a dire predicament. How could this happen? The S-rank mission assigned to my mother and me was, astonishingly, to save the ninja world, a notion that seemed utterly absurd. However, upon reaching the task's location, we were met with overwhelming peril. The enemies were exceptionally formidable. We fought with all our might, yet ultimately succumbed to their superiority. In a crucial moment, my mother selflessly shielded me with her own body from the enemy's assault. I stood in shock as I watched my mother's form gradually vanish, leaving behind only her head. The sight of her in such a state filled me with profound sorrow. Yet, miraculously, she was still alive. How could this be? My eyes widened as I gazed upon the remaining head of my mother, my heart brimming with despair and anguish. At that moment, a mysterious light emanated from her head, enveloping me completely. As the radiance slowly faded, I was astonished to see my mother's body restored, whole and unharmed before me. It turned out that she harbored an extraordinary sealing technique within her, a powerful force that activated automatically in moments of peril, saving her life time and again. With a gentle smile, she caressed my head and assured me that there was no need to worry. She was safe now. We resolved to gather our strength and continue our mission to save the ninja world. In the ensuing battles, my mother demonstrated extraordinary prowess, employing unique ninjutsu techniques to repel the enemy's advances time and again. Inspired by her resilience, I too continued to grow, striving to enhance my own abilities. Ultimately, we triumphed over our foes, safeguarding the peace of the ninja realm. This battle taught me that the power of a mother's love is boundless, enabling one to overcome any adversity. I requested my mother to impart the art of sealing to my beloved Hinata Hyuga, and she willingly consented. With patience, she began to teach Hinata this extraordinary power. Hinata dedicated herself to her studies, tirelessly honing her skills, and soon mastered the technique. In future battles, Hinata's prowess in sealing enabled her to repeatedly turn peril into safety, establishing herself as an exceptional ninja. Meanwhile, I continued my own rigorous training, aspiring to attain strength akin to that of Kushina Uzumaki one day. We jointly safeguard the tranquility of the ninja world, embodying the strength of maternal love. As the days pass, Hinata Hyuga and I, Zijian Gong, found ourselves amid a dire crisis when our village was besieged by an external force. The enemy was exceptionally fierce, and numerous ninjas sustained injuries. In the face of peril, Hinata and I were entrusted with the responsibility of leading a team of ninjas into battle. On the battlefield, Hinata exhibited remarkable courage. She unleashed the sealing techniques taught by Kushina Uzumaki, alongside the healing ninjutsu she had diligently mastered, illuminating the field with her prowess and swiftly mending her comrades' wounds. The morale of our team surged, and we launched a vigorous counterattack, ultimately repelling the adversaries. From that moment onward, the power of this sealing technique spread throughout the village, becoming a symbol of our commitment to peace. Hinata and I continued to uphold our mother's legacy, dedicating ourselves to the protection of our village and the preservation of this sacred art. Following this battle, our names echoed far and wide, and ninjas from other villages, having heard of the power of the sealing technique, flocked to our doorsteps, eager to learn this extraordinary skill. After deliberation, Hinata and I resolved to establish a training program for sealing techniques within our village. We wholeheartedly imparted our knowledge, and the ninjas hailing from various villages diligently absorbed it. During the training, Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata Hyuga Gong Hinata discerned that each ninja possessed a unique understanding and application of sealing techniques. Consequently, we encouraged everyone to engage in mutual exchange and share their experiences. After a period of training, an increasing number of ninjas mastered the art of sealing, returning to their villages to contribute to the preservation of peace. Moreover, Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata Hyuga Gong Hinata forged profound friendships through this training, as we united in our commitment to safeguard our village and uphold the legacy of these sealing techniques. I have named this sealing technique the Phoenix Rebirth Sealing Art. However, as time has progressed, some unscrupulous ninjas have begun to misuse the Phoenix Rebirth Sealing Art. They exploit this formidable power for personal gain, inciting a series of conflicts. Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata Hyuga Gong Hinata are acutely aware that decisive action must be taken to quell this turmoil. Thus, we resolutely step forward, embarking on a quest to locate these fallen ninjas. Along the way, we encounter myriad challenges and obstacles, but with unwavering conviction and our profound synergy, we repeatedly transform peril into safety. Ultimately, we confront those fallen ninjas and engage in an intense showdown. In the heat of battle, we fully demonstrate the true might of the Phoenix Rebirth Sealing Art, safeguarding the tranquility of our village while ensuring that those who seek to abuse power receive their just punishment. I have eradicated the entire group of nefarious ninjas. I am a decisive individual. After the battle concluded, Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata Hyuga Gong Hinata returned to the village. Although utterly exhausted, we understood that our endeavors had secured the tranquility of our home. To prevent a recurrence of such events, we resolved to enhance the management and supervision of sealing techniques. We established a dedicated organization to cultivate a cadre of loyal and responsible ninjas, tasked with the instruction and oversight of the application of these techniques. Concurrently, we extended an appeal to other villages, advocating for the formulation of regulations to govern the use of sealing arts. Through our concerted efforts, sealing techniques gradually returned to their rightful path, evolving into a powerful instrument for safeguarding peace. The names of Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata Hyuga, Gong Hinata, spread throughout the ninja world, becoming synonymous with respect and legend. Chapter 107. The Bodysuit-Clad Female Ninjas. My wife, Gong Zijian, donned a golden full-body bodysuit that elegantly framed her exquisite visage, reminiscent of a resplendent star. The bodysuit conformed to her body's contours, showcasing her flawless figure. The golden radiance shimmered upon her, as if she were a goddess emerging from the sun. Her gaze was resolute and self-assured, emanating an unparalleled strength. With each step, she moved with a lightness and grace, exuding an enchanting allure. In the throes of battle, Chutian's golden bodysuit became her emblematic attire. It not only afforded her protection but also enhanced her agility in combat. Her movements were fluid and powerful, with every strike landing with precision. The golden bodysuit thus became a symbol of her courage, strength, and beauty. Whether in the heat of battle or in the tapestry of daily life, she radiated a distinctive charm that captivated all who beheld her. In this lifetime, my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, a legendary figure from the world of Naruto, is renowned for her distinctive scarlet full bodysuit. This attire is not merely her signature garment, it epitomizes her formidable strength and indomitable spirit. The fiery red suit clings closely to her form, showcasing her exquisite curves and athletic physique. Crafted from resilient and elastic material, it is designed to withstand the rigors of intense combat and vigorous activity. The design is understated yet functional, devoid of excessive embellishments, yet it emanates a unique allure. The black edging at the neckline and cuffs adds a touch of sophistication. When Kushina dons this tight-fitting suit, she transforms into a blazing inferno, radiating power and vitality. In battle, her movements are graceful and agile, and the suit's snug fit enhances the fluidity of her every action. This scarlet full bodysuit serves not only as Kushina Uzumaki's battle attire, but also as a symbol of her spirit. It represents her passion for life, her devotion to family, and her unwavering pursuit of justice. In this lifetime, my sister-in-law, Hinata Hanabi, donned a form-fitting blue bodysuit that exquisitely accentuated her figure. The fabric of this attire was smooth and elastic, clinging to her skin as if it were a second layer. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her flawless forehead and bright eyes. Her gaze emanated a resolute confidence that was utterly captivating. Hinata's movements were light and agile as she sprinted, leaped, and rolled across the training ground, showcasing her exceptional physical prowess and combat skills. The bodysuit shimmered with a blue hue under the sunlight, making her presence impossible to overlook. In her, one could perceive the vitality of youth and boundless potential. She is a girl brimming with energy and passion, and her future holds limitless possibilities. In this world, my companion, Sakura Haruno, donned a full-body bodysuit that tightly enveloped her form, leaving only her eyes visible. Bound by the constraints of the suit, she appeared almost mummified, rendering her immobile. Her teammates gazed upon her with astonishment and concern. Inazuka Kiba inquired, "Sakura, what has happened to you? Why are you dressed like this?" Sakura replied, "I am training in a new ninjutsu, and this confinement is essential for enhancing my strength and speed." Shino Aburame observed Sakura with a burgeoning sense of admiration. He understood her relentless dedication to becoming an exceptional ninja, recognizing the immense effort she had invested. As Sakura commenced her training, her body struggled and writhed within the confines of the bodysuit. Sweat drenched the material, yet she persevered unwaveringly. After a considerable duration of practice, Sakura finally mastered the new ninjutsu. Her strength and speed had significantly improved, eliciting joy from her teammates. Chapter 108. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, a prodigy, was also a parasite, a paradox, and the elder brother of Sasuke Uchiha. On this day, he encountered me, Gong Zijian, along with Hinata and Sasuke Uchiha. Upon seeing me, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, for my visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Madara. He inquired, "Who are you?" I responded with an aloof expression, "I am Gong Zijian, the husband of Hinata Hyuga, the current head of the Hyuga clan." Upon hearing my words, Itachi Uchiha's gaze grew increasingly intricate. He regarded me quietly for a moment before turning to Sasuke and saying, "Sasuke, let us return." Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, but eventually nodded in agreement. Itachi Uchiha departed with Sasuke, leaving Hinata and me behind. Hinata gazed anxiously at their retreating figures, and I gently patted her shoulder in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. Sasuke will be fine." Yet, a flicker of doubt stirred within me. Why was Itachi Uchiha so astonished upon seeing me? Could it be that I truly share a connection with Uchiha Madara? This question plagued my thoughts, compelling me to seek the truth. I spoke to Hinata. "My dear, please return home first. I shall follow shortly." Hinata nodded in agreement. After her departure, I employed the reverse summoning technique to arrive at the abode of the Nine Tails. As I ventured into the Fox Immortal Cave, I found the Nine Tails slumbering. I roused it and inquired about Uchiha Itachi. The Nine Tails informed me that Itachi might perceive a connection between me and Uchiha Madara, perhaps due to a resemblance to one of his relatives. Furthermore, the Nine Tails divulged that Uchiha Madara was an immensely powerful entity who once collaborated with the First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to establish the Hidden Leaf Village. To unravel the truth, I resolved to seek further information regarding Uchiha Madara. I bid farewell to the Nine Tails and once more utilized the summoning technique to return. Upon arriving home, I commenced perusing ancient texts, hoping to uncover some clues. After a prolonged search, I found myself at a loss until Hinata entered and inquired about my quest. I explained to her that I was seeking information regarding Uchiha Madara, and she graciously offered her assistance. Together, we delved into various tomes and serendipitously stumbled upon an antiquated diary that chronicled the history of the Uchiha clan. Within its pages, there was mention of an individual named Uchiha Kagami, who bore a significant connection to Uchiha Madara. I resolved to investigate Uchiha Kagami further, for he might hold the key to unraveling the enigma. Thus, Hinata and I embarked on a journey to locate Uchiha Kagami. After an extensive search, Hinata and I could not locate the individual known as Uchiha Kagami. He had long since turned to ashes. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind us, and to our astonishment, it was Uchiha Itachi. He stood there, exuding an unmistakable aura of hostility, his gaze as frigid as ice. A wave of tension washed over me, for Itachi's strength was unfathomable. "Are you searching for Uchiha Kagami?" Itachi inquired, his tone icy and detached. I nodded cautiously and replied, "Indeed. We wish to comprehend the connection between him and Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Itachi let out a scoff, stating that Uchiha Kagami had perished many years ago, and his ashes had long since scattered with the wind. "Do not waste your efforts," he cautioned. I thought to myself, how true that is. Hinata stepped forward and implored, "Itachi, do you know something? Please enlighten us." Itachi glanced at Hinata, and the hostility in his eyes softened slightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly articulated, "Uchiha Madara is a terrifying adversary. His power is beyond imagination. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance, otherwise, the consequences could be dire." With that, Uchiha Itachi turned and departed, leaving us in a state of contemplation. I resolved to surrender. I looked at Hinata and said, "My dear, let us relinquish this pursuit." Hinata inquired as to why. I responded, "Beloved, I do not wish for you to suffer on my behalf. I understand your concern for me, but it is my duty to uncover the truth." Hinata resolutely replied, "Moreover, I would not want to witness your regret for having given up." I was deeply moved by Hinata's determination. She has always been so brave and steadfast, which is one of the reasons I cherish her so dearly. "Well, since you are so persistent, let us continue our search for clues." I took Hinata's hand, "But we must be cautious. If danger arises, we shall flee immediately, understood?" Hinata nodded with a smile, and we embarked on our journey once more. Though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, we firmly believed that as long as we stood together, we would surely uncover the truth. Eventually, we discovered information about a person named Uchiha Kagami. The records indicated that Uchiha Kagami was the grandfather of Uchiha Shursui and a disciple of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Hinata, looking bewildered, remarked, "This elderly gentleman, Uchiha Kagami, was actually a disciple of Lord Senju Tobarama, the Second Hokage." I chuckled and replied, "My dear, I was already aware of that." Hinata gazed at me in astonishment, her eyes brimming with admiration. "How did you know?" she inquired with curiosity. I gently caressed her hair, smiling as I proclaimed, "I possess boundless knowledge. Furthermore, I am aware that Uchiha Kagami once partook in a significant battle." Hinata, captivated by my words, eagerly inquired, "What kind of battle was it? Please, do tell me." I deliberately kept her in suspense, tantalizing her curiosity. The secrets of the universe must remain concealed. Let us unveil this enigma gradually, as we uncover more clues. Hinata, feeling a bit anxious yet resigned, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us hasten our search for additional leads. Thus, the two of us resumed our quest for the truth, hoping to unravel this mysterious conundrum. Along the way, Hinata could not contain her curiosity and asked me, "Darling, just tell me." I replied, "All right, my dear. Have you forgotten that I am a time traveler?" "So that is the case," Hinata murmured. "Do you know the outcome of this battle?" I shook my head, for I was not well versed in the specifics. I had merely heard that the battle was exceedingly fierce. Hinata's eyes glimmered with a hint of longing as she expressed her desire to know what transpired. "Do not fret, we shall uncover the truth," I reassured her. "Perhaps in the course of our forthcoming journey, we shall make new revelations." We pressed onward and arrived at an ancient library, its shelves laden with a myriad of precious tomes. Perhaps we could uncover further clues regarding Uchiha Kagami here. We inquired of the librarian about any materials pertaining to Uchiha Kagami. The librarian glanced up at us, recognizing Master Zijian and Miss Hinata, and greeted us warmly before rummaging through a pile of books. After a short while, he produced a yellowed booklet and handed it to us. "This is a historical account of the Uchiha clan. It may contain the information you seek," he stated. Hinata delicately accepted the booklet and began to peruse its contents. And indeed, she soon discovered some inscriptions regarding Uchiha Kagami. We meticulously absorbed the text, gradually uncovering details of that fateful battle. It appeared that Uchiha Kagami had displayed astonishing prowess during the conflict, yet ultimately succumbed to his adversary. However, the outcome of the battle was not the paramount concern. Rather, it was through this confrontation that Uchiha Kagami grasped some vital truths. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, both sensing the thrill of revelation within our hearts. We seemed to be drawing closer to the truth. We continued to leaf through the booklet, yearning for more information about Uchiha Kagami. Suddenly, Hinata pointed to a passage, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look here." It spoke of Uchiha Kagami's descendants. I leaned closer to verify, and indeed, it was so. Could it be that Uchiha Kagami was the son of Uchiha Madara? This revelation left us utterly astounded. If this were true, then the formidable strength of Uchiha Kagami might very well stem from the bloodline of Uchiha Madara. To substantiate this hypothesis, we resolved to seek further evidence. We scoured the library and eventually stumbled upon an ancient volume concealed in a corner. This tome meticulously chronicled the genealogy of the Uchiha clan. And under the name of Uchiha Madara, there it was Uchiha Kagami's name. It seemed our conjecture was indeed correct. Uchiha Kagami was truly the son of Uchiha Madara, which elucidated the source of his immense power. However, as we prepared to depart, a mysterious raven appeared before us. Its cold gaze seemed to pierce through us, as if it were aware of the secret we had uncovered. The raven's presence sent a chill coursing through our veins, and a sense of foreboding arose within. It appeared to be warning us that this secret could bring peril. Hinata grasped my hand tightly, and we watched the raven warily. Suddenly, it transformed into a shadow and vanished. "We must be cautious," Hinata whispered. "This secret must remain known to no one." We hastened our departure from the library, our hearts laden with trepidation for the future. Yet, concurrently, our resolve to uncover the truth grew ever stronger. Regardless of what lay ahead, we vowed to confront it with courage. Departing with this significant revelation, we prepared to share the news with others. The secrets we were about to unveil were likely to stir considerable turmoil. Thus, the two of us resolved to keep this matter confidential. Chapter 109. Crossing into the real world with family from the Naruto universe. I have brought Hinata, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki into the realm of reality. What could this possibly mean? Minato and Kushina are aware of their beloved son's ability to traverse dimensions, and they too harbor a desire to venture into the real world. At this moment, Naruto expresses her wish to join them as well. I had no choice but to acquiesce to the three of them. The following day, I opened the dimensional gate of my Ninetales reincarnation eye. We ventured through the dimensional gate and arrived in the realm of reality. Stepping out of the portal, we found ourselves in a bustling city. Hinata remained quietly by my side, while Minato, Kushina, and Naruto were captivated by the unfamiliar and novel surroundings. Hinata and I took the three of them on a leisurely stroll through the bustling streets, immersing ourselves in the vibrancy of the real world. As the five of us wandered, we drew astonished glances from passers-by, their excitement palpable, particularly upon recognizing Hinata and me. Some inquired, "Are you both Gong Zijian and Gong Hinata?" Hinata and I nodded in affirmation, and they erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Gong Zijian, Gong Hinata. Did they leave Minato, Kushina, and Naruto utterly bewildered? The trio questioned us about the unfolding situation. After I elucidated that Hinata and I were singers in this world, comprehension dawned upon them. Subsequently, we entered a music bar, seeking a brief respite. Inside, our song Mirage played, and patrons swayed rhythmically to the melody. Minato, Kushina, and Naruto occupied a corner, quietly savoring the ambience. At that moment, a young man approached, inquiring if he could take a photograph with us. I smiled and agreed, positioning myself alongside Hinata beside the young man. Once the photo was taken, he expressed his gratitude and departed. So this is your and Hinata's way of life in this world. Truly fascinating, Minato remarked with a smile. We relished a delightful time at the bar before departing to further explore this world, brimming with novelty for them. Our family of 5 returned to the home I share with Hinata in the real world. Upon entering, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were utterly astonished by the advanced technology that adorned our abode. They, along with Naruto, were filled with curiosity about the myriad of high-tech gadgets, incessantly inquiring about their functions and operations. I patiently elucidated their uses, while Hinata smiled warmly at our interaction. Subsequently, I turned on the television to showcase some contemporary entertainment programs. They were captivated, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment. After dinner, we settled on the sofa to engage in conversation. Minato and Kushina shared anecdotes from their lives in the Hidden Leaf Village, and I recounted the experiences Hinata and I had in this world. Our laughter echoed through the room, creating an atmosphere of joy. As night descended, we each retired to our rooms to rest. Lying in bed, I reflected on the day's precious moments, filled with a profound sense of happiness. I realized that this interdimensional gathering was invaluable, and I would forever cherish this familial bond. The following day, our family ventured to an amusement park, relishing the exhilaration and joy brought by the various attractions. Minato rode the roller coaster, while Kushina, Hinata, and Naruto enjoyed the carousel together. Afterwards, we savored delicious ice cream while admiring the performances within the park. In the afternoon, we visited the zoo, where Naruto's curiosity about the various animals was insatiable, prompting a flurry of questions. Minato and Kushina answered impatiently, creating a warm and harmonious family atmosphere. As night fell, we strolled through the park, embracing the tranquility and beauty of the evening. While wandering, we stumbled upon a fountain, its waters shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors under the lights. Naruto excitedly dashed over to play, and witnessing her innocent laughter filled our hearts with warmth. After a day of merriment, we returned home, exhausted yet content. As I lay in bed, I reminisced about the heartwarming moments of the past 2 days, feeling deeply fulfilled. On the 3rd day, our family visited the Hunan Provincial Museum to see the Lady Shinjue exhibit. The captivating story of Lady Shinjue enthralled us, as we collectively marveled at the grandeur of ancient civilization. After our visit, we found a nearby restaurant for dinner. At the table, we enthusiastically discussed our experiences from the past few days, each person brimming with excitement. As evening approached, we strolled through the streets, reveling in the city's nighttime splendor. Passing by a cinema, Naruto proposed watching a movie, and everyone readily agreed. Inside the theater, we chose a family comedy. The humorous scenes had us in fits of laughter, with a joyful ambience enveloping the entire hall. After the film concluded, we returned home under the moonlight. This 3-day reunion deepened our appreciation for one another and allowed me to profoundly feel the warmth of family. On the 4th day, we returned to the world of Naruto. Resuming our lives there, Naruto continued to learn ninjutsu from me, while Minato and Kushina busied themselves with village affairs. However, one day, a mysterious letter disrupted our tranquil existence. The letter alluded to a clandestine organization known as the Dark Gate, which sought to undermine peace and incite discord among the ninjas. Mizukage resolved to personally investigate the matter, bidding farewell to his family as he embarked on a perilous journey. Hinata, Kushina, and Naruto, along with myself, were enveloped in a profound sense of worry. However, we also understood that Minato was striving to safeguard our village and the entire ninja world. As the days passed without any news of him, we could only silently pray for his safety. Just as our anxious waiting reached its peak, we finally received a letter from Minato. He informed us that he had discovered a lead on the Dark Gate and had successfully thwarted their nefarious plot. Minato is on the verge of returning, and we eagerly anticipate the moment when our family will be reunited once more. Upon arriving beside Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique, Hinata and I startled him. In our excitement, we embraced Minato, who affectionately patted our heads. Together, we utilized the Flying Thunder God to return home, where Naruto and Kushina, upon seeing our safe return, were overwhelmed with joy and tears. The family embraced tightly, savoring the happiness of being reunited. Minato recounted his experiences, revealing that the organization known as the Dark Gate had been clandestinely orchestrating a grand conspiracy aimed at igniting a war within the ninja world. Fortunately, Minato had discerned their plans in time and, in alliance with other ninja villages, eradicated this malevolent organization. From that moment on, peace was restored to the ninja world, and our family cherished one another even more, committed to safeguarding this beautiful realm. Chapter 110. Ayama Haken is the chief disciple of the Jinjutsu master, Kurinai Yuhi. Within her resides a creature named Ito, which tragically led to the demise of her parents. I shared this revelation with Hinata, who, upon hearing it, displayed a look of astonishment. She could hardly believe that this gentle and kind-hearted girl bore such a harrowing past. I understand this is difficult for you, but you must confront reality, I said solemnly. Ayama lowered her head, tears streaming down her face, her heart heavy with pain and remorse. We will assist you in overcoming Ito and help you rediscover yourself. Hinata stepped forward, gently grasping Ayama's hand. Ayama raised her gaze, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. Thank you, Hinata. I will certainly strive to do my best. Henceforth, Hinata and I accompanied Ayama on the arduous journey to confront Ito. Miss Ayama, I do have a method to assist you, I stated. What method? Ayama and Hinata inquired in unison. I will use the 8 trigram seal to confine Ito within you, rendering it incapable of influencing your mind any further. However, this sealing technique requires a substantial amount of chakra, and the process will be excruciating, I explained. Ayama hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded resolutely. As long as I can free myself from Ito's control, I am willing to try. I inhaled deeply and commenced the intricate art of the 8 trigram sealing technique. As my hand seals shifted, a formidable surge of chakra emanated, enveloping Onma Bayun. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Hinata, standing anxiously by his side, fervently offered her encouragement. After considerable effort, I succeeded in sealing Ito within Onma Bayun's being. Weak and breathless, Onma Bayun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Thank you, Mr. Gong. He managed to force a smile. I feel much better now. With an aloof expression, I addressed Onma Bayun. Miss Bayun, there is no need for formality. It is your teacher, Sunset Red, who has entrusted us with the task of assisting you. You must take this time to rest and recuperate. I said lightly, my dear, during this period, I kindly ask you to look after Miss Bayun. Rest assured, my love. Hinata replied gently, casting a warm gaze upon Onma Bayun. I will take excellent care of her. I nodded and turned to leave. Feeling a quiet sense of relief within me, this task had finally been accomplished smoothly. However, I was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and countless challenges awaited us in the future. A few days later, Onma Bayun's physical condition gradually improved, yet a trace of unease lingered deep within her heart. One fateful night, Onma Bayun was beset by a nightmare, wherein she found herself once more under the control of Ito, losing her sense of self. Upon awakening, she resolved to seek a means to wholly liberate herself from Ito's shadow. After much contemplation, she chose to learn the art of ninjutsu from me, enabling her to better safeguard both herself and others. I gladly consented and began to diligently instruct Onma Bayun. Throughout her studies, Onma Bayun exhibited remarkable talent, her progress astonishing both me and Hinata. Simultaneously, she forged a profound friendship with Hinata. Yet, just as Onma Bayun believed everything was unfolding favorably, an unforeseen crisis quietly approached. One day, while practicing her family's secret techniques, a group of enigmatic individuals intruded upon her sanctuary. Their intentions were malevolent, and without uttering a word, they launched an assault on Onma Bayun. Hinata and I immediately sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle against these mysterious foes. However, they were numerous and powerful, and we gradually found ourselves in perilous straits. In a critical moment, Onma Bayun invoked the technique of Edo Tensei, summoning the first and second Hokage. As the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, turned their gaze towards Hinata and me, they inquired about our identities. I greeted them, saying, "It has been a long time." Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama. Upon hearing my name, they exchanged glances and nodded, seemingly recognizing me. "Ah, so you are the reincarnation of Naruto. I never expected to see you again," Hashirama remarked. "You know of me?" I asked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed. We heard of your exploits from Sage of Six Paths," Tobirama interjected. "It appears the time has come to restore your power. With that, they both performed hand seals and transmitted a surge of formidable chakra to me. I felt my body brimming with strength, the weariness that had previously engulfed me vanishing in an instant. Thank you, esteemed lords. I expressed my gratitude earnestly. Now, the battle is in your hands, Hashirama and Tobirama said with smiles, their forms gradually fading away. Empowered by this newfound strength, Hinata and I faced our adversaries with renewed confidence, ultimately driving the mysterious assailants away. This confrontation solidified our resolve to protect the peace. Chapter 111. Hinata and Kushina in full-body outfits before the children. What was happening as Hinata and my mother, Kushina, donned full-body outfits in front of our children? I looked at them with an expression of embarrassment, while the children curiously gazed at the two adults dressed in such peculiar attire. Blushing, Hinata explained, "This is the attire we prepared for a special event." Kushina added with a smile, "Indeed. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" I could only respond with a wry smile, feeling grateful that the children were still young and unaware of the deeper implications. However, seeing Hinata and Kushina striking poses in front of the mirror for a photograph made me chuckle uncontrollably. They appeared both adorable and comical, completely oblivious to their ages. Hinata was 26, and Kushina, at 53, retained her youthful appearance due to her mastery of yin-yang sealing techniques. As for Hinata and me, we were martial practitioners, destined to remain ageless and immortal. At that moment, the children joined in the laughter, augmenting the joyous atmosphere. Ultimately, Hinata and Kushina decided to don full-body suits with the children for a family portrait. In the photograph, everyone beamed with happiness, capturing a moment that would forever be etched in our cherished memories. At that moment, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei turned to their mother, Hinata, and their grandmother, Kushina, saying, "Mom and Grandma, we hope you wear full-body suits every day." Hinata and Kushina exchanged affectionate smiles and gently patted the children's heads, replying, "Of course. As long as you enjoy it, we will wear them every day for you." From that day forth, the house was frequently graced by the sight of Hinata and Kushina in their full-body suits, with the children always surrounding them, laughter echoing throughout. This unique family atmosphere filled me with immense happiness and warmth. As time passed, the full-body suits became a distinctive feature of our household, occasionally catching the attention of the villagers of Konoha. Yet, we remained indifferent to others' opinions, for this was our joyous secret, shared only among family. One day, when Naruto returned home and saw her mother, Kushina, and her sister-in-law, Hinata, in their full-body suits, she inquired curiously, "What is going on here?" With a smile, I recounted the events to Naruto, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. She found our attire amusing and praised Hinata and Kushina for their creativity. That evening, as our family gathered for dinner, Naruto proposed that everyone don full-body suits for a uniquely delightful family gathering. The children erupted in excitement, and Hinata and Kushina readily agreed. Thus, we adorned ourselves in an array of vibrant full-body suits, creating a lively and entertaining scene. After dinner, we engaged in games and dancing, cherishing an unforgettable night. From that moment on, the full-body suits not only became a hallmark of our family, but also a bond that deepened our affection for one another. In the days that followed, during special occasions or family reunions, we would don the full-body suits, establishing a cherished tradition. This custom, almost inadvertently, began to spread. Our neighbors, inspired by our enthusiasm, also began to experiment with full-body suits and organized similar events. Gradually, the full-body suits transformed into a unique spectacle within the Hidden Leaf Village. All of this stemmed from that initial warm family moment, which taught us that even the smallest gestures could bring immense joy and serve as a bridge connecting family members. As the popularity of full-body suits grew within the village, we decided to host a grand full-body suit party. On the day of the event, the entire community echoed with laughter and cheer. People donned their colorful full-body suits, showcasing and sharing their creativity. In addition to dancing and games, we prepared a lavish spread of food and drinks, allowing everyone to revel in delightful moments. This gathering not only strengthened neighborhood ties, but also fostered a sense of unity within the Hidden Leaf Village. The full-body suits transcended being merely a family tradition. They evolved into a shared joy for the entire community. Each time I witnessed people celebrating together in their full-body suits, a warm feeling surged within me, all stemming from that ordinary yet love-filled family moment. It taught us to cherish the people and experiences around us, as small joys culminate into great happiness. In that moment, Hinata and I appeared before the crowd clad in golden, skin-tight full-body suits, causing quite a stir as everyone gathered to compliment our outfits. Hinata shyly lowered her gaze, and I gently took her hand, offering her an encouraging smile. As music filled the air, we led everyone into a joyful dance. Laughter and cheers resonated around us. In a corner of the party, I noticed several children curiously observing the full-body suits. I approached them, offering a few smaller outfits and encouraging them to join in. The children eagerly donned the suits, instantly immersing themselves in the festive atmosphere. Witnessing their joy filled my heart with warmth. This tradition not only brought us happiness, but also extended that joy to many others. In the hope for the future, I wish that the all-encompassing bodysuit continues to symbolize unity and joy in our Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 112, Ichiraku. On this day, I, along with Hinata, Narashikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, ventured to indulge in the delectable ramen at Ichiraku Ramen. Upon my arrival, the proprietor, renowned for his handmade noodles, inquired about my identity. In a gentle tone, I addressed him, "Hello, Master Hand. I am Gong Zijian, the reincarnation of Naruto." Upon hearing my words, Master Hand displayed a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation of my identity as Naruto's former self. Except for Hinata and a few others, everyone else gazed at me with curiosity. With a smile, I explained to them, "Indeed, I am the reincarnation of Naruto. My purpose for coming here this time is to savor the flavors of the past." The kind proprietor of the ramen shop warmly invited us to take a seat and soon presented us with several bowls of delectable Ichiraku ramen. As we relished the noodles, we reminisced about the cherished memories of yesteryears. After finishing our meal, we resolved to visit the Hokage building together. This edifice stands as the heart of Konoha, the very place I once called my workplace. Upon entering the Hokage building, we fortuitously encountered the current Hokage, Sasuke. A flicker of surprise momentarily crossed his eyes upon seeing me, but he quickly replaced it with a warm smile. As Hinata and I cast a bewildered glance at the fool before us, I coolly addressed Sasuke, inquiring, "Hey Sasuke, what are you laughing at?" Sasuke's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing. Merely seeing you two has stirred some memories." I scoffed dismissively, "You're still as tedious as ever." Hinata gently tugged at the hem of my garment, signaling me to temper my impulsiveness. At that moment, Karen approached, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, "Naruto, cousin, is it truly you?" I nodded affirmatively, feeling a wave of warmth surge within me at the sight of her. Observing this, Sasuke quietly stepped aside, murmuring to himself, "This incarnation of Naruto certainly possesses an air of arrogance, yet it seems their bond is quite strong." Just then, Tsunade appeared. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked upon me. "Naruto, welcome back." I offered a faint smile, replying, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Subsequently, our group explored the Hokage building, reminiscing about the cherished moments of yore. After a brief conversation with us, Tsunade excused herself due to pressing matters. I then suggested we venture outside for a stroll to witness the transformations within Konoha. Exiting the Hokage building, we ambled along the streets, taking in the familiar yet foreign surroundings, my heart brimming with emotions. It was then that I noticed a quaint flower shop by the roadside. "Why don't we purchase some flowers to gift to everyone in the village?" I proposed. With a smile, I addressed Hinata, who, along with Keiho, nodded in agreement. We entered the flower shop and selected 314 exquisite roses to present to Hinata. Upon witnessing my gesture, Hinata was completely taken aback. I expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you for loving me all these years. I present you with 314 roses." I embraced her, and she responded, "Zijian, I like you too. Thank you." Keiho observed my actions in astonishment. On our way back, we encountered Sakura Haruno. I cast a cold, indifferent glance in her direction. Sakura's eyes widened in shock and confusion as she beheld Naruto before her, unable to fathom that he was the reincarnation from a past life. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Upon catching sight of her, I could not help but taunt. Who might that be? Just an ugly creature. After my mockery directed at Haruno Sakura, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata and myself back to our home. At that moment, Hinata, covering her mouth in amusement, cautioned me, "Be careful of Sakura's monstrous strength." I chuckled and said to Hinata, "Sakura's monstrous strength is of no use against me. However, if you were to strike me with your powerful punch, I would willingly accept even death." Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Darling, you're so mean." I chuckled and said to Hinata, "I simply dislike it. What can you do about it?" Hinata shook her head helplessly. Chapter 113, The Full Bodysuit of Sarada and Kinshiki. Ever since our family's last full bodysuit showcase, Gong Zijian had shared the news with his friend, Uchiha Sarada. Consequently, Sarada expressed great interest and indicated her desire to attend our next gathering. Gong Zijian generously extended an invitation to her and decided to host another full bodysuit party the following weekend. Upon hearing this news, Uzumaki, Kushina, and Hinata reacted differently. Hinata was quite anxious, while I remained calm, as she was after all my disciple. Hinata busied herself preparing for the guests, especially since they belonged to the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, I began my own preparations, purchasing additional full bodysuits and arranging a variety of delicious food and beverages. When the weekend finally arrived, Uchiha Sarada came to her home clad in a sleek black full bodysuit, exuding an air of cool mystery. We all engaged in various games, and the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. In the end, we captured many amusing photographs, creating cherished memories. Since that time, Sarada became captivated by the sensation of being fully encased. She told her mother, Kinshiki, that she wanted to see her mother in a full bodysuit as well. Kinshiki was quite taken aback, unable to comprehend her daughter's fascination. Nevertheless, Sarada insisted on witnessing her mother don the full bodysuit, and Kinshiki ultimately acquiesced. On the weekend, Kinshiki donned a red full bodysuit, showcasing her mature and enchanting allure. As Sarada beheld her mother's transformed appearance, her eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. They spent an unforgettable afternoon together, sharing laughter and joy. This experience allowed Sarada to gain a deeper understanding of her mother and strengthen their bond. Then, Uchiha Sarada embraced her mother, Kinshiki, enveloped in the full bodysuit, and said, "Mom, I hope you wear the full bodysuit every night to sleep with me." Kinshiki felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, but upon seeing Sarada's sincere gaze, she smiled and nodded in agreement. From that day forth, Kinshiki wore the full bodysuit every night to accompany Sarada to sleep. This became their unique bedtime ritual and a special way to deepen their mother-daughter connection. As time passed, Sarada gradually matured, and her passion for full bodysuits began to wane. However, the moments spent with her mother would forever remain etched in her memory, cherished as precious recollections of her growth. One night, just before sleep, Sarada suddenly said to Kinshiki, "Mom, I want to try sleeping in a full bodysuit by myself." Kinshiki was somewhat surprised but respected Sarada's decision. Sarada slipped into a black full bodysuit, feeling both intrigued and a bit anxious. Although initially uncomfortable, she gradually adapted to this new way of sleeping. She discovered that upon donning the full bodysuit, her tactile sensations became remarkably heightened, allowing her to perceive her existence with greater clarity. As the days passed, Zarana increasingly relished the embrace of the bodysuit as she drifted into slumber. This nightly ritual transformed into a moment of introspective dialogue with her inner self, fostering a sense of confidence and independence within her. Meanwhile, Xianglin quietly stood guard nearby, witnessing her daughter's blossoming. One fateful night, Zarana experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, she found herself in a mysterious realm, surrounded by dazzling luminescence. A gentle voice whispered to her, "You are ready to embrace new challenges." Upon awakening, an intense impulse surged within her. She resolved to embark on new endeavors and explore her potential. Zarana began learning the art of crafting bodysuits, meticulously selecting materials and designing unique styles. Each stitch and seam was infused with her passion and creativity. Before long, she possessed a bodysuit of her own creation, clad in the garment she had lovingly fashioned. Zarana felt an immense pride swell within her. It was not merely an article of clothing, but a symbol of her personal growth. Zarana realized that by pursuing her interests and dreams, she had unearthed her true self. This seemingly small act empowered her, rendering her even stronger and more self-assured. Chapter 114. Today is Naruto's birthday. I addressed Hinata, inquiring, "My dear, what day is it today?" Hinata shook her head, replying, "I don't know." I then reminded her, "Today is October 10th. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Hinata's eyes as she turned to me and said, "Today is Naruto's birthday, right?" I smiled and nodded in affirmation. From my pocket, I retrieved the carefully prepared gift and handed it to Hinata, saying, "This is a birthday present for Naruto. Could you please pass it on to him?" Hinata accepted the gift, tucking it away with great care, assuring me I will definitely deliver it to Naruto. Subsequently, I gently caressed Hinata's hair and spoke softly, "Thank you, Hinata." A blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "It's nothing. It's what I ought to do." In the end, Hinata and I departed together, embarking on our journey to celebrate Naruto's birthday. I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing Hinata to the home of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Upon entering, we were greeted by Naruto, who was engaged in conversation with his parents. Upon noticing our arrival, Naruto gleefully rushed over, exclaiming, "Zijian and Hinata, you're here." Hinata presented a gift to Naruto, wishing him a happy birthday. As Naruto unwrapped the present, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, thank you both." Subsequently, we all joined in singing the birthday song, and Naruto blew out the candles, making a wish. We then shared the cake, played games, and enjoyed a delightful birthday celebration. After the party concluded, Hinata and I bid farewell to Naruto's family and embarked on our journey home. As we walked, I held Hinata's hand, gazing at her radiant smile, my heart brimming with warmth. "Today was truly joyous," Hinata remarked with a smile. "Indeed, let us gather again when the opportunity arises," I replied. As we strolled along, I suddenly sensed a powerful chakra presence. I paused, peering ahead, and caught sight of a shadow darting swiftly past. "Who goes there?" I whispered. Hinata grasped my arm tightly, her voice laced with concern. "What should we do, dear?" "Do not fear. I shall investigate," I reassured her, activating the body flicker technique to pursue the shadow. The figure halted before an abandoned building. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was an unfamiliar ninja. "Who are you? What brings you here?" I demanded, without uttering a word. The ninja launched an attack against me. I sidestepped to evade, swiftly countering. After several exchanges, I discerned that this ninja was formidable, wielding peculiar techniques that seemed to conceal a certain secret. Just then, the ninja unleashed a forbidden technique, a surge of power that momentarily overwhelmed me. "Darling," Hinata called out in worry. Clenching my teeth, I summoned all my strength to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, an idea struck me. I could employ the power of my Rinnegan, specifically the realm of hungry ghosts. Activating this ability, the realm of hungry ghosts instantly absorbed my opponent's ninjutsu. The ninja, taken aback, displayed a look of astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The ninja was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Approaching him, I prepared to interrogate him. However, as I drew near, I discovered he had already breathed his last. A sense of perplexity washed over me. Who was this ninja? Why had he attempted to attack me? It seemed matters were far from straightforward. Resolving to return and inform Naruto and the others of this incident, perhaps they could uncover some clues. With a mix of uncertainty and unease, I departed the scene alongside Hinata. We arrived at the residence of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, where Hinata and I recounted the recent events to them. We urged them to caution Naruto. Upon hearing our account, both Minato and Kushina's expressions grew grave, realizing that the situation might be more dire than they had initially presumed. "Thank you for informing us promptly. I will ensure that Naruto remains vigilant," Minato stated. Subsequently, Kushina added, "Moreover, you must also take care of yourselves. Should you encounter that ninja again, be sure to notify us immediately." I exchanged nods with Hinata, signifying our understanding. We bid farewell to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, our hearts still brimming with confusion and concern. In the days that followed, I heightened my vigilance towards my surroundings. Yet, that enigmatic ninja never reappeared, as if they had vanished without a trace. However, I was acutely aware that this tumult had not subsided. The truth lurking behind awaited our discovery. Chapter 115. Mitarashi Anko is the second disciple of Orochimaru. She once had a penchant for high-calorie and sugary foods, which unfortunately led to her gaining weight. One day, while shopping with Hinata, we encountered her. Upon seeing me, she inquired about my identity. I responded with a cool demeanor, saying, "Greetings, Teacher Anko. My name is Gong Zijian, and I am the esteemed husband of Hinata Hyuga, the current head of the Hyuga clan." Upon hearing my words, Akamaru exhibited a fleeting glance of surprise, yet she swiftly regained her composure. With a smile, she nodded at me and remarked, "So you are Hinata's husband, truly. You are a remarkable young man." I replied softly, expressing my gratitude for the kind words from Teacher Hondo. At that moment, Hinata approached and gently linked her arm with mine, whispering, "We still need to purchase a few items, so let us not disturb Teacher Hondo any further." I cast a fleeting glance at Hondo before departing alongside Hinata. Behind us, her voice resonated, "Wishing you both happiness." The following morning, Haruno Sakura hurriedly arrived at the Hyuga household in search of Hinata and me. At that moment, we were still partaking in our breakfast. Hinata and I exchanged a puzzled glance, both of us feeling a twinge of curiosity. Why would Sakura come to us so early? Could something have transpired? We hastily finished our breakfast and made our way to the living room. Upon seeing us, Sakura gasped for breath and exclaimed, "This is terrible. Sasuke and Mitarashi Anko are fighting." Upon hearing this, both Hinata and I were taken aback, promptly inquiring, "What exactly is happening? Why are they fighting?" Sakura, with an anxious tone, replied, "I am uncertain of the precise reasons. I merely witnessed them engaged in a fierce brawl before the Hokage building, fearing that things might escalate. I hastily sought you both out." Hinata furrowed her brow, suggesting, "Let us hasten to see for ourselves." I nodded in agreement and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Hinata, Sakura, and myself to the Hokage's office. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by the sight of Sasuke and Anko locked in a fierce confrontation, the surroundings in utter disarray. I immediately stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming, "Cease this at once. What provokes this altercation?" Upon noticing my presence, both Sasuke and Anko halted their skirmish. Breathing heavily, Sasuke pointed an accusatory finger at Anko, declaring, "She has pilfered my paradise of affection." Anko, with wide eyes, retorted, "Nonsense. You distinctly lent it to me to peruse." A dark line appeared on the foreheads of Hinata, Sakura, and me as the two of them engaged in a fierce dispute over a mere book. With a sense of resignation, I shook my head and said, "All right. Enough of the quarrel. It's just a trivial book. I can easily purchase another copy for you." As I spoke, I took out my phone, preparing to place an order. At that moment, Hinata cleared her throat and interjected, "Actually, we do have another copy at our place. If Sasuke-kun doesn't mind, he could borrow it to read." Sasuke's eyes brightened. "Really? That would be wonderful." Without a second thought, he disregarded me and dashed over to Hinata's side. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, I couldn't help but lament how this fellow truly prioritized romance over friendship. Sasuke, filled with joy, turned to Hinata and inquired, "Is what you said true?" I coughed lightly to remind Sasuke and said, Hey, the Seventh Hokage's lady, Hinata, is already married." Sasuke awkwardly scratched his head and apologized to Hinata. "I'm sorry, I forgot that you two were wed." A flicker of surprise crossed Hinata's face, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "It's all right, Sasuke-kun. You may have been quite busy lately." Sasuke gazed at Hinata, a wave of guilt washing over him. He realized that his words might have made her uncomfortable. Though it was unintentional, it was merely a momentary lapse, a forgetfulness of the fact that Hinata was now married. To atone for his oversight, Sasuke resolved to invite Hinata and me to dinner. He hoped that through this gesture, he could convey his sincere apologies while also fostering a deeper bond among us. Hinata and I gladly accepted Sasuke's invitation, knowing him to be a kind-hearted individual whose apologies were sincere. We hoped that this gathering would allow Sasuke to gain a deeper understanding of both our lives. In the restaurant, Sasuke, Hinata, and I shared a delightful evening, engaging in extensive discussions about life, work, and dreams, which further strengthened our bond. Sasuke came to realize that his previous understanding of Hinata was superficial. While he recognized her as a gentle and kind girl, he was unaware of her strong and courageous side. Through this gathering, he developed a fresh perspective on Hinata and began to contemplate his own life anew. Chapter 116. Hinata dons a full-body outfit every night. My wife, Gong Zijian, dons a full-body suit every night, and one may wonder why. The truth is, our son, Gong Zijian, and daughter, Gong Kuei, have requested their mother to wear this suit as they drift off to sleep. On one particular evening, I resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with Zijian. Once the children were in slumber, I gently caressed her hand and said, "Darling, I understand that Zilong and Kuei enjoy having you in the full-body suit while they sleep. But I believe we ought to consider their psychological needs as well. Perhaps we might converse with them to discern the origins of this preference." Zijian nodded, a flicker of concern illuminating her eyes. "You are right. We must not disregard our children's feelings. Tomorrow night, I will attempt to discuss it with them." The following evening, when Zilong and Kuei, as per their usual request, asked Zijian to wear the full-body suit, she gently replied, "My dears, may we have a little chat?" The children blinked in confusion at their mother. With a warm smile, she inquired, "What is it that you adore about Mommy wearing the full-body suit?" After a moment of contemplation, Zilong and Kuei replied in unison, "Because when Mommy wears the full-body suit, she feels like a superhero, making us feel safe." Upon hearing this, Zijian's eyes glistened with tears. She embraced Zilong and Kuei tightly, assuring them, "My darlings, I shall always be here for you," providing a sense of security. However, we can also explore alternative ways to instill comfort, such as sharing bedtime stories or engaging in delightful activities together. From that day forth, While Chutian continued to wear the full bodysuit, she enriched their emotional bond through increased parent-child interaction. Consequently, our family's connection blossomed into a deeper intimacy. Seeing Hinata wrapped in a full bodysuit was rather pitiable, so I decided to purchase a face-open full bodysuit for her. Once Hinata donned the suit I bought, she appeared even more charming and captivating. Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei, upon witnessing their mother's new look, clapped their hands in excitement and approval. Our family of four spent a heartwarming evening together, and in the days that followed, we often engaged in games, watched films, and relished the joy of our familial bonds. Hinata recognized that the growth of our children required parental companionship and guidance. Thus, she began to prioritize communication with Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei, striving to become a more devoted mother. As time passed, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei gradually matured, their fondness for full-body bodysuits waning, yet the affection among us deepened profoundly. One day, while Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei were playing games in the living room, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Hinata opened the door to find a stranger standing on the threshold. The woman introduced herself as a new neighbor, wishing to share some homemade treats with those in the vicinity. Hinata graciously accepted and invited her in for a brief respite. Upon entering, the woman noticed Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei complimenting their adorable demeanor. After exchanging a few words, Hinata discovered that she was quite an intriguing person. Just as the woman prepared to depart, her gaze fell upon Hinata's open-faced bodysuit, and a flicker of amazement crossed her features. In the following days, the woman frequently appeared near our home, always finding various excuses to engage with Hinata. Sensing the woman's intentions, Hinata felt somewhat unsettled. She was reluctant to hurt anyone's feelings, but equally wished to preserve our blissful family life. She resolved to seek an opportunity to converse candidly with the woman. At that moment, I returned home and entered to find Hinata and the woman seated on the sofa, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Hinata explained the situation to me, and I understood her concerns. I approached the woman, politely expressing my gratitude for her attention to Hinata, yet firmly conveying that our family was content and wished to remain undisturbed. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across the woman's face, but she ultimately respected our wishes and departed. With that small interlude resolved, our family life returned to its tranquil state. Hinata's commitment to our family's happiness and her love for us grew even more resolute, and we continued our joyful and warm existence together. I spoke to Hinata. My dear, let us venture into the world of Naruto together as a family. For tomorrow marks my father-in-law's birthday. Hinata smiled and nodded, her anticipation palpable for the adventure that awaited us in the Naruto realm. We packed our belongings and embarked on our journey. Harnessing the power of my Rinnegan, I conjured a dimensional portal, a radiant gateway appearing before our family of four. Together, we stepped through. Upon entering the world of Naruto, we were awestruck by the breathtaking sights that greeted us. Towering edifices, bustling streets, and an array of ninja tools filled our senses with wonder. We eagerly explored this enigmatic world, engaging in delightful interactions with its fascinating inhabitants. Along our journey, we encountered minor obstacles, yet through our unity and wisdom, we successfully overcame them. This expedition not only brought us joy but also deepened the bonds among our family. We shared numerous adventures, crafting beautiful memories unique to us. As we returned to the Naruto realm, our children insisted that Hinata don a full-body suit. Though she felt a twinge of shyness, she complied and wore the open-faced full-body attire. Our children surrounded her, laughing and praising her beauty. We strolled leisurely through the streets of Naruto, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. However, just as we were immersed in our joy, an ominous presence crept closer. A shadow darted across the rooftops, heightening my senses. Instinctively, I shielded Hinata and the children behind me, scanning our surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a group of mysterious ninjas emerged, clad in black attire with cold, piercing gazes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I swiftly drew my sword, engaging them in a fierce battle. Hinata held our children tightly, her eyes reflecting concern and fear. In the heat of the skirmish, I recognized the ninjas' techniques as eerily familiar, as if I had encountered them before. Just as I pondered this, one of the ninjas took advantage of my distraction and lunged at Hinata. Panic surged within me, and I threw myself in front of her, activating the second ability of my Rinnegan, the Deva Path, which sent the black-clad assailants soaring into the sky. In a critical moment, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Hinata and the children. Remarkably, Hinata unleashed her unique Rebirth Eye ability, discerning the enemy's weaknesses. Without hesitation, she joined her efforts with mine, and together, we repelled the mysterious ninjas. Once the battle concluded, we hurriedly left the scene, seeking a safe haven to regroup. This sudden crisis revealed that the Naruto world was not as serene as it appeared, and our adventure was merely beginning. Our family of 4 arrived in the bustling village of Konoha, where we decided to pause for a brief respite. The village remained vibrant and lively, with its inhabitants engaged in their daily pursuits. Employing the shadow clone technique, I accompanied Hinata and the children to the market to procure some essential supplies. While I sought refuge in an inner rest, within the confines of the inn, I pondered the identities and intentions of the enigmatic ninjas whose techniques seemed hauntingly familiar. Yet I could not recall where I had previously encountered them. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from outside, prompting me to become alert. Gripping the hilt of my sword in preparation for any potential threat, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a familiar figure before me, my junior, once a comrade in arms. Uchiha Sasuke. I widened my eyes in disbelief as I gazed at him. Junior brother, how could you? I was abruptly interrupted. It has been a long time. Brother Zijian. His voice was cold and unfamiliar. A sense of foreboding settled in my heart, realizing that matters were likely more complicated than they seemed. What brings you here? I inquired, eyeing Sasuke with caution. After years apart, his gaze had grown even more indifferent and profound. Sasuke stepped into the room, closed the door softly, and said, I have been investigating the whereabouts of those enigmatic ninjas. Upon learning that you were here, I decided to pay a visit. I released my grip on the hilt of the sword, easing my tension somewhat, yet still harboring doubts. Do you possess any clues? Sasuke remained silent for a moment, gradually lifting his gaze. The war of those years past still holds many unsolved mysteries. I suspect that these enigmatic ninjas are connected to that conflict. Perhaps we could investigate together. I gazed at him, my mind swirling with countless thoughts. The former comrade who now stood before me, seeking collaboration, evoked a sense of both familiarity and estrangement. Yet, in pursuit of the truth, I resolved to place my trust in him once more. Very well, let us investigate together. However, I advise you to harbor no ulterior motives, I cautioned. Sasuke nodded slightly, affirming, I understand. This time, my sole intention is to uncover the truth. We devised a plan, deciding to commence our endeavors in the Hidden Leaf Village to gather further information regarding the enigmatic ninja. Subsequently, Sasuke departed from the inn, vanishing into the embrace of the night. As I gazed at his receding figure, I silently prayed that this collaboration would not usher in additional complications. At that moment, Hinata and the children returned, and I remarked to Hinata, my dear, I just encountered that troublesome individual. Hinata inquired about the purpose of his visit, to which I replied that he requested our assistance in investigating certain matters, sensing her concern for my well-being. I reassured Hinata, saying, my dear, you need not worry. Everything will be fine. I possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a sense of relief. She then inquired, tomorrow is Father S' birthday. I assented it. We ventured out together to procure some items. Without needing to prepare, I presented a book I had conjured from the void to Hinata, inquiring, what do you think of my gift? Hinata replied, it's quite nice. Chapter 117. Happy birthday, father-in-law. The following day, Hinata and I, accompanied by our children, arrived at the Hyuga residence. I was clad in a black trench coat, while Hinata adorned a black hanfu. As we entered the grand abode, numerous clan members cast curious glances in our direction. I grasped Hinata's hand tightly, cherishing her warmth, and offered smiles to those around us. The children joyfully scampered about, their eyes wide with wonder at the Hyuga estate. Hinata gazed tenderly at them, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. We arrived at the courtyard, savoring the tranquil moments. At that juncture, the elders of the Hyuga clan approached us, extending their warm welcome and expressing their hopes for the children. During our conversation, I conveyed my aspirations for the future to the Hyuga clan members, yearning to contribute to the prosperity of the family. Niji Hyuga glanced at Hinata, pondering why his younger sister was adorned in traditional Han attire. I noticed Niji's gaze shifting between me, Hinata, and our children, prompting me to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Niji Hyuga. I inquired of him, what are you watching? Hinata Niji withdrew his gaze and, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, nothing much. I was merely observing the happiness of your family, and it brings me great comfort. I chuckled softly and patted his shoulder, saying, thank you, we will continue to strive. By the way, has there been any news in the village lately? Niji shook his head. Everything is normal. But it seems that Azukin has a new mission. I nodded, silently praying for his success. At that moment, the children rushed over, pulling Hinata and me to play. We accompanied them in joyful pursuits around the courtyard, enjoying a delightful morning together. Just then, Hinata Hisashi appeared, observing the playful scene with a warm smile. He approached me and gently said, "Azukin, seeing your life now brings me joy. Thank you for what you did back then." I was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Father-in-law, that is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it." Hisashi patted my shoulder, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed. Time flies swiftly. You have become an exemplary father." He glanced at the children and continued, "These little ones will undoubtedly grow into outstanding ninjas." I nodded, filled with anticipation. At that moment, a butterfly fluttered by, prompting the children to cheer as they chased after it. Hinata and I exchanged a smile, watching their joyous figures, our hearts overflowing with happiness. I presented a book to Hinata Hisashi, saying, "Happy birthday, esteemed father-in-law." I further explained, "This is the manual of Wing Chun Kung Fu, a gift I procured from a previous life, and I hope it brings you joy." Upon receiving the book, Hinata Hisashi's face lit up with surprise. "Is this a gift for me?" "Thank you, Zijian." He began to peruse the pages attentively. With great enthusiasm, he delved into the manual, occasionally demonstrating a few movements. Turning to me, he remarked, "Zijian, this martial art appears quite formidable. How did you come to learn it?" I scratched my head and chuckled, saying, "I too have learned through serendipity. However, it is indeed quite suitable for close combat." Hinata nodded thoughtfully. "It seems you have experienced quite a few intriguing events in your past life." In my heart, I thought with a chuckle, I practiced Jeet Kune Do, an evolved form of Wing Chun. I carefully closed the book and stored it away, determined to delve into this martial art. Perhaps it could even be integrated into the gentle techniques of our Hyuga clan. I smiled at him, feeling a warm surge of joy. Gaining my father-in-law's approval was truly a delightful experience. At that moment, Hinata and Hanabi approached, carrying a platter of cake. "Happy birthday, Dad." Hyuga Hisashi lifted his head, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Come and enjoy the cake." Hinata cheerfully beckoned everyone. The children gathered around, excitedly singing the birthday song. Amidst the laughter and joy, Hyuga Hisashi extinguished the candles and made a wish. We all shared the delectable cake, cherishing a warm and unforgettable moment. Chapter 118. Hinata and I brought Hyuga Hisashi into the real world. Hinata and I brought her father, my father-in-law Hyuga Hisashi, into the realm of reality. How did this come to pass? The story unfolds as Hyuga Hisashi, intrigued by my martial arts skills, expressed a desire to learn Chinese martial arts. Given his esteemed position as my father-in-law, Hinata and I had no choice but to acquiesce. The following day, accompanied by our children and Hinata's father, we traversed into the real world. I activated my Rinnegan, summoning the power of my Sharingan to open the dimensional gate. Hinata, our children, and I, along with Hayashi, stepped through the dimensional gate into the realm of reality. We arrived at the martial arts dojo I had meticulously prepared. Hayashi, brimming with curiosity, listened intently as I introduced him to the rich history and culture of Chinese martial arts, demonstrating several fundamental techniques. His fascination was palpable, and he was eager to try his hand at them. I commenced instructing him in some fundamental movements and techniques, and he approached his learning with great diligence. Although it was somewhat challenging at the outset, his physical aptitude and innate talent were remarkably high, enabling him to swiftly grasp the essentials. I gazed at my esteemed father-in-law, absorbed in his concentration, and a wave of joy washed over me. Perhaps he would one day emerge as an exceptional martial artist. I shall continue to impart to him the profound essence of martial arts, allowing him to experience the captivating allure of Chinese martial traditions. That evening, Hinata and I, accompanied by our children and her father, Hayashi Hyuga, ventured out for a meal. Hayashi expressed a keen interest in the distinctive delicacies of Chinese cuisine. After we finished our meal, we brought Hinata Hayashi to the realm of Mai and Hinata's reality. Upon witnessing our home, Hinata Hayashi was utterly bewildered. In my household, filled with cutting-edge technology, Hinata's father, Hyuga Hisashi, displayed an innocent curiosity akin to that of a child, exploring every gadget with wonder. He would delve into the intricacies of the smart home system one moment and then engage with virtual reality devices the next, thoroughly enjoying himself. As Hinata observed her father's joyful demeanor, a gentle smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, I patiently addressed his myriad inquiries, elucidating the functionalities and principles behind these advanced devices. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Upon opening the door, I was met by a well-dressed gentleman who presented a business card, stating, "Good day. I have been sent to escort Mr. Hyuga Hisashi." Confusion etched on his face. Hisashi looked to me for clarification, and I smiled, explaining, Dear father-in-law, it seems your holiday is coming to an end. Someone has discovered your absence and sent an emissary to retrieve you. With a resigned shake of his head, Hisashi followed the man away. After bidding farewell to my father-in-law, Hinata and I embraced our children, exchanging knowing smiles. Though a tinge of sadness lingered, we understood that he would undoubtedly create new wonders in his own realm. At that moment, Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei, upon witnessing their grandfather's departure, burst into tears. I exchanged a glance with Hinata, who promptly comforted the children, saying, "My dear ones, how about Mama wears a full-body suit tonight to snuggle with you both?" At the sound of their mother's words, the children's tears transformed into laughter as they hugged Hinata tightly. As night fell, Hinata donned a face-opening full-body suit to accompany the children to sleep. With their mother's presence, the little ones swiftly drifted into slumber, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. I then enveloped Hinata in my arms as we returned to our own chamber, only to find her stirring awake. "Darling, are you awake?" I inquired, to which Hinata replied. "Yes, I saw her in the face-opening full-body suit." I longed to embrace her, gently caressing Hinata's visage as I softly uttered, "You are truly beautiful." Hinata, with a hint of shyness, lowered her gaze and offered a delicate smile. We held each other close, relishing this tranquil moment. In my dreams, I envisioned our future, brimming with happiness and warmth. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gracing our faces. The children, already awake, frolicked in the living room. Together, we stepped out of our chamber, welcoming the dawn of a new day. Life felt exquisitely beautiful, and I was filled with immense contentment. That evening, at our concert, Hinata and I performed the Grandmaster and A Man Should Be Strong for our audience. As we concluded our songs, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. We bowed deeply to express our gratitude for their unwavering support and affection. Upon returning backstage, we were met with an abundance of flowers and gifts from our fans, leaving us profoundly touched. On this splendid night, we not only reveled in a musical feast, but also garnered an outpouring of love from our audience. In the days to come, we shall strive to reciprocate this affection with even more exquisite music. Later that evening, as we returned home, the children surrounded Hinata, eagerly requesting her to wear a snug, full-body outfit and join them in slumber. With a resigned smile, Hinata acquiesced to their wishes. I said to her, "Go ahead, my dear." The children joyfully ushered Hinata into the room, while I remained in the living room, quietly reflecting on the concert we had just experienced. The electric atmosphere, the cheers of the audience, and the songs we shared together with Hinata, everything felt utterly enchanting. I resolved silently to strive even harder for the sake of my family. As I pondered this, I heard the gentle voice of Hinata in the room, narrating bedtime stories to the children, accompanied by her soothing words. I felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. As the night deepened, I entered the room. The children were peacefully asleep, and Hinata rested gently by the bedside, also in slumber. I delicately tucked her in, gazing at her serene countenance, my heart swelling with boundless affection. In that moment, I understood profoundly that this family was my strongest support, and I would dedicate all my strength to protect it. On the third day, Hinata and I entrusted our two children to my parents in the real world. Returning to the world of Naruto, I opened the portal of my Nine-Tails Rinnegan. Upon our arrival, we sought out Hinata's elder brother, Hisashi. As we entered the Hyuga compound, we noticed the inhabitants practicing Wing Chun. Confused, Hinata and I exchanged glances. We approached Hisashi to inquire about the unusual occurrence. With a smile, he explained, "Thank you, Zikwan. I learned this taijutsu, Wing Chun, from that book you provided. This martial art emphasizes close combat and balances hardness with softness, making it quite suitable for our Hyuga clan's fighting style. Thus, I decided to have everyone learn it to enhance our abilities. Hinata, you're just in time. Why not join us for practice?" As I exchanged a glance with Hinata, she turned to Hayashi Hyuga and said, "I have long since mastered it." A flicker of surprise crossed Hayashi Hyuga's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as he remarked, "As expected of my daughter, truly surpassing the master. Then come forth and demonstrate for everyone, so they may witness the essence of authentic Wing Chun." Hinata nodded and stepped into the center of the courtyard, assuming her stance, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Her movements were fluid and natural, embodying both offense and defense. Each strike was imbued with profound inner strength, eliciting applause from the onlookers. As the demonstration concluded, a crowd gathered around her, eager to seek her guidance. She patiently addressed their inquiries, sharing her insights and experiences. Observing this lively scene, my heart swelled with emotion. The continuous advancement of the Hyuga clan is indeed due to such rich heritage and exchange. I am confident that, through our collective efforts, the Hyuga clan shall grow ever stronger. Noticing Hinata's impressive proficiency in Wing Chun, Hayashi inquired who had taught her. Hinata glanced at me before responding to Hayashi. It was my husband, Gong Zijian, who imparted this skill to me. Upon hearing this, Hayashi regarded me thoughtfully for a moment before smiling and saying, Zijian, it turns out you are the one who taught Hinata this remarkable martial art. I am truly grateful. I humbly waved my hand and replied, You flatter me, esteemed father-in-law. We are all family, and Hinata is exceptionally gifted, learning swiftly. Hyuga Hizashi nodded and addressed the clan members, saying, Did you all witness that? This is the strength of my son-in-law. Should the opportunity arise, I hope Uzukijin can offer us further guidance. The clan members responded enthusiastically, expressing their agreement. I felt their warmth and joy filled my heart, prompting me to consent. In the days that followed, I frequently engaged in martial training with the members of the Hyuga clan, learning from one another. Through this experience, I gained a deeper understanding of the Hyuga family's culture and traditions, reaping significant rewards. Meanwhile, Hinata continued to grow and improve, her Wing Chun becoming increasingly refined, even innovating upon it. As I watched her become stronger day by day, my heart swelled with pride and contentment. Chapter 119. Hinata and I hold a concert in Konoha Village. What is the story behind Gong Zijian, myself, and Gong Hinata holding a concert in Konoha Village? The answer lies in the fervent promotion by Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. In the real world, Hinata and I are indeed singers. Upon acknowledging our identities as singers, Hinata and I proceeded to hold the concert as anticipated by our audience. On stage, the melodious voices of Gong Zijian, myself, and Gong Huaxia.An resonated like celestial harmonies, captivating the audience, who responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Throughout our performance, the spectators joined in, swaying and dancing to the rhythm, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. In this concert, both Gong Zijian, myself, and Gong Huaxia.An felt the warmth and support of our fans, further solidifying our commitment to our musical aspirations. After the concert concluded, we were overwhelmed with joy and contentment as we received numerous flowers and gifts from our admirers. In that moment, we resolved to practice even more diligently, striving to reciprocate the love bestowed upon us with even better music. On this day, the songs we performed bid farewell to the gentle embrace of familiarity. As we ventured forth into the unknown, I understand the aspirations that dwell within your heart, as lofty as mountains and as enduring as rivers. Undoubtedly, there will be ebbs and flows along the journey. Yet, I wish for you to remain steadfast in your original intentions. When deep affection meets parting, it leaves one with a heart full of tender longing. Who truly comprehends my incessant thoughts of you? The radiant moonlight beckons me to invite you to admire its beauty. But alas, we are separated by vast distances. Thus, I shall borrow this moonlight to gaze upon you once more, regardless of the circumstances that may come our way. I shall watch over you, allowing the moonlight to illuminate your return. There is so much to share with you, as I gradually unfold my heart. Having tasted both the wind and the frost, I sing my longing, unaware that my eyes brim with tears. In this vast world of adventures, I wish not to see you disappointed. I yearn for echoes of love, where heartfelt emotions and farewells intertwine, leaving one in a whirlwind of tender sentiments. Who comprehends my incessant longing from dawn till dusk? The resplendent moonlight beckons for your company, yet alas, we are worlds apart. Let us share this moonlight once more, gazing into each other's eyes, irrespective of our fortunes or misfortunes. I shall watch over you, allowing the moonlight to illuminate your path home. There are countless words I wish to share with you, and through this moonlight, I long to gaze into your eyes once more. Regardless of the heights or depths we may encounter, I shall watch over you, allowing the moonlight to illuminate your path back. There are countless words I wish to share with you, and under this moonlight, I long to gaze into your eyes once more. Regardless of the ups and downs we may face, I shall watch over you, allowing this moonlight to illuminate your path home. There are countless words I wish to share with you, so let this moonlight guide your return. There are so many things I yearn to express, solely to you. After performing the song, which we believe surpassed the original rendition, Hinata and I, Gong Zijian, made our way backstage, where we excitedly discussed our recent performance. Our voices truly resonated with the audience. I exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Indeed, the sensation is simply exquisite. Tears glimmered in Hinata's eyes. We resolved to harness this success as motivation to continue pursuing our musical aspirations. In the days that followed, We diligently worked to enhance our vocal abilities, eagerly anticipating our next stage performance. I, Gong Zijian, share a personality akin to that of the original character Uchiha Sasuke, relishing in a touch of arrogance. However, unlike him, I know when to exhibit such bravado. Just as we were preparing to take the stage once more, an unforeseen event disrupted our plans. One fateful night, I received a mysterious letter warning us that we must abandon our musical journey or face grave peril. Undeterred by such a threat, I resolved to remain steadfast in my dream. I am acutely aware that the pursuit of art is fraught with challenges. Yet this shall never serve as a justification for surrender. I tore the letter to shreds and, alongside Hinata, devoted ourselves even more passionately to our rehearsals, determined to demonstrate our worth through our talent. I possess the Rinnegan, while Hinata wields the Byakugan. Together, we embody the essence of divinity. The tumult caused by the mysterious letter has not dampened our fervor. Rather, it has ignited our resolve. One day, as we were rehearsing, an unexpected visitor intruded upon our practice room. Clad in a long black robe, his visage obscured by shadow, he emanated an unsettling aura. "How dare you disregard my warning?" His voice was chilling and laced with menace. I stepped forward, my Rinnegan shimmering slightly. "Who are you? Why do you seek to thwart our pursuit of dreams?" The cloaked figure scoffed. "I am the emissary of the dark forces. Your music will awaken malevolent powers and disrupt the balance of the world." Hinata stepped forth resolutely. "Our music is meant to bring joy and hope to people. It will never cause harm. Let us see about that." With a wave of his hand, a formidable surge of energy surged toward us. Hinata and I swiftly employed our ninjutsu to withstand the onslaught. The battle raged fiercely, the strength of the cloaked figure exceeding our expectations. In a critical moment, I unleashed the powers of my nine-tomo Rinnegan, executing my ultimate technique, Shinra Tensei, which ultimately vanquished him. "We shall not be defeated by you," I declared with unwavering conviction. The elation of victory welled within me, reinforcing our belief in our choices. Chapter 120. Ino donned a full-body suit. I, alongside Hinata's friend Ino, noticed her donning a full-body bodysuit. What could this mean? It turns out that Ino, captivated by Hinata's beauty in her bodysuit, decided to acquire one for herself. As I beheld Ino in this attire, I couldn't help but marvel at how splendidly it suited her. At that moment, Ino caught my gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" I chuckled softly and quickly offered my apologies. In my heart, I pondered that Hinata from my household is indeed the most enchanting. I cast a glance at the Byakugan girl beside me, and upon seeing my face, Hinata blushed. She inquired about my sudden change in demeanor. I responded, "My dear, you are truly beautiful, my lovely princess." This move of mine has left Ino utterly flustered. As we engaged in playful banter, the door to the Umbu classroom was abruptly thrust open, and Sasuke burst in. Upon witnessing Ino's attire, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he stammered, "Ino, why are you dressed like this?" Ino's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze, fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Sasuke, brimming with excitement, seemed particularly animated. I leaned closer to Hinata and whispered, "Hee, my dear, this has become quite amusing." Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke declared, "I must go find Sakura and get her a set to try on as well." And with that, he dashed out in a flurry. Hinata, Ino, and I exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed that the trend of form-fitting bodysuits was destined to become popular in our class. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Hinata and I recognized the voice belonged to Sasuke Uchiha. I turned to Hinata and said, "My dear, it appears that Sasuke is in trouble. Shall we go and investigate?" I turned to Ino and suggested, "Shall we go take a look together?" Ino replied, "I think I shall refrain from joining." Hinata nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then." We arrived at a chaotic scene of violence, where Sasuke was being thoroughly pummeled by Sakura. In her hand, Sakura wielded a massive spiked club, glaring fiercely at Sasuke. He looked over at us with a pitiful expression, seemingly pleading for our assistance. I could not help but burst into laughter, thinking to myself, Sasuke must have truly provoked Sakura. Hinata gazed at Sasuke with concern and gently inquired, "Sakura, how did you manage to beat Sasuke like this?" Sakura, fuming with anger, retorted, "This guy had the audacity to say that I look unappealing in my full-body outfit." It all became clear to me in that moment. Sasuke mumbled, "I was merely joking." However, Sakura paid no heed to his explanation and lifted her spiked club, ready to strike again. I hurriedly stepped in to intervene, advising, all right, Sakura, Do not be angry. Sasuke understands his mistake. With my persuasion, Sakura finally set down the club. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke made a hasty retreat, shouting as he ran, "I will never speak carelessly again." Observing his flustered state, we all erupted into hearty laughter. An idea suddenly struck me, and I conveyed it to Sakura. Upon hearing my words, she immediately acted upon them. At that moment, Hinata inquired what I had said to Haruno Sakura. I confided in Hinata, saying, "My dear, I have encouraged Sakura to don a full-body bodysuit and strike various adorable poses," which I then captured in photographs. Subsequently, I shared these images in our class group chat, anticipating they would create quite a stir among the Umbu the following day. As expected, the Umbu indeed erupted in excitement the next day. "Wow, Sakura looks absolutely stunning in that bodysuit. So adorable, I must acquire one for myself." Seeing her classmates' enthusiastic reactions filled Sakura with joy, and she cast a grateful glance in my direction. Meanwhile, Sasuke lingered in the corner, silently observing the scene with an expression of envy. "Hee, Sasuke, would you like a photo as well?" I teased as I approached him. He shyly nodded in response. "Then you ought to promptly apologize to Sakura. Perhaps you will find it in her heart to forgive you," I suggested. After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke gathered his courage and approached Sakura. Lowering his head, he said, "Sakura, I'm sorry for saying that you looked unappealing in that bodysuit." Sakura regarded him silently. And noticing her lack of response, Sasuke quickly added, "I recognize my mistake. Can you forgive me?" At last, Sakura couldn't suppress her laughter any longer. "All right, I forgive you." Sasuke exhaled in relief and turned to me, asking, "What about the photos?" I took out the photograph and handed it to Sasuke, saying, "Here, take a look for yourself." Sasuke accepted it and glanced at the picture of Sakura Haruno clad in a form-fitting outfit. His face instantly flushed crimson. "Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you're embarrassed." I chuckled along with Hinata, covering our mouths in amusement. Sasuke shot us a glare, yet deep within, he felt a surge of happiness. From that moment on, he dared not to make casual remarks about a girl's attire, while Sakura grew increasingly confident due to this incident. Sasuke requested Sakura to wear the form-fitting outfit again so that he could embrace her. Upon hearing his request, Sakura's face turned beet red. She lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, feeling somewhat at a loss. Noticing Sakura's reaction, Sasuke realized his request might have been a tad excessive. He scratched his head and offered an awkward smile, saying, "If you're uncomfortable, then never mind." Sakura lifted her head, meeting Sasuke's gaze, bit her lip, and then gently nodded. Slowly, she removed her outer jacket, revealing the snug outfit beneath. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped closer and tenderly wrapped his arms around Sakura. Her body trembled slightly as she savored the warmth of his embrace, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, the school bell rang, prompting Sakura and Sasuke to hastily part, straighten their attire, and return to their seats. Though tinged with a hint of regret, they both understood that this beautiful memory would forever reside in their hearts. Chapter 121, Cousin. Hinata and I have returned to the realm of reality, back to our home. At that moment, we heard a voice emanating from within our abode. As I exchanged glances with Hinata, we pushed open the door to our home and beheld a young girl, standing at a height of 1.5 meters. This girl was none other than my cousin from the real world. Her name was Huaxia.An, and she was 9 years old. "Zijian, cousin," she exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards me and enveloping me in a warm embrace. Caught off guard, I stumbled back a couple of steps. Hinata smiled at us, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. "Little Tian, what brings you here?" I inquired. "My mother brought me along. She said we were going shopping, so I came to find you first," Huaxia.An replied, her big eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I let out a helpless smile and glanced at Hinata, gesturing for her to enter the house first. Hinata nodded and stepped inside. I grasped Huaxia.An's hand and stepped into the room. Yet my mind was occupied with thoughts on how to accommodate her. After all, there were numerous matters to attend to with Hinata, and I could not remain by her side indefinitely. I inquired of Huaxia.An alongside Hinata, "Where has your mother gone, Xiao-Tian? She is yet to return after such a long time." Just then, the doorbell rang and Hinata went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she discovered it was Huaxia.An's mother. She paused for a moment upon seeing Hinata, then broke into a smile. "Ah, you must be Zijian's friend. How lovely you are." Huaxia.An rushed over, grasping his mother's hand, and said, "Mom, this is my cousin Zijian's girlfriend." Hearing this, his mother beamed even more joyfully. Truly a match made in heaven. "You two enjoy yourselves. I shall be off to do some shopping." With that, she departed. I exchanged an awkward glance with Hinata before turning my attention to Yang Tian, who was looking at us with eager anticipation. Cousin, sister-in-law, will you play with me? He exclaimed. Hinata and I shared a smile, and I thought to myself, this is going to be enjoyable. Hinata, however, pondered silently. We have been married for quite some time. All right, Xiao Tian, what shall we play? I endeavored to keep my voice steady. How about a game of hide and seek? Yang Tian suggested excitedly. Very well, you hide first, and Hinata and I will seek you out, I acquiesced. Yang Tian joyfully dashed into the bedroom, preparing to conceal himself. Hinata and I exchanged knowing smiles and began our search. Found you. It wasn't long before I discovered Yang Tian curled up inside the wardrobe. Haha, you two are really quick, he exclaimed as he emerged from his hiding place, his face aglow with delight. In my heart, I mused, ah. Both Hinata and I are sensory-type ninjas. Hinata's Byakugan possesses an unparalleled 360-degree field of vision, while I possess the extraordinary sensory capability of the Kagura-Shin-Ei. I playfully poked Yang Tian's forehead with my finger, and then Hinata and I inquired of him. Little Tian, what game shall we indulge in next? Subsequently, we engaged in various other games, and time flew by swiftly. As evening approached, Yang Tian's mother returned to fetch him. Today was truly delightful. My gratitude extends to my cousin and his wife. Yang Tian, before departing, did not forget to express his thanks. After bidding farewell to Yang Tian, Hinata and I exhaled in relief. I remarked, we must ensure that little Tian does not speak so again. Indeed, it felt rather awkward, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. I turned to Hinata and said, darling, why are you blushing? We are, after all, husband and wife. My words only deepened Hinata's blush. Nevertheless, witnessing Yang Tian's joy brought us great solace. We hope he continues to grow up healthy and happy. I smiled at Hinata and said, my dear, I shall impose a daily penalty upon you. You must wear a full-body bodysuit with an open face every night to sleep beside me. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze and softly replied, all right, my husband. That evening, clad in the full-body bodysuit, her figure was exquisitely accentuated. She nestled into the covers, pressing closely against me. I could not help but caress her head, softly whispering, my dear, you are truly beautiful. Hinata's body shivered slightly as she turned her head, gazing at me with a dreamy expression. Our lips gradually drew closer, savoring the warmth of one another. On this splendid night, we nestled together, enveloped in each other's affection. In the days that followed, Hinata indeed wore a full-body outfit to sleep beside me. The next day, we visited Yang Tian's home, where we explained to her mother that Hinata and I were married. After hearing our explanation, Yang Tian's mother smiled and remarked, ah, so that is the case. I had thought you were merely a couple. Hinata and I chuckled, and the atmosphere became light and joyful. We spent a delightful afternoon with Yang Tian, departing only as dusk descended. Upon returning home, Hinata and I reclined on the bed, reminiscing about the myriad moments of the day. An overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped us, deepening our appreciation for one another. As the days gracefully unfolded, our lives became imbued with warmth and sweetness. Together, we navigated numerous trials and tribulations, yet we consistently supported one another, confronting all challenges as a united front. The bond between Hinata and me is eternal. Even if we were to be torn asunder, we possess the ability to resurrect. For we firmly believe that as long as we love one another, we can forge a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 122, Uchiha Light. A day prior, Hinata, Sasuke, my cousin Karen Uzumaki, and I were perusing the streets for goods. It was then that Hinata and I sensed a sudden surge of murderous intent directed towards Uchiha Sasuke. I immediately turned and positioned myself in front of Sasuke, simultaneously forming hand seals to execute the ninjutsu, with clone technique, creating multiple clones to confront this overwhelming malevolence. However, the opponent's strength surpassed my expectations, and my wooden clones were swiftly annihilated. Upon witnessing this, Hinata did not hesitate to unleash the gentle step twin lion fists, attempting to thwart the enemy's advance. Yet, the adversary effortlessly evaded her assault and surged towards Sasuke with astonishing speed. At that moment, a crimson glow of chakra flashed, and Karui made her move. Utilizing her unique abilities, she discerned the enemy's vulnerabilities and initiated the Vajra lock, which impeded the foe's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke retaliated with Chidori, delivering a decisive blow to the adversary. I activated the power of my Nine-Tails Rinnegan, invoking the ability of spatial freezing. Swiftly, I approached the assassin and bound him with a rope. With a commanding tone, I demanded, "Who sent you?" The assassin remained silent, his eyes betraying a glimmer of resolute defiance. A stirring sensation coursed through my heart as I resolved to employ an illusion to probe his psyche. I conjured the illusion, and gradually, the assassin before me succumbed to its deceptive grasp. Within the dreamlike realm, he beheld his family enduring unspeakable suffering, and he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, and at long last, his psychological defenses crumbled. "It was the esteemed Uchiha Light who dispatched me," he stammered, trembling. The mere mention of that name stirred a flicker of astonishment within me. Uchiha Light had indeed sent an assassin. What could her true intentions possibly be? I have resolved to bring the assassin back to the Hidden Leaf Village for the Hokage to address. Simultaneously, I have come to the realization that our lives will no longer be tranquil. I addressed Hinata, saying, "My dear, swiftly don your full-body tight attire. We have a mission today." With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Hinata nodded and quickly changed her garments. The three of us immediately set forth towards the location of Uchiha Light. Along the way, we remained vigilant, advancing with utmost caution. At last, we arrived before a dilapidated structure, the very hideout of Uchiha Light. I gestured for Hinata and Sarada to remain at a distance while I stealthily approached the building. Just as I was about to infiltrate, a powerful aura emanated from within, sending a tremor through my heart as I realized I was facing a formidable foe. Taking a deep breath, I resolutely charged inside. Concerned by my prolonged absence, Hinata activated the Flying Thunder God technique to appear by my side. I engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable adversary before me, as both sides clashed with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, I discerned an unsettling shift in the enemy's gaze, as if they were deliberately concealing something. In an instant, realization dawned upon me. They had a hidden tactic in store. At that very moment, Hinata utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly materialize beside me. Her expression was one of deep concern, her eyes brimming with worry. I softly urged her to retreat, cautioning that the situation was perilous. Yet, Hinata resolutely shook her head, insisting on fighting alongside me. At this juncture, the enemy seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault upon me. I swiftly evaded the attack while simultaneously employing my ninjutsu to counter. Hinata bravely joined in, utilizing her gentle fist to engage the foe. However, the enemy's strength exceeded our expectations, gradually tipping the scales in their favor. Hinata and I executed a combined technique. The Thunder God's roar, lion's head spiraling sphere, sending Uchiha Hikari flying. As she crashed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at us, a flicker of surprise and resentment crossed her eyes. "You actually managed to injure me," she struggled to rise, wiping the blood from her lips. Hinata fixed her gaze on her, fists clenched, poised to launch another assault at any moment. I stepped forward, silently observing Uchiha Hikari. "Your plan has failed," I uttered coldly. Hikari smiled faintly. "Indeed, but this is merely the beginning." No sooner had she spoken than her form began to dissipate, transforming into a cloud of black mist that vanished from sight. "She has escaped," Hinata remarked with a hint of disappointment. I shook my head, reassuring myself that she would inevitably reappear. "Let us return for now." As we turned away from the abandoned structure, a sense of vigilance enveloped us. The battle was far from over. A multitude of challenges awaited us in the future. Hinata and I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Karui, startling her in the process. "Karui, it's me. I am your cousin, Zijian." Upon recognizing my voice, Karui immediately embraced both Hinata and me, bursting into tears. "I thought you two had perished," she sobbed. In Chapter 123, I placed Hinata inside a bag. I, along with Hinata and Huaxia.An, engaged in a game titled Human Bag. Curious about the rules, they inquired how to play. I explained that the objective was to encase one's entire body within a large cloth bag, leaving only the head exposed. When I posed questions, they were required to respond. Failure to do so would result in a playful consequence. I flashed a mischievous smile at Hinata and Huaxia.An, declaring, "Now that you are familiar with the rules, let us commence." I picked up two sizable blue bags from the side and gestured invitingly towards Hinata and Huaxia.An. Although they appeared somewhat anxious, they obediently climbed into the bags. Once their heads emerged, I secured the openings of the bags around their necks with a rope. Hinata asked what my intentions were, to which I replied, "I'm just ensuring it's snug. Otherwise, it might not be as entertaining if you manage to escape." With a playful demeanor, I tied a charming bow at the entrance of Hinata's bag. I gently pressed my lips to Hinata's forehead, and she shyly remarked, "Darling, that's so annoying." I burst into laughter and replied, Who asked you to be my precious wife? Yang Tian, witnessing the affection between us, thought to himself, hey, there's still a single dog here. Everything was ready. I turned to Hinata and Yang Tian and asked, my dear, is Xiao Tian prepared? In unison, they replied, we are both ready. Then for the first question, what is your favorite color? I inquired with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Hinata answered, black, while Yang Tian said, red. Very well. Next question, what is your favorite food? Hinata declared her preference for ramen, and Yang Tian opted for sushi. Great. Now for the final question. If given the opportunity to travel, where would you most like to go? After a moment's contemplation, Hinata expressed, I wish to visit the seaside, while Yang Tian stated, I wish to explore the forest. Ah, it appears your tastes are indeed quite different, I noted with a nod. However, since both of you answered correctly, there will be no penalty this time. Shall we play another round? Absolutely, let us play again. Hinata and Yang Tian exclaimed excitedly. The next round's question was shrouded in a hint of mystery. What are you most afraid of? They seemed a bit conflicted, and after a moment, Hinata whispered, I fear ghosts, while Yang Tian trembled as he said, I fear the dark. I see. I responded, now, for the next question, what is your favorite animal? Without hesitation. Hinata answered, a fox. Yang Tian pondered for a moment before saying, a dog. Finally, I posed the last question. What kind of superpower do you wish to possess? Hinata timidly replied, invisibility, while Yang Tian confidently declared, flight. Excellent. Both of you answered splendidly. This round ends in a tie. Shall we continue? I asked with a smile. Let us play another round. The two eagerly responded. I asked them, which season do you favor the most this round? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, spring. It seems you truly share a remarkable rapport, I complimented. Now, for the next question, which subject do you despise the most? Hinata shyly admitted, mathematics. While Yang Tian nodded in agreement, indicating, me too. If you could traverse into any anime world, where would you wish to go? I inquired further. Hinata's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she declared, I would love to enter the world of Naruto. Yang Tian replied without hesitation. Then I would choose the world of Detective Conan. For the final question, I asked, if there existed a kind of magic, what would you wish for? Hinata dreamily responded, a magic that could heal all ailments. Yang Tian, with a look of longing, expressed, a magic of time-space teleportation. All right, the game concludes. You both performed splendidly. Achieving full marks, I said, giving a thumbs up. Hinata and Yang Tian cheered with delight. They turned to me, saying, dear cousin, we wish to play again. Shall we begin a new round? I smiled and posed the next question. Who is your favorite comic character? Hinata and Yang Tian exchanged glances, closing their eyes in contemplation. After a moment, Hinata softly stated, Naruto. Yang Tian then boldly proclaimed, Conan. Next came the second question. What style of Chinese martial arts do you prefer? I continued. Wing Chun. Tai Chi. They answered in unison once more. Very well, I responded. If you could possess a gadget from Doraemon, what would it be? I asked with curiosity. Hinata excitedly replied, the anywhere door, to go wherever I desire. Yang Tian expressed his anticipation, saying, a time machine, to travel to the past or the future. For the final inquiry, I asked, which anime character do you aspire to become? Hinata firmly stated, I wish to be a powerful kunoichi like Tsunade. Yang Tian clenched his fist, declaring, I want to become a Dagawa Conan and unravel all mysteries. All right, this round of the game has concluded. Your synergy remains as impressive as ever, I remarked with genuine admiration. Hinata and Yang Tian wore radiant smiles, clearly still immersed in the joy of the game. The game is over. I announced, I shall release Yang Tian from the bag, and allowed her to return. Hinata remained in the bag, and I said to her, apologies. Dear, but could you stay in the bag for one more night? Surprised by my words, Hinata smiled gently and replied, all right, my love. I tenderly caressed Hinata's face peeking out of the bag, feeling her warmth and my heart brimming with happiness. I scooped Hinata up in a princess carry and brought her to our room. I laid her on the bed and went to prepare dinner. After finishing my meal, I brought a bowl of rice into the room and fed her. Seeing this act of affection, Hinata's love for me deepened even further. As night fell, I found myself lying in bed beside Hinata, reminiscing about the heartwarming scene of her playing games with Yang Tian earlier that day. I knew deep within my heart that I would treasure this bond and steadfastly protect Hinata. The following morning, upon awakening, my first action was to gently untie the cord around her neck. Good morning, my dear, I said with a smile directed at Hinata. She returned my smile. emerging from her cocoon and embracing me warmly. Our lives remained simple yet filled with joy, and I was certain that this happiness would endure. I said to Hinata, "My dear, shall we play that fun bag game again today?" "Certainly, darling," Hinata replied with enthusiasm. "But this time, I shall be the one to place you inside." I chuckled and nodded, then nestled myself into the bag. Hinata joyfully secured me within, and as I poked my head out, she tightened the opening before playfully carrying me around the room. Although the sensation was rather peculiar, I could distinctly feel Hinata's joy and affection enveloping me. After a while, she released me from the confines of the bag, and we erupted into laughter. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and upon answering, I discovered it was the courier delivering a package. Upon opening the package, I discovered a manga that Hinata had longed to read. Hinata joyfully accepted the manga, her happiness reminiscent of a child's delight. We sat together on the sofa, immersed in comic books, relishing this tranquil and beautiful moment. In the afternoon, we decided to play the game of human bag, and this time, it was my turn to encase Hinata. As she hopped into the bag, I swiftly tied the opening once her head emerged, securing it on my back. Then, I playfully mimicked various animals around the room, eliciting peals of laughter from Hinata. After we had our fill of merriment, I released her from the confines of the bag. Subsequently, we chose to take a stroll outside, hand in hand, savoring each other's company. As we walked, we stumbled upon a quaint CAF and decided to step inside for a moment of respite, ordering 2 cups of coffee. While we savored our drinks, a couple at the adjacent table caught our attention. They were feeding each other, exuding a sweet tenderness that was palpable. Hinata's eyes sparkled with envy, and I immediately understood, taking a piece of cake to feed her. She blushed as she accepted it, a smile of pure bliss gracing her lips. After finishing our coffee, we meandered back home, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon us, as if draping us in a shimmering veil. Chapter 124. Hinata's affection for the human bag game. Since our last encounter with the human bag game, Hinata had developed a fondness for it, and so had I. I delighted in placing Hinata inside a large fabric bag, allowing her head to peek out. Once she emerged, I would gently secure the drawstring around her neck, the entrance of the bag. Each time we played, I would fashion a charming bow, and seeing Hinata's adorable visage filled me with joy, prompting me to embrace her encased form. Then, I would bestow a kiss upon the seal of her head peeking from the bag. I said to Hinata, "My dear, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." With a blush, she lowered her head and softly replied, "Thank you, my love." After saying this, she embraced me spontaneously, filling my heart with immeasurable joy. We have resolved to frequently indulge in the delightful pastime of playing the bag game, relishing each other's companionship and joy. With every game we engage in, our bond grows ever closer, and our emotions deepen profoundly. However, one day, while immersed in our playful activity, we inadvertently caught the attention of others. They gazed upon us with astonishment and perplexity, yet we remained unfazed by their scrutiny, for we understood that this singular joy was a treasure meant solely for the two of us. After our secret was unveiled, it sparked curiosity and attention from certain individuals. Among them was a person named Xiaolin, who developed a profound interest in our game. He began to approach us, seeking to uncover more details about the racial bag game. Although we initially felt somewhat uneasy about Xiaolin's involvement, he gradually became our friend. Xiaolin shared his thoughts and ideas regarding the game, which provided us with fresh inspiration. Together, we delved into a plethora of intriguing gameplay options, transcending the confines of the traditional bag game. We explored a myriad of interactive modalities, each encounter brimming with novelty and exhilaration. As time unfurled, our small collective steadily expanded, drawing in more like-minded individuals. We forged a unique gaming realm, where we reveled in joy and laughter. Within our intimate circle, each member possessed distinct personalities and talents. Some excelled at crafting game rules, while others were adept at conjuring engaging scenarios and props. We fostered an environment of mutual learning and encouragement, consistently challenging ourselves to elevate the gaming experience to new heights. On one occasion, we orchestrated a grand gaming event, inviting a larger audience to partake. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone immersed in a joyous ambience. We designed an array of levels and challenges that allowed participants to savor the delights of teamwork and competition. This event not only garnered greater recognition for our group, but also facilitated the formation of numerous new friendships. We discovered that through gaming, individuals could shed the burdens of daily life and liberate their inner child. From that moment onward, our gaming universe flourished with vibrant creativity, continually giving rise to fresh ideas and gameplay styles. We resolved to perpetuate this joy, enabling more individuals to experience the allure of gaming. In the days that followed, our collective ventured beyond the realm of games, exploring new domains. A proposal emerged to create an animated series centered around the bad game theme, prompting a collaborative effort where everyone contributed their imaginative narratives. Additionally, some suggested organizing offline gatherings, allowing players to exchange insights face-to-face. Our small group is gradually evolving into a diverse community, attracting an ever-growing number of individuals to join. During the process of animation production, we encountered several technical challenges. However, rather than succumbing to discouragement, we collectively sought out solutions with enthusiasm. Through persistent experimentation and diligent effort, our animation has finally been unveiled, receiving widespread acclaim. Meanwhile, our offline gatherings proceeded as scheduled, with participants brimming with enthusiasm, sharing their gaming experiences and amusing anecdotes. Our small community is continually expanding, and a myriad of possibilities awaits our exploration in the future. As our group grows increasingly robust, we have begun to contemplate more effective means of disseminating gaming culture. Some have proposed organizing an exhibition to showcase the history and evolution of tabletop games, while others have suggested developing merchandise to immerse players further into the gaming realm. Through our collective efforts, these ideas are gradually materializing. The game exhibition has drawn a multitude of enthusiasts eager to visit, and the merchandise has garnered considerable acclaim in the marketplace. Our small group transcends a mere gaming community. It has evolved into a cultural phenomenon. It has imparted upon us the values of teamwork, innovative thinking, and unwavering perseverance. In the future, we shall continue to push boundaries and create more intriguing endeavors, allowing the brilliance of this small community to illuminate the lives of many. Chapter 125. I teach Hinata to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Hinata and I played the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! With such enthusiasm that we lost track of time. I said to Hinata, "Darling, let us engage in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh!" With a look of curiosity, she inquired, "Yu-Gi-Oh? What kind of game is it? Is it enjoyable?" "Indeed, it is exceedingly entertaining," I replied eagerly as I opened my deck, showcasing the exquisite cards within. Hinata gazed at these cards with wonder, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a smile, I elucidated, "Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a card battle game wherein we can construct our own decks using these cards and engage in combat by playing cards, summoning monsters, and employing magical traps to vanquish our opponents." Hinata, seemingly grasping the concept, nodded and said, "Then let us begin." Thus, we settled down to embark on an exhilarating duel of Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout the game, Hinata displayed remarkable talent, skillfully maneuvering her cards to transform peril into safety, earning my admiration. Ultimately, after a fierce contest, Hinata emerged victorious by a slender margin. "Hooray! I won!" she exclaimed with exuberance. I too laughed joyfully. "My dear, you were truly remarkable. Let us engage in another game next time." A day later, the two of us once again played Yu-Gi-Oh! This time, I wielded the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck of Seto Kaiba, while Hinata employed the Red Ice deck. I began my turn by drawing a card and summoned the Dark Magician in defense position. Subsequently, I placed 2 cards face down and ended my turn. Hinata gazed at me with a smile, gently revealing her hand. It was now my turn to draw. She initiated her move by activating a spell card, Red Ice Spirit, sending a Red Ice monster from her hand to the graveyard to special summon a more formidable Red Ice monster. Next, she played another spell card, Black Flame Ball, inflicting damage upon my life points. It was my turn, I declared, drawing a card and activating the spell card, Graceful Charity, allowing me to draw 2 cards from my deck. I surveyed my hand and revealed a confident smile as I summoned the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Then, utilizing the effect of Dragon Soul, I sacrificed it to special summon the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. With my turn concluded, it was now Hinata's turn. "I draw for my turn," she said. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, yet she did not waver. I placed 1 card face down, signaling the end of my turn. "I calmly conclude my turn," she stated. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, as the outcome now hinged upon who could seize the pivotal opportunity. It is my turn to draw a card. I activate the spell card, Tornado, to obliterate Hinata's spell and trap cards on the field. Then, I initiated a special summon of the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon by means of an offensive maneuver. Subsequently, I activated the effect of the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon to obliterate Hinata's Red Ice Black Dragon. Thereafter, I directly attacked Hinata with my Azure Eyes Ultimate Dragon. "I'm sorry, my dear, but you have lost." Hinata bit her lip, casting a reluctant glance at the chessboard. However, Soon a smile returned to her face. You are truly remarkable, my love. Nevertheless, I assure you, next time I will claim victory. I replied to her with a smile, well, next time I shall show no mercy, my dear. We tidied up the cards and departed from the room together. The sun outside shone brightly, casting a warm glow upon us. As we strolled along, we engaged in lively conversation, discussing a myriad of intriguing topics. Despite the defeat in the competition, Hinata did not succumb to discouragement. Rather, her resolve to enhance her skills grew even stronger. I shall become a formidable duelist, just like Zijian, Hinata declared, clenching her adorable little fist with unwavering determination. I encouraged with a nod. I firmly believe in your capabilities. Keep pushing forward, my dear. As long as you persevere with unwavering effort, your dream shall undoubtedly come to fruition. Chapter 126. Hinata is eager to play the human seed bag game once again. Hinata wishes to engage in the human seed bag game and is sulking with me. I find myself unable to resist her whims, thus I acquiesce. I retrieve a large cloth bag. I waited for Hinata to step into the large bag, then I lifted the bag and draped it over her form. As soon as her head emerged, I meticulously fashioned a charming bow at the neck of the bag, which served as its entrance. I observed a delightful young lady who surprisingly enjoyed playing this game. I gently caressed her exposed head and inquired, is it enjoyable, my dear? Hinata bestowed upon me a captivating smile as she replied affirmatively. At that moment, I embraced Hinata's form nestled within her bag and kissed her cherry-red lips that were revealed. Blushing, Hinata shyly exclaimed, Zijian, you are such a tease. I chuckled and remarked, who could resist when you are my precious wife? My bond with Hinata had deepened once more. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha and Sarada Uchiha arrived. Upon witnessing the closeness between Hinata and me, they inquired about the situation. Particularly noteworthy was the sight of Hinata, her body ensconced within a large cloth bag, with only her head exposed. I informed them that we were engaged in a game. Hinata, nodding in agreement, added, indeed, it is merely a game. Sasuke and Sarada exchanged awkward glances, clearly taken aback by the nature of our playful activity. Clearing his throat, Sasuke attempted to shift the conversation, saying, we just happened to pass by and saw you here, so we thought we would stop by to say hello. I responded with a smile, what a coincidence. How have you both been? Sarada quickly chimed in, we are doing well. Just returned from a mission and are now preparing to rest. Hinata gently shifted within the bag and interjected, then you should hurry off to rest. We still wish to continue our game. Observing this, Sasuke and Sarada bid farewell and departed. I gazed at Hinata, my eyes brimming with affection. All right, my dear. Let us continue our play. With that, I redirected my focus to the game, relishing the joyous moments we shared together. I said to Hinata, my dear, shall we visit Sasuke and Karen's home tomorrow? Hinata replied, darling, have you noticed something? I said to Hinata, my dear, you are truly clever. In that case, let us prepare thoroughly and surprise them. Hinata smiled joyfully. The following day, Hinata and I arrived at Sasuke and Karen's residence. Their astonishment was palpable upon our arrival. What brings you here? Sasuke inquired. I responded with a smile. We came to visit you and, in the process, brought you some gifts. We engaged in a delightful conversation, sharing some recent experiences. During our exchange, I perceived a subtle atmosphere between Sasuke and Sakura, yet I refrained from probing further. Thank you for coming. It has truly been a joyous occasion, Sakura remarked. No need for thanks. We feel the same, Hinata gently replied. After departing from Sasuke and Sakura's residence, I took Hinata's hand and inquired, my dear, do you sense that there might be something they are concealing from us? Hinata nodded. I share that sentiment. But it matters not. As long as they are happy, that is what truly counts. I smiled gently. Indeed, I hope they can find their own happiness. Hand in hand, we walked along the path leading home, the sunlight bathing us in its warm and beautiful embrace. In the evening, the two of us began to play the game of human seed bags. I invited Hinata to enter the large bag, and after she peeked out, I secured a lovely bow at the entrance of the bag. Then, with a princess carry, I lifted Hinata and brought her to our bedroom. I gently laid her upon the bed and leaned down to kiss her forehead. My dear, you appear exceptionally enchanting this evening, I murmured. A faint blush graced Hinata's cheeks as she shyly smiled. Oh, you always know just what to say. She playfully nudged me with her hand from the pouch. Seizing her hand from the pouch, I pressed a kiss to Hinata's forehead and then said to her, my lady, it is time for slumber. Hinata replied, very well, my husband. We lay entwined in slumber, enveloped in an aura of bliss. In my dreams, It seemed as though Sasuke and Karen had also discovered their own happiness. In the dead of night, I was roused by a cacophony. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed Hinata had also awakened, gazing at me with a look of bewilderment. It appeared the noise was emanating from Sasuke's residence. I remarked, donning my attire in preparation to investigate. Hinata promptly descended from the bed, stating, "I shall accompany you." I lifted her in a princess carry and then utilized the flying thunder god technique. We arrived at Sasuke's doorstep, where the sounds of a heated argument echoed from within. "Sasuke, you cannot treat me this way." Kenshiro's voice trembled with a hint of tears. I no longer wished to deceive myself. Sasuke's tone was deep and resolute. Hyuga, Hinata, and I exchanged a glance, both our hearts brimming with questions. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Sasuke emerged. Upon seeing us, a complex expression flickered across his gaze. "Please, come in," he murmured softly. As we entered the room, we beheld Xianglin seated upon the sofa, tears cascading down her cheeks. What had transpired? I could not help but inquire. Sasuke inhaled deeply and began to recount the events. He revealed to us that his feelings for Xianglin were not of love, but rather those of camaraderie and companionship. He did not wish to continue misleading her, thus he resolved to confess his true sentiments. Upon hearing this, Xianglin was utterly heartbroken. Unable to accept the reality of the situation, Hinata comforted Xianglin, assuring her that she was surrounded by friends. I gazed at Sasuke, understanding that he had made the right choice. Though this was painfully difficult for Xianglin, enduring prolonged suffering is indeed less favorable than a swift resolution. Ultimately, Sasuke decided to leave the village for a time, embarking on a journey to seek his true inner direction. After bidding us farewell, he set forth on his solitary path. 3 years later, I encountered Sasuke once more. He appeared significantly aged. I inquired about his experiences over the past 3 years. Sasuke paused in silence for a moment, then spoke slowly. "During these 3 years, I have traversed many places and encountered numerous people and events. I have sought a means to harness the power within me while also searching for the purpose of my existence." A glimmer of fatigue and confusion flickered in his eyes. I listened quietly to his narration, feeling a surge of emotions within me. Sasuke's journey has indeed been quite tumultuous. He has been tirelessly striving to discover himself. A path evidently fraught with challenges. However, I am confident that you have gleaned valuable insights. I gently patted his shoulder in encouragement. Sasuke nodded slightly, affirming that he had learned much and gained a deeper understanding of himself. Yet, he still felt perplexed, uncertain about the direction his future should take. "It's all right. We can explore together," I said with a smile, for the journey of life is invariably laden with uncertainties and trials. Sasuke glanced at me, a flicker of a smile gracing his face. "Perhaps in the days to come, we shall encounter even more difficulties and tests. But as long as we stand side by side, we shall surely overcome all obstacles. Karen has been waiting for you at home," I mentioned. "She is quite worried about you." A glimmer of guilt passed through Sasuke's eyes as he replied, "I know. I will go find her." With that, he turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but reflect on how much Sasuke has matured. I hope he can resolve his issues with Karen and embrace the future together. I truly believe they will find their own happiness. Chapter 127. Karen also enjoys the bag game. Uchiha Sasuke's wife, Karen, has also taken a liking to the bag game. How did this come to be? It all started when she saw me and Hinata playing the bag game, which piqued her interest. Consequently, Uchiha Sasuke decided to introduce Karen to the game. They found an open space where Sasuke utilized his ninjutsu to conjure a large bag. With excitement, Karen leaped into the bag, and Sasuke began to shake it vigorously, eliciting joyous exclamations from her inside. Then, Sasuke placed the bag on the ground, rolling it back and forth to Karen's delight. Ultimately, he opened the bag, and Karen emerged with a radiant smile of satisfaction. "So, was it fun?" Sasuke inquired. "It was absolutely delightful. Let us play again next time," Karen replied enthusiastically. From that day forth, Uchiha Sasuke and Karen frequently engaged in the bag game, infusing their lives with newfound joy. One day, Hinata and I observed the couple playing the game improperly. Hinata called out to them, "You're not playing that game correctly." I chimed in, "Let me and Hinata demonstrate how it's done." I placed Hinata in the bag, and once her head emerged, I deftly tied the string at the entrance of the bag around her neck. Then, grasping the bottom of the bag, I lifted Hinata entirely, swinging it like a flail. Hinata's joyous laughter resonated from within the bag, leaving Sasuke and Karen utterly astonished. I paused my actions and gently lifted Hinata from the bag. Her cheeks flushed, and she breathed heavily, exuding an aura of pure joy. "You see, this is the proper way to play," I remarked with a smile directed at Sasuke and Karen. They exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating my words. After a moment, Sasuke turned to me and said, "Thank you for your guidance. We understand now." Subsequently, he picked up the bag once more and placed Karen back inside. I cautioned the two of them not to replicate the action that Hinata and I had just performed. They inquired as to why we advised against it. To which Hinata and I explained that our previous action was perilous. We have become immortal, and upon hearing our words, Sasuke and Karen were left utterly astonished. They suspected that Hinata and I were deceiving them. Subsequently, I performed an action that left them in sheer disbelief. With a swift motion, I severed Hinata's head using Raikiri. Yet to their astonishment, her severed head remained alive. Before their eyes, Hinata's head sprouted a body. Concerned, I inquired, "Are you all right, my dear?" Hinata smiled and reassured me. "I'm fine, my love." Upon hearing her words, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. This extraordinary display left both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Karen in utter shock. They questioned us about the nature of this phenomenon. I responded, "This is a unique fate of Hinata and me. Have you ever heard of martial cultivators?" "What do we know?" Sasuke and Sarada questioned me with perplexity. "Hinata and I have become martial practitioners," I proclaimed. Sasuke and Sarada's eyes widened in astonishment, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. They could scarcely believe their ears. Our revelation left them utterly astounded. "How is this possible?" Sasuke murmured, his gaze brimming with doubt and incredulity. Sarada, equally astonished, stammered, "Is what you're saying truly genuine?" Hyuga and I exchanged glances, nodding in silent understanding. We were acutely aware that our words would deliver a profound shock to both Sasuke and Salvia. Yet, Sasuke hesitated, seemingly still reeling from the astonishment. Salvia, on the other hand, furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after a brief moment, she spoke. "This is all so sudden. We require time to process this revelation." Hyuga, Hinata, and I empathize with their feelings, for our words indeed seem implausible. We resolved to grant Sasuke and Karen some time, allowing them to gradually come to terms with this reality. In the ensuing days, both Sasuke and Karen found themselves ensnared in contemplation, incessantly revisiting the words spoken by Hinata and me in search of elusive clues. Ultimately, they embraced this truth, realizing the authenticity of our statements, which ignited within them a sense of anticipation for the future. Chapter 128. Uzumaki Kushina also enjoyed the game of human species bag. My mother, Kushina Uzumaki, has also developed an affinity for the game of human species bags. How did this come to be? It turns out that while Hinata and I were engaged in playing the game, she discovered us and requested that I teach her the intricacies of it. I found myself at a loss with her, so I could only resort to teaching her. With great patience, I instructed my mother on how to play the game of human bag. I prepared 2 large fabric bags, one for Kushina in a vibrant red and another for Hinata in a deep black. I guided them both into their respective bags, and once they poked their heads out, I assisted them in securing the ropes around their necks. With a playful smile, I turned to Kushina Uzumaki and asked, "What do you think?" Excitedly, Kushina exclaimed, "Wow, this feels so intriguing." At that moment, Hinata peeked out from the bag, her face adorned with a hint of shyness. With a smile, I exclaimed to them, "All right, the game begins now. Are you both prepared to be caught by me?" Upon finishing my words, I launched into the chase, while the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law giggled and dodged within the bag. The entire room resonated with joyous laughter. At that moment, my father, Minato Namikaze, returned home. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. With a look of curiosity, he observed his wife and daughter-in-law frolicking inside the bag, then turned his gaze toward me. "What game are you playing?" "It appears to be quite entertaining," he inquired with a smile. I elucidated the rules of the race bag game to my father, and a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Minato's eyes. "May I join as well?" he inquired with palpable enthusiasm. "Of course, Dad," I exclaimed, picking up a bag and gesturing for Minato to climb inside. Once he was ensconced within the bag, I swiftly secured the drawstring. The game commenced anew, with the 3 of us joyfully chasing one another inside, our laughter resonating throughout the room. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and upon opening the door, I discovered that Naruto had returned. Her eyes widened as she took in the scene before her. "What on earth are you all doing?" Zijian, Dad, Mom, and Hinata, Naruto asked in astonishment. "It's merely a game," I replied. I invited Mingzi into the game, and together we reveled in the joyous moments. I smiled and addressed the 4 of them. "Father, Mother, Darling, and Naruto, what do you think of my game?" "It's truly delightful," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. We can play this game often in the future. Very well, then it is settled, I replied joyfully. Everyone emerged from the bag, panting and wearing radiant smiles of happiness. At this moment, my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, suggested, "How about we enjoy a sumptuous dinner together tonight to celebrate this wonderful occasion? Let me prepare the dinner." "As Hinata and I have just purchased some fresh ingredients," I said with a smile. Thus, we all busied ourselves in the kitchen. The air was filled with enticing aromas, and the dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Bathed in the warm glow of the lights, our family gathered around, relishing the bountiful meal and sharing in each other's joy. In that moment, I felt an immense sense of happiness. The warmth of family and the power of kinship filled my heart with gratitude. At that moment, 3 more guests arrived at my parents' home: Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. "What a lively gathering we have today," Jiraiya chuckled as he entered. "Perverted sage," Naruto shouted excitedly. "It's been a while," Izuken and Hinata, Tsunade greeted with a smile. Hinata and I returned her greeting, saying, "Tsunade-sensei, it's been too long." "Oh, Orochimaru is here too," Minato remarked with surprise. "It's been well, Minato," Orochimaru replied coolly. Everyone took their seats and began to enjoy dinner. Throughout the meal, we reminisced about past events, and the atmosphere was light and joyous. After finishing our dinner, Naruto suggested that we go watch a movie. Everyone readily agreed, and thus we made our way to the cinema. After the film concluded, we strolled through the quiet streets under the night sky, savoring the serene ambience. "Thank you all for such a wonderful day," I expressed sincerely. "We are family." "No need for gratitude," my father patted my shoulder. Just then, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire village. We gazed up at the stars, our hearts brimming with warmth and joy. Suddenly, I thought of my family in the real world and softly hummed a familiar melody. "What a beautiful song." "What is its name?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. "Family," I replied with a smile. "It perfectly reflects our current mood," my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, said gently. At that moment, a breeze swept by, carrying with it a few petals that danced in the air, resembling a beautiful painting. "How lovely," Tsunade and Hinata marveled. We quietly reveled in the enchanting scene, savoring the splendor of nature. At this moment, I was acutely aware that regardless of where we might be, the presence of family rendered any time the most blissful. Suddenly, I inquired of Orochimaru, "Master Orochimaru, how is your research on the chakra of Otsutsuki Shuren progressing?" Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly and replied thoughtfully, "Zijian, I must apologize. There has not been significant progress thus far. The chakra of Otsutsuki Shuren is exceptionally unique, and the power it harbors is immensely formidable. Nevertheless, I am confident that, given enough time, I will surely discover a breakthrough." I nodded, harboring considerable confidence in Orochimaru's abilities. At that moment, Naruto interjected, suggesting that perhaps the individual in question might have other accomplices, urging us to exercise caution. With a hearty laugh, I turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, it seems that the solitary Tsutsuki Shinja remains on the moon, utterly oblivious to his fate." I glanced at the kind-hearted and beautiful Hinata beside me and remarked, "Isn't that so, my princess?" Hinata replied with a gentle, indeed." Tsunade also expressed her agreement, emphasizing the importance of remaining vigilant and preparing for any eventuality. As we walked and engaged in conversation, we unknowingly approached the vicinity of the Hyuga residence. When it was time to part ways, both Hinata and I expressed our heartfelt gratitude to everyone once more. Upon returning home, Hinata and I decided to take a bath together. After our refreshing wash, we resumed our playful antics with a large cloth bag, where I playfully placed Hinata inside. I fashioned a charming bow with a rope around Hinata's neck, precisely at the entrance of the bag. Then, cradling her in a princess carry, I gently spoke to her. "Darling, it's time for bed." As I entered the bedroom, I tenderly placed Hinata upon the bed. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and her gaze revealed a hint of shyness. "Thank you, Zijian. I truly had a wonderful time today," Hinata murmured softly. I smiled gently as I caressed her long hair, and I too whispered good night. Then, I extinguished the light and lay beside Hinata, savoring her warmth. In the enveloping darkness, I silently vowed to protect this girl, to bestow upon her happiness and a sense of security. Gradually, we drifted into a sweet slumber, welcoming the dawn of a new day. The following morning, Hanabi came to visit us, having witnessed her sister being playfully tucked into a bag with only her head protruding. She inquired, perplexed, about the peculiar situation. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, and we resolved to frighten the adorable Hanabi. I feigned a serious demeanor and informed her that Hinata was trapped in a bag by a nefarious villain, who had cast a spell upon it. I was contemplating ways to rescue her. Upon hearing this, Hanabi's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly inquired if she could assist. I felt a surge of delight within. Continuing the performance by asserting that our adversary was formidable and that we needed to devise a meticulous plan. Hinata, in synergy with me, emitted occasional cries for help from the bag. Hanabi was completely deceived by our ruse. She pondered earnestly and even offered some suggestions. Ultimately, sensing that the moment was ripe, I unveiled the truth, at which point Hanabi realized she had been tricked. The three of us burst into hearty laughter, reveling in a delightful day. Chapter 129. Hanabi's affection for the bag game. How did Hanabi come to enjoy the bag game? It turns out that after witnessing Hinata and me engaging in the bag game, she expressed her desire to partake as well. Hinata and I exchanged a glance and readily agreed to include her. I took out a small cloth bag, slightly shorter than Hinata. Using my shadow clone, I placed Hanabi inside the bag, and once her head peeked out, I lovingly tied a charming bow around it. I observed Hinata and Hanabi engaging in a game of tag, and a thought crossed my mind. I must become stronger to safeguard them. At that moment, an unidentified creature's hand patted my shoulder, and I instinctively executed a grappling move, rendering her unconscious. To my astonishment, it was Hinata. My mind raced, thinking, "This is a disaster." I hurriedly inquired, "Are you all right, my dear Hinata?" She replied with a smile, "I'm fine, Zijian." Just then, Hanabi, upon hearing our conversation, emerged from the bag, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she demanded to know why I had struck Hinata. I was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Sensing my predicament, Hinata quickly interjected, clarifying that it was merely a misunderstanding and praising my grappling skills. Hanabi, though still somewhat skeptical, glanced at me before taking Hinata's hand and suggesting they play another game. I sighed in relief, grateful that I hadn't provoked Hanabi's ire. Watching their joyful expressions, I silently vowed to become stronger and to protect those dear to me. I said to both of them, "My dear, I can teach you too some grappling techniques." Upon hearing my words, Hinata was filled with joy and exclaimed, Yes, I want to learn." Hanabi clapped her hands in excitement, cheering in delight. I first demonstrated the essential movements of the grappling techniques to them, then encouraged them to follow my lead. Hinata learned swiftly, executing each motion with remarkable precision. However, Hanabi appeared to struggle somewhat, yet she persisted diligently in her practice. During our training, I noticed a resolute and earnest glimmer in Hanabi's eyes. It seemed she was determined to prove herself. Thus she devoted herself wholeheartedly to mastering each movement. Gradually, Hanabi's actions became increasingly proficient, enabling her to perform some basic techniques. Hinata cheered her on from the sidelines, her face radiant with pride. Witnessing their fervent dedication stirred a profound emotion within me. I vowed to protect them, ensuring they would forever retain their innocence and joy. 3 months later, Hinata truly emerged as a prodigious young lady, seamlessly integrating grappling techniques into her gentle fist style. On this day, the Hidden Leaf Village hosted a martial arts competition, in which Hinata and Hanabi eagerly registered to participate. Throughout the contest, Hinata showcased her exquisite gentle fist techniques in conjunction with her grappling skills, effortlessly advancing through the rounds to reach the finals. Hanabi, not one to be outdone, also made it to the finals through her unwavering effort and determination. The climactic showdown unfolded between Hinata and Hanabi, with neither yielding an inch, resulting in an intensely thrilling match. The audience fervently rallied behind them. After an exhilarating battle, Hinata narrowly emerged victorious over Hanabi, claiming the championship title. Although Hanabi felt a tinge of disappointment, she could not help but feel joy for Hinata's success. After the competition, Hinata and Hanabi approached me, expressing their gratitude for my guidance and grappling techniques. Observing their growth filled my heart with immense satisfaction. In the days to come, we would face many more challenges together, evolving alongside one another. It seemed that Hayashi Hyuga was growing increasingly fond of me, his son-in-law. At the celebration for Hinata's victory, Hayashi conveyed his admiration for me and hinted at his desire for me to become a member of the Hyuga family. I felt taken aback, yet I recognized that this entailed greater responsibilities. After much contemplation, I acquiesced. "Very well, I accept your proposal." Thus, I formally joined the Hyuga clan as Gong Zijian. My words filled the Hyuga family with pride. At that moment, a mysterious ninja organization stealthily infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village. Their intentions appeared to target Hinata and Hanabi, compelling me to take a stand and shield them from impending danger. Simultaneously, I commenced an investigation into the true motives of this enigmatic organization. endeavoring to unravel the concealed conspiracy behind their actions. After extensive research and multiple inquiries, I discovered they were merely a second-rate faction, with a single massive spiral sphere technique. I could obliterate their base. Without hesitation, I took action and indeed succeeded in leveling their stronghold, with no remnants left. I still did not feel a sense of relief after dismantling the organization. I understood that this incident was merely the beginning, and a far greater scheme loomed behind the scenes. I resolved to delve deeper, determined to unearth the puppeteer orchestrating these events. I clandestinely gathered clues, seeking any information related to the enigmatic organization. Soon, I discerned some peculiar movements, suggesting that someone was deliberately concealing certain matters. Meanwhile, Hinata and Hanabi also sensed the unusual occurrences around them. They intensified their training, bracing themselves for the impending peril. Just as we were ramping up our preparations, an unforeseen assault shattered the tranquility of the village. The mysterious organization re-emerged, their onslaught more ferocious, clearly indicating their meticulous preparation. I led Hinata and Hanabi into a fierce battle against our adversaries. During the conflict, I gradually unveiled the truth behind the enigmatic organization. Their intentions extended beyond merely targeting Hinata and Hanabi, encompassing the entirety of Konoha. I resolved to execute a decisive strike against them, joining forces with my sister, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. I cautioned Naruto and Sasuke against acting impulsively. I fixed my sharp gaze ahead and softly remarked, "These individuals are no ordinary lot. We must tread carefully." Naruto and Urzu's nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. We stealthily approached the leader of our adversaries, poised to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A group of enigmatic figures materialized abruptly, obstructing our path. "Who are you?" I inquired warily. "We are here to assist you," one of the figures responded. As I gazed intently, I was astonished to find my former disciples from a past life, Li Ning and Gong Zijian, unexpectedly present in this place. Could it be that they had traversed dimensions as well? With little time to ponder, I cast a grateful glance in their direction and joined them in the fray. Their presence significantly amplified our strength, tilting the scales of victory in our favor. Ultimately, we emerged triumphant. The five of us vanquished all adversaries. I obliterated their base with a single strike of the heavenly obstruction star. After extinguishing that malevolent force, I inquired how Gong Zijian and Li Ning had come to discover this location. We had been investigating this enigmatic organization, Gong Zijian elucidated, explaining that we had recently uncovered some clues and had pursued them here, only to fortuitously encounter you. How serendipitous, I remarked. However, this incident is merely the beginning. Li Ning stated gravely. We must persist in our pursuit to completely eradicate this mysterious organization, lest they pose an even greater threat. Indeed, we must not allow them to succeed, I asserted, clenching my fist. What should our next course of action be? Mingzi inquired. Let us return to the village and report the situation to Lord Hokage, I replied, and then we shall devise our next plan of action. As we embarked on our journey home, our hearts brimmed with a profound sense of purpose. This battle has fortified our resolve to safeguard the Hidden Leaf Village and has made us acutely aware that numerous challenges lie ahead in the future. I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the four of us arrived at the Hokage's office. To the bewilderment of Gong Zijian and Li Ning, Uchiha Sasuke had unexpectedly become the Hokage. "Sasuke, what on earth is going on?" Gong Zijian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It's a long story," Sasuke replied, shaking his head, before recounting the events that transpired after the Ninja World War. "I see." Li Ning and Gong Zijian nodded thoughtfully after absorbing Sasuke's explanation. "Well, since you are both aware of the situation now, you should take a moment to rest," Sasuke suggested. "Next, we need to deliberate on how to confront that mysterious organization." At that moment, Uzumaki Karin entered the office. "Darling, I just received news that the mysterious organization has commenced its operations. They seem to be in search of something. It appears we must act swiftly," Sasuke stated. "Gong Zijian, Li Ning, what do you know about this mysterious organization?" "We previously uncovered that this organization is linked to a formidable malevolent force," Gong Zijian replied. "However, the specifics remain unclear. Regardless, we must prevent them from succeeding," Karin declared resolutely. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once." I, along with Li Ning and Gong Zijian, addressed the Seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, saying, "Let us three take charge of this matter. We intend to strike directly at the heart of the enemy." Sasuke inquired about the meaning of this phrase. I explained it to him, and soon enough, he comprehended its significance. Ultimately, Gao Zihan, Li Ning, and I vanquished that organization. I expressed my gratitude to my junior brothers, saying, "Thank you both for your assistance." They replied, "There is no need for thanks. We are brothers, are we not? We shall take our leave now." I bid them farewell. After their departure, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to my home with Hinata. Upon entering, I called out to our bedroom, "I'm back, my dear." Hearing my voice, Hinata rushed out from the room and embraced me tightly. We shared a kiss, relishing the tranquil moment together. Chapter 130. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura wish to join the game. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, upon witnessing Hinata and me engaged in a game of human species bag, expressed their desire to join. Hinata and I exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, for after all, they are our companions. I presented 2 large fabric bags to them, inviting the duo to fill them with themselves. Enthusiastically, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno dove into the bags, commencing their playful endeavor. After a brief moment, their heads emerged from the openings, prompting Hinata and me to rush over and secure the strings around their necks. "Are you ready?" I inquired with a smile. "Ready," they replied in unison. I counted to 3, then pulled the rope with all my might, hoisting them into the air. The 2 of them swung back and forth, laughing joyfully. "This is such fun," exclaimed Yama no Akiya. "Indeed, we must play again next time," echoed Haruno Sakura. We played together for a considerable time, until the sun dipped below the horizon. In the end, we tidied up our belongings and returned home together. Throughout the journey, we remained immersed in the joyous ambience. We returned to the Hyuga family, and the following day, the 4 of us engaged in a game of human bag, this time inviting Tintin, Naruto, and Cheyenne to join. With Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Tintin, Naruto, and Cheyenne delightfully nestled within the bag, I waited for the 5 of them to peek out, utilizing the shadow clone technique. I tied the ropes for them. As the original, I was assisting Hinata with her ropes. "Are you ready, my lovely ladies?" I called out. "Ready," they replied in unison. I count once more, then pull the rope, watching as they sway gracefully in the air, everyone bursting into joyous laughter. How delightful it is. We cheer with excitement. "Indeed. We can play this game frequently in the future," Naruto exclaims. Thus, we spent a blissful afternoon. In the end, we tidied up our belongings and returned home together, discussing what new tricks we might explore next time along the way. On the 3rd day, the 2 of us were delayed due to a pressing task. Upon arriving at the designated spot, we discovered that the others had been waiting for quite some time. Their faces lit up with excitement as they saw us approach. "You finally made it. We've been waiting forever," Sakura declared. "I apologize for the delay. We were held up," I hastily replied. "No worries. Shall we begin?" Ino asked eagerly. "Absolutely," I exclaimed, pulling out the sack for everyone to take turns diving into. This time, we experimented with new variations, such as lifting 2 individuals simultaneously or allowing someone to roll within the sack. Laughter echoed in the air, and time seemed to freeze in that moment of joy. Despite our busy tasks, we managed to carve out our own moments of happiness. As night fell, we packed our things and bid farewell to an afternoon filled with laughter and mirth. On the 4th day, we played Yu-Gi-Oh!, a game that only Hinata and I had experienced before. The others had scarcely heard of it. I briefly introduced the rules to everyone and began distributing the cards. They appeared intrigued, carefully examining the cards in their hands. "My turn," I declared, drawing a card to summon the ancient fairy dragon. "This looks so fun," Sakura remarked with a smile. Hinata chuckled softly, saying, "My husband is quite the versatile one." Her words revealed to the group the essence of a couple's resemblance. The competition intensified as everyone immersed themselves in the joy of the game. I won. Ultimately, I claimed victory by a narrow margin. "Next time, I will definitely win back," Naruto retorted stubbornly. "You'll need at least 20,000 years to beat me," I replied, my tone laced with playful provocation. We agreed to meet again for another contest before departing together. Along the way, we continued to discuss the strategies employed in our recent game. "Today was truly delightful," Hinata remarked with a smile. "Indeed, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is quite captivating," I replied. "Although life presents many challenges and tasks, we can always discover sources of joy, even if it is merely through a simple game." Chapter 131. Hinata and I traverse through time and space in search of Uchiha Light. Hinata and I traverse through time and space in search of Uchiha Kagami. The situation unfolded as follows. Uchiha Sasuke experienced a peculiar dream, prompting us to join him in uncovering the truth. Consequently, I harnessed the power of the Rinnegan to open the gateway to different dimensions. Hinata and I found ourselves transported to the Warring States period, a realm rife with turmoil and treachery, demanding our utmost caution as we navigated through its treacherous landscape. Upon our arrival, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped us. It was then that Sasuke's gaze sharpened, propelling him forward in a determined sprint. Hinata and I closely followed, our hearts brimming with trepidation. Amidst the remnants of an ancient ruin, we stumbled upon a mysterious seal. "This is the crux of the matter," Sasuke murmured. He focused all his energy on attempting to unravel the seal, yet the sinister force retaliated relentlessly. At that moment, Hinata unleashed the power of her Byakugan. Discerning the hidden intricacies of the seal, "I shall lend you my strength," she exclaimed. United in our efforts, the three of us finally broke the seal. A radiant light surged forth, revealing Uchiha Kagami before us. "Who are you?" Uchiha Kagami inquired, perplexed. Sasuke, with his characteristic nonchalance, greeted him. "Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke." I thought to myself, goodness, this Sasuke diverges significantly from the one we know. "I am Gong Zijian, and this is my wife, Gong Hinata," I quickly introduced. Bowing respectfully to Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami regarded us with a flicker of astonishment. "To have discovered this place, you must be well prepared. But what brings you to me?" Stepping forward, Sasuke earnestly responded, "Uchiha Kagami, we seek the truth behind that dream and the nature of this malevolent force." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kagami slowly replied, "That is a dreadful curse, one that seeks to annihilate our clan, though I cannot fully grasp its intricacies." "What then shall we do?" Hinata inquired anxiously. "We must find a way to lift the curse," I asserted resolutely. "Perhaps this ruin conceals further clues." We began to meticulously explore our surroundings, leaving no corner unexamined. Suddenly, Hinata stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with peculiar symbols. "This could be the key," she exclaimed with excitement, gesturing towards the tablet. We gathered around, striving to decipher the inscriptions above. After considerable effort, we gradually grasped their significance. "So that's it," Sasuke murmured. "Once the corresponding divine artifact is found, the curse can be shattered." With this newfound objective, we embarked once more on our journey, resolute in our determination to save the future of the Uchiha clan. I spoke to Sasuke, saying, "I have a strategy that could aid your clan. Sasuke, we can ally with other ninja villages to collectively combat this malevolent force." After contemplating for a moment, Sasuke nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a commendable idea. "However, we must first identify trustworthy allies," Hinata interjected. "I can reach out to Hashirama Senju and Minato Uzumaki from the Leaf Village. They will surely be willing to assist us." Thus, we resolved to split into two groups. Sasuke and Hinata would journey to the Leaf Village to seek the support of Hashirama and Minato, while I would remain here, delving into the inscriptions on the stone tablet in search of a means to break the curse. We hoped that our endeavors would bear fruit and save the Uchiha clan. Before Hinata departed, I handed her a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Accepting it, her gaze reflected unwavering determination, vowing to await our return. With that, she and Sasuke turned and set off. I gazed at their receding figures, silently invoking a prayer within my heart. Subsequently, I redirected my focus to the stone tablet, meticulously pondering the symbols and patterns inscribed upon its surface. As time elapsed, I became utterly absorbed in my study, oblivious to the world around me. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it an unfamiliar essence. Alert, I lifted my gaze, only to discover a mysterious figure had appeared before me unbeknownst to me. "Who are you?" I inquired as the shadowy form slowly emerged. "You are Uchiha Obito." I suddenly fell off the bed. Hinata was awakened by my loud cry. I saw her body nestled within a large cloth bag, with only her head exposed. "My dear, I apologize. I just had a nightmare," I confessed. Hinata inquired about the nature of my dream. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I recounted the haunting vision that had disturbed my slumber. Gently, she patted my shoulder with her hand from within the bag, offering reassurance. "It was merely a dream. Do not worry too much." I nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, this nightmare made me acutely aware that Uchiha Madara remained a formidable threat. I resolved to delve deeper into the study of the stone tablet, striving to discover a method to lift the curse. In the days that followed, I immersed myself in the mysteries inscribed upon the tablet, neglecting sleep and sustenance. Hinata remained by my side, quietly supporting me, preparing meals and attending to my needs. Fortune favors the diligent. At last, one day, I seemed to uncover a crucial clue to the solution. Excitedly, I called Hinata over to share my discovery. Observing my enthusiasm, she smiled and said, "I believe you will surely succeed." Chapter 132. A date the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan had been altered by a being known as Kagaya's will, referred to as Black Zetsu. In truth, he was a manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. Long ago, after merging with the God Tree, Kagaya created Black Zetsu to combat the other members of the Otsutsuki clan, embedding him within the Uchiha clan. Over time, Black Zetsu awaited the opportune moment to resurrect Kagaya. He exploited the Uchiha's thirst for power, guiding them to unravel the secrets of the Sharingan, thereby triggering the seal left by the Sage of Six Paths. When Sasuke Uchiha uncovered this truth, he resolved to join Naruto in thwarting Black Zetsu's plans. In an intense battle, Sasuke and Naruto demonstrated their formidable strength, ultimately defeating Black Zetsu and safeguarding the peace of the ninja world. However, this confrontation also made them acutely aware that even greater challenges lay ahead. I shared with Hinata the occurrence that had yet to transpire, and she was taken aback by my words. I reassured her, "My dear, fret not. Isn't Kagaya already deceased? Moreover, it was you who brought about his end." Upon hearing this, Hinata sighed in relief, yet a glimmer of concern lingered in her gaze. Although Kagaya had met his demise, who could predict whether similar threats might arise in the future? We must remain ever vigilant. Gently, I caressed her hair and comforted her. "Do not worry, for I am here. Together with Sasuke, I shall protect our village and safeguard our family." Hinata smiled and nodded, leaning into my embrace. Basking in the warmth of the moment, at that instant, our hearts brimmed with anticipation and resolve for the future. Hinata felt reassured by my words, and later that evening, I carefully placed her in a bag, awaiting her emergence. Once she peeked out, I tied a charming bow around her neck. Lifting the bag containing Hinata, I transported her to a serene location. As I set the bag upon the ground, she blinked her adorable, large eyes at me, her face adorned with a look of puzzlement. I chuckled softly and explained, "My dear, this is a little surprise for you." As I spoke, I carefully retrieved a beautiful necklace from my pocket and adorned Hinata's neck with it. A radiant smile blossomed on Hinata's face, and she embraced me with heartfelt gratitude. In that moment, our souls intertwined, as if the entire world belonged solely to us. However, just then, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying an ominous presence. My heart tightened, sensing that a mysterious figure was drawing near. I said to Hinata, "My dear, shall we go and take a look together?" Hinata replied, "Certainly, my love." I activated the adamant sealing chains to bind the mysterious figure. Only to our astonishment, the enigmatic individual turned out to be Jiraiya. "Master Jiraiya, how is it that you find yourself here?" I inquired in disbelief. With a wry smile, Jiraiya responded, "Ah, I intended merely to observe you. But I never anticipated being ensnared so swiftly." Upon encountering Jiraiya, I promptly lifted the Vajra seal. "My sincerest apologies, Master Jiraiya." "Haha, no worries at all. However, might I inquire how you both came to be here on this rendezvous?" Jiraiya asked with curiosity. I scratched my head, contemplating. "I simply wished to surprise Hinata." Jiraiya chuckled and patted my shoulder, saying, "Not bad, you rascal. Hinata is truly a wonderful girl. You must cherish her well." I nodded earnestly, affirming my commitment, "Of course. Master Jiraiya." Jiraiya glanced at the time and remarked, "Well, I shall not intrude any longer. I have my own matters to attend to. Farewell, Master Jiraiya," I said as I waved goodbye alongside Hinata. Observing Jiraiya's retreating figure, Hinata and I exchanged a knowing smile. I then enveloped her gently, kissing her head that peeked out from the bag, and said, "You are becoming more beautiful by the day." After untying the rope around her neck, she emerged from the bag. Once I had stowed the bag away, we clasped hands and departed from that romantic setting. As we strolled, Hinata suddenly halted, gazing into my eyes, and bashfully expressed, "Zijian, thank you for everything you prepared for me today. I am truly happy." I tenderly caressed her hair and smiled. "There is no need for thanks, Hinata. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." We continued to wander beneath the moonlight, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Suddenly, Hinata pointed at the moon in the sky, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, Zijian, the moon is so round and beautiful." I followed the direction of her finger and beheld a luminous moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery glow. I took Hinata's hand, pressed a gentle kiss upon it, and softly said, "Just like your eyes, my darling." Instantly, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of an apple, and she lowered her gaze, whispering, "Husband." At that moment, a magpie flew overhead, its crisp call ringing through the air. Hinata and I looked up simultaneously, bursting into laughter. In that instant, our hearts were intricately intertwined, as if the entire world revolved solely around the two of us. Chapter 133. I narrate the tale of the goddess Athena from Greek mythology. That night, Hinata and I lay together in bed, her head peeking out from the back. I regaled her with stories from Greek mythology. As I spun the tale, Hinata gradually succumbed to slumber. Observing her serene visage, I couldn't resist the urge to gently caress her hair. Just then, I noticed her eyes flutter, as if she were lost in dreams. I curiously leaned closer to her, eager to discern the words she was uttering. I could only hear her softly murmur, Zijian. A stir of emotion enveloped me as I realized she was still thinking of me, even in her dreams. With a gentle smile, I continued to narrate my tale, my voice softening further. As I spun my story, Hinata sank deeper into her slumber. The following morning, Hinata emerged from the fabric bag, searching for me. I approached her softly and said, "Good morning, my Athena." Hinata looked at me with a bewildered expression, pondering why I had addressed her in such a manner. I smiled gently and explained, "You are as beautiful, pure, and kind as the goddess Athena." Upon hearing my words, Hinata's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she softly replied, "Thank you for saying that." We then shared a delightful breakfast before preparing to take a stroll. As we walked, I held Hinata's hand, feeling an immense sense of happiness. "From now on, I shall always protect you, my Athena," I whispered. Hinata looked up at me, her eyes brimming with emotion and affection. We have traversed countless beautiful moments together, and our bond has grown ever deeper. The two of us have returned. At that moment, the Seventh Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha, suddenly burst into the home of Hinata and me. Sasuke inquired about the matter concerning Uchiha Hikari. I replied, expressing my inability to resolve the issue, and suggested he seek assistance elsewhere. Upon hearing my words, his expression darkened instantaneously. He clenched his teeth and turned to leave, visibly enraged. As I watched his retreating figure, a wave of concern washed over me. Hinata grasped my hand and gently reassured me, saying, "Do not worry. He will find a way." I nodded in agreement but resolved to take action nonetheless. After all, Uchiha Hikari is my friend, and I cannot remain idle. Thus, Hinata and I began our investigation, hoping to uncover clues that would aid Uchiha Hikari in overcoming his predicament. I pondered to myself that perhaps the two of them had a solution. I swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the Hokage's office. Addressing the Seventh Hokage, Sasuke, I said, "I apologize, my previous remarks were somewhat excessive." I continued, "In the real world, I have two friends who might be able to assist you." Sasuke's piercing gaze fixed upon me as he inquired, "Who are they?" Taking a deep breath, I replied, "They are martial practitioners from another realm, endowed with extraordinary abilities and extensive experience." After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke slightly nodded and said, "Very well. Take me to meet them." Utilizing the powers of the Rinnegan, I opened a dimensional gateway and transported Sasuke to the realm where my friends resided, introducing him to them. Subsequently, the group began to deliberate on how to assist Uchiha Kagami, collaboratively formulating a comprehensive plan. They resolved to unite their strengths, employing their unique divine techniques and intellect to seek solutions to the impending challenges. Amidst this thrilling and intense adventure, they gradually drew nearer to the truth, while the bonds of friendship grew ever more resolute in the process. In the past realm of ninjas, I, along with Gong Zijian, Li Ning, and Uchiha Sasuke, ventured forth. There, we encountered Uchiha Itachi. Li Ning and Gong Zijian conferred, stating, "Brother Zijian, it appears we must employ the thousandly rivers and mountains map to subdue her." With a sense of resignation, Uchiha Sasuke and I nodded in agreement, offering our apologies to Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Uchiha Itachi was subdued by Li Ning and Gong Zijian. We then returned to our original ninja world. Chapter 134, My Beautiful Goddess. After resolving the matter concerning Uchiha Light with Gong Zijian and Li Ning, the four of us returned to the future, a realm that belongs to me. Gong Zijian and Li Ning said to me, "Brother Zijian, we shall return." I assured them that our paths would cross again. Once they departed, I sought out my beautiful goddess, Athena, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. I arrived at the home I share with Hinata, where she was engrossed in her reading. As I quietly approached her from behind, I suddenly covered her eyes and softly inquired, "Guess who I am?" Hinata smiled, gently pulling my hand away, turning towards me with eyes filled with affection. "Who else could it be but you, Zijian?" I laughed and embraced her, placing a tender kiss on her cheek. "What captivating book has you so enthralled?" I asked. Hinata handed me the book, titled The Psychology of Love. I couldn't help but chuckle. "So, our goddess Athena needs to learn how to navigate love as well?" Hinata's face instantly flushed. and she shyly lowered her gaze. I caressed her hair and gently said, "In truth, you need not peruse these books, for you are already exceptional in your endeavors. In my heart, you embody perfection." Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with the light of happiness. Azuki and I embraced, relishing this tender moment. As night fell, I placed Hinata gently into a fabric bag, waiting for her to peek out before I tied a charming bow with a ribbon around her neck. Then, I cradled her in a princess hold and softly laid her down on the bed we shared. I said to Hinata, "My beautiful goddess Athena, it is time for you to rest." As I tucked Hinata in, preparing to leave the room, she grasped my hand and said, "Zijian, could you stay and chat with me for a while longer?" Smiling, I settled beside her on the bed, replying, "Of course, my goddess Athena," leaning against my shoulder. Hinata and I shared our innermost thoughts, the passage of time slipping away unnoticed. Eventually, fatigue enveloped her, and she gently closed her eyes. I softly patted her hand, whispering, "Sleep well, my dear." Observing Hinata's serene sleeping visage, my heart brimmed with warmth. I placed a tender kiss upon her forehead before dimming the lights, joining her in slumber. The night was tranquil and beautiful, and I eagerly anticipated the dawn. The following morning, I prepared a heartwarming breakfast for Hinata, serving it lovingly at her side and feeding her with care. After our meal, I untied the string around her neck, and she emerged from the fabric pouch, enveloping me in a warm embrace. Together, we ventured outside. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, and we decided to stroll through the park. As we walked, Hinata spotted an adorable puppy and couldn't resist running over to play with it. I stood by, watching her radiant smile, which filled my heart with joy. Suddenly, the puppy's owner approached, and Hinata shyly offered her apologies. The owner, however, was quite friendly, engaging us in conversation. We continued to chat as we walked, savoring a delightful and relaxed morning. Hinata then suggested we watch a movie together. We arrived at the cinema and chose a romantic film, leaning closely against one another. The story unfolded beautifully, deepening our appreciation for love and for each other. Upon finishing the movie, it was just noon, and Hinata and I headed to Ichiraka Ramen for lunch, relishing our sweet moments together. In this enchanting afternoon, our bond grew ever stronger, as if the entire world belonged solely to us. We later visited a bookstore, where we purchased a book, and together we departed. Unbeknownst to us, we arrived at the residence of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Hinata and I had matters to discuss with Minato and Kushina. I rang the doorbell, and upon opening the door, Minato welcomed us inside with a smile. I inquired, "Dad, where is Mom?" He replied with a chuckle, "Your mother is in the kitchen preparing dinner," and graciously stepped aside to let us in. Hinata politely greeted Minato, and together we made our way into the living room to take a seat. Shortly thereafter, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing us. "It's been a while, Azuki and Hinata," Kushina exclaimed warmly. "Come and savor the dishes I've prepared." After expressing our gratitude to Kushina, Hinata and I began to savor the exquisite dishes. As we dined, our conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. During the meal, I regaled Minato and Kushina with some amusing anecdotes from recent events, which elicited hearty laughter from them. Once we finished our meal, Hinata and I exchanged a few more words with the Minato couple before taking our leave. On our way home, Hinata gently held my hand and whispered, "Thank you, Zijian. I truly had a wonderful time today." Gazing at her radiant smile, my heart swelled with affection. I tightened my grip on her hand and replied, "My beautiful goddess, we shall have many more such delightful moments in the future." That evening, I placed her in a pouch, and once she poked her head out, I lovingly tied a charming bow around her neck. Then, I cradled Hinata in my arms and carried her to our room, where I shared the tale of Greek mythology, the battle between Athena and Ares. Hinata listened attentively, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. As I described the intense combat between Athena and Ares, she became visibly tense, clutching my clothing tightly with her little hands from within the pouch. As the story unfolded, Athena ultimately triumphed over Ares, prompting Hinata to exhale a sigh of relief, her face reflecting admiration. "Athena is truly remarkable," Hinata exclaimed, filled with awe. With a gentle smile, I nodded and softly caressed her hair. Indeed, she embodies wisdom and courage. After the story concluded, Hinata nestled in my embrace, as drowsiness gradually enveloped her. I tenderly lifted her and laid her upon the bed, tucking her in snugly. Gazing at her serene sleeping visage, my heart brimmed with warmth. I bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead and whispered, "Good night, my Athena." Then, I reclined beside her, drawing her close as we both drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 135. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were stunned upon hearing me refer to Hinata as a goddess. Both Ino and Sakura were taken aback. I beamed at their astonished expressions, reveling in my triumph. "Look," I said, "Hinata is not only beautiful in appearance but also possesses a gentle and kind nature. She is a veritable academic prodigy. Such a flawless girl surely deserves to be called a goddess." Ino and Sakura exchanged glances, seemingly struggling to accept my perspective. "But she's just an ordinary girl," Ino remarked. "Where's the ordinariness in that?" I countered. "Hinata possesses a unique charm that only those who truly understand her can appreciate." Sakura interjected, "But she's always so shy, not at all like us, lively and spirited." "That is precisely what makes her endearing," I replied with a smile. "Everyone has their own personality, and Hinata's shyness only adds to her allure." In my mind, I thought, "You shallow-minded individuals have no idea." To my delight, Ino and Sakura began to contemplate Hinata's virtues more thoughtfully. Perhaps they were starting to align with my viewpoint. At that moment, Hinata approached me and said, "Darling, let us go?" I responded, "Certainly, my beautiful goddess Athena." This left Sakura and Ino momentarily stunned, having witnessed a display of affection. "Darn it, Gong Zijian. You've made us envious," Ino said through clenched teeth. "When did they become so close?" Sakura wondered, puzzled. "They are childhood sweethearts," Ino explained. And Sakura's expression shifted to one of realization. As we departed, the two of them resolved to learn more about Hinata and uncover the source of her charm. Sakura and Ino began to inquire about Hinata from Sasuke, who recounted our shared upbringing and the times I had protected her. After hearing this, Sakura and Ino gained a deeper understanding of Hinata and felt envious of the bond between us. Subsequently, Sakura and Ino took the initiative to engage Hinata in conversation, seeking to delve deeper into her life. Initially shy, Hinata gradually opened her heart to them, forming a genuine friendship. They discovered that beneath her gentle exterior, Hinata possessed a resilient spirit, along with her own dreams and aspirations. In the days that followed, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata frequently spent time together, their bond growing ever closer. As I observed from the sidelines, an overwhelming sense of contentment enveloped my heart. I realized that they had genuinely embraced Hinata, and in turn, Hinata had blossomed into a more joyful and self-assured individual thanks to her newfound companions. On that day, while I was instructing Hinata in the practice of Wing Chun, we were spotted by Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Witnessing Hinata's increasingly adept movements, a flicker of admiration stirred within them. After our session, Hinata appeared somewhat fatigued, prompting me to lead her to a nearby resting spot. "Hinata, your progress is remarkable," Sakura exclaimed. "Thank you," Hinata replied with a smile, "with your company. Practicing has become so much more enjoyable. Hige, we can practice together from now on," Ino suggested enthusiastically. "Absolutely," Hinata responded with delight, observing their harmonious interaction. A satisfied smile graced my lips. "I can teach you both. First, you two should properly assume the horse stance." "Sounds great," exclaimed Sakura and Ino with excitement. I instructed them to first engage in warm-up exercises before beginning to elucidate the fundamental movements and techniques of Wing Chun. They approached their learning with great seriousness and swiftly grasped several essential principles. "Well done. You possess remarkable talent," I commended. "Hehe, it is all thanks to my husband, Gong Zijian, for his excellent teaching," Hinata replied with a smile. "Hinata, you are impressive too. Such significant progress in such a short time," Sakura remarked. "Thank you for your encouragement. I will continue to strive," Hinata said, her cheeks flushed. We practiced for a while longer until they were panting with exhaustion. At which point I suggested, "Let's call it a day. We shall resume our training tomorrow." "All right, goodbye, Teacher Zijian." Sakura and Ino bid me farewell before departing together. Watching their retreating figures filled my heart with quiet satisfaction, as I hoped they would maintain their friendship. Hinata softly expressed, "Husband, thank you. You have taught me such formidable martial arts." I replied, "You are my wife. It is essential for you to grow stronger." Upon hearing my encouragement, she declared, "I will become strong, Zijian," and we embraced and shared a kiss, just as Niji and Tintin arrived. Upon witnessing our affectionate display, both of them turned crimson. We shared a kiss. I then called out to a tree over there, "Come out, Niji and Tintin." Niji and Tintin awkwardly emerged. I jested with the two of them, inquiring, "What is the matter, dear brother-in-law and sister? Do you both harbor some unsavory tendencies?" Upon hearing my words, Hyuga Niji was infuriated. Immediately assuming a stance of gossiping palms, I chose to disregard him. I returned home with Hinata using the flying thunder god technique. She inquired why I had taken such actions against Niji. I explained to her that I was, in fact, assisting him. I gestured toward the colossal Rinnegan behind her. Hinata turned to see this magnificent Rinnegan and asked, "What is happening?" I replied that it served as a reminder that Niji might also awaken the Rinnegan. Upon hearing my words, Hinata was taken aback. "Is what you say true? Kazuki, will Niji truly unlock the same Rinnegan as I have?" I smiled and nodded, expressing, "Indeed." My beautiful goddess Athena. 3 months later, Hinata Niji remarkably awakened the Byakugan. I said to him, "Congratulations on obtaining the power of the Byakugan," leaving Niji utterly bewildered. Chapter 136, Kakashi and Ali. Kakashi, who was originally our team leader, found himself in the Umbu due to the butterfly effect caused by my presence. One day, Hinata and I were perusing books at the bookstore. We encountered him on a date with a beautiful woman. I remarked to Hinata, "My dear, it seems that Kakashi and that spy are about to embark on a romantic saga." Upon hearing my words, Hinata softly responded with a hum. I gently took her hand and stealthily led her behind a nearby bookshelf to eavesdrop on their conversation. Kakashi was saying, "Ali, after this mission concludes, I wish to recommend you as a special jonin of Konoha to the Fifth Hokage." Ali cast a grateful glance at Kakashi and replied, "Thank you, Kakashi." However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden flurry of footsteps interrupted us. "Oh no, enemies are invading." Kakashi instantly shifted into a combat stance, and I swiftly urged Hinata to leave the bookstore with me. I directly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk Hinata away, returning to the Hyuga household. I turned to Hinata and proclaimed, "My beautiful goddess Athena, I must go to assist Kakashi." With that, I activated the Flying Thunder God once more and arrived at the bookstore. I greeted Kakashi with a cheerful, "Hello, Kakashi-sensei. It's been quite a while." To my surprise, he appeared taken aback by my presence. "Never mind that for now. Let's deal with the enemy first," I exclaimed, charging towards our adversaries. Suddenly, a group of masked figures burst in, brandishing weapons and launching an assault on Kakashi. Without hesitation, Kakashi swiftly employed his ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce battle against the attackers. I too was unwilling to be outdone, unleashing my signature technique, the spiraling sphere. In an instant, the bookstore was ablaze with flashes of light, engulfed in swirling smoke. After an intense battle, we ultimately triumphed over our adversaries. "Thank you, Shijian," Kakashi gasped, breathless. "Oh, there's no need for gratitude," I replied with a smile. "Kakashi-sensei, you and Miss Ali may continue your date. I shall not intrude upon your moment." With that, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene. As I left, I cast a lingering glance at the girl named Ali. Upon my return to the Hyuga household, Hinata inquired if I had sustained any injuries. I replied, "I am unharmed," and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips. In less than a heartbeat, her cheeks flushed a vibrant shade akin to that of a ripe apple. Noticing the encroaching twilight, I declared, "Very well, I shall prepare dinner," and made my way into the kitchen, where I began my culinary endeavors. Hinata followed suit, assisting me with washing and chopping the vegetables. As we worked side by side, our conversation flowed effortlessly, enveloping us in a delightful atmosphere. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before us. We seated ourselves to relish this cherished moment together. "How does it taste?" I inquired. "It is delicious," Hinata replied with a radiant smile. After our meal, we settled onto the sofa to watch television. Suddenly, Hinata rested her head upon my shoulder, and I could feel the warmth of her breath and the gentle rise and fall of her body. I gently grasped her hand, and she offered no resistance. We sat in serene silence, relishing each other's presence. After watching television for a while, I carefully enveloped Hinata in a cloth bag, securing her from her feet to her neck, leaving only her head exposed. I would meticulously tie a lovely bow around her neck each time. As we prepared to retire for the night, I pondered the peculiar nature of it all. It turned out that Hinata was engaged in her training. I gently carried Hinata into the room and laid her softly upon the bed. Then, I seated myself at the edge of the bed, quietly gazing at her. A faint blush adorned Hinata's cheeks, rendering her irresistibly charming. I extended my hand, gently caressing her hair, my gaze imbued with tenderness. Hinata slowly opened her eyes, looking at me, her eyes shimmering with light. "Thank you, Azuki. I truly had a wonderful day," she whispered softly. I smiled softly, content that she was happy. "It's time to rest. You must rise early for practice tomorrow." Hinata nodded, her eyes fluttering shut. I lay beside her, enveloped in her warmth. beneath the moonlight. We nestled together, drifting into a sweet slumber. The following morning, I awoke and carefully untied the rope around Hinata's neck, allowing her to emerge from the bag. I urged her to rise for practice, and afterward, I prepared a heartfelt breakfast for her. Unlike that foolish Naruto, I vowed to always treat Hinata with kindness. At that moment, Hinata called out to me, "Zijian, do you have time this afternoon?" "Indeed, I do," I replied with a smile. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "I would like to go to the movies with you, if that's all right." A surge of joy filled my heart, and I readily acquiesced, "Of course. Let us go this afternoon." After finishing breakfast, I accompanied Hinata as she practiced diligently, observing her focused and earnest demeanor. I couldn't help but admire her silently. Following our midday respite, we set forth towards the cinema together. Throughout the journey, Hinata appeared somewhat anxious and bashful, yet her hand remained firmly clasped in mine. After the film concluded, we strolled leisurely on our way home, and Hinata seemed to be in high spirits. She softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Zijian. I truly had a wonderful time today." I tightened my grip on her hand, reassuring her that I would do anything as long as it brought her joy. We exchanged a smile, our mutual feelings conveyed without the need for words. At that moment, we unexpectedly encountered Kakashi and the female spy once more. I disclosed her true identity to Hinata, who widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing my revelation. "So she is a spy. Thank goodness you discovered that," Hinata murmured. I gazed at Hinata earnestly and remarked, "This time was merely a stroke of luck. In the future, we must exercise greater caution. However, there is no need for concern, as I shall ensure your safety." Hinata smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with trust. At that moment, Kakashi approached us and inquired, "What are you discussing?" I recounted the sequence of events to Kakashi, who furrowed his brow in response. It was unexpected that a spy had infiltrated the village. "I shall heighten our vigilance," he remarked. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," we both expressed in unison. "Very well. You two should return promptly," Kakashi said, giving my shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to depart. Upon my return home alongside Hinata, I held her hand tightly, as if to convey a silent strength to her. That evening, utilizing the wood clone technique, I created a replica of myself and commanded it to apprehend the female spy for an audience. The clone responded, "Understood, my original." Soon after, it returned with the spy in tow. As I gazed upon her, a surge of indignation welled up within me. "Why have you infiltrated our village?" I demanded. The spy remained silent, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. I resolved to employ the Jinjutsu of the Rinnegan to compel her to divulge the truth. As I cast the illusion, the expression of the female spy gradually morphed into one of agony. I spoke. At last, the female spy began to speak. It turned out that she was an agent sent by the land of Locks, tasked with the theft of intelligence from our village. I reported this situation to Lord Hokage, subsequently escorting the female spy to the prison. It is somewhat regrettable for Kakashi, yet for the sake of my goddess Hinata, I must sacrifice Kakashi's affection. After delivering the spy to the Umbu prison, I still felt a twinge of unease. After all, the true intentions behind her infiltration of the village remain unclear. Perhaps other conspiracies lie in wait for us. I resolved to delve deeply into this matter to unearth the puppet master behind it all. Simultaneously, I heightened my vigilance regarding Hinata's safety, ensuring that she remained free from any peril. However, fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks. One day, while Hinata was out on a mission, she fell victim to a mysterious assault. When I arrived at the scene, I was met with a chaotic tableau, yet Hinata had sustained only minor injuries. My heart is torn asunder, and I vow to seek out the murderer to avenge Hinata. In the days that followed, I scoured the land for clues, ultimately uncovering a lead that pointed to the land of Locks, the nation of that female spy. In my heart, I thought, how dare they allow my goddess Hinata to be harmed? It is time for me to take action. I utilized the flying thunder god technique and arrived in the land of Locks, where the great spiraling wheel of departure awaits. I proclaimed. I cast the great spiral wheel into the land of Locks, causing a mushroom cloud to rise. Upon witnessing the transformation of the land of Locks, I could not remain idle and thus returned. From that moment forth, the ninja world no longer bore the existence of the land of Locks. I arrived at the home I share with Hinata using the flying thunder god technique, and upon seeing that she was unharmed, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "My goddess, are you all right?" I inquired, and at my affectionate address, Hinata's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Stammering, she replied, "I'm fine, dear." How annoying. I chuckled heartily and remarked to Hinata, a man must possess a certain edge for a woman to take notice. Hinata adorably nodded in agreement, saying, yes, indeed. She then asked, what did you do today? I responded, I undertook an S-rank mission. Hinata was taken aback and exclaimed, darling, you are truly remarkable. I gently grasped Hinata's hand, allowing her to feel my warmth. My beautiful goddess Athena is ready for slumber. I produced a cloth bag and gestured invitingly. Once Hinata nestled inside, I tied a charming bow around her neck with a ribbon. Then, I cradled her in my arms and carried her to our bedroom, where I regaled her with tales from Greek mythology. Chapter 137. In the Mountains, Ino and Sai's Wedding. I attended the wedding of Yamanaka Ino and Sai alongside Hinata. I found myself pondering how the two had come to know one another. Hello, Sai. My name is Gong Zijian, and I am Hinata Hyuga's husband. Ah, so you are Gong Zijian, Hinata's husband. Ino often speaks of you, Sai replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? I expressed my surprise, not expecting Ino to mention me in Sai's presence. How did you two meet? I have always been quite curious. I could not help but inquire. Well, a faint blush crossed Sai's face. It was during a mission when Ino and I found ourselves in peril. Thanks to her assistance, we were able to complete our task successfully. From that moment on, we gradually became acquainted. I nodded thoughtfully, marveling at the serendipity of fate. At that moment, the music began to play, marking the official commencement of the wedding. Hinata and I took our seats, witnessing the joyous occasion of Yamanaka Ino and Sai. Alongside us were Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sarada, Inazuka Kiba, and Inazuka Sakura, all extending our heartfelt congratulations for their eternal union and a wish for early progeny. Upon hearing our collective blessings, both Ino and Sai flushed with embarrassment. Once the ceremony concluded, everyone indulged in a delightful feast. Sasuke and I engaged in conversation, discussing recent missions and experiences. Meanwhile, Hinata, Sarada, and Sakura happily chatted nearby, their laughter occasionally punctuating the air. As we relished our meal, a sudden voice called out, "Look over there." Following the sound, we turned to see Ino and Sai gracefully dancing on stage. Their movements were exquisite, captivating the attention of all present. "They are truly beautiful," Hinata exclaimed. "Indeed, they seem incredibly happy," I replied with a smile. At that moment, the music grew more jubilant, and everyone began to join in the dance. The atmosphere was filled with joy and warmth. As I gazed at my friends beside me, my heart swelled with emotion. On this special day, we collectively witnessed the happiness of a newlywed couple, further deepening the bonds of our friendship. Hinata and I serenaded Ino and Sai with a melodious song titled Lovers. Our harmonious voices resonated beautifully, earning us resounding applause. After our performance, we returned to our seats to continue savoring this splendid evening. As time passed, the night fell, and the banquet began to draw to a close. Guests departed one by one, and the atmosphere gradually grew tranquil. Hand in hand, Hinata and I exited the banquet hall, embracing the serene night. "I am truly happy today," Hinata whispered softly. "Indeed," I nodded, finding joy in the sight of our friend's happiness. We stroll under the moonlight, engaging in conversation and reminiscing about the cherished moments of the past. Before we realize it, we find ourselves at the threshold of home. "Thank you for accompanying me through such a delightful day." I gently place a kiss upon Hinata's forehead, sealing our bond. "Good night." A blissful smile adorns Hinata's face as we step together into the warmth of our home. I gazed upon her charming silhouette, my heart brimming with warmth. I wish that we could remain as blissful as Yaino and Saito. Upon returning home, the two of us took a bath, and after finishing, we awaited Hinata to don her attire. I gently took the cloth bag and placed Hinata inside, securing a delightful bow at the entrance of the bag, right at her neck, as she peeked out. Cradling her in a princess carry, I ventured into the bedroom, where I tenderly laid her upon the bed. Then, I settled myself at the edge of the bed, quietly observing her. Hinata's gaze was somewhat bashful, as she delicately fidgeted with the bow at her collar. I couldn't help but smile as I gently caressed her cheek, softly whispering, "The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting, my beautiful goddess Athena." Upon hearing my words, Hinata's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. She slightly lowered her head, her voice barely audible, akin to the faintest whisper. "Thank you, Zijian." I leaned down and gently pressed a kiss upon her lips, then softly whispered, "Good night, my beautiful goddess Athena." Upon uttering these words, I extinguished the light, plunging the room into darkness. I lay beside Hinata, enveloped by her warmth, my heart brimming with tranquility. In this serene night, we drifted together into a realm of sweet dreams. In her slumber, Hinata continued to call my name, her voice a gentle whisper. I am truly happy today. Thank you. Zijian. Her words were as delicate as a dream. I smiled softly and leaned closer to her ear, whispering in the future. We shall share many more beautiful moments together. I will always be by your side. The following morning, we both ventured to the homes of Ino and Sai nestled within the mountains. Upon our arrival, Ino and Sai greeted us warmly, their enthusiasm palpable. We settled in the courtyard, exchanging snippets of our lives. Hinata and Ino engaged in animated conversation, while I conversed with Sai about various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu techniques. The sun bathed us in its gentle warmth, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. At that moment, Sai suggested we take a stroll to a nearby stream. We readily agreed and embarked on the path leading to the water's edge. The crystal-clear stream flowed serenely, while the flowers and grasses along the bank swayed gracefully in the breeze. As we wandered, we reveled in the beauty of nature. Hinata picked a wild flower and handed it to me, which I accepted with care. I transformed the flower into a crown and placed it upon Hinata's head. When she inquired about my ability, I revealed that I possessed a talent for magic. Her face blossomed into a radiant smile, as beautiful as flowers in spring. In that splendid moment, I resolved to create more cherished memories with Hinata, allowing our love to flourish like the pure and eternal mountain breeze. Chapter 138. Hinata and I cosplay as Iolia and the goddess Athena. My wife, Hinata Hyuga, and I adorned ourselves as the illustrious characters of the Leo Golden Saint Ioria and Athena from the beloved series Saint Seiya, clad in resplendent golden armor. I stood proudly beside Hinata, who wore the divine cloth. Upon our arrival at the convention, we instantly became the center of attention. Crowds gathered around us, eagerly capturing the moment, while some fans requested to take photos with us. With warm smiles, we graciously obliged their wishes. Suddenly, a group of cosplayers approached, embodying other characters from Saint Seiya. Among them, a figure donned in golden armor caught my eye. His gaze was cold and piercing, as though capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. He was Dismask, the golden saint of cancer. Hinata whispered softly in my ear. I nodded, a surge of combat spirit welling up within me. At that moment, Dismask spoke. You two bear a striking resemblance in your cosplay. But true saints are defined by more than mere appearances. Then let us put that to the test. I replied without hesitation. An intense battle was about to commence. I shouted fervently, let my little universe erupt. Lightning speed fist. My punch connected with Dismask, sending him staggering back a few steps. However, he quickly regained his footing, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Impressive, you managed to make me retreat, but this is merely the beginning. He extended his hands, a swirling mass of dark energy coalescing within them. Behold, the Netherworld Corpse energy wave. Dismask hurled the energy sphere towards me with fierce intent. I swiftly sidestepped, evading the energy sphere as it struck the ground, producing a resounding crash and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Humph. Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? I once again called forth the name of my technique, Plasma Lightning Fist. Countless golden rays shot forth from my hand, hurtling toward Dismask. He wielded his nunchaku in a desperate attempt to fend off my onslaught. Yet, the ferocity of my assault proved overwhelming, and he was ultimately engulfed by the radiant light. I mockingly addressed Dismask. I apologize, Dismask, but your Netherworld Corpse accumulation wave is of no consequence to me. Dismask was propelled backward, colliding with the wall. He gradually rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. I never anticipated that you could unravel my Netherworld Corpse accumulation wave, he uttered through gritted teeth. I gazed at him with a smile, my heart brimming with confidence. Your tactics have proven ineffective against me, Dismas. Now, it is your turn to endure my assault. Once more, I summoned my inner cosmos, preparing to deliver the final blow to Dismask. At that moment, Hinata exclaimed, Wait, we cannot harm him. I paused momentarily, turning to gaze at Hinata. After all, he is a character from Saint Seiya. His demise could potentially alter the course of the entire narrative. Hinata elucidated. I reflected upon her words and found them to be quite reasonable. Very well, in light of this, let us grant him his freedom. I reined in my inner fervor and approached Dismask. He regarded me with a look of reluctant defiance. This time, you have been fortunate, but mark my words, young one. When we next meet, I shall surely defeat you. With that declaration, he transformed into a beam of violet light and vanished. I addressed Hinata. How are you? My beautiful goddess. You are truly remarkable, she replied. Just then, Sago and Salong, the brothers, finally arrived. A smile crept onto my lips as I exclaimed, You two have finally made it. Saga and Salong. Who are you? They inquired of us. Without hesitation, I unleashed a lightning-fast punch, catching Saga and Salong off guard, forcing them to retreat. Who are you? Why do you attack us? Saga bellowed in anger. I am a golden saint protecting Athena, I declared loudly. Saints? Saga and Salong exchanged a glance, a flicker of confusion passing between them. Indeed, today marks your end. I reignited my cosmos, ready to embrace their challenge. An intense battle was about to unfold. Saga launched his illusory phantom fist towards me, and I countered with the same technique. Saga, puzzled, asked, Why do you use my move? With a cold smirk, I retorted, I'm even more adept at this ethereal phantom fist than you. As I spoke, I intensified the output of my small universe, amplifying the potency of my punches. Upon witnessing this, Saga furrowed his brow slightly, clearly taken aback by my unexpected mastery of his signature move. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Instead, he immediately unleashed a series of other techniques, engaging me in a fierce confrontation. During the intense battle, I discerned that Saga's strength was indeed formidable, with each of his strikes imbued with immense power. Yet, I remained undaunted, gradually gaining the upper hand through unwavering determination and agile movements. Ultimately, both Saga and Salong fell before me, not due to their weakness, but rather because of my overwhelming strength. I unlocked the dimensional gateway of my reincarnation eye, and together with Hinata, we returned to the world of Naruto. I inquired of Hinata, how do you find this adventure? Was it satisfactory? Hinata smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with excitement and contentment. This adventure was truly exhilarating. Thank you, Zijian, for allowing me to experience such thrilling events. I gently caressed Hinata's hair and smiled. No need for thanks, my goddess Athena. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. However, we have now returned to the world of Naruto, and more challenges await us. Hinata lifted her head, gazing at me with unwavering determination. I believe in you. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will surely overcome them together. A wave of warmth surged within me as I grasped Hinata's hand. Together, we shall confront the challenges ahead and forge a future that belongs to us. We stepped together into the hidden Leaf Village, ready to embrace new adventures and challenges. Chapter 139. Hinata, I adore your long hair. Hinata inquired, my dear, do you believe I should keep my hair long or short? I replied, my love, I believe you look exquisite with long hair. I remarked, and upon hearing my words, Hinata smiled gently and softly replied, thank you, my dear. I too believe that long hair suits me better. Subsequently, she turned to face the mirror, tenderly caressing her hair. Lost in contemplation, I approached her, wrapping my arms around her from behind, and gently inquired, what troubles you, my beautiful goddess Athena? Are you still preoccupied with your hairstyle? Hinata shook her head, a hint of a sweet smile gracing her lips. No, I'm simply pondering what our future children might be like. Her eyes shimmered with anticipation and joy. I pondered to myself, hoping that we would not bear a child akin to Boruto, and as I gazed at Hinata, a smile crept upon my lips. Our offspring would undoubtedly be adorable. Hinata turned to me, her eyes sparkling with light, and indeed, I yearned to meet our child soon. She gently clasped my hand and asked, darling, whom do you hope our child resembles more? I contemplated for a moment and said, I hope she can embody your gentle kindness, yet possess my strength and bravery. Hinata smiled and nodded, replying, as long as she is healthy and happy. That is all that matters. After saying this, she nestled into my embrace, and together we quietly savored this tender moment. I turned to Hinata and said, my dear, I have an affinity for girls. With a blissful expression, Hinata responded, indeed, I too wish to have a daughter who resembles me. I gently caressed her cheek and said, let us eagerly anticipate her arrival together. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Dad, Mom, what are you up to? It turned out that Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei had returned. Hinata, feeling somewhat awkward, adjusted her attire, while I could only shake my head in resignation. It's nothing. You two should hurry and get back to your homework. Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei glanced at us, muttering, we don't believe you. Then, they dashed back to their respective rooms. I exchanged a smile with Hinata, continuing to revel in our intimate world. That evening, I placed Hinata in a fabric bag, and when her head peeked out, I lovingly tied a charming bow around it. I then cradled her in my arms, carrying her to our room. When we were discovered by Gong Zijian and Gong Kuei, they gazed at us with curiosity and inquired, Daddy, why are you putting Mommy in a bag? I chuckled and replied, because your mother is my princess, and I wish to bring her back to our castle. Hinata also let out a soft laugh, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. In my heart, I mused. I am imparting the secrets of immortality to your mother. For Hinata is my princess, Gong Zijian. Upon returning from my reverie to reality, I discovered the four of us still gathered in the living room. The three of them, upon witnessing this, inquired if I was all right. I smiled at Hinata and the children, explaining, I am perfectly fine. I was merely lost in thought. Seeing that I was unharmed, Hinata felt a great sense of relief. I then embraced Hinata and led her into the room, gently placing her on the bed and bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Gong Zilong and Gong Kuei, observing from the side, suddenly burst into cheerful laughter, exclaiming, Mom and Dad are so affectionate. I want to find a princess as beautiful as Mom, just like Dad. Gong Kuei, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. I also wish to find a good man like Dad, just like Mom. We were all amused by their words, and the room was filled with laughter. I pulled the blanket over us and embraced Hinata, who was peeking out from the bag, feeling her warmth. On this delightful night, our family of four shared this happiness together. The following day, a tragic event unfolded in the Inuzuka household. Inuzuka Kiba had killed Inuzuka Hana. Upon hearing this news, both Hinata and I were utterly astonished. How could such a thing happen between siblings? We resolved to visit the Inuzuka family to uncover the truth. Upon our arrival, we found Kiba sitting there, his face etched with sorrow. He recounted to us that the previous day he and Hana had quarreled over a trivial matter, and in a fit of rage, he had lost all reason and tragically ended his sister's life. Both Hinata and I felt an overwhelming shock, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. Had we been more perceptive to Kiba Inuzuka's emotional turmoil, perhaps this tragic incident could have been averted. I resolved to assist Kiba in overcoming his struggles and restoring his spirit. Through my persistent efforts, Kiba gradually regained his composure. He came to acknowledge his mistakes and resolved to accept his responsibilities. Together, we held a funeral for Inuzuka Hana, granting her the peace she deserved. This experience profoundly illuminated the precious nature of familial bonds, reminding us to cherish those around us and to avoid the regret that comes with loss. After the funeral, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Hokage's office. I shouted towards the Hokage's office, report, I would like to request a day off. At that moment, the Seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, who was present in the office, heard my words and promptly granted my request. Without further ado, he immediately issued me a leave of absence. I arrived beside my beautiful goddess, Hinata, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. I gently addressed her, my dear. I shall take you to dye your hair. Activating the prowess of my eternal Mangeki Sharingan, we traversed dimensions and found ourselves in the realm of reality. In Chapter 140, Hinata's hair transformation, the unfolding of events revealed that it was indeed my desire that led Hinata to embark on this journey of change. Enamored with the idea of white hair, I guided her to a salon. Hinata, though somewhat bashful, as she had always donned her long, purple locks, was about to explore a hue she had never ventured into before. I selected a shade that closely resembled the most fashionable white, and the stylist commenced the dyeing process. Hinata sat quietly, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. After a while, the transformation was complete. Gazing into the mirror, she was met with a reflection that left her both surprised and elated. Her new hair color radiated beauty, accentuating her gentle and sweet demeanor. I stood by, observing Hinata's transformation, my heart brimming with joy. Gently, I caressed her hair and said, You are truly beautiful. In an instant, Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. As we exited the hair salon, the sunlight bathed us, and Hinata's white locks sparkled radiantly. Passers-by cast curious glances our way. Yet Hinata remained unfazed, for she understood that this was my expression of love for her. In contrast, I had dyed my hair a shade distinct from Hinata's. Mine was not white, but black. I explained to her, This is the color of my hair from my previous life. With her head bowed, Hinata shyly smiled and linked her arm with mine. We strolled leisurely down the street, savoring this precious moment. Suddenly, a vehicle sped by, and I quickly pulled Hinata into my embrace, fearful of even the slightest harm coming to her. Thank you, she said, lifting her gaze, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and affection. I gazed at her, my heart brimming with bliss. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting Hinata's white tresses. Her strands danced gracefully in the air, as exquisite as falling snowflakes. I could not resist the urge to kiss her forehead and remarked, Your silver hair is truly beautiful, reminiscent of the goddess Athena. Hinata shivered slightly, her face illuminating with an even more radiant smile. Hand in hand, we continued our journey forward, for our future was limitless. and together we would forge countless splendid memories. Hinata and I ventured to a weapon shop, where we each acquired a dragon spring sword, one for myself and the other as a gift for Hinata. We then proceeded to the desolate region, where I activated my eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Unleashing the power of the dimensional gate, Hinata and I stepped through and returned to the world of Naruto. Upon arriving at the Hyuga household, Hinata's father and her cousin Niji were taken aback by the transformation of our hair color. They inquired about the change, to which I responded that we had simply dyed our hair. What of it? Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, upon hearing my words, remarked, "Ah, it is you, Zijian, who took Hinata to dye her hair, correct?" I maintained an aloof demeanor, nodding slightly and replying, "Indeed, what of it, my esteemed father-in-law?" Noticing my distant demeanor, Hayashi hurriedly apologized, saying, "I beg your pardon, Zijian." Upon witnessing his apology, I responded with a radiant smile. Addressing Hyuga Hayashi with a gentle expression, I assured him, "Dear father-in-law, rest assured, I shall take good care of my beloved wife. Even in times of trouble, I will ensure that Hinata remains unharmed." My words seemed to bring him comfort. At that moment, I inquired, "Dear father-in-law, do you happen to know where I might find a shop that sells traditional hanfu?" After a brief contemplation, Hyuga Hayashi replied, "I have heard of a place called Jinshiofang. Perhaps they possess the hanfu you are seeking." After expressing my gratitude, I led Hinata to the exquisite boutique. Along the way, we reveled in the enchanting scenery and basked in each other's warmth. Upon our arrival at the boutique, we were captivated by the dazzling array of traditional hanfu. Ultimately, Hinata chose a white hanfu, which adorned her like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. I, on the other hand, selected a black hanfu, which transformed me into a figure reminiscent of a war god. Upon seeing me, Hinata's affection for me deepened. Moreover, we both wore swords at our waists, known as the Longquan sword. We left the splendid establishment with great satisfaction, continuing to relish our intimate world. The following day, Hinata and I visited the home of Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki. Minato, Kushina, and Naruto were utterly taken aback upon seeing us. I exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, what is the matter? Have you forgotten your own son and daughter-in-law?" Minato and Kushina exchanged glances and chuckled, saying, "Your hair color has changed quite rapidly." Meanwhile, Naruto curiously circled around Hinata, exclaiming, "Sister Hinata looks so beautiful." We then engaged in a lively conversation about our recent experiences. Minato inquired about my life in Konoha, and I shared some amusing anecdotes. Kushina expressed her concern, asking Hinata if she was adjusting well, to which Hinata smiled and nodded, assuring her that everything was splendid. We spent a delightful afternoon together, filled with laughter. As we prepared to leave, Minato patted my shoulder, encouraging me to treat Hinata well. I solemnly nodded, promising to ensure Hinata's happiness. Hand in hand, we departed, our hearts brimming with warmth. On the third morning, we encountered Sasuke Uchiha and Sarada Uchiha, who were both astonished by our attire. Hinata's hair was dyed white and she wore a white hanfu, while I donned a black hanfu, having dyed my hair black as well. They struggled to recognize us. Sasuke and Sarada gazed at us in surprise, momentarily speechless. Sasuke was the first to regain his composure, smiling as he remarked, "Your outfits are truly unique. I almost didn't recognize you." Hinata and I exchanged a knowing smile and explained that we were embracing different cultural experiences. Sarada curiously inquired about our destination in our hanfu, and I informed them that we were preparing to attend a traditional celebration. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up with interest, and thus the four of us made our way to the celebration venue together. The event was bustling with excitement, with people adorned in various traditional garments, radiating a joyful atmosphere. We savored exquisite delicacies while reveling in captivating performances, creating unforgettable memories. Throughout this experience, Sasuke and Sarada gained a deeper appreciation for Han culture, marveling at the profound richness of Chinese heritage. Chapter 141. Ino Yamanaka was astonished by Hinata and my new appearances. Upon seeing our transformation, Ino was left in shock. Hinata had dyed her hair white, and it was not just Hinata who had dyed her hair. I had dyed mine as well. My hair was now black, and our choice to wear hanfu added to the surprise. I jested with Yamanaka Ino. "Hey, what's wrong? Have you fallen head over heels so soon?" Ino's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Are you all going to participate in the reincarnation festival? It looks rather splendid." I chuckled softly and replied, "What do you think? Would you like to try dyeing your hair as well? It might yield a delightful transformation." Yamanaka Ino appeared somewhat intrigued yet hesitated, saying, "But I've never dyed my hair before. I'm unsure if it would suit me. Hinata encouraged, why not give it a try? Occasionally altering one's appearance can be quite refreshing. Ultimately, Yamanaka Ino was persuaded and decided to dye her hair. Together, we ventured to the hair salon, where Ino opted for a vibrant pink hue, exuding a fashionable allure. After our hair transformation, we donned traditional hanfu and made our way to the Reincarnation Festival. Becoming the center of attention, on our journey to the festival, we encountered members of Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura. Our new looks astonished Kiba, Shino, and Sakura. Kiba exclaimed, wow, your 3 styles today are simply amazing. Shino nodded in agreement, while Sakura dashed over to circle around us, showering us with compliments. We greeted each other and ventured into the bustling scene of the Reincarnation Festival. The atmosphere was alive with throngs of people, creating a vibrant spectacle. As we walked, we reveled in the diverse performances and exhibitions that surrounded us. Suddenly, a colossal puppet emerged before us, obstructing our path. Behind the puppet stood a mysterious figure clad in a mask, his gaze icy and exuding a formidable presence. I chuckled softly, at last, you've arrived. I have unleashed the domain of metas from Nexus. I ensnared the creature within this domain, rendering it incapable of utilizing chakra. The creature struggled against the confines of the meta's domain, but all efforts proved futile. I advanced steadily towards it, poised to deliver the final blow. Do not think this will defeat me. The creature snarled, teeth clenched. Just then, the meta's domain began to tremble violently, and I sensed a tremendous force assaulting its boundaries. What is happening? A surge of alarm coursed through me. It is the Outer Path's demonic statue, Hinata warned. I lifted my gaze to behold a colossal Outer Path demon statue materializing in the sky, incessantly unleashing its malevolent power. To my astonishment, you managed to summon the Outer Path demon statue. I fixated on Baizu, a flicker of surprise illuminating my eyes. This is my secret weapon, Baizu proclaimed with unrestrained pride. An intense battle was on the verge of erupting, yet ultimately, it was Hinata and I who emerged victorious, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. We transported Baizu and the Outer Path demon statue to the moon, where we consumed the statue's power. In the end, we vanquished Baizu with a single strike of the Dragon Spring Sword. Following the conclusion of the battle, Hinata and I sat on the ground, utterly fatigued. This hard-won victory was not merely a triumph over a formidable foe, but also an acquisition of the Outer Path demon statue's strength. Thank you, Zijian. Without you, I might not have been able to confront Baizu alone. Hinata expressed her gratitude, gazing at me with appreciation. I chuckled and shook my head. As spouses, it is only natural for us to assist one another. However, it was indeed the formidable power of the Outer Path demonic statue that spared us from an uncertain conclusion. Hinata nodded in agreement, acknowledging the immense strength of the Outer Path demonic statue. Nevertheless, we must exercise caution in its usage, for such power may also harbor inherent dangers. I concur with Hinata's perspective and have resolved to thoroughly examine the power of the Outer Path Golem before contemplating its application. We rose from the battlefield, filled with anticipation for the future, and continued our journey. The following day, we graced the headlines, and the entire shinobi world became aware of the affair between Hinata and me. People were astonished and held us in high esteem for our ability to vanquish the Outer Path Golem. Various prominent ninja villages dispatched representatives, eager to collaborate with us in the fight against malevolent forces. Amidst the multitude of invitations, Hinata and I have chosen to collaborate with the Hidden Leaf Village. We firmly believe that only through unity can we safeguard peace. Upon our return to the village, we were greeted with a hero's welcome. The villagers organized a grand celebration in our honor, and Hinata and I became legendary figures in their eyes. However, we are acutely aware of the weight of our responsibilities and will not allow ourselves to become complacent. On the contrary, we are more determined than ever to train diligently and enhance our abilities to confront the challenges that may lie ahead. Simultaneously, we will harness the power of the Outer Path Golem to protect and benefit the village, ensuring that peace and justice endure. Chapter 142. The White-Haired Goddess. Since my wife Hinata dyed her hair white, she has transformed from her formerly introverted self to a more extroverted persona. Yet her gentle and kind nature remains unchanged. Her love for me has only deepened, and I find myself loving her even more. I affectionately nicknamed her the White-Haired Goddess. One day, Hinata and I went out shopping together. As we strolled, we stumbled upon a jewelry store. Hinata was captivated by a pair of earrings and decided to try them on. I gazed at her as she adorned herself with earrings, Unable to suppress my admiration, my silver-haired goddess, you are truly exquisite. Upon hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she playfully retorted, Azakin, how annoying. After settling the payment, we resumed our leisurely stroll. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a downpour, prompting me to hurriedly grasp Hinata's hand and lead her to the shelter of a nearby eave to evade the rain. In that moment, I noticed her hair, drenched by the rain, with delicate white strands clinging to her face, rendering her even more enchanting. Unable to resist, I gently caressed her hair and remarked, Your white hair is truly beautiful. Hinata smiled and replied, As long as you like it, that's enough for me. Once the rain ceased, we made our way home, hand in hand, relishing each other's company. I understood that regardless of any changes in Hinata's appearance, her love for me would remain steadfast. Later that evening, as I placed Hinata into a large fabric bag, I eagerly awaited her to peek out before adorning her neck with a charming bow. What was the reason behind this? It was customary for me to include some traditional herbal medicine in the bag, intended to bolster her health and enhance her beauty. The aroma of the medicinal herbs wafting from the bag made Hinata feel warm inside, her heart brimming with sweetness. Thank you, Zijian, she whispered softly. No need to thank me. It's what I ought to do, I answered with a smile. When Hinata inquired about where I had acquired this knowledge, I informed her that I had learned it from the ancient text compendium of Materia Medica in my past life, and that the herbs were purchased from Shikamaru's family. I mused internally about the considerable sum I had expended on those herbs, equivalent to the reward from an S-rank mission, yet for my beloved wife, every penny spent was worth it. Hinata, with a hint of confusion, asked, What is the compendium of Materia Medica? I explained that it is a classic Chinese medical text detailing the properties and applications of numerous herbs, emphasizing that these remedies not only promote health, but also enhance beauty. Hinata listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wow, that's amazing. I had no idea traditional medicine was so incredible. Hee, I have dedicated my research to you, I replied with a proud smile. Moved by my efforts, Hinata embraced me tightly, saying, Thank you, Zijian. You are so kind to me. I gently patted her back, which was nestled in the bag, and said, You are my most cherished person, so I must treat you well. In the future, I will seek out more traditional Chinese herbs to help restore your health. Hinata leaned into my embrace, and I asked, My dear, what troubles you? Are you interested in traditional Chinese medicine? She nodded and replied, Yes, I can teach you about herbal remedies. How about the day after tomorrow? That sounds wonderful, I responded. I then carried Hinata into the room and laid her gently on the bed. Afterward, I turned on the television and selected a film that she adored. Let us watch a movie together, I suggested. Hinata nodded and nestled her head against my shoulder. Together, we savored the film, basking in each other's warmth. As the movie drew to a close, I softly kissed her forehead. Good night, my silver-haired goddess, I murmured. Good night, Zijian, Hinata replied, as the night swiftly enveloped us. As I gazed upon Hinata, my heart brimmed with affection. I gently kissed her forehead, and together we descended into a realm of sweet dreams. The following morning, I prepared breakfast for Hinata. Upon her awakening, I fed her, and after she finished her meal, I untied the rope around her neck. Allowing her to emerge from the bag, I said to her, My beautiful goddess with silvery hair, today we shall practice the principles of Wing Chun's little idea. As Hinata stepped out of the bag and stretched her limbs, we positioned ourselves face to face. I demonstrated the fundamental movements of little idea, and she attentively absorbed my instructions. As time progressed, Hinata gradually mastered the technique, her movements becoming increasingly adept. Once our training concluded, we sat on the floor to rest. Leaning against me, Hinata expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Zijian. Being with you always allows me to learn something new. I embraced her with a smile. For you are the one I longed to protect in my past life. Upon hearing these words, Hinata was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She laughed through her tears, then spoke to me, expressing that she felt the same way. I gently patted her shoulder, my gaze brimming with tenderness. Suddenly, an intriguing idea struck me. Why not engage in a practical exercise to assess your application of subtle techniques? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Hinata's eyes, and she replied enthusiastically, Sure. Thus, we rose to our feet, standing opposite each other. I feigned an attack, and Hinata deftly sidestepped, countering with her own subtle technique. Our sparring was both light-hearted and enjoyable, with our cooperation becoming increasingly harmonious. In the end, Hinata executed a graceful maneuver that brought me to my knees, and she laughed joyfully. Marvelous. Your progress is truly remarkable, I praised her sincerely. As we embraced each other, relishing the warmth of our connection, my dear. I will teach you the art of the sun fist tomorrow. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi arrived at our home to play. Upon witnessing our closeness, a look of astonishment adorned her face. Brother-in-law and sister, where did you dye your hair? Hinata and I exchanged a knowing glance, deciding to play a little trick on her. Hinata then feigned innocence, proclaiming, I am a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Hanabi's mouth fell open in surprise. Sister is actually in Tsutsuki? How incredibly impressive. Hinata and I restrained our laughter, maintaining a facade of seriousness. Hinata remarked, indeed, we are descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with envy as she exclaimed, wow, how enviable. Could you teach me some of your skills? A sense of joy welled up within me as I effortlessly agreed, saying, of course, but you must promise to keep it a secret. Little Huahua promptly nodded, exclaiming, thank you, brother-in-law. I will certainly not tell anyone. Thus, the three of us embarked on a remarkable journey of training. A year later, Huahua had mastered the essentials of Wing Chun, and my wife, Gong Zijian, displayed impressive aptitude, swiftly grasping the evolved form of Wing Chun known as Jeet Kune Do. During a family competition, she achieved a decisive victory over Ri, and witnessing her transformation into such a formidable fighter filled my heart with pride. Ri, too, was delighted by this turn of events and suggested that I be regarded as her equal. I spoke to Hinata, addressing her as my esteemed father-in-law, expressing my reluctance to disrupt the established norms, for you are my elder. Observing my understanding demeanor, Hinata felt a surge of joy. In Chapter 143, 3 years later, for 3 consecutive years, I have ensured that Hinata sleeps within a large fabric sack each night. Each time, I would wait until she peeks out before fastening a charming bow around her. What is the story behind this? In truth, I have been instructing my beloved wife, Hinata, in the practice of martial arts, while the sack is filled with various elixirs conducive to her training. I had specifically procured these for her. On this particular day, as was my routine, I prepared the sack and the potions, awaiting Hinata's slumber. Once she nestled into the sack, I quietly sat beside her, guarding her through the night. As time elapsed, Hinata finally emerged, and I smiled while fastening her bow, gently caressing her long, snow-white hair. You've worked hard, Hinata, I said tenderly. She responded with a slight smile, her eyes reflecting determination and effort. She understood that all of this was in pursuit of becoming a more formidable ninja. I gazed at her, my heart brimming with pride and affection. We have traversed such a long journey together, each moment of cultivation a testament to our growth. The days ahead are still abundant, and we shall continue to walk hand in hand, collectively striving for greater heights. 3 years later, Hinata's physique transformed. Her form now gracefully curvaceous, and her strength significantly amplified indeed, with a hint of intimidation. As she stepped out of the bag, she stretched her body, exhibiting a newfound confidence and power unlike before. She looked at me with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Thank you, Zijian, for your unwavering support and companionship, Hinata softly expressed. I smiled and nodded, taking her hand as we made our way to the training ground. Hinata has now attained strength comparable to Tsunade, and she will confront future challenges with a renewed spirit. On the training field, Hinata exhibited her remarkable progress. Her speed, strength, and skill have reached an exceptional level. Leaving all present in awe, I stood to the side, my heart brimming with pride. The efforts of the past 3 years had finally borne fruit, and Hinata had truly become a formidable ninja. We would continue to fight side by side, striving to protect our village and our loved ones, ever pushing the boundaries of our capabilities. Hinata's opponent this time was Kakashi. As the battle commenced, Kakashi swiftly unleashed his ninjutsu, launching an assault on Hinata. With remarkable agility, Hinata sidestepped the attack, gathering chakra in her hands, poised to counter. Her movements were both graceful and powerful, a stark contrast to the girl she had been 3 years prior. Kakashi, taken aback by Hinata's growth, intensified his onslaught. Yet, Hinata stood her ground, employing her Byakugan to scrutinize Kakashi's actions, accurately predicting his next move. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her gentle fist technique, striking directly at Kakashi's vital points. Kakashi narrowly evaded the blow but could not escape the palpable strength Hinata wielded. As the battle progressed, Kakashi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Hinata executed a stunning 8 trigram 64 palms, sending Kakashi crashing to the ground. In the aftermath of her victory, Hinata turned to me, her face radiant with a confident smile. I gave her a thumbs up, my heart swelling with joy. I jestingly remarked to Kakashi, "What do you think?" It must feel quite delightful to be bested by my beloved wife, haha. Hinata has truly become increasingly formidable. With a smile, I stepped forward to celebrate with a high five to Hinata. Kakashi, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his attire, expressed his surprise at how swiftly Hinata's prowess had escalated in just 3 short years. It's all thanks to you, Kakashi-sensei, and you too, Zijian. For your guidance, Hinata humbly acknowledged. Not at all. It is Hinata's innate talent and diligence that are truly pivotal, Kakashi, and I replied in unison. Kakashi then cast a glance my way, adding, however, I do not wish to serve as your sparring partner any longer. Seek someone else next time. We turned our gaze towards my brother-in-law, Niji, and Hinata cheerfully chimed, then we shall rely on you, brother Niji. Upon seeing us, Niji promptly took off, muttering to himself. Don't come near. Please, don't seek me out. His voice echoed from a distance. I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to bring the despondent Niji Hyuga before Hinata. Niji gazed at the two of us and let out a resigned sigh. Well, who could blame me? I am, after all, your elder brother-in-law. Hinata joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, Thank you, brother Niji. I gently poked her forehead with my finger, reminding her, to take your training seriously. Hinata nodded obediently. Thus, the 3 of us embarked on a new round of training. Under Niji's guidance, Hinata's strength steadily grew, fortifying her resolve to protect our village and those dear to her. Halfway through the training session, Hinata's stomach grumbled with hunger. I suggested that the 8 of us go out for ramen. We, Gong Zijian, myself, Gong Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten, Kakashi, and Guy, headed to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Each time we visited Ichiraku, Kakashi would solemnly mourn for his wallet for 3 seconds. What could be the reason for this? It was because my beloved Hinata was a voracious eater. Upon seeing us enter, Uncle Ichiraku greeted us warmly. Today you all seem to have gathered in good numbers. Hinata approached the counter. I informed them that Hinata could consume 46 bowls of ramen. Uncle Ichiraku swiftly prepared a generous bowl for her, brimming with an array of toppings. Hinata promptly grasped her chopsticks and began to eat with a poised elegance. Kakashi, observing her manner of eating, couldn't help but exclaim, I truly question whether your stomach is a bottomless pit. The others chuckled as they glanced at Hinata. Before long, she had polished off 1 bowl, lifted her gaze to the group, offered an apologetic smile, and then requested another bowl from Uncle Ichiraku. Without hesitation, she resumed her fervent eating. In this manner, Hinata devoured over a dozen bowls of ramen before finally setting down her chopsticks. With a contented pat on her belly, she declared, I am full and feel invigorated enough to train. Everyone, apart from myself, Niji, and Sasuke, was left astounded, and Kakashi silently mourned for his wallet. However, witnessing Hinata's joyous demeanor, the group erupted in laughter. At that moment, Kakashi's phone rang. After concluding the call, he looked at us with a resigned expression and said, I have a mission to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he retrieved his wallet to settle the bill and hurriedly departed. Teacher Kakashi truly has a demanding life, Hinata remarked. Indeed, he is always so busy, I concurred. In my heart, I'm used. He must have been intimidated by my adorable darling wife. We continued to relish the delectable ramen, exchanging amusing anecdotes. Upon finishing our meal, we bid farewell to Uncle Yao and returned home separately. Along the way, I glanced at Hinata, who stood beside me, my heart brimming with happiness. I vowed to protect her fiercely, ensuring her perpetual joy. Chapter 145. I teach Hinata about herbs on a splendid morning. I turned to the girl with white hair and white eyes beside me, Hinata Hyuga, and said, Darling, today I shall teach you about medicinal herbs. Hinata responded with delight. All right, thank you, my dear husband. I led Hinata to our secret garden, a sanctuary flourishing with a myriad of herbs. Pointing to a delicate purple flower, I remarked, This is lavender, renowned for its use in perfumery and skincare. It also aids in relaxation and alleviates stress. Hinata listened attentively, nodding in understanding. Next, I gestured towards a verdant plant and said, This is mint, often brewed for tea, known for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. Its refreshing aroma invigorates the mind. Hinata carefully examined the mint leaves, gently touching them with curiosity. Her keen interest in the herbs prompted a flurry of questions, to which I patiently responded, deepening the bond between us. Then, we ventured into the realm of poisonous plants. I inquired, My dear, are you familiar with aconite? Hinata shook her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a gentle smile, I elucidated, Aconite is a toxic herb. Its roots harbor potent poison. Inadvertent consumption can lead to poisoning or even death. Thus, it is imperative to exercise caution in identification and avoid contact. Upon hearing this, Hinata's complexion paled slightly, revealing a hint of fear. I gently patted her hand, offering words of comfort. Do not fear. As long as we comprehend its characteristics, we can avert danger. Moreover, the majority of herbs are beneficial, aiding individuals in the treatment of ailments and the maintenance of health. Hinata nodded, her expression gradually regaining tranquility. Subsequently, I introduced her to a few other common poisonous plants and instructed her on how to accurately identify them. Hinata listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, to which I responded with care. Throughout this exchange, her knowledge of herbs steadily deepened. The following day, Sakura Haruno fell ill after consuming a dish she had prepared, which was deemed a culinary disaster. What could have caused this? Upon learning of Sakura's poisoning, Hinata recalled the herbal knowledge she had gleaned from me just the day before, suspecting that Sakura had inadvertently ingested a toxic mushroom. Thus, Hinata hurried to Sakura's home, meticulously inquiring about the food she had consumed that day. After a thorough investigation, Hinata discerned that one of the ingredients in Sakura's ill-fated dish bore a resemblance to the toxic mushroom we had studied. Alarmed, she promptly relayed her discovery to Naruto. Without delay, Naruto took Sakura to see a physician, while Hinata shared her knowledge of poisonous plants with everyone, cautioning them about dietary safety. Thanks to timely medical intervention, Sakura swiftly recovered. The entire group expressed astonishment and admiration for Hinata's erudition, and as a result, she forged deeper friendships. From that moment on, Hinata dedicated herself to the study of herbal knowledge, aspiring to utilize her abilities to assist more individuals. Tsunade inquired of Hinata, "Where did you acquire your knowledge of poisonous plants?" Hinata replied, "It was taught to me by my husband, Gong Zijian." At that moment, Gong Zijian, myself, appeared beside them. Tsunade regarded me with keen eyes, assessing my capabilities with a scrutinizing glance. I smiled and nodded in greeting, conveying a sense of amicability. "Oh, so you are the one who has imparted such extensive knowledge about herbs to Hinata," Tsunade remarked. "It seems you possess considerable expertise in the realm of botany." I smiled modestly and replied, "I only possess a rudimentary understanding. I also hope to utilize my knowledge to assist more individuals." Tsunade, seemingly in contemplation, tapped her chin and then said to me, "In that case, would you be interested in joining our medical team in Konoha Village? We are in dire need of talented individuals like yourself." I felt a mixture of surprise and excitement. Contributing to the well-being of the villagers had always been my heartfelt aspiration. I was willing to give it a try. I promised, albeit I required time to hone my skills. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, indicating her approval. "Very well. Let us commence our efforts for the development of Konoha from this moment onward." Thus, I became a member of the medical team in Konoha, striving alongside Tsunade and others to protect and heal the people of our village. I addressed Tsunade, saying, "Teacher Tsunade, may I transfer my wife, Hinata Hyuga, to the medical department?" Tsunade inquired, "Kazuki, provide me with a reason." I earnestly elaborated my explanation to Tsunade. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan possesses the remarkable ability to perceive a person's chakra pathways and bones, akin to an X-ray scanner, rendering it an invaluable skill for medical assistance. I continued, noting that Hinata herself harbored a keen interest in medical work, endowed with exceptional talent and fervor. I firmly believe that she will significantly contribute to the medical department. Tsunade contemplated for a moment before ultimately nodding. "Very well, Azuma. I shall assign Hinata to the medical department. However, I will subject her to rigorous assessments to ensure she possesses the requisite skills and qualities." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade," I exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, I sought out Hinata to share this splendid news with her. Upon hearing it, Hinata was overwhelmed with excitement, pledging to diligently study and train, not to disappoint anyone's expectations. Thus, Hinata seamlessly transitioned into the medical department, embarking on a new journey of challenges and growth. Sakura Haruno, having consumed poisonous mushrooms, was unable to refine chakra permanently. After Hinata and I joined the medical department, we showcased extraordinary talents. Utilizing the abilities of her Byakugan, Hinata swiftly mastered various medical techniques, becoming an invaluable asset to the department. Nevertheless, the issue surrounding Sakura's inability to refine chakra continued to trouble everyone. Hinata and I resolved to delve deeper into research, hoping to discover a solution. Through relentless experimentation, we identified a particular herb that might aid in detoxification. I urged her to convey this discovery to Tsunade. Tsunade expressed her admiration for our research findings and decided to personally try the herb. To our astonishment, Tsunade successfully regained her ability to refine chakra. Upon hearing this uplifting news, Sakura was moved to tears. From that moment on, she dedicated herself to studying medical knowledge with even greater determination, vowing to become an exceptional medical ninja like Hinata. Thus, Azuma, myself, Hinata Hyuga, and Sakura Haruno became the renowned trio of the medical department in Konoha. Chapter 146. Hinata and I traversed to another ninja world. Hinata and I have traversed into another realm of ninjas. How did this come to be? The truth is, we received a plea for assistance from Naruto in a parallel world, and thus, Hinata and I resolved to investigate the matter further. Utilizing my ocular jutsu, we traversed through the portal of my reincarnation eye and arrived in an alternate parallel realm. Everything here appears distinct from the ninja world we inhabit. Adorned in our masks, we encountered a desperate Naruto, who informed us of the immense crisis threatening this world and implored for our assistance. The silver-haired Hinata and I resolved to extend our aid, joining forces with the ninjas of this realm to combat the malevolent forces. An intense battle is on the horizon. In this parallel world, Naruto has already ascended to the position of Hokage. A dedicated workaholic, he immediately inquired about our identities upon seeing us. With a frigid expression, I addressed him. I am Gong Zijian, another version of you from a different realm, perhaps a past incarnation of yours from an alternate universe. Past incarnation? Naruto gazed at me with evident confusion, clearly skeptical. I found little inclination to elaborate, as beside me, the silver-haired Hinata greeted him with a warm smile. At that moment, a blaring alarm shattered the tranquility, announcing an invasion. Seventh Hokage Naruto, follow me. I shall assign you your tasks. We trailed behind him to the village's outskirts, where we beheld a group of enigmatic assailants launching an assault on the village. He was Kawaki, who let out a furious roar and charged towards Hinata and me with astonishing speed. Himawari and I swiftly employed our ninjutsu for defense, yet Kawaki's might proved overwhelmingly formidable, gradually placing us at a disadvantage. Humph, you interdimensional scoundrels, do not presume that I fear you, Kawaki proclaimed with a thunderous voice. With a sardonic chuckle, I taunted him. You are nothing more than a mere pawn of the three clans. This remark ignited a furious blaze within Kawaki, who was now thoroughly incensed. Utilizing would release, would clone technique, I encircled him with my wooden doppelgangers. At that moment, Naruto and the other ninjas arrived on the scene. Kawaki, why have you betrayed the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto inquired with intensity. Betrayal? I am merely pursuing true freedom, Kawaki retorted defiantly. Both sides stood their ground, and the atmosphere was charged with the imminent threat of battle. My white-haired goddess, Hinata, and I took on the role of bystanders, just as our other protagonist, Naruto, finally made his entrance. I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Naruto and introduced myself. I am a friend of your father, Gong Zijian. Shall we join forces to confront him? Naruto hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, let us together teach him a lesson. Together with Naruto, I charged forward to engage in a fierce battle with Kawaki. Naruto unleashed a myriad of techniques, yet Kawaki remained undeterred, effortlessly countering each one. During the fray, I sensed an immense power lurking within Kawaki. What could this power be? I pondered in astonishment. Just as I was deep in thought, Kawaki erupted with ferocity, executing a formidable ninjutsu. Naruto and I hastily dodged, though we still endured some impact. This is untenable. If things continue this way, we shall be defeated. I urged Naruto. We must devise a strategy to thwart him. Naruto nodded, signaling for me to provide cover. Understanding his intent, I employed the shadow clone technique to divert Kawaki's attention, while Naruto stealthily maneuvered behind him, ready to launch a surprise attack. With a decisive strike using the Gaia energy spiraling sphere, Naruto struck Kawaki, ending his life. Subsequently, Hinata and I ventured into the quarters of Ada and Damien. We swiftly dispatched Ada and Damien, and I unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, incinerating their remains to ashes. We, the two of us, discovered the alternate realm of Uzumaki, and we also ventured into the whirlpool of this world. Hinata was rescued by the both of us. I addressed the esteemed Lady Hokage, Hinata, saying, Greetings, you are the revered Lady Hokage, Hinata Uzumaki, are you not? I am Naruto from another world, and my name is Gong Zijian. The girl with white hair beside you is another version of yourself. The atmosphere grows somewhat awkward as the two Hinatas exchange glances with one another. At this moment, the blue-haired Hinata speaks first. Hello, I am Hinata from this world. It is a pleasure to meet you. She greets me with a warm smile. I chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. However, we must hasten our departure to avoid detection by others." Thus, accompanied by the illustrious Lady Hinata of this realm, I and the silver-haired Hinata swaggered out of Kawaki's alternate space. Upon returning to the tangible world, we resolved to escort her back to Konoha. Along the way, engaging conversations blossomed between me and the Hinatas, each expressing curiosity about the other's existence and inquiring into their respective life experiences. Upon our arrival at the village, the guards at the entrance were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of two identical Hinatas accompanying me, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. I hastily clarified, "This is merely an unfortunate accident. Worry not, for I shall explain that the silver-haired Hinata beside me is my wife." I gestured towards the blue-haired Hinata, asserting, "She is the true Lady Hokage of your village." With that, Uzumaki Hinata guided us through the village. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed, "Did you think this was the end?" Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and Kawaki reappeared before us, seemingly unscathed. "How is this possible?" Boruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Humph. You are all too naive," Kawaki sneered. "I possess immortality." No sooner had he spoken than he launched another attack, forcing us to respond urgently. However, his power appeared to have intensified, and we gradually found ourselves at a disadvantage. "What shall we do?" The two Hinatas inquired anxiously. "Do not fret. We still have a chance," I replied calmly. "As long as we identify his weakness, we can defeat him." Thus, we fought while seeking Kawaki's vulnerabilities. After considerable effort, we finally discerned his flaw. "Now is our moment," I shouted, joining Boruto in delivering our final strike. Kawaki could no longer withstand our assault and collapsed to the ground. We did it. Boruto and the two Hinatas cheered with exhilaration. At that moment, Naruto from this world arrived. I regarded him with a cool demeanor and said, "Hey, my counterpart from another world, we have rescued your wife. If all is well, we shall take our leave." Boruto expressed his gratitude to my Hinata, saying, "Thank you, silver-haired big sister, and to you, the dark-haired big brother over there." I exchanged a glance with the silver-haired Hinata, and we both burst into laughter. "In truth, we are your parents from an alternate realm," we elucidated. Boruto pondered this revelation, incredulous at the notion. He glanced between us and his own parents, overwhelmed by disbelief. "Well, it is time for us to return, Boruto," I continued, "to my counterpart in that other world, and to another Lady Hokage, Hinata." The silver-haired Hinata then turned to her alternate self, saying, "Do take care of your health. We shall visit again when we have the opportunity." We waved goodbye as I utilized the power of the Rinnegan to open a portal. Together with my beautiful goddess, we returned to our world. Chapter 147, Hinata and I go to the movies. Having returned from another realm, I turned to Hinata and expressed, "Darling, embarking on adventures with you is truly delightful." Hinata, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and softly replied, "I feel the same. Being with you brings me immense joy." Then, lifting her head, she gazed at me with unwavering determination and declared, "No matter what dangers we may face in the future, I will always stand by your side." Touched, I embraced her tightly and whispered in her ear, "Thank you, Hinata." We nestled against each other, savoring the tranquility and happiness of that moment. Yet, I understood that the road ahead would be long, filled with numerous challenges and hardships. However, as long as Hinata was by my side, I possessed the courage to confront anything. "Husband, are you free tomorrow?" Hinata inquired. I responded, "I am available." She continued, "I wish to watch a movie." I replied, "I shall grant your request, but you must agree to one thing. Wear that snug bodysuit to bed with me tonight." A faint blush crept across Hinata's face as she shyly nodded. I couldn't help but laugh, my heart brimming with anticipation. The following day, we attended a horror film together. In the cinema, we held hands, basking in each other's warmth. After the movie, we strolled home, relishing the serenity of the night. Upon our return, Hinata donned the bodysuit I adored, her figure accentuated beautifully by its embrace. We fell asleep in each other's arms, sharing a wonderful night. In the days to come, we would face life's myriad challenges together, crafting our own happiness. In my dreams, I was surrounded by my beloved wife, Hinata. Suddenly, the jarring sound of an alarm clock jolted me from my reverie. Rubbing my eyes, I beheld Hinata gazing at me with a sweet smile. "Good morning, husband," she gently said. I stretched languidly, reminiscing about the delightful moments of the previous night, a wave of happiness surging within me. "Where shall we venture today?" I inquired with a smile. I would love to stroll through the park and revel in the beauty of nature," Hinata suggested. What a splendid idea. After rising, freshening up, and enjoying breakfast, I set out with Hinata towards the park. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed our faces as we wandered amidst the blossoms, embracing the vibrancy and vitality of the natural world. Hinata occasionally paused to admire the exquisite flowers, while I quietly accompanied her. As we meandered, we arrived at the edge of a serene lake, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Wow, how breathtaking! Hinata exclaimed with delight. We found a tranquil corner to settle down, relishing the picturesque view of the lake while sharing our innermost thoughts. Unbeknownst to us, the sun gradually dipped towards the west, and hand in hand, we embarked on our journey homeward. As we arrived at the mountain flower shop, I turned to Hinata and said, "Darling, please wait for me a moment." Hinata nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, Zijian." I then approached Yamanaka Ino, adopting a cool demeanor as I inquired, "Do you happen to have any roses, old classmate?" Yamanaka Ino smiled brightly and responded, "Of course. The roses here are the freshest you will find." She then turned and retrieved a bouquet of red roses from the display, handing them to me. Upon receiving the rose, I returned to Hinata's side, my heart brimming with joy. Upon seeing the fresh blooms in my hand, a look of delightful surprise illuminated her face. "Thank you, Zijian," Hinata softly uttered, her eyes radiating with emotion. I presented a bouquet of roses to Hinata, saying, "This bouquet is for you. May you always remain as beautiful and enchanting as the flowers." Hinata accepted the blossoms, inhaling their fragrance, her heart brimming with joy. Hand in hand, we departed from the flower shop, continuing to relish our romantic moments together. I suddenly recalled the ancient maidens of my past life, who reveled in bathing with rose petals. I turned to Hinata and gently suggested, "My dear, would you like to indulge in a rose bath this evening?" Shyly lowering her gaze, Hinata replied softly, "Sure. I'd love to try." As night fell, I prepared a large basin of warm water, adorned with vibrant rose petals. When Hinata entered the bathroom and beheld the enchanting scene, her heart brimmed with joy. She gradually immersed herself in the water, savoring the tender caress of the petals and the enveloping fragrance. The warm water nourished her skin, bestowing upon her an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. Upon finishing her bath, Hinata emerged from the bathroom clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Her skin radiated a subtle rose fragrance, and her gaze had transformed into something softer and more enchanting. "How do you feel?" I inquired with concern. "Very comfortable, thank you," Hinata replied, leaning closer to me and giving me a gentle embrace. I reassured her, "No need to mention it, my dear. I learned this from my past life through literature. You are indeed fortunate." With her hair still damp, Hinata nestled against me, inhaling the scent of roses that lingered around her, and I felt a wave of contentment wash over me. "Today was truly delightful," she whispered. "I feel the same," I said, bestowing a light kiss upon her forehead. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Rising to answer it, I discovered that Sakura and Kiba had arrived. "Oh, what are you two up to?" they inquired with curiosity. "Oh, nothing much, just enjoying our little world," I replied with a smile. "It seems we arrived at an inopportune moment," Kiba teased. "Not at all, come in." I welcomed them into the house. As Kiba and Sakura beheld the fresh flowers adorning the living room, they couldn't help but exclaim their admiration. "Wow, what beautiful flowers." "Those were a gift from Zijian," Hinata said with a radiant smile. "Ah, I truly envy you," Sakura sighed. The four of us sat together, engaging in conversation for an extended period, the atmosphere light and delightful. It was not until the late hours of the night that Ya and Sakura took their leave. Hinata and I embraced and drifted into slumber, enveloped in a blissful ambience. Chapter 148, The Rebirth of Konoha's Lin. Hinata and I arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. I addressed Orochimaru, saying, "Master Orochimaru, could you please assist me in using the reanimation jutsu to bring back Lin Noera?" "Very well, Ziking," Orochimaru replied, with a flourish of his hand. He utilized the body of White Setsu to perform the reanimation jutsu, and amidst a dazzling flash of light, Lin Nohara's figure gradually materialized. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Hinata and me, a flicker of surprise illuminating her gaze. "Who are you two?" she inquired. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, and then I spoke to Lin. "Greetings, Miss Noera. I am the reincarnation of your teacher, Minato Namikaze's son. My name is Gong Zijian. Beside me is my wife, Hinata Hyuga." Upon hearing my words, a look of confusion crossed Lin's face as she struggled to recollect, seemingly trying to piece together fragments of the past. "Minato-sensei, the son's reincarnation," she murmured softly. Hinata stepped forward, gently taking Lin's hand, and said, "Hello, Lin Michin. I am Hinata Hyuga, wife of Gong Zijian." As Lin gazed at Hinata, her expression gradually sharpened in clarity. She smiled and nodded, responding, "Yes, hello, Hinata." As I gazed upon Rin, my heart brimmed with exhilaration. I conveyed to her that my purpose in seeking her out was to enlist her assistance in bringing back Uchiha Bido. Rin expressed her willingness to do her utmost to aid us. Subsequently, the three of us commenced a discussion on how to address the challenges we faced. Drawing upon her vast knowledge and experience, Rin offered us invaluable counsel. Throughout our conversation, we also deepened our understanding of one another. At that moment, I activated the rebirth of all things technique, determined to truly resurrect Naira Rin. I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata and Rin Noera to the residence of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. With courtesy, I knocked on the door and called out, "Father, Mother, it is I, Izuki." The door swung open, and both Minato and Kushina gazed upon me, accompanied by Hinata and Rin, with astonishment etched upon their faces. "Rin, how is it that you have returned?" Minato inquired, bewildered. I recounted the sequence of events to them and introduced Noera Rin. "I see. Welcome, little Rin," Kushina exclaimed warmly. As we entered the room, we settled down to continue our conversation with Lin, who recounted to us the experiences she had endured in her earlier years. Among the four of us, aside from myself, the other three were moved to tears. Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed, "How could they behave in such a manner?" I reassured her, "Mother, I am well aware of the situation." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. We stepped out to discover Naruto and Sasuke arriving with the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Brother, and Hinata," Naruto exclaimed, running towards us with excitement. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Hinata and I inquired with smiles. "I heard you brought back Rin Noera, so of course I had to come and see." Naruto laughed heartily. Everyone introduced themselves, and the atmosphere was harmonious. We resolved to confront the challenges ahead together. Our ambition was to unify the ninja world. I conveyed this to Minato, who paused in silence before nodding. It is indeed a grand aspiration, yet not unattainable. We must devise a comprehensive plan and seek the support of other villages. I turned to Naruto and Sasuke, asking them, "Can you reach out to the ninjas from other villages to discuss this matter together?" Both Naruto and Sasuke smiled confidently and assured me, "Leave it to us." Subsequently, we commenced deliberating on a detailed course of action. Through our collective efforts, an initial plan gradually took shape. Next, we would act independently, contacting various factions to strive towards the goal of unifying the ninja world. Hinata and I journeyed to the land of snow in search of Fukakoiki. Upon our arrival, she inquired about our identities with a curious glance. I responded with an air of aloofness, "What's the matter? Have you forgotten us so soon?" Miss Fujikawa Yuki seemed taken aback as we conveyed our purpose. However, after hearing our plans, a flicker of determination shone in her eyes. "If this can indeed bring peace to the ninja world, I am willing to assist," Fukakoiki declared. Subsequently, she arranged for us to meet with the higher echelons of the Land of Snow to discuss matters of collaboration. The meeting progressed smoothly, and both parties reached a preliminary consensus. After departing from the Land of Snow, we hastened towards the Land of Earth, seeking the venerable Noki. Along the way, Hinata and I exchanged our thoughts, filled with anticipation for what the future held. The two of us arrived in the Land of Earth, where we sought out Inoki. We engaged in a brief exchange of thoughts with him, to which he expressed no objections, signifying his sincerity. Subsequently, Hinata and I journeyed to the Land of Water. We arrived in the Land of Water and were greeted by the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Although she was somewhat taken aback by our arrival, she welcomed us with warmth and hospitality. I expounded upon the grand design of unifying the ninja world, as well as the current status of support from various nations. After a moment of contemplation, Terumi Mei remarked, "This plan is indeed magnificent, yet its implementation might prove to be quite challenging. However, should it come to fruition, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the entire ninja realm. I can assure you of the Water Country's support." With the endorsement from the Water Country, our confidence soared. Subsequently, we shall continue our journey to other nations in pursuit of further backing. Though the path to unifying the ninja world is fraught with difficulties, we firmly believe that with collective effort and unwavering resolve, success is within our grasp. Hinata and I journeyed to the Land of Wind to seek the counsel of the fifth Kazekage, Gaara. After we conveyed our plans to him, he fell silent for a moment before expressing his support. Subsequently, we traveled to the Land of Lightning, where we received the affirmation of the fifth Hokage, Killer Bee. Nations across the realm began to respond, and the dream of unifying the shinobi world appeared to be on the cusp of realization. However, just as we prepared to return home, an unforeseen crisis struck. The enigmatic organization, Akatsuki, commenced covert operations to thwart our endeavors. Hinata and I resolved to investigate the truth and unveil the puppeteers behind this scheme. Alas, my fears have indeed come to fruition. I remarked to my beautiful, silver-haired goddess, Hinata, that we must tread with utmost caution. With unwavering determination, Hinata gazed steadfastly at me. We stealthily tracked the members of the Akatsuki organization, endeavoring to uncover their lair. During our pursuit, we stumbled upon several of their clandestine operations, which reinforced our conviction that they posed a significant obstacle to our progress. However, the members of Akatsuki were exceedingly cautious, making our tracking efforts far from fruitful. Just as despair began to set in, two enigmatic figures emerged before us. Who were these mysterious individuals? Upon closer inspection, I realized they were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. To my astonishment, they expressed their willingness to assist us. A mix of surprise and confusion washed over me. After all, were Hashirama and Madara not sworn enemies? How could they suddenly appear together, ready to lend us their aid? Unable to suppress my curiosity, I inquired about their motivations. Hashirama smiled and replied, "Let bygones be bygones. We now share a common foe in the Akatsuki." Madara, with an air of indifference, added, "I merely wish to prevent the annihilation of the ninja world." I exchanged a glance with Hinata, and we resolved to place our trust in them. Thus, the six of us embarked on a journey to confront the Akatsuki organization. I turned to Hinata, Uchiha Bido, Senju Hashirama, and Noera Rin and said, "Please, Rin, use your charm to entice Uchiha Bido." Noera Rin smiled softly and nodded in agreement. Aware that Uchiha Bido harbored special feelings for her, which could very well be the most effective means of drawing him out. Before long, Uchiha Bido indeed fell for the charm and revealed himself before us. Upon witnessing the scene, he instantly grasped the situation. "Abido, you have finally arrived." Uchiha Madara remarked with a cold smirk. "Madara, how could you conspire with them?" Uchiha Bido glared at Madara. "Humph. The Eye of the Moon plan is nothing but a farce," Uchiha Madara retorted disdainfully. At that moment, I addressed Uchiha Bido, saying, "Abido, what is your intention?" "I have revived Rin for you." Uchiha Bido, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "What did you say? Was that Rin just now?" He turned to look at the girl beside me. With a nonchalant gesture, I acknowledged, "Indeed, it was I who summoned Orochimaru to resurrect her through the Edo Tensei technique. Subsequently, I employed the rebirth technique to bring back Sister Rin." Chapter 149 heralds the establishment of the Republic of the Dragon Kingdom. My beloved Hinata, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Noera Rin, and Uzumaki Naruto, along with myself, have deviated from the Akatsuki organization. What could have transpired? The truth unfolds as the six of us infiltrated the secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Among our exploits, we eliminated a fellow named Haiden, whose ability, the Death God's Curse, bore a resemblance to the regenerative technique Hinata had learned from Tsunade. I entrusted the defeated Haiden to my cherished Hinata. I turned to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, expressing my concerns. "I worry for my wife's safety. I must leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands, Grandfather Madara." Grandfather Hashirama, Naruto, and Sister Rin. Hinata gazed at the bound Haiden, her heart brimming with confidence. She understood that while the enemy's abilities were akin to her own regenerative prowess, her unique combat skills set her apart. With swiftness, Hinata unleashed her gentle fist technique upon Haiden, each strike imbued with her strength and finesse. Although Haiden attempted to resist, Hinata's speed and agility rendered him unable to respond effectively. In the heat of battle, she discerned Haiden's vulnerability and seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow. As Haiden fell, the conflict reached its conclusion. "Darling, I have succeeded," Hinata joyfully reported to me, Gong Zijian. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, and Noera Rin had also subdued the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Together, the six of us departed from the secret base, ushering in a new era of peace and hope for the ninja world. I addressed Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, declaring, "We shall unify the shinobi world." Uchiha Madara patted my shoulder, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Well said, Gong Zijian. I am willing to lend you my strength." Thus, Gong Zijian, myself, who, along with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, commenced strategizing the unification of the shinobi world. Our plan was to initiate our efforts by subduing the smaller nations surrounding us. gradually expanding our sphere of influence. Throughout the course of our campaigns, Gong Zijian, myself, exhibited remarkable leadership and combat prowess, leading the allied forces of ninjas to triumph over weaker foes repeatedly. However, the path to unifying the shinobi world was fraught with challenges. The feudal lords of the great nations banded together, forming a coalition to oppose us. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Gong Zijian, myself, and my companions did not waver. Instead, our resolve to unify the shinobi world only intensified. In a pivotal battle, I found myself locked in a fierce confrontation with the leader of the coalition of feudal lords. Both sides fought tenaciously, with no clear victor emerging. At that critical moment, Hinata, leading an elite unit, arrived to provide formidable support. Ultimately, we combined our strengths to vanquish the coalition of feudal lords, securing a decisive victory. My wife, Gong Zijian, and I conversed with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, saying, "My dear, we shall execute a beheading operation against those feudal lords. Very well, let us grant those lords a swift end." A glint of ferocity flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. We, for like phantoms, stealthily infiltrated the mansions of the feudal lords. "Accept your demise." I, Gong Zijian, bellowed in fury. Unleashing a torrent of chakra, I executed the flying thunder god slash, overwhelming the lord's guardians, who were no match for our prowess, swiftly vanquishing them. This spectacle astonished Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Madara murmured, "This child possesses the flying thunder god slash, and astonishingly, he does so without hand seals." I called out to them, "Hey, you worthless lords, do you wish to join the dance?" This taunt particularly incited Madara. "Humph, a band of inept fools," Hashirama disdainfully remarked. "Careful, dear," Hinata exclaimed. Suddenly, a hidden master launched an attack towards me. I deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a swift strike of my sword, slaying the assailant. How infuriating. There was an ambush, Madara cursed. Yet, our quartet, in perfect harmony, quickly eradicated all adversaries. From that moment forth, the ninja world would be governed by us. Standing resolutely amidst the bloodshed, my voice resonated throughout the ninja realm. In the year 79 of Konoha, I, Gong Zijian, successfully unified the ninja world, declaring it the People's Republic of Longhua, with the capital established in the Land of Fire. Under my leadership, the ninjas embarked on arduous reconstruction efforts, mending the scars of war and rebuilding villages and cities. Simultaneously, I actively pursued reforms, abolishing the archaic feudal system and establishing a new society rooted in fairness and justice. As time progressed, the People's Republic of Longhua flourished. Interactions among nations became increasingly frequent, with peace and development emerging as the themes of the era. Gong Zijian and Hinata became revered heroes in the hearts of the people, our deeds echoing through the ages. A decade after the unification of the ninja world, I turned to Hinata and said, "My dear, I wish to retire. I shall yield the presidency to you." Hinata gazed at me tenderly, her eyes filled with understanding and support. "Very well, my love. We can embrace a tranquil life together." I inquired of Hinata, "My dear, whom do you think is suitable to lead the Dragon Kingdom Republic?" Hinata replied, "Perhaps Senju Hashirama." I shook my head and responded, "Senju Hashirama is not fit to be the president of the Dragon Kingdom Republic. What about Uchiha Sasuke?" Hinata then asked me, "Isn't Uchiha Sasuke too young for the position?" I shook my head once more and, at that moment, a sudden thought struck me. One individual came to mind as the most suitable choice. With a mischievous grin, I turned to Hinata and said, "My dear, I've just thought of someone who is undoubtedly perfect for this." Hinata inquired, "Who is it?" "It is none other than Master Jiraiya." With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, I summoned Jiraiya from the tavern. I then playfully delivered a punch to his head and asked, "Are you awake now?" Upon realizing it was me, Jiraiya appeared startled, sputtering as he replied, "I'm awake." He awkwardly scratched his head and continued, "So it's you, Azukin, and Hinata? What brings you both here?" Hinata and I responded in unison, "Our visit holds great significance. I am retiring. The next chairman of the Republic of Dragon Country shall be you." With that, Hinata and I departed using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving Jiraiya in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling wind. Hinata turned to me and remarked, "Darling, treating Master Jiraiya this way doesn't seem quite right." I responded in a gentle tone, "My beautiful silver-haired goddess, you are simply too kind. However, I do enjoy this side of you." I gently caressed her beautiful white hair, filled with profound emotion. The journey we have traversed has indeed been arduous. Yet now, we can finally relinquish our burdens and savor the joys of life. We resolved to depart from the bustling metropolis in search of a tranquil haven to settle down. After a thorough exploration, we discovered a secluded valley, a picturesque realm that resembled a utopian paradise. In our new abode, we cultivated vegetables and raised chickens, embracing a self-sufficient lifestyle. Occasionally, we would invite former companions to gather, reminiscing about the cherished moments of yesteryears. 9 months later, Hinata successfully gave birth to a male infant. The child possessed a cascade of dark hair and striking blue eyes, adorned with 12 tomo of the Sharingan, exuding an undeniable charm. As he matured, we uncovered his extraordinary gift of manipulating the elements of nature with ease. We named him Yinglong, aspiring for him to embody the legendary dragon, safeguarding peace and justice. Henceforth, Gong Yinglong, Gong Zijian, and Gong Kuei became our beloved children. In Chapter 150, Hinata, we ventured into the world of Konan. Following the unification of the ninja realm, I too retired, and alongside my wife, Gong Hinata, we traversed into the realm of Konan. What led to this, you may wonder? It was, in fact, Hinata's desire to challenge Ranmori in the world of Konan. What could I do? After all, she is my wife, and I could only indulge her whims. Using my Rinnegan ability, we traversed the dimensional gateway to the world of Konoha. I turned to Hinata and said, "My dear, awaken your Byakugan." Hinata responded, all right. We have successfully entered the world of Konan. Everything before us fills us with wonder, as I behold the familiar Muri detective agency. At that moment, a young boy approached, introducing himself as Adagawa Konan. I realized that we had truly stepped into the world of Detective Konan. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan to survey our surroundings, ensured our safety. Subsequently, we decided to find a place to settle in, while also familiarizing ourselves with the rules of this new realm. During our search for accommodation, we encountered a myriad of intriguing individuals and events, gradually acclimating to this enigmatic world. Upon spotting Konan, Hinata inquired, "Hello, little brother, how old are you?" Konan, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I am 7 years old." The blue-eyed older sister shot him a glance, and I discreetly informed Hinata, "My dear, this little rascal is actually 17. Hinata's mouth fell open in astonishment, while Konan looked at me with a puzzled expression. I chuckled and clarified, "Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. He is indeed a high school detective." Yet, Hinata remained skeptical as Conan's visage undeniably resembled that of a child. We continued our stroll and passed by a quaint coffee shop, deciding to step inside for a brief respite. The ambience within was warm and inviting, and we ordered coffee and pastries, relishing this moment of tranquility. At that moment, I noticed a man at the adjacent table surreptitiously observing us, his gaze imbued with an air of mystery. I called out to the man, "Hey, what are you staring at? Have you never seen handsome men and beautiful women before?" My fierce demeanor startled him. The man stammered an apology, saying, "I'm terribly sorry. I merely found you both unfamiliar, which compelled me to look a little longer." With that, he hastily exited the CAF. I have always found this man to be rather peculiar, yet I did not dwell on it. After Hinata finished her coffee, we resumed our journey. Along the way, we encountered Yuanzi and Xiaolan. Upon seeing Hinata, Xiaolan exclaimed in wonder, "What a beautiful older sister." Hinata smiled shyly in response. I introduced myself and Hinata to them, revealing that we had recently moved here. Xiaolan warmly invited us to her home, to which we gladly accepted. Following Xiaolan, we arrived at the Muri detective agency. Muri Kagoro exclaimed, "Was that person just now human?" At that moment, the three of us entered the detective agency, and upon seeing us, Muri Kagoro appeared startled. He stammered, "You two are the mysterious individuals from earlier." Hinata and I exchanged a glance, filled with curiosity. Muri Kagoro pointed at us and inquired, "Who are you?" My companion Hinata and I suddenly recalled the peculiar old man from that CAF, and in unison we exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed you." The little mustachioed gentleman who was startled by our presence earlier. I introduced myself. "I am Gong Zijian, and this is my beloved partner, Gong Hinata. We are martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom, and we seek to speak with Kudo." With a cold demeanor, I added, "How could it possibly be you?" Mori Koger gazed at us in astonishment. "How do you know Shinichi?" Hinata and I exchanged a glance, our confusion deepening. "Shinichi?" I inquired, "Do you know Kudo?" Mori Koger nodded. "He is my son-in-law. What business do you have with him?" I was taken aback, my eyes widening in astonishment. "What? A son-in-law? Has Shinichi Kudo already tied the knot?" Kagoro Mori scratched his head and replied, "Well, technically, they are not married yet. However, Kaido and Shinichi have been childhood friends, and it is only a matter of time before they wed." Both Hinata and I felt a twinge of disappointment. We had anticipated a meeting with Shinichi Kudo, only to discover that he was already in a relationship. Just then, the doorbell chimed. It must be Shinichi returning. Kagoro Mori exclaimed with excitement as he rushed to open the door. Hinata and I followed suit, eager to meet the legendary Shinichi Kudo. To our surprise, it was merely the Phantom Thief Kid in disguise, but fortunately we were able to see through his ruse. After we unveiled the true identity of the Phantom Thief, he hastily made his escape. What a detestable thief! Kagoro Mori shouted in anger. Father, please don't be upset, Ran comforted. Fortunately, they were here to help. Otherwise, our treasures would have been stolen. Kagoro Mori turned to us, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Gong. By the way, you haven't yet told me what you needed to see Shinichi about. After a moment of hesitation, I resolved to reveal the truth. In fact, we had come specifically to challenge Miss Sonoko to a bout of karate. I glanced at the silver-haired girl beside me and inquired, Isn't that right, darling? Hinata nodded in affirmation, saying, Indeed, Mr. Mori. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Mori erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, So that's the case. You have indeed come to the right person. Sonoko is a karate virtuoso. Even I am no match for her. Sonoko, feeling a bit bashful, interjected, Father, please don't flatter me so. I responded with a smile, Miss Sonoko, we have come from afar, seeking your guidance. Without hesitation, she agreed and led us to the dojo. Thus commenced an intense karate match, with Hinata and I launching a coordinated assault while Sonoko remained composed in her defense. The exchange was fierce, with neither side yielding ground. Ultimately, Hinata and I executed a spectacular flying kick, bringing the match to a close and earning the respect of the Muri duo, who showered praise upon my abilities. After the contest concluded, we bid farewell to Mori and his daughter and departed from the office. Although we did not encounter Shinichi Kudo, this experience proved to be immensely rewarding. I informed Hinata that Conan is, in fact, Shinichi Kudo. So that's it. Shinichi has transformed into a child, she exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and he has been diligently investigating the black organization under the guise of Detective Conan, I remarked, acknowledging his remarkable prowess. Next time, I must express my gratitude to him properly, Hinata replied. Yes, however, the opportunity to spar with Ran in karate today has made this trip worthwhile, I chuckled. As we strolled along, engaging in conversation, we reminisced about the recent match, our hearts brimming with sentiments. By the way, where shall we go next? Hinata inquired. After pondering for a moment, I suggested, since we are in the delightful town of Mifyun, why not visit Dr. Agasa's place to explore his inventions? I've heard that he has recently conceived several new creations, and perhaps there will be something intriguing to discover. Sounds great. Let us head to Dr. Agasa's residence. Hinata exclaimed with enthusiasm. Consequently, we followed the address to locate Dr. Agasa's home, rang the doorbell, and awaited the opening of the door. As the thunderous explosions abruptly resonated around us, Hinata and I could only hear the deafening roar. In a moment of urgency, I swiftly transformed the Seeker's Orb into a protective shield to safeguard Hinata. With heartfelt gratitude, she turned to me and said, Thank you, my dear husband. I shook my head and said, No need for thanks. After all, we are husband and wife, are we not? Hinata, with a look of bewilderment, inquired, Yes. But is this truly Dr. Agasa's home? At that moment, an elderly gentleman wearing spectacles emerged from the haze, coughing as he spoke. I sincerely apologize. My experiment has once again failed. Are you here to see me? A sigh of relief escaped us, for it turned out that this was indeed Dr. Agasa. We explained our purpose for visiting, and he warmly invited us inside to tour his laboratory. Upon entering the lab, we were greeted by an array of peculiar inventions, shoes capable of flight, pills that could alter size, and a contraption resembling a robot. Dr. Agasa proudly introduced. This is my latest invention, a robot designed to assist with household chores. Hinata, filled with curiosity, asked, Can this robot really perform household tasks? Dr. Agasa chuckled, Absolutely. If you don't believe me, why not give it a try? He activated the robot, instructing it to clean the room. The robot sprang to life, diligently polishing the floors and furniture. Hinata exclaimed in awe, Wow, that's incredible. We lavished praise upon Dr. Agasa for his remarkable inventions, expressing our desire to visit again in the future. Subsequently, we bid farewell to Dr. Agasa and departed from his abode. Next, Hinata and I departed from the world of Conan and ventured into the realm of Saint Seiya. My companion Hinata and I arrived at the sanctuary, a sacred place where the saints protect Athena. We beheld numerous saints adorned in their resplendent armors, exuding an air of majesty and reverence. As we ventured forth, we encountered a golden saint named Ioria. He informed us that Athena was resting within the temple and it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Nevertheless, he graciously offered to guide us to the training grounds of the saints. Following Ioria, we arrived at the training area, where we witnessed many saints diligently honing their skills. Their techniques were both magnificent and powerful, leaving us in awe. Hinata exclaimed, "How spectacular!" Ioria smiled and replied, "This is the rigorous trial one must endure to become a saint." He then demonstrated his plasma lightning fist, a display of formidable strength that left us astounded. We spent a delightful time in the sanctuary, absorbing the courage and conviction of the saints. Ultimately, we reluctantly bid farewell to Ioria and continued on our journey. Chapter 151. I journeyed through time with Hinata to the ancient era. As we traversed back to the primordial age, I found myself alongside my beloved Hinata, who was engrossed in the classic of mountains and seas. She inquired, "Do creatures like Taotai truly exist in this world?" I chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and replied, "Perhaps they do, though no one has ever laid eyes upon them. Would you like to see what one looks like?" Hinata nodded earnestly, prompting me to lead her through a time portal to the ancient wilderness. Surrounded by extraordinary beasts and rare treasures, we began our quest to locate the elusive Taotai. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed through the air. Turning, we were confronted by a colossal creature with a terrifying visage, its gaping maw wide open as it lunged towards us. I swiftly grabbed Hinata, evading the beast while devising a plan to confront this Taotai. I unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, sealing the gluttonous beast with the heavenly star. With Hinata by my side, we departed from the realm of the beast, letting out a sigh of relief. I jestingly remarked to Hinata, "My dear, don't you think that the voracious beast we just encountered bore a striking resemblance to you?" Hinata glared at me, pouting, "No way. I am nothing like that hideous creature." Unable to contain my laughter, I reassured her, all right, I was merely teasing you. My precious Hinata is the most adorable." Just as we were about to depart from this perilous location, a tremendous noise erupted behind us. Turning around, we were astonished to see the very beast, which had been sealed away, breaking free from its confinement and reappearing before us. Its eyes were ablaze with fury, seemingly harboring resentment for its imprisonment. Alarmed, I urgently grasped Hinata's hand, urging her to flee. However, the beast was remarkably swift, closing in on us rapidly. At that moment, a creature resembling a whale descended from the sky and vanquished the voracious beast. I thought to myself, good heavens, is that not the legendary Kunpeng? We stood in awe, witnessing the scene before us as the immense wings of the Kunpeng flapped, stirring up fierce gales. It deftly evaded the onslaught of the Taotai and then struck with its razor-sharp claws, landing a brutal blow to the creature's abdomen. The Taotai let out an anguished howl, collapsing to the ground in a desperate struggle. Yet, the Kunpeng offered no respite, unleashing a relentless series of attacks. Ultimately, the Taotai, unable to withstand the assault, fell into a pool of its own blood, lifeless. I breathed a sigh of relief alongside Hinata, casting a grateful glance at Kunpeng. It seemed that Kunpeng sensed our gaze, letting out a cry before soaring majestically into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. "Incredible," Hinata murmured. "So this is the legendary Kunpeng." I nodded, my heart filled with profound emotions. This experience has deepened my understanding of the wonders and perils of this world. We resolved to depart from this place at the earliest opportunity, returning to our original era. On our journey back, Hinata and I engaged in profound conversations, delving into the intricacies of this world and contemplating the possibilities that lie ahead for us. As we journeyed from the primordial era back to the world of Naruto, I turned to Hinata and inquired, "My dear, how was our adventure in the ancient times? Was it satisfactory?" "It was quite enjoyable, Azakin," Hinata replied with a radiant smile. Just then, a soft growl emanated from her stomach. I inquired of Hinata, "Are you hungry?" My beautiful and adorable little gourmand replied, "A bit." Hinata, her face flushed, lowered her gaze. "Then let us seek out something to eat." I took her hand, smiling as I led her toward the marketplace of Konoha. Along the way, Hinata appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly still immersed in the thrill of recent events. Unable to resist teasing her, I asked, "What's on your mind? Still thinking about the Kunpeng?" "Of course not," Hinata retorted, casting me a playful glare, though she felt that there were still many mysteries in this world yet to be uncovered. "Then let us explore at a leisurely pace." I gently tousled her beautiful snow-white hair, but before we embark on our adventures, we must first satisfy our appetites. At the bustling market, we indulged in delectable snacks, savoring the rare moments of leisure as we meandered through the lively stalls. Hinata's face radiated with a blissful smile, captivating my gaze. Just then, I heard a familiar voice calling me. It was Sakura Haruno. I responded coolly, "Ah, it's Ino and Sakura. What brings you two here?" "Where is my dear Hinata?" Ino pointed toward a nearby dessert shop, explaining that Hinata had just gone there to buy some treats and would join us shortly. "Oh, I see. My adorable little glutton must be quite famished." Ino and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring, "Glutton? It's merely a nickname I've given to Hinata." I replied with an air of indifference. Sakura seemed a bit disheartened by my words. Meanwhile, Ino, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Oh, Azukin-kun and Hinata are truly affectionate," leaving us two lonely souls behind. I felt a bit embarrassed as I scratched my head, but not at all. You two are quite a perfect match as well. Just then, Hinata approached with 2 scoops of ice cream. Apologizing, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Sakura and Ino exchanged a knowing smile and replied, "It's perfectly fine, we just arrived ourselves." The 4 of us strolled through the market, indulging in ice cream while engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Hinata and I shared our adventures with Ino and Sakura. The tale of our escapades during the primeval era left them utterly astonished. "Wow, you actually experienced such thrilling events," Sakura exclaimed, her face brimming with envy as she gazed at us. "Indeed, I was fortunate to have Azuki protecting me," Hinata remarked gently, casting a tender glance my way that filled my heart with sweetness akin to honey. "All right, enough of your romantic musings," Ino interjected with a smile. "By the way, I heard that the Hokage building is hosting a ninja tournament. Would you like to participate?" "A ninja tournament?" Hinata and I exchanged glances, both intrigued. "I've heard the prizes for this competition are quite substantial, and it's a great opportunity to hone our skills," Sakura added excitedly. "Let us sign up together." I grasped Hinata's hand, determined to take on this challenge alongside them. On the day of the tournament, Hinata, Sasuke, and I were strategizing on how to outsmart our opponents. Sasuke, ever the headstrong one, was as reckless as Naruto. I shot him a knowing look and began to analyze our adversary's tactics from my previous observations. The ninjas in their team excel at combining Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu attacks. We must identify their weaknesses and exploit them. Sasuke, unimpressed, merely scoffed and replied, "Why not just charge in and defeat them?" I shook my head and patiently explained, "Sasuke, acting recklessly will only put us at a disadvantage. We must devise a comprehensive plan to achieve victory with minimal cost." Hinata concurred. "Indeed, Sasuke-kun, trust in Zeiken's judgment." Faced with this, Sasuke reluctantly acquiesced. "All right then. Please outline the specific plan." Consequently, I articulated my thoughts in detail, contemplating that after the match, Sasuke would need to diligently study the art of war. I proposed that we initially employ the shadow clone technique to divert the opponent's attention, while Hinata utilized her Byakugan to identify their weaknesses. Sasuke would lead the offensive, while I would assist from the sidelines, using ninjutsu to disrupt their line of sight. Upon hearing my strategy, Sasuke nodded slightly in agreement, and Hinata appeared confident, her eyes gleaming with determination. As the match commenced, we executed our plan. I utilized wood release to create several wooden clones, successfully distracting our adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata activated her Byakugan, accurately pinpointing the opponent's vulnerabilities. Sasuke struck swiftly, landing a decisive blow that caught our foes off guard. Through our seamless cooperation, the situation gradually shifted in our favor. Ultimately, we triumphed over our opponents and secured victory. After the match, Sasuke remarked, "It turns out strategy is indeed crucial." I chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Next time, avoid being reckless." We exchanged glances and shared smiles. This match not only brought us victory, but also deepened our trust and friendship. The following day, after the match, I traversed into the real world and purchased 2 copies of The Art of War, bringing them to the Naruto world as gifts for Hinata and Sasuke. I presented them with the books, saying it was a gift for both of them. Hinata replied, "Thank you, dear." Sasuke added, "Thank you, Zeiken." Upon receiving the books, both Sasuke and Hinata developed a profound interest in the art of war. They diligently studied, seeking to extract wisdom and strategies from its pages. In the days that followed, under my guidance, Hinata and Sasuke continuously applied the military knowledge they acquired, training and battling against other ninjas. Our combat skills significantly improved, and our strategic thinking became sharper. As time passed, Hinata, Sasuke, and I emerged as prominent young ninjas within the village. Our growth was acknowledged and praised by many, and we were well prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 152. Sakura Haruno is poisoned again. On the 3rd day after Hinata and I returned from the primordial world to the world of Naruto, we received an urgent notification. What could it be? It turned out that Sakura Haruno had been poisoned once again. This time, the toxin was derived from the deadly. Hinata and I immediately rushed to the hospital, where we found Sakura pale and in a state of unconsciousness. Tsunade informed us that this poison was exceedingly potent, and without prompt treatment, Sakura's life would be in grave danger. I recalled the detoxification methods I had learned from the Compendium of Materia Medica in my past life, and thus resolved to give them a try. I asked Tsunade, "Do you have any paper and ink?" She replied affirmatively, and after preparing the medicine, I sent Hinata to gather the necessary herbs from Nara Shikamaru's home. After consuming the remedy I had prescribed, Sakura's condition began to show signs of improvement. 3 days later, her complexion gradually returned to normal, and her breathing became steadier. Hinata and I breathed a sigh of relief, as it appeared that this method was indeed effective. However, we could not afford to be complacent, for the toxicity of the deathly nightshade was formidable, and there could be lingering after-effects. Consequently, Hinata and I decided to remain at the hospital to care for Sakura until she had fully recovered. Gong Zijian, myself, and Gong Hinata inquired of Sakura, "How did you come to ingest the deathly nightshade?" Weakly, she replied, I intended to gather some herbs to prepare preventive medicines for everyone. I never anticipated that I would mistakenly harvest the deathly nightshade." Hinata promptly offered her comfort, saying, "It's all right. You are safe now. Just be more cautious in the future." I nodded in agreement, thankful that we had returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Sakura cast a grateful glance in our direction, expressing her thanks for our timely rescue. Hinata and I exchanged a smile. After all, we were friends, and such formalities were unnecessary. In the following days, Hinata and I remained by Sakura's side at the hospital, witnessing her gradual recovery, which brought us immense joy. I addressed Hinata, saying, "My dear, let us seek out Lady Tsunade. I wish to impart knowledge on identifying the deadly plant known as the heartbreak grass." Upon locating Tsunade, we conveyed our intentions to her. After listening, Tsunade nodded in agreement and assured us she would arrange a time for me to elucidate the matter to everyone. In the classroom, I meticulously detailed the characteristics and dangers of the heartbreak grass, as well as methods to avoid accidental ingestion. The audience listened intently, expressing their commitment to vigilance. After class, Hinata brought Sakura to my side, where Sakura gratefully said, "Thank you, Azukin. Without you, I might not have survived." I smiled and shook my head, replying, "Do not mention it. We are friends." Furthermore, everyone has learned to recognize the heartbreak grass, which will better safeguard them. From that day forth, no one in the village suffered from poisoning due to accidental consumption of the heartbreak grass. Hinata and I continued our lives, occasionally visiting Sakura. One day, when Hinata and Sakura inquired if the heartbreak grass had any other names, I informed them that it was also known as wild Kudzuan fire rake grass. "Ah, now I understand. I shall remember that," Sakura nodded. At that moment, Hinata suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, aside from being used to concoct poison, does the heartbreak grass have any other applications?" After contemplating, I responded, "It is said that the herb known as Duan Chang Chao can also be utilized for medicinal purposes. Though I am not entirely certain of its specific effects, perhaps we could seek the wisdom of Mr. Kabuto, the esteemed pharmacist from Konoha. A splendid idea." Both Hinata and Sakura expressed their enthusiastic agreement. Thus, we resolved to pay a visit to Kabuto on another day to further explore the knowledge surrounding Duan Chang Chao. The following day, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escort my wife and my classmate Sakura to visit Kabuto. The three of us arrived at Orochimaru's research facility. I politely greeted Orochimaru, saying, "Hello, Orochimaru-sensei. It has been quite some time. Why have you three come together?" With curiosity, Orochimaru inquired, "What brings you here?" I clarified, "We are here to discuss a matter with Kabuto." Orochimaru, intrigued, responded, "Oh, what business do you have with him?" I conveyed our intent. "We seek to understand the medicinal value of the Ch Nzang herb." "Ah, the Ch Nzang herb," Orochimaru mused thoughtfully. "This particular herb possesses a potent toxicity. If misused, it can inflict severe harm upon the human body. However, when applied correctly, it holds the potential to cure certain ailments." "Really? What specific diseases can it treat?" Hinata asked eagerly. Orochimaru smiled. "That is a question for Kabuto to answer. I shall summon him." Before long, Kabuto approached us. "Feel free to ask any questions you may have," he said with a smile. I pointed towards Hinata and Sakura. Addressing Kabuto, "It is they who wish to learn from you. I am merely delivering some items for Orochimaru-sensei's research." Kabuto responded, "Oh, is that so? Then, Lady Hinata and Miss Sakura, please follow me. Hinata and Sakura proceeded to explore the knowledge of the heartbreak herb, while I engaged in conversation with Orochimaru. I said to him, Orochimaru-sensei, I have something for you. Orochimaru, intrigued, inquired, Zijian, what is it? I replied, it is indeed something remarkable. I then retrieved a scroll from my ninja pouch and presented it to Orochimaru. I addressed Orochimaru, saying, a remarkable treasure lies within this. Orochimaru accepted the scroll, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. He unfurled the scroll and meticulously examined its contents. After a brief moment, astonishment graced his countenance. This is flesh from the Taotai. Orochimaru's voice quivered with excitement. What do you think, Master Orochimaru? I discovered this from the ancient primordial era. I proclaimed with a sense of pride. Zijian, you have truly surprised me, Orochimaru replied, nodding in satisfaction. This gift will greatly aid my research. I am delighted to assist you, Master, I said with a smile. At that moment, Hinata and Sakura approached us. We have acquired knowledge about the heartbroken grass. Thank you. Senior Yakushi Kabuto, Hinata expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Should you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to seek me out, Yakushi Kabuto replied with a smile. Well then, it is time for us to return, I remarked, glancing at the time as I rose to my feet. Goodbye, Master Orochimaru. Hinata and Sakura bid farewell to him. Farewell. Orochimaru waved his hand in response. We departed from Orochimaru's laboratory and embarked on our journey homeward. The three of us, Hinata, Sakura, and I, returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, where we parted ways. Hinata and I made our way back to the Hyuga clan. Now, we stood as the true leaders of the Hyuga family. Upon our return, we commenced addressing internal affairs and soon uncovered certain issues within the clan that necessitated reform and restructuring. Hinata demonstrated her wisdom and decisiveness, proposing several effective solutions. Through our concerted efforts, the Hyuga clan began to regain its former glory. However, at that moment, a mysterious organization surfaced, their aim being the coveted Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan. In the face of this enigmatic threat, Hinata and I resolved to unite against them. We undertook an in-depth investigation, gradually revealing the true nature of this organization. It turned out they were a nefarious group intent on dominating the ninja world. To safeguard the Hyuga clan and the entire ninja realm, Hinata and I rallied the clan's disciples to engage in a fierce battle against this mysterious organization. I said to Hinata, my dear, it appears I made a grave mistake in the past. I should not have lifted the curse of the caged bird. With unwavering resolve, Hinata gazed into my eyes, grasped my hand, and replied, it's all right. This is not your fault. We must confront the challenges before us together and safeguard the Hyuga clan. I nodded, my heart brimming with determination. We collaborated closely, formulating strategies in preparation for the impending challenges. On the eve of battle, Hinata and I delved deeply into the tactics of the enigmatic organization, uncovering their adeptness at utilizing illusions to confound their adversaries. In response to this revelation, we resolved to cultivate a cadre of ninjas skilled in dispelling illusions. Through arduous training, the strength of our team significantly increased. Finally, the moment of reckoning arrived. We emerged victorious in this war. I unleashed my Rinnegan ability, the Almighty Push, obliterating the base of that mysterious organization. All personnel perished, with not a single soul surviving. In Chapter 153, Hinata inquired about the creature known as the Taowu. I explained that the Taowu, along with the Chaos, Taotai, and Shionchi, is one of the four great malevolent beasts from ancient times, and that the Taowu is the foremost among them. The existence of such a terrifying creature was truly alarming. Hinata was evidently frightened, her eyes widening in shock as her body trembled slightly. I gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, my dear, there is no need to worry. It is merely a creature of legend, not necessarily existing in reality. Hinata relaxed somewhat, yet still apprehensive, inquired, then why are there legends surrounding it? I contemplated and explained, perhaps the ancients intended to warn future generations, or perhaps these tales were adapted from certain historical events. In any case, we must remain vigilant, for the world harbors many unknown dangers. Hinata remarked, Azuki, you are so knowledgeable. I informed her that this wisdom is derived from my previous life. At that moment, Kiba Inuzuka arrived. Upon seeing us, he teased, what are you two doing here? Whispering sweet nothings without inviting me. I chided with a smile, you rascal, cease your nonsensical chatter. Hinata had just inquired about the mythical creature known as the Taowu. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba's interest was piqued. The Taowu? That is indeed a formidable being. He exclaimed, It is said to measure several zhang in length. With a human face and fearsome fangs, utterly ferocious. Hinata, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright. I quickly reassured her, "All right, Kiba, do not frighten her any further. The Taowu is merely a creature of legend and may not exist in reality." Kiba chuckled. "I was merely jesting. However, who knows? Perhaps in some hidden corner of the world, such a mysterious creature truly exists." With that, he gazed into the distance, a glimmer of yearning evident in his eyes. I jestingly remarked to Inuzuka, "Kiba, surely, the beast you speak of cannot be you?" Kiba chuckled, scratching his head. "How could that be? If I were truly that beast, I would have devoured you first." I shot him a glance of disbelief, thinking to myself, "You only dare to speak such words." At that moment, Hinata curiously inquired, "But what if the beast truly exists? What shall we do?" Kiba confidently thumped his chest, assuring us, "Fear not. If we ever encounter that beast, I will certainly protect you." Internally, I scoffed at the notion, thinking, "Do we truly need your protection? Hinata and I are already of the 6 pads level. I only hope you won't hold us back like your wife Sakura does." Hinata and I exchanged a smile, and although I was aware that Kiba was merely jesting, I still felt a warmth within my heart. The three of us continued our conversation for a while longer, and then departed from that place together. I turned to the silver-haired goddess Hinata beside me and inquired, "What troubles you, my dear?" She merely smiled gently and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing about some childhood memories." Intrigued, I pressed on, "Oh, what memories? Do share." Hinata reflected, "In my youth, I was always timid, afraid to confront challenges. Yet, each time I laid eyes on you, I felt a surge of courage. You have always been so brave, so resolute." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah. So this is the image I project in your eyes." "Indeed," she affirmed with sincerity, "you have always been my role model." I gently grasped Hinata's hand and said, "Thank you, Hinata. In truth, you're also incredibly brave and strong." A faint blush colored Hinata's cheeks as she slightly lowered her head. Hand in hand, we strolled beneath the setting sun, savoring this tender moment. I said to Hinata, "My dear, back then I was Naruto Uzumaki, but now I am truly Gong Zijian. I am still the one who loves you. Let us bid farewell to our former selves." Hinata softly replied, her eyes revealing a glimmer of happiness and contentment. As we walked, we arrived at an open expanse of grassland. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the earth in a golden glow. I pointed to the twilight clouds in the sky and said to Hinata, "Look, it's so beautiful." Hinata lifted her gaze towards the heavens, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, it is truly magnificent." At that moment, I suddenly sensed a formidable presence emanating from a distance. A chill ran through me as I swiftly pulled Hinata behind a large rock for cover. Could it be the Taowu? A hint of tension laced Hinata's voice. I nodded gravely, sensing that fortune was not on our side. "However, fret not, for I shall safeguard you." No sooner had I spoken than a colossal monster materialized before us, radiating an aura of malevolence. It was none other than the legendary Taowu. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. I invoked the art of summoning to call forth the nine-tailed beast, which appeared at the feet of Hinata and me, letting out a mighty roar as it unleashed a torrent of flames towards Taowu. The beast deftly evaded the assault, swinging its powerful tail and striking the ground with such force that dust and debris were sent soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed the technique of shadow clone, as numerous replicas surged toward the formidable Taowu, launching an assault. However, the creature's strength exceeded our expectations, effortlessly shattering my offensive. Hinata, with unwavering resolve in her gaze, formed hand seals and executed the powerful technique of the Rebirth Eye, Golden Will Rebirth Explosion, endeavoring to vanquish Taowu. Yet, the beast's tough hide and resilience rendered it utterly impervious to the onslaught. I am acutely aware that I can no longer postpone this matter. I must uncover the vulnerabilities of the TK. I focused my attention, keenly observing the creature's movements, and at last, I discerned a flaw in its abdomen. I signaled to Hinata and Kiba to coordinate our efforts, and together, the two of them and I unleashed our most potent attack, aimed directly at the creature's weakness. Ultimately, we succeeded in vanquishing the TK. Just then, Kiba arrived, and upon witnessing our triumph, he was left utterly astonished. I playfully remarked to him, "Kiba, you arrived just in time. Come over and see, we have just defeated the TK." I called out triumphantly. Kiba stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. And after a moment, he regained his composure, exclaiming, "You truly accomplished it? How infuriating, you managed to get ahead of me." I chuckled softly as I patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him that there would be another opportunity. This time, I owe my gratitude to Hinata and Kurama. Without their assistance, I would have struggled to handle this fellow. Hinata's face flushed slightly as she spoke in a gentle voice, expressing that everyone was united in the pursuit of peace for the village. In response, Kiba nodded thoughtfully, pondering aloud. But tell me, what exactly is this creature? How did it come to manifest here so unexpectedly? I shook my head, uncertain at present. However, we must hasten back to report to Lord Hokage and allow him to address the matter. Thus, the three of us returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Bearing the corpse of the Tiketsu, Hinata and I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Inazuka Kiba and the remains of the beast, SH-10, back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon our return, I permitted Kiba to go home. Hinata and I then proceeded to seek out the Seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, we reported the circumstances of the battle and presented SH-10's corpse to him. Sasuke examined the remains with a furrowed brow, indicating that the situation was far from straightforward. The emergence of SH-10 surely held significant implications. He expressed the need for thorough investigation, suggesting that we take our leave and rest for now. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and subsequently departed from the Hokage's office. Upon returning to the Hyuga household with Hinata, I reclined on my bed, contemplating the events of the day. The formidable power of the tailed beasts filled me with trepidation, and their emergence made me acutely aware that this world is far more intricate than we had ever imagined. I resolved to devote myself more diligently to my training, enhancing my abilities to confront the potential crises that may lie ahead. Just as I was lost in my musings, my phone suddenly rang. To my surprise, it was a call from Kiba Inazuka. I answered his call. I addressed Inazuka Kiba, saying, "Hey, what is the matter, coward?" His reaction was immediate, enraged by my words. He hung up the phone without uttering a single word. Hinata then inquired, "Who was that?" I informed her it was Kiba and asked what he wanted. I shrugged my shoulders and replied, "Darling, he is already hung up." At that moment, Hinata's phone began to ring as well. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Inazuka Kiba. Hinata answered the call, handed her phone to me, and I took it, speculating that perhaps he was attempting to apologize but felt too embarrassed to voice it. Hinata smiled at me and said, "Maybe that's it." I answered the phone, and the voice of Inazuka Kiba reached me. "I'm sorry, Izuki. I shouldn't have hung up on you." "What is it, Kiba?" I replied coolly. "Actually, I called to inform you that I have discovered some clues regarding the mythical creature, the Tawu. While I was examining the scene, I stumbled upon a peculiar stone inscribed with incomprehensible characters. I believe it may be related to the emergence of the Tawu," Kiba explained. "Oh, is that true? Where is that stone?" I inquired. "I have it at my home. You should come over and take a look," Kiba responded. Hyuga and I exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, we resolved to make our way to the Inazuka household. I promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting us to the Inazuka clan. Upon our arrival, Inazuka Kiba wasted no time and led us to observe the peculiar stone inscribed with enigmatic characters. When I beheld the stone adorned with peculiar inscriptions, I was utterly bewildered. "This is Oracle Bone Script." I turned to Hinata and Kiba and exclaimed. They inquired of me, "Zijian, Oracle Bone Script? What is that?" I explained to both of them that Oracle Bone Script is an ancient form of writing from my past life as homeland, China, typically employed for divination or chronicling significant events. Observing the Oracle Bone Script inscribed on this stone, it appeared to resemble some form of incantation or seal. In surprise, Inazuka Kiba remarked, "I see. It seems the stone is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps deciphering the meaning of these inscriptions will lead us to a method of confronting the Tawu." Hinata nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Then let us hasten to study these oracle bones." Thus, the three of us gathered closely, meticulously examining the inscriptions upon the stone. After considerable effort, we managed to interpret parts of the Oracle Bone Script. It seemed to narrate a legend concerning the Tawu and a power capable of restraining it. However, the crucial segments remained obscured, eluding our complete comprehension. It appeared we needed to seek further clues. I pondered aloud. Perhaps there exist other Oracle Bone texts or ancient records that could assist us. Inazuka Kiba clenched his fists, declaring resolutely, "Regardless, we must find a way to overcome the Tawu and safeguard the peace of our village." Hinata affirmed with determination, "Indeed, let us strive together." Subsequently, we resolved to act separately in search of additional materials related to the Oracle Bone Script. I firmly believe that with unwavering perseverance, we shall unveil the secrets of the Tawu and protect our beloved village. I assured Inazuka Kiba, Rest assured, with my expertise in codes, I shall surely decipher it. Together with Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba, we embarked on a lengthy and arduous quest. We meticulously scoured the ancient texts within the library, sought the wisdom of the village elders, and even ventured deep into the mountains in pursuit of enigmatic relics. Our perseverance bore fruit, as we ultimately uncovered vital clues regarding oracle bone script within a weathered tome. The manuscript recounts the existence of a concealed cave, rumored to harbor boundless knowledge and treasures. Without hesitation, we embarked on our journey towards the cave, hoping to uncover the key to deciphering the mysteries of the oracle bones. A day later, I excitedly shared my revelation with Hinata and Kiba, exclaiming, "I've unraveled the oracle bones." Hinata, filled with enthusiasm, embraced me tightly, while Kiba, taken aback, exclaimed, "Zijian, have you truly deciphered the oracle bones?" I nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed. This is splendid. Now we shall know how to confront the Tao." Hinata exclaimed with delight. I smiled at them, my heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. However, this is merely a fragment of the interpretation. To fully comprehend the secrets of the Tao, we must delve deeper into our studies. Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent, Inuzuka Kiba declared with grave seriousness. Thus, the three of us gathered closely together, meticulously examining the translated oracle bone inscriptions. As time passed, we gradually unveiled the enigmatic veil surrounding the Tao, while also discovering means to counter it. "Look here," I said. Pointing to a passage in the oracle bone script, it states that 3 elements are required to subdue the Tao. "What 3 elements?" Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba inquired in unison. I replied to Hinata and Kiba, "The Longquan sword, the Xinyuan sword, and the investiture of the gods." Hinata and I already possessed 2 of the Longquan swords. I furrowed my brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "It appears that we must continue our search for the whereabouts of these 2 items. Yet, at the very least, we now possess a sense of direction." Armed with this newfound objective, we set forth once more, resolute in our determination to rescue the village from peril. After extensive research and investigation, the 3 of us ultimately succeeded in locating the Xinyuan sword and the investiture of the gods. We boldly ventured into the lair of the Tao. Together with Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba, I triumphed over the formidable Tao. In chapter 154, the mermaid, Hinata, inquired, "Darling, do mermaids truly exist in this world?" I responded to her, "My dear, what is it? Are you intrigued by mermaids?" Hinata gently nodded, indicating her interest. I informed her. The classic of mountains and seas mentions a realm known as the Kingdom of Mermaids, which is indeed the Kingdom of Guaishu. I smiled as I explained to Hinata. It is said that the inhabitants of Guaishu possess fish-like bodies, yet have human heads, along with limbs that allow them to walk like humans. Hinata gasped in astonishment, pondering the existence of such wondrous beings. I scratched my head, acknowledging that this was merely a legend, one that no one had truly witnessed. However, perhaps in some unknown corner of the world, mermaids indeed exist. Hinata's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. How wonderful it would be to behold a mermaid with her own eyes. At that moment, an amusing idea struck me. Why not transform ourselves into mermaids using a transformation technique, embodying the vision of mermaids as we imagine them? Hinata nodded excitedly. And so we both invoked the transformation technique to assume the forms of the enchanting mermaids we envisioned. Upon successfully transforming, Hinata gazed at her shimmering blue tail, the glittering scales, and the bow adorning her head, twirling joyfully in delight. I too found myself amused by my appearance, my long, raven tresses complemented by a green fish head, all draped in a flowing black robe, truly resembling a creature of the deep. We gazed at each other's comical appearances, unable to suppress our laughter that echoed throughout the room, as if transporting us to a wondrous underwater realm. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake, Linyawara, Obito Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki arrived at the Hyuga residence, seeking me, Gong Zijian, to express their gratitude. Upon witnessing our antics, they were momentarily taken aback, only to burst into laughter themselves. Kakashi chuckled. "What are you two engaging in? A cosplay? Quite entertaining, I must say." Obito teased, "Wow, you two are truly the stars of the mermaid realm." Lin and Kushina could hardly contain their mirth. Feeling a bit embarrassed, we reverted to our original forms and recounted the earlier discussion about mermaids. After listening intently, Kakashi pondered, in the world of ninjas, there are indeed many mysterious creatures and legends. Perhaps one day, we shall encounter some unexpected phenomena. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, The doorbell rang. I opened the door to find an oddly dressed individual standing at the threshold. He handed me a letter addressed to me. Upon receiving the note, I tore it open and read, "Dear Gong Zijian, I have uncovered a secret regarding mermaids and hope you will join me in this exploration." The letter bore no signature. Yet the familiar handwriting instantly revealed the identity of the sender to me. I addressed Watergate. "Father, what is your perspective on this matter?" After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Given that it concerns someone you are acquainted with, the trustworthiness should be relatively high. Nonetheless, it is prudent to exercise caution. Investigate thoroughly before reaching a conclusion." I nodded in agreement, secretly anticipating the enigmatic adventure that lay ahead. The following day, in accordance with the arrangement in the letter, Hinata and I arrived at a quaint wooden cabin by the sea. Upon opening the door, we beheld a golden-haired maiden who was turned away from us, engrossed and fiddling with the instruments on the table. "Naruto!" Hinata and I exclaimed in surprise. She turned around, revealing her signature smile. "It has been quite some time." A Zijian and Hinata sister. "The reason I summoned you here is that I have uncovered some intriguing clues regarding mermaids." I gently touched Naruto's forehead, then my own. "You don't have a fever, do you?" I inquired with curiosity. Naruto smiled with pride, pointing to the apparatus on the table. "This is my latest invention. A remarkable device capable of detecting the energy fluctuations of mermaids." Subsequently, she presented us with the data she had gathered along with her analytical findings, which appeared undeniably compelling. "So, are you willing to join me in uncovering the secrets of the mermaids?" Naruto gazed at us with eager anticipation. Hinata and I exchanged a glance and nodded. "Then let us set forth," exclaimed Naruto, leaping with excitement. The three of us embarked on a new adventure, brimming with uncertainty and challenges. "Hyuga," Naruto and I donned our diving suits, equipped with all necessary gear, ready to plunge into the depths of the ocean. As we descended, an enveloping tranquility surrounded us, punctuated only by the sound of our own breaths. The underwater realm was a breathtaking spectacle, a vibrant tapestry woven from an array of corals and schools of fish. Suddenly, an unusual radiance caught our attention ahead. We swam toward the light, discovering a vast underwater cave. Inside, an air of mystery pervaded, urging us to tread carefully. Deep within the cave, we encountered a closed stone door, adorned with enigmatic symbols. Naruto produced a scanning device, revealing that significant secrets lay beyond the door. Resolute in our mission, we decided to collaborate in unveiling the mysteries of the merfolk. I gestured to Hinata, signaling with my Byakugan, and she nodded in understanding, promptly activating her Byakugan to survey our surroundings. Hinata soon discovered an immense structure nearby. She tapped my shoulder, prompting me to turn and face her. I made a gesture indicating her apparent discovery, and she confirmed with a nod, signaling that she had found something noteworthy. Eagerly, I urged her to lead me to the site, and without hesitation, she took my hand and guided me forth. Hinata pointed towards a colossal edifice, and a thought raced through my mind. Could this be the fabled city of Atlantis, the legendary sunken continent? Overwhelmed with excitement, I instinctively embraced Hinata, leaving her perplexed by my sudden display of enthusiasm. As I gestured upwards towards Hinata, she immediately understood my intent. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Hinata and I swiftly arrived by Naruto's side, where we formed a sign with our hands to indicate that we had found something. Upon seeing this gesture, Naruto comprehended our message. The three of us then ascended together. Once we reached the shore, I turned to Hinata and remarked, "My dear, do you realize what you just discovered?" Hinata shook her head in response, saying, "I don't know. That was the great continent from the legend of Atlantis." I smiled gently and replied to both Hinata and Naruto, and they gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Husband, Zijian, what did you just say? Was that really the great continent?" At that moment, I nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, it is a possibility." I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha Village with Hinata and Naruto. I employed my shadow clones to inform Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Ren, and Obito that the three of us have discovered the Great West Country. Chapter 155, Sakura Haruno's Parents and Their Struggles with Substance Abuse. While visiting Sakura's home with Hinata, we noticed that Sakura's parents appeared haggard and were frequently yawning. I inquired of Sakura what might be the cause of this. She replied that she was unaware, and we spent the entire afternoon playing. As the day drew to a close, I returned to the Hyuga household with Hinata by my side. I turned to her and said, "My dear, do you see it now?" Hinata replied, It seems that Sakura's parents have fallen into the clutches of drug addiction." I analyzed the situation further. Hinata, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Darling, what is drug addiction?" I patiently elaborated. Drugs are substances that can lead to addiction, and prolonged use can inflict significant harm upon the body. Upon hearing this, a look of concern spread across Hinata's face. We must help Sakura. We cannot allow her parents to continue down this destructive path, I declared with unwavering resolve. The following day, Hinata and I returned to Sakura's home to share our suspicions with her. Shocked by our revelations, Sakura decided to join us in investigating the matter. After considerable effort, we ultimately uncovered evidence revealing that Sakura's parents had been wrongfully implicated and had inadvertently consumed drugs. We promptly reported the matter to the Seventh Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha, while also actively assisting Sakura's parents in their battle against addiction. Through our collective efforts, Sakura's parents gradually regained their health, and the family returned to a state of happiness. Sakura's parents expressed profound gratitude towards Hinata and me. I inquired about when they had succumbed to drug use, to which they replied that they were uncertain. I reassured them, "Uncle, Aunt, there is no need for formality. Fortunately, I discovered this early, or else your family could have faced ruin." However, I pressed on, "Who indeed has conspired against you?" With solemn expressions, Sakura's parents exchanged glances and shook their heads, stating that they were unaware, only recalling an encounter with a mysterious individual who had offered them something purported to enhance vitality, which they had accepted. It appeared that this enigmatic figure was likely the mastermind behind their plight. I reasoned, we must uncover his identity. We cannot allow him to harm others further. Yet, Hinata pondered, how shall we go about finding him? After a moment of contemplation, I suggested that we delve into the items bestowed upon you by that enigmatic individual, in hopes of uncovering a clue. Thus, we commenced our search for the belongings given to Sakura's parents by this mysterious figure, ultimately discovering a small vial nestled in a corner. We presented the vial to Orochimaru, who, upon examination, revealed that it contained a novel type of poison. This substance was exceedingly rare, indicating that someone was deliberately engaged in its research and production. Orochimaru stated that we must swiftly identify this individual, for the implications of failure would be dire. Consequently, we initiated an extensive investigation, scouring for clues in hopes of unraveling this enigma at the earliest opportunity. We sought the assistance of Inuzuka Kiba, who readily acquiesced to our request. Utilizing his keen sense of smell and exceptional tracking skills, he commenced the search for clues related to the new type of drug. A few days later, Kiba presented us with a significant lead. He had uncovered a suspicious laboratory. We resolved to stealthily infiltrate the laboratory for further investigation. Upon our entrance, we were astounded by the sight before us. The laboratory was filled with an array of experimental apparatus and samples, while in the corner, a masked figure was busily engaged in their work. Just as we prepared to act, the masked individual detected our presence first and swiftly turned to flee. We swiftly pursued. Yet the masked figure seemed intimately acquainted with the terrain, swiftly vanishing from our sight. Nevertheless, this encounter fortified our conviction that this enigmatic individual was indeed the mastermind behind the production of a new type of narcotic. We were resolute in our determination to apprehend him and bring him to justice. Ultimately, I located the mysterious man, who stood alone, relying solely on himself. He introduced himself as Homer, an old acquaintance of Asuma Saratobi. In collaboration with Hinata and Asuma, I activated my Rinnegan while Hinata unleashed the power of her Tensigen. Utilizing the abilities of the Tensigen, Hinata pinpointed Hamura's location. Meanwhile, I employed my Rinnegan to cast an illusion, blurring his line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma charged forward, engaging Hamura in a fierce battle. Through our seamless teamwork, Hamura gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he was defeated by Asuma's ultimate technique. As we removed Hamura's mask, his true identity was unveiled. It turned out that he was a traitor, once expelled from the ninja village, harboring resentment towards the village, and secretly developing a new type of poison in a bid for revenge. We escorted Homer back to the village to be dealt with by the village committee. The success of this operation not only addressed the drug crisis, but also afforded me invaluable experience and personal growth. Chapter 156. Drugs. Hinata inquired about the components of drugs. I gently responded, "My dear, the constituents of drugs include opium, marijuana, morphine, cocaine, and five stones powder. Opium, derived from poppies, is a medication used for pain relief. However, prolonged or excessive use can lead to severe physical and psychological dependence, and even death. Therefore, drugs are exceedingly perilous, and we must resolutely distance ourselves from them." I gazed earnestly at Hinata, hoping she would grasp the dangers of drugs. Hinata nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. my husband. I shall certainly steer clear of drugs. I smiled as I gently patted Hinata's head, affirming, my dear wife is truly obedient. Furthermore, should you ever witness anyone engaging in drug use or trafficking, it is imperative that you promptly inform Lord Hokage, understand? Understood, my husband, Hinata replied, nodding once more with a resolute gaze. At this moment, we had evolved into anti-drug ninjas. One day, after assuming our roles as anti-drug ninjas, Hinata and I were on a mission to apprehend a drug dealer. We concealed ourselves in the shadows of the street corner, awaiting the arrival of our target. At last, I whispered. A fleeting silhouette darted by. It was indeed the drug dealer we sought to apprehend. Hinata and I swiftly launched an assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the drug traffickers. Ultimately, we succeeded in subduing them and confiscating a substantial cache of narcotics. Well done, Hinata, I exclaimed. Hinata smiled at me, her eyes brimming with pride and confidence. We entrusted the drug traffickers to the Hinata security team, continuing our vigilant guardianship over the peace of the village. At that moment, we received another mission. A notorious drug lord named Cardo was trafficking narcotics in the land of waves. I teamed up with Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba, and to our astonishment, our team leader was none other than Uchiha Madara. Upon our arrival in the land of waves, we conducted covert investigations into Cardo's drug operations. After several days of reconnaissance, we uncovered Cardo's drug manufacturing hideout. On a moonless and windy night, we infiltrated the drug den. Just as we were about to execute our plan, a group of cloaked ninjas emerged, evidently minions of Cardo. A fierce battle ensued. Hinata and I displayed impeccable coordination, while Kiba showcased formidable strength. However, the sheer number of black-clad ninjas began to turn the tide against us. At a critical moment, Uchiha Madara intervened. His power was overwhelming, swiftly altering the course of the battle. We successfully dismantled the drug production facility and apprehended Cardo. Yet, just before his capture, Cardo uttered a chilling remark that instilled a sense of foreboding within us. I am merely the beginning. With that, he ingested poison and took his own life. Hinata turned to me and inquired, Darling, what does that statement imply? I informed Hinata that this phrase is a line from the Count of Monte Cristo. With a puzzled expression, Uchiha Obito and Inuzuka Kiba, along with Hinata, turned to me and inquired about the essence of the Count of Monte Cristo. I clarified that it is a novel that revolves around themes of vengeance and redemption. I elaborated that when Cardo uttered this line, it likely indicated the presence of a more formidable force or a more sinister scheme lurking behind him. Hinata furrowed her brow, asserting that we must remain vigilant and thwart their conspiracy. Uchiha Obito scoffed, declaring that regardless of their plans, he would ensure they pay the price. However, it seems that you possess quite a wealth of knowledge, little Zijian. I chuckled and said to Uchiha Madara, Grandpa Madara, I am merely a time traveler. Have you forgotten? Uchiha Madara awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I had forgotten that you were a time traveler. Inuzuka Kiba nodded in agreement, stating, We must fortify the defenses of our village while simultaneously continuing to investigate the connections of Kado. It is imperative that we eradicate this malignant presence completely. We resolved to return Kado to Konoha Village before conducting further investigations. As we made our way back, I pondered deeply on Kado's words. Sensing that a formidable storm was on the horizon, I resolved to resurrect Kado, and with the use of the Inyong Black Rod, I sought out Uchiha Madara to instruct me in its creation. Upon arriving at Madara's abode, I conveyed my intentions to him. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara consented to teach me the method of crafting the Inyong Black Rod. Under his tutelage, I dedicated some time and ultimately mastered the art of its creation. Subsequently, I resurrected Kado and wielded the Inyong Black Rod to exert control over him. I began to interrogate Cardo, seeking to uncover the true mastermind behind him. Under the control of the enigmatic Inyong Black Rod, Cardo was compelled to divulge critical clues. It turned out that the organization to which Cardo belonged was a vast and mysterious criminal syndicate, with ambitions that extended far beyond mere drug production, involving a plethora of nefarious schemes. Upon obtaining this intelligence, I promptly shared it with Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba. We resolved to delve deeper into this criminal organization to safeguard the village's security. Ultimately, we eradicated this nefarious group entirely. Chapter 157. Hinata from the limited Tsukuyami world arrives. What brings Hinata from the limited Tsukuyami world to our realm? She has come in search of Minma. Upon seeing me, she called me Minma, to which I clarified that I am not her Uzumaki Minma, but rather Gong Zijian. Noticing the gentle and kind-hearted white-haired girl by my side, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, She inquired about her identity. I informed the Hinata from the Tsukuyami world that she is Gong Hinata from this world, my wife. The limited Tsukuyami Hinata gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What did you say? You two are married?" I nodded in affirmation. The limited Tsukuyami Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at me and Gong Hinata, her expression filled with confusion and shock, as if grappling with the reality of the situation. "So, it appears that there exists another me in this world," she murmured to herself. As I gazed upon her expression, a wave of sympathy surged within me. She hails from a different realm, and in the face of such an unfamiliar environment and its denizens, she must undoubtedly feel a profound sense of confusion and unease. I resolved to do my utmost to assist her in acclimating to this new world. I introduced her to my friends and acquainted her with some fundamental principles and ways of life within this realm. As time progressed, the limited moon reading Hinata gradually adapted to her surroundings. Together, we experienced a myriad of delightful adventures, slowly unraveling the enigmas that resided within her heart. I inquired of the elder Hinata beside me whether we should take her in. With a gentle smile, she nodded in agreement, expressing her willingness to welcome the Hinata from the limited Tsukuyami world. They bore striking similarities in appearance, suggesting the potential for a profound friendship. Thus, the Hinata from the limited Tsukuyami world remained by our side, sharing in each other's joys and sorrows with the elder Hinata, and together they experienced countless beautiful moments. Their presence bestowed upon me a greater sense of warmth and happiness. I inquired of Hinata from the limited moon reading world, "Hinata, what brings you to this place?" After a brief silence, a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. She replied, "I am uncertain as to why I find myself here. I was once leading an ordinary life in my own world. Then, one day, I was swept into a mysterious realm, and thus arrived in this peculiar place." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "In this world, I encountered someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to me, and everything feels strangely altered. Yet, I have also met kind-hearted individuals, and your warmth has truly touched my heart." I listened to her narration in silence, and a twinge of compassion inevitably welled up within me. I resolved to assist her in discovering a path back home, enabling her to return to her rightful world. At that moment, my Hinata approached me and addressed the Hinata of the limited Tsukuyami, saying, "Do not return, stay with us. My husband, another version of yourself, can aid you in awakening the rebirth eye." The limited Tsukuyami Hinata displayed a look of astonishment and inquired, "The rebirth eye? What is that?" I explained to her that the rebirth eye is an extraordinarily potent ocular technique, capable of unlocking the six paths mode and wielding cataclysmic power. I addressed the limited Tsukuyami Hinata, stating that in this world, she has fully acquired her own rebirth eye, while I possess the Rinnegan. A glimmer of yearning shone in limited Tsukuyami Hinata's gaze. She too aspired to grow stronger. Thus, we endeavored to awaken her rebirth eye, which necessitates specific conditions and rituals. We prepared all the required items. On a night graced by a full moon, the three of us conducted the ritual. Hinata, under the constraints of the moon reading, closed her eyes and concentrated deeply. A radiant beam of light emanated from her eyes, instantly illuminating the entire room. As the brilliance faded, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils transformed into a mesmerizing shade of purple, signaling the successful awakening of her Tensigan. She felt a surge of power coursing through her being, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down her cheeks. From that moment forth, Hinata possessed formidable strength and resolve to remain by our side. United in our quest to safeguard this world, I, alongside my silver-haired Hinata, brought the limited-time moon reading Hinata to the Hyuga clan. Upon her arrival, she observed that this world's Niji Hyuga possessed none of the faults of peering at girls while they bathed. Niji, gazing at the two Hinatas before him, was filled with confusion. He inquired about the circumstances and learned of the limited-time moon reading Hinata's experiences. "Since that is the case, you shall remain here," Niji declared. "The Hyuga clan will take good care of you." "Thank you, brother Niji," the limited-time moon reading Hinata expressed gratefully. From that moment on, she began to reside within the Hyuga family, utilizing the power of her reincarnation eye to safeguard this world. I frequently visited her for conversation, and we became cherished friends. My companion, the silver-haired Hinata, and I ventured into the world of the limited Tsuki no Mi to seek our comrades. Upon her discovery that the fourth Hokage in this realm is none other than Minato Namikaze, she was utterly flabbergasted. When she laid eyes on our comrades, her expression was one of sheer bewilderment. The intelligence of Shikamaru in this world is incomparable to that of the Shikamaru from the limited Tsuki no Mi world, where he is but a fool. The 12 young warriors of this world gazed at the two Hinatas beside me in astonishment. Everyone was filled with curiosity about the Hinata from the limited Tsuki no Mi world, eagerly gathering around to inquire about her experiences. With a hint of shyness, she recounted her journey, marveling at the differences in this realm. Subsequently, we introduced her to more friends, where she encountered Lee, Tintin, and others. Witnessing them display their unique ninjutsu, each individual extended a warm welcome to this Hinata from another world, and she gradually acclimatized to her new surroundings, integrating into the fabric of our lives. When the limited Tsuki no Mi Hinata learned that Gong Zijian, myself, and Gong Hinata have 3 children, she was left speechless. I introduced her to our children, Gong Zilong, Gong Kuei, and Gong Yinglong, and her astonishment only deepened. The limited Tsuki no Mi Hinata gazed at me and Gong Hinata in disbelief. Unable to fathom that we had 3 children, she couldn't help but reminisce about her previous world, where she felt solitary and devoid of familial warmth. At that moment, the kind-hearted Gong Hinata smiled and took the limited Tsuki no Mi Hinata's hand, guiding her to play with the children. The innocent laughter and pure eyes of the children brought an unprecedented joy to the limited Tsuki no Mi Hinata. As time progressed, she gradually adapted to this new world, training and undertaking missions alongside everyone, becoming a cherished member of our family. However, during the quiet of the night, she often found herself reflecting on her own world, pondering the well-being of her family and friends. She understood that she could never return to that realm, yet she vowed to cherish all that she now possessed, striving to live fully and protect this beautiful world. The following day, I taught the limited Tsuki no Mi Hinata the art of training. First, I placed her into a large bag, and once her head peeked out, I secured the rope around her neck. When she inquired about the purpose of this, Gong Hinata and I explained, "We are teaching you how to train." I instructed her to grasp the rope and begin mimicking the movement of animals in flight. Though she found it peculiar, she complied. Clutching the rope tightly, she began to run alongside me. Initially, her movements were somewhat awkward, but with practice, she gradually mastered the technique. Gong Hinata encouraged her from the sidelines, sharing tips and tricks. The limited Tsuki no Mi Hinata ran faster and faster, experiencing a sense of freedom and exhilaration she had never known before. After the training session concluded, she panted with exertion, her face radiant with satisfaction. Gratefully, she glanced at me and Gong Hinata and said, "Thank you both. I have never felt as happy as I do today." I chuckled softly as I patted her shoulder, remarking that this was all a testament to her hard work. From now on, we must strive together to become even stronger. At that moment, the limited edition Hinata's stomach let out a loud growl, revealing her hunger. The 3 of us made our way to a renowned ramen shop, where we ordered an impressive 84 bowls of ramen. Just then, Kakashi arrived, and upon seeing the 2 Hinatas beside me, he was momentarily taken aback. He inquired about the blue-haired Hinata, asking, "Who is she?" I, disinclined to explain myself to Kakashi, coolly addressed him, "Kakashi-sensei, would you kindly cover the cost of the ramen?" Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he complied without protest. We found an empty table and settled in, while Hinata and Gong Hinata enthusiastically discussed our recent training session. Before long, the ramen was served, and Hinata eagerly devoured her meal. Between bites, she exclaimed, "This ramen is absolutely delicious." Gong Hinata and I couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. Just as we were enjoying our meal, Kakashi leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I just received an urgent mission that requires immediate departure. Would you care to join me?" Gong Hinata and I exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Absolutely." Hinata promptly nodded in agreement, expressing her eagerness to accompany us. Thus, the 4 of us embarked on a new adventure. Chapter 158, Seeking Herbs. My wife, Gong Zijian, along with Hinata Hyuga from Limited Moon Reading and Kakashi, embarked on our inaugural mission to search for medicinal herbs. Upon hearing the task at hand, I couldn't help but chuckle and remark to Kakashi, "Sensei, this is indeed my forte." On my right, the silver-haired Hinata covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, I fear you may be walking into a trap, for Zijian's previous life was that of a martial artist." Hinata's words astonished the Limited Moon Reading Hinata. She glanced at me and then at another version of herself, her thoughts a mystery. At that moment, Kakashi gently patted her shoulder, inquiring if she was all right. The Limited Moon Reading Hinata replied to Kakashi, "She is fine." Consequently, we swiftly arrived at our mission's location, a place characterized by treacherous mountains and dense vegetation. Drawing upon my experiences from my former life, I effortlessly located the necessary herbs. However, just as we prepared to return, a pack of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared, blocking our path. Fearlessly, I immediately unleashed my martial prowess, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. Kakashi and Hinata cheered me on from the sidelines. After a grueling struggle, I ultimately vanquished the creature, successfully safeguarding the safety of my companions. With the medicinal herbs in hand, we returned to the village without incident. The successful completion of this mission has further solidified my resolve to become an exceptional ninja. Moreover, I discovered that my martial skills could indeed prove valuable in this world. I spoke to Gong Zijian, saying, "Darling, it's up to you." Gong Zijian nodded and replied, "All right, dear husband," activating her Byakugan. Our synergy was flawless. Leaving Kakashi and the limited Tsukuyomi, Hinata bewildered. We declared to Kakashi and the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata, "This is what it means to be a couple." I offered to teach the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata, saying, "I can guide you." She responded, "Very well, Azukan-kun. I appreciate your assistance." I waved my hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. After all, you are another one of my wives. Naturally, I must take good care of you, right, my dear?" I glanced at the white-haired Hinata beside me, who gently nodded in agreement. The limited Tsukuyomi Hinata blushed deeply at our exchange. In the days that followed, I devoted myself to teaching the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata. She approached her studies with great seriousness and made rapid progress. Our bond grew increasingly intimate, akin to that of siblings. As time passed, the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata gradually mastered the skills I imparted. She became not only stronger, but also more confident. During a mission, we encountered a formidable enemy. Faced with the onslaught, the three of us, myself and both Hinatas, worked in perfect harmony, leveraging each other's strengths. Our coordination was impeccable, ultimately leading to our victory over the foe. After the battle, the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata looked at me with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with determination. She said, "Thank you, Azukan and I. It is because of you that I have become so strong." I smiled in response, saying, "You were always remarkable, and you shall forever be my sister." We exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. I said to the limited moon reading Hinata, "I can assist you in bringing back Naruto Uzumaki." A glimmer of hope flickered in the depths of limited moon reading Hinata's eyes. "Is it true? Brother Zijian, do you truly possess a way to bring him back?" I nodded affirmatively and informed her that I required some time to prepare. Subsequently, I set about devising a plan to locate Uzumaki Minma and ensure his safe return. Throughout our quest to find Uzumaki Minma, we encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. However, through unwavering determination and mutual trust, we surmounted each obstacle. At long last, we discovered the location of Uzumaki Minma. Yet, bringing him back to our original world proved to be no simple task. An intense battle ensued, as we engaged in a fierce struggle against the forces guarding Uzumaki Minma. In a pivotal moment, Hinata from the limited Tsukuyomi unleashed extraordinary strength, and her growth filled me with immense pride. Ultimately, we triumphed over our adversaries and returned with Uzumaki Minma to our rightful world. Confused, Uzumaki Minma inquired, "Who are the three of you?" I glanced at Hinata, standing beside him, and replied, "We are here to rescue you." I glanced once more at the silver-haired Hinata beside me and recounted the events that had transpired. I turned to Vortex Minma and advised him to cherish his wife. Indicating the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata beside him, Minma, upon hearing my words, gazed at her with eyes brimming with affection. He gently took her hand and vowed, "I will. I shall treasure her dearly." Then, turning to me, he earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Brother Zijian. Without you, I might never have had the chance to see her again." I smiled and patted his shoulder, signifying that this was the fruit of our joint efforts. Subsequently, we stepped out of the room together, facing a promising future. I addressed my silver-haired Hinata, saying, "My dear, it is time for us to return." To which she gently replied, "Yes, let us go home." Hand in hand, we embarked on our journey home. The scenery along the way was picturesque, yet our thoughts had already soared far beyond. Upon returning home, I found solace and happiness in a tranquil life with the silver-haired Hinata. Meanwhile, the swirling ramen and the limited Tsukuyomi Hinata accompanied one another, sharing the myriad moments of life together. On a serene night, I sat in the garden with the silver-haired Hinata, gazing up at the starry sky. "Thank you for granting me all of this," she whispered softly. I held her hand tightly, cherishing the beauty we had created together. The moonlight cascaded upon us, illuminating our faces. We exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 159. Hinata in a full-body mermaid suit. What is the story behind Hinata donning a full-body mermaid suit? It turns out our three children had urged their mother to wear this enchanting attire. With a hint of shyness, Hinata slipped into the mermaid's suit. While the three children clapped and cheered enthusiastically at the sight. As I entered the room and beheld the scene before me, my eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of surprise crossed my face. Wow, Mommy really has become a mermaid. The children exclaimed in delight. I could not help but chuckle as I approached Hinata, gently caressing her head with a tender touch. I remarked, "You are truly exquisite, my dear. However, why have you chosen to dress your mother in such a manner?" The children eagerly clamored to respond, because we wished to see Mommy transform into a mermaid. She looks splendid in the all-encompassing mermaid costume. We want to play the mermaid game with her. Upon listening, my heart was enveloped in warmth. I gazed upon the blissful family and resolved to share an unforgettable moment with them. Consequently, we all entered the swimming pool, joyously frolicking and reveling in the warmth and joy of family togetherness. I said to Hinata, "My dear, thank you. I must also express my gratitude to all of you for granting me such a beautiful moment." Hinata gazed affectionately at me and the children, her eyes shimmering with the light of happiness. We frolicked in the water, our laughter echoing throughout the entire swimming pool. As time passed, the sun began its descent, painting the horizon with exquisite hues of twilight. What a joyous day it has been, I exclaimed. Indeed, Dad, Mom, we must play the mermaid game together more often. The children excitedly declared. Very well, it is a promise. Hinata and I responded with smiles. We departed the swimming pool, basking in the golden afterglow of the setting sun, hand in hand, making our way towards home. Upon our return home, I immediately set about preparing dinner for the five of us. My children and my beloved wife, Hinata, gathered at the table, and I inquired about their culinary preferences. Hinata expressed a desire for kung pao chicken, while Zilong opted for spicy hot pot. Kuei favored shredded pork with green peppers, and Inglong chose fish-flavored shredded pork. Soon enough, I had completed the meal. After we savored our dinner, I encouraged the four of them to indulge in some television. Once I finished washing the dishes, I joined them in their viewing. Shortly thereafter, Hinata announced that she was feeling tired and wished to retire for the night. I said to her, "My dear, are you free tomorrow?" Hinata replied, "Of course. What is the matter?" "I have a gift for you," I remarked, to which Hinata, with an expression of delight, inquired about the nature of the gift. Leaning closer to her ear, I whispered, "The secret must remain undisclosed." I intentionally teased her curiosity. The next day, I took her to purchase a Golden Mermaid full-body bodysuit. I said to Hinata, "My dear, during a serendipitous shopping excursion, I stumbled upon a remarkable themed boutique, showcasing a Golden Mermaid bodysuit. Recalling your fondness for marine life, I decided to purchase it as a gift for you." Hinata expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my husband." I urged her, "Please, try it on quickly." With excitement, Hinata replied, "All right, dear." As she donned the bodysuit, her figure was exquisitely accentuated, transforming her into a vision of a mermaid. This enchanting attire not only made Hinata stand out in a crowd, but also earned her an opportunity to perform underwater. Watching her graceful movements in the water filled our hearts with pride and joy. My children and I were utterly mesmerized. Chapter 160. The Mermaid's Forest. Hinata inquired whether she looked lovely in the mermaid bodysuit. My children and I enthusiastically affirmed her beauty, and a sweet smile graced her lips. She retreated to her room to change into the bodysuit, emerging slowly. The curves of her figure were beautifully highlighted by the garment, appearing even more alluring. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by Naruto, who, upon seeing Hinata's attire, exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Hinata, you look stunning today." A look of happiness radiated from Hinata's face once more. "Of course," I replied, then turned to Naruto, asking, "What brings my lovely sister here?" Naruto cheerfully responded, "Brother, I came to visit and see my dear niece and nephew." Hinata and I smiled as we invited Naruto inside, where she began playing with the children. Gong Zilong, Gong Kuei, and Gong Inglong were thrilled to see their aunt, and witnessing their joy filled me with immense happiness. Suddenly, Naruto turned to me and said, "Brother, we should all go out together next time. I long to visit the beach." I readily agreed and suggested we set off this weekend. Hinata and the children cheered with excitement upon hearing this. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. I had prepared a sumptuous lunch. We gathered around the dining table, savoring the delicious meal and enjoying a pleasant afternoon. Before long, the weekend arrived. Gong Zijian, myself, Gong Hinata, our children, and Uzumaki Naruto ventured to the beach. Hinata, adorned in the bodysuit, looked breathtaking, leaving Naruto utterly speechless. We erected a sunshade on the beach, arranging the lounge chairs and towels with care. The children eagerly dashed into the sea, frolicking in the water. Hinata and Naruto reclined on the adjacent lounge chairs, engaging in conversation while admiring the picturesque ocean view. I held my phone, capturing the essence of this delightful moment. Suddenly, I noticed a quaint ice cream stand not far away. I dashed over to procure several delectable treats to share with everyone. Just as we were relishing the sweet indulgence, a dark cloud drifted into the sky. Realizing that rain was imminent, we hurriedly gathered our belongings and began our journey back. To our surprise, the rain descended with astonishing swiftness, pouring down in torrents. We sprinted through the downpour, ultimately seeking refuge in a nearby rustic cabin. Despite being drenched, we found immense joy in our seaside escapade. Within the cabin, we recounted our soggy adventures, laughter echoing around us. As the rain ceased, the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, and we walked along the shoreline, returning home together. I utilized the flying thunder god technique to return with Hinata, the children, and Naruto. That evening, as I perused the photographs on my phone, I stumbled upon an unusual image. I called Hinata over, and upon her arrival, I pointed to the peculiar photograph and inquired, "Do you see this picture? It appears as though there is a shadowy figure in the background." Hinata examined it closely and found it rather strange as well. Could it be that someone passed by while the photo was being taken? She pondered with curiosity. I shook my head, feeling that it was rather unlikely. The silhouette seemed as if it was intentionally standing there. Hinata's expression grew somewhat serious. Could it be that someone is watching us? A flicker of unease surged within me, yet I offered her solace, suggesting that perhaps it was merely a coincidence and that there was no need for excessive worry. Nevertheless, we resolved to exercise caution moving forward. Hinata nodded, saving the photograph. We decided to refrain from informing others for fear of inciting unnecessary panic. However, this minor incident cast a shadow over my heart, leaving me with an unsettling premonition that something was on the verge of transpiring. I hoped it was merely my own imagination playing tricks on me. The following morning, I awoke to find Hinata transformed into a creature with the head of a human and the body of a fish. I gazed in astonishment at the scene before me, unable to believe my own eyes. How could Hinata have transformed into this? I attempted to reach out to her, only to be pricked by the scales that adorned her form. In a state of panic, I desperately sought a solution when a low, ominous laughter echoed through the air. Turning to behold the source, I was confronted by a mysterious figure standing at the doorway. It was you. Recognition struck me. You were the shadowy presence captured in last night's photograph. How dare you? What have you done to my beloved wife, Hinata? I demanded angrily, with a chilling smirk. He replied, "This serves as a warning for you. Depart from this place, or bear the consequences." With that, he vanished. An invisible weight enveloped me, as if a pair of watchful eyes lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing our every move. I resolved firmly to uncover the truth and safeguard Hinata and our family. Clenching my fists, I embarked on a quest for answers. At that moment, Hinata awoke and glanced at her body, letting out a piercing scream. "What has happened to me?" she inquired. I reassured her, saying, "Fear not, for no matter what you become, you shall always be my cherished wife, Gong Zijian." My words brought a sense of reassurance to Hinata. Subsequently, I led her to a secluded laboratory where my mentor, Orochimaru, resided. Upon observing Hinata's condition, his brow furrowed in concern. After a thorough examination and analysis, Orochimaru informed us that Hinata might have been subjected to a rare ninjutsu, one that could induce physical transformations. Upon hearing this, Hinata's spirits plummeted. Yet, I clasped her hand tightly and assured her that I would stand by her side, resolute in our quest to discover a remedy. In the days that followed, Orochimaru and I diligently sought clues regarding this ninjutsu, experimenting with various approaches. At last, by a stroke of fortune, we stumbled upon an ancient tome detailing the means to counteract the ninjutsu. Following the guidance within its pages, we undertook arduous journeys to procure rare herbs and magical crystals. Utilizing these ingredients, Orochimaru concocted an antidote, which, when consumed by Hinata, gradually restored her to her former self. However, just as we believed the ordeal had come to a close, the enigmatic figure reemerged. Together, my spouse and I confronted this mysterious individual, delivering a sound thrashing. I demanded to know who had sent him. After enduring our wrath, the figure finally revealed the puppeteer behind the scenes, none other than Hinata herself. Stunned, I turned to her, questioning, "My dear, is there something you have been concealing from me?" With an awkward smile, Hinata confessed, "I apologize, my love. I heard that in your past life, you fancied me as a mermaid, and I sought someone to transform me into that very form. I gazed at Hinata, who willingly transformed into a mermaid for my sake, and my heart swelled with emotion. Silly girl, I chided playfully. Remember not to allow anyone to impose jutsu upon you, understood? Hinata nodded in affirmation and replied, I understand. My love. I flashed a mischievous smile at Hinata and said, my dear, I intend to punish you. This startled her. I swiftly embraced her and pressed my lips against hers. After what felt like an eternity, we finally parted. How was that for a punishment? I inquired. Hinata responded in a gentle voice. Zijian, you are truly wicked. I chuckled and replied, my dear, a man must be a little bad for a woman to love him. Hinata replied with a soft hum, and I continued, thank you, my beloved wife. I then turned to apologize to the mysterious figure, only to discover that they had already vanished. Chapter 161, Searching for the Fragrant Insect. I, along with Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba, have teamed up with Shino Aburame to embark on a quest to locate the elusive micromoth. What has transpired? Allow me to elucidate. The Aburame clan has requested our assistance in searching for individuals to aid them in their endeavor to find the micromoth. I recall that this time Hinata would be captured. I cautioned her, my dear, remember not to wander alone at night when you're out. I know, Zijian, Hinata replied. Her cheeks flushed. As night descended, we ventured into the forest. Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere here feels ominous, I warned. Suddenly, a group of enigmatic ninjas emerged, launching an assault on us. We immediately retaliated, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, gradually encircling us. Hinata, take the fragrant insect and retreat deeper into the forest. I, along with Shino and Kiba, will hold them off. I shouted. Hinata nodded and fled into the depths of the woods with the fragrant insect. However, she was soon overtaken by the adversaries and captured. Damn it! I cursed under my breath and, alongside Shino and Kiba, fought fiercely to rescue Hinata. I declared to Kiba and Shino, I am going to save Hinata. I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Hinata. To my dismay, her form was ensconced in a cocoon of wax, leaving only her head exposed. Utilizing my inner energy, I carefully liberated her from the encasement. In a gentle tone, I addressed her, Are you all right, Hinata? Her cheeks flushed, and she promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka arrived. What happened to Hinata? Shino hurriedly approached to examine her. It's nothing serious. She is likely just overly frightened and fatigued, I reassured him, while inwardly reflecting on my relief that I possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling me to catch up and save Hinata. Let us return her to the Hidden Leaf Village. I lifted Hinata in a princess carry, and the four of us embarked on our journey homeward. Throughout the voyage, I remained silent, my mind filled with the harrowing image of Hinata's abduction. Do not worry, Azukin, Shino said, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. We will certainly rescue Hinata. I nodded, resolutely determined in my heart to become stronger and to safeguard those dear to me, especially my beloved wife, Hinata. The four of us returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Each day, I dedicated time to train and also to keep company with Hinata, engaging her in conversation. As the days passed, Hinata's health gradually improved. I continued my rigorous training while remaining vigilant about her safety. One day, I received intelligence regarding the location where Hinata was held captive. I resolved to lead Shino and Kiba on a mission to rescue her. Stealthily, we infiltrated the enemy stronghold, meticulously searching for any sign of Hinata. At long last, we discovered her imprisoned. With a spiral sphere, I shattered the cage, liberating her. Thank you, my comrades, Hinata said, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. We successfully rescued Hinata and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Through this experience, the bond between Hinata and me has grown even stronger. We are acutely aware that many challenges lie ahead, yet we shall stand together, facing them as one. In a gentle tone, I addressed Hinata, saying, My dear, please stay by my side and do not wander off. Hinata, blushing, lowered her head and softly replied, All right. Zijian. From that moment on, Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata became inseparable, whether executing missions or navigating daily life. We took care of one another and provided mutual support. I diligently trained, aspiring to better protect Hinata. Our bond deepened, and we became the most significant people in each other's lives. During a critical mission, Gong Zijian, myself, and Hinata faced immense challenges and dangers. However, through our unwavering trust and synergy, we ultimately succeeded in our endeavor and saved the entire village. The people were moved by our courage and love. And Hinata and I became heroes in our village. Our tale became a part of the legends of Konoha, inspiring future generations. Chapter 162, Akamaru's Poisoning Akamaru. The ninja dog of Inuzuka Kiba fell victim to poisoning during a mission. How did this happen? It turned out that the enemy had laid a trap of poisonous mist in the forest, and Akamaru inadvertently triggered it while on reconnaissance. Though robust and strong, he could not withstand such potent toxins. Upon discovering Akamaru's condition, Kiba was filled with anxiety. He swiftly employed ninjutsu in an attempt to detoxify Akamaru. However, the poison had already infiltrated his body, rendering conventional remedies ineffective. In a moment of desperation, Kiba resolved to risk entering the enemy camp in search of an antidote. Utilizing his agility and combat skills, he successfully infiltrated the enemy lines. After a fierce battle, he located the antidote and returned to Akamaru. Kiba administered the antidote, anxiously observing Akamaru's response. As time passed, however, Akamaru's condition began to deteriorate. What was happening? It was revealed that the enemy had tainted the antidote with poison. Fortunately, I was present and knew how to counteract it. I immediately commenced treatment, employing my unique medical techniques and herbal knowledge to save Akamaru's life. Seconds turned into minutes as everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Finally, Akamaru's body began to show signs of change. The once feeble creature gradually regained vitality. He opened his eyes, unsteadily rose to his feet, and cast a grateful glance in my direction. Kiba was overjoyed, tightly embracing Akamaru with tears glistening in his eyes. This crisis strengthened their appreciation for one another's existence. With Akamaru's predicament resolved, we pressed on, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. My act of saving Akamaru earned me the trust of Kiba, solidifying my place as a reliable companion. My wife, Gong Zijian, and I admonished Inuzuka Kiba, saying, "Kiba, do refrain from such recklessness in the future." Kiba, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head in acknowledgement. The three of us pressed onward, remaining vigilant to the sounds surrounding us. Before long, we uncovered traces of the enemy. An intense battle was on the verge of erupting. I said to Hinata, "My dear, it's all up to you." Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. She unleashed the power of her Tensigen, employing the silver wheel rebirth explosion, which sent our adversary flying. In astonishment, Inuzuka Kiba gazed at Hinata, utterly speechless. I turned to Kiba and inquired, "What do you think?" Kiba, taken aback, opened his mouth in surprise and after a moment regained his composure. Exclaiming in genuine admiration, "Hinata, you are truly remarkable." A smile of pride graced my lips when suddenly Kiba, as if struck by a thought, chuckled with satisfaction. He patted my shoulder and said, "Just now, you called her my dear. So, tell me, Azukin, how is your relationship with Hinata progressing?" My face flushed instantly, and I stammered, We are indeed a couple. Ha ha ha, do not be shy. Come on, tell me more." Inuzuka Kiba continued to tease me. I cast him a glare, disregarding his presence, and turned my attention to Hinata, only to notice a faint blush gracing her cheeks. I said to Hinata, "My dear, simply disregard him. He is of such character." "All right, my love," Hinata replied. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an ominous aura. I immediately became alert, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. "It seemed our troubles were far from over," I murmured. No sooner had I spoken than a group of enigmatic figures emerged from the woods, clad in dark garments. Their eyes betrayed a chilling ruthlessness. However, the intensity of our own resolve, Hinata's and mine, was even greater, instilling fear within them. The battle was about to commence. Hinata and I swiftly charged towards the adversaries, while Kiba provided support from the rear. A fierce clash ensued, with blades flashing and sparks flying in a dazzling display. With the Longguan swords in hand, Hinata and I engaged in fierce close combat with our adversaries, exerting every ounce of strength with each strike. In the meantime, Kiba Inuzuka employed his remarkable agility and ninjutsu to continuously trouble our foes. Hinata's shadow clones, stationed at a distance, harnessed the power of her Byakugan to manipulate the wind, providing us with vital cover and support. Her gaze was focused and resolute, as if silently assuring me of her unwavering support. Through our seamless cooperation, our enemies gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, they chose to retreat, vanishing into the depths of the forest. "That was close. We owe it all to you." Kiba gasped. Hinata and I could only look at Kiba in exasperation at his recklessness. I said to Hinata and Kiba, "Indeed, we must remain vigilant." Hinata responded, "Yes, my dear." Kiba then remarked, "Indeed, Captain Azukin." We tidied the battlefield and continued our journey, for further challenges awaited us ahead. At that moment, a low, ominous laughter echoed from a distance. As we focused our gaze, we beheld a group of shadowy figures approaching slowly, with the leader being none other than our previous adversary. "It seems you cannot escape my grasp," the enemy sneered. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, silently expressing our delight. I addressed the leading ninja, saying, "Since you all have come, you might as well stay here entirely." We, two individuals, gently grasped the hilt of our swords, preparing to embrace a new round of battle. I shall no longer conceal my intentions at this juncture. Hinata and I exchanged a glance, and then our eyes widened in unison. My gaze was that of the Rinnegan with its 9 tomo, while Hinata's eyes reflected the Byakugan. Together, we sheathed our swords. I unleashed the power of my 9-tailed Rinnegan, activating the ultimate technique, Godly Universal Pull, which annihilated all adversaries. Hinata, in turn, employed the second ability of her rebirth eye, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, to decisively eliminate the leader. The series of actions between Hinata and me left Inuzuka Kiba utterly bewildered. He glanced between me and Hinata, seemingly feeling quite inadequate. I aim to showcase our prowess to Inuzuka Kiba. "How do you think my collaboration with Hinata fared?" I remarked to Kiba. Our combined skills left one of them questioning the meaning of life, while the other pondered the essence of canine existence. In Chapter 163, Hinata enveloped her body in beeswax, leaving only her head exposed. What could this possibly mean? The truth is, it was a technique taught to her by me, Gong Zijian. I informed Hinata that beeswax could seal the pores to prevent the escape of energy. Upon hearing this, she diligently followed my instructions. Although the process proved arduous, she persevered. As time progressed, Hinata's breath became increasingly stable, and she gradually adapted to this method of cultivation. However, just as Hinata believed everything was proceeding smoothly, an unforeseen incident occurred. After being encased in beeswax for an extended period, her skin began to dry out, even developing cracks. A sharp pain surged through her. Yet in her determination not to disrupt her training, she bore the discomfort and continued undeterred. When I, Gong Zijian, assessed Hinata's condition, I noticed the unusual symptoms on her skin. My heart ached for her, and I knew immediate action was necessary. Therefore, I procured some special ointments and gently applied them to her skin to nourish and protect it. During this training period, Hinata mastered the 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven. Leaving Hyuga Hizashi in awe of her progress, Hinata cast a grateful glance in my direction and resumed her focus on her training. Under my attentive care, her skin gradually improved. After a period of diligent effort, Hinata finally broke through her limitations. Her strength saw a tremendous enhancement, and she acquired a repertoire of additional ninjutsu techniques. Hyuga Hizashi, witnessing his daughter's advancement, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and contentment. He realized that the timid Hinata of the past had vanished. Now, before him stood a strong and courageous kunoichi. Hinata's journey of growth remains long, yet she has taken a significant step forward. In the future, she will continue striving to become an exceptional ninja, contributing her strength to the Hidden Leaf Village. I addressed Hyuga Hayashi, inquiring, "What do you think, esteemed father-in-law? Do you find Hinata to your liking?" Hyuga Hayashi burst into hearty laughter, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, Hinata has truly impressed me," he remarked. Turning his gaze towards me, his eyes brimming with admiration, he added, "Zijian, you have done remarkably well. I am grateful for your guidance and care towards Hinata." I smiled in response, saying, "This is all the result of Hinata's own efforts. Her potential is limitless, and she will undoubtedly become an outstanding ninja in the future." Hinata blushed slightly, lowering her head as she softly remarked, "It is all thanks to my husband's support that I have made such progress." Hayashi Hyuga patted Hinata on the shoulder, encouraging her. "Hinata, you must remember that the road ahead is long, and you cannot afford to become complacent. Strive continuously to surpass yourself." Hinata earnestly nodded, acknowledging her father's words. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if she could already envision her future self. From that moment on, Hinata trained with even greater diligence, continually enhancing her abilities. I remained by her side, offering her support and encouragement. Together, we faced numerous challenges and difficulties, yet we steadfastly supported each other throughout. In this journey, our bond deepened profoundly. At that moment, Naruto arrived, asking me to return and check on Minato and Kushina, who seemed to be in a dispute for some unknown reason. "Father-in-law, there is a matter at my parents' house," I informed Hayashi. He replied, "Go ahead, child. Hinata and I will accompany Naruto back to her parents' home." As Naruto, Hinata, and I entered the room. We observed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki engaged in a heated argument. Upon noticing our presence, they momentarily ceased their dispute. I inquired about the situation, to which Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow and replied, "Son, your mother wishes for you to return home. But I believe you have matured and should lead your own life." Conversely, Kushina Uzumaki anxiously exclaimed, "But I long to see my son every day." With a sense of helplessness, I smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. I will visit you often, and I truly cherish my current life." Ultimately, after the persuasion of Hinata and myself, they chose to honor my decision. Thus, this minor dispute was resolved, and the family atmosphere returned to harmony. Hinata and I also promised them that we would visit home every weekend, and they could come to the Hyuga household to see us as well. Naruto cheerfully exclaimed, "Wonderful. It's settled then." He then turned to me and suggested, "Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. Why don't we go home together?" As I exchanged a smile with Hinata, we nodded in understanding. The following day, we returned together to the home of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The family enjoyed a delightful weekend filled with warmth and joy. Before departing, I embraced my parents, savoring their comforting presence. Upon returning to our residence, Hinata and I sat by the window, gazing at the sunset. I gently clasped her hand and said, "Thank you, my dear. With you by my side, everything becomes more beautiful." Hinata leaned against my shoulder with a smile, our silhouettes intertwining in the golden glow of twilight. Chapter 164. Hinata and I ventured once more into the realm of the limited Tsukuyomi. Hinata and I once again ventured into the restricted realm of Tsukinomi. What could this possibly mean? As it turns out, we received an invitation tomorrow. Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga are to wed in the world of Tsukinomi. I inquired of Hinata, "Do you wish to go?" To which she replied, "I would like to see." I suggested, "Let us embark on our journey tomorrow." Hinata agreed, saying, "All right, Jijian." The following day, the two of us ventured into the realm of limited Tsukuyomi. I activated my Rinnegan, unleashing its spatial leap ability, which transported Hinata and me to the Hyuga clan within the world of limited Tsukuyomi. I said to Hinata, "My dear, let us employ the transformation technique to assume the appearance of unfamiliar individuals." Hinata nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, Jijian." In order to avoid drawing attention, Hinata and I decided to disguise ourselves as a married couple. As we ventured into the territory of the Hyuga clan, we encountered numerous familiar faces. Hinata, somewhat anxious, grasped my hand tightly, and I could feel the perspiration accumulating in her palm. The wedding venue was adorned with exquisite decorations. Niji stood upon the stage, clad in a dashing kimono, while Hinata donned a resplendent white kimono, both radiating an aura of happiness. At that moment, I noticed a peculiar figure lurking in the background. It was a man masked in mystery, his gaze imbued with an unsettling quality. A wave of unease washed over me, for I sensed that this individual might precipitate unforeseen events. My white-haired Hinata and I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived beside the masked man. In a swift motion, we both delivered a kick, bringing the masked figure to the ground. To our astonishment, this masked individual turned out to be Niji Hyuga from this world. We unveiled the mask of the masked man, and indeed, it was Hyuga Niji. The limited Tsukuyomi left Hinata astonished, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Niji, why are you here?" The silver-haired Hinata inquired softly. Niji lifted his gaze, looking at us, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. "I merely wish to see Hinata's happiness," he replied slowly. "Seeing you all so joyful brings me solace for my sister, Hinata." Myself and the silver-haired Hinata beside me breathed a sigh of relief, initially believing that Niji had come to cause chaos. Given this, let us extend our blessings to Hinata together. With a smile, I grasped the hand of my silver-haired Hinata and walked toward this wedding that was not ours. The ceremony continued, as Uzumaki Menma and the limited-time Tsukuyomi Hinata exchanged rings amidst the well-wishes of the guests, sharing a tender kiss. Observing their blissful countenance, Hinata and I exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with warmth. At that moment, Otsutsuki SH-10 arrived. My silver-haired Hinata and I remarked, "Wife, let us enjoy the spectacle from here." Hinata nodded in agreement. "All right." Suddenly, Otsutsuki SH-10 launched an attack on Menma and Hinata, causing the guests to panic and flee in all directions. Menma and Hinata promptly employed their ninjutsu in an attempt to thwart SH-10. However, SH-10's power proved overwhelmingly formidable, rendering their efforts futile. Just as it seemed SH-10 would strike Menma and Hinata, two beams of light flashed, and two enigmatic figures appeared before the crowd. These two figures, one male and one female, were strikingly distinct. The male stood at 183 meters with flowing black hair and possessed the mesmerizing eyes of the Sharingan. His demeanor was aloof. Indeed, it was I, Gong Zijian. The female, measuring 163 meters, had long hair that cascaded down her back, accentuated by her enchanting snow-white locks that left one curious about her identity. Her eyes were the cerulean of the Byakugan, and her visage was gentle. This girl was none other than my beloved wife, Gong Hinata. Otsutsuki sh10 pondered, feeling an unsettling premonition that today might indeed be the day of my demise. I exchanged a glance with Hinata, and then I activated the celestial ability of my Rinnegan, utilizing the universal pull to draw Otsutsuki Shurin towards us. Subsequently, I employed the Rinnegan's ability of the Hungry Ghost Path to extract Shurin's chakra. Hinata also unleashed the power of her Rinnegan, summoning a magnificent golden sword through the Golden Wheel Rebirth explosion, which she directed towards Otsutsuki Shurin with great precision. Hinata vanquished Shurin from this world. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I appeared beside Hinata, smiling as I congratulated her. "Well done, my dear. You have once again defeated that lunatic." Hinata, blushing, retorted, "Kazuki, you're awful. I shall ignore you from now on." Oh, Hinata, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please, grant me your forgiveness.